By day, I am the prodigal son of a noble family. Under the night's shroud, I transform into a bloodstained Asura Blade. At the age of 3, I was tested and found to possess no talent for cultivation whatsoever. I had planned to just coast through life like this, but at the age of 15, he unexpectedly awakened the Asura system. Just keep fighting and you'll gain strength upgrades. At this moment, the most beautiful woman in Tianqi actually knelt down and begged me to marry her. My eyes widened instantly. An expression of utter disbelief covered his face. The most beautiful woman in the Tianqi Empire, Qingxue. At just 17 years old, he had already broken through to the Qingxue realm. Such talent is unparalleled in this world. I just can't think of any reason why she would be interested in me. The girl nodded gently. Then he spoke truthfully and said, I really don't think much of you. If you don't think much of me, why did you propose marriage first? I just thought spring was coming. Qingxue glanced at me indifferently and continued. The family currently has no surplus resources. The only thing I can truly offer is myself. And I also urgently need the resources required for cultivation. Under the same conditions, only your burial heavenly prince's residence meets this requirement. Hearing her words, I slowly nodded. This woman is actually quite honest. At the end of the day, what she coveted were the Luo family's resources, rather than myself. I'm truly sorry, but I'm afraid I can't marry you. Hearing my words, Qingxue's cold and stern face showed a hint of surprise. She asked puzzledly, why? Since Miss Mu already knows my identity, that should also be clear. My notorious reputation has long spread far and wide. I am considered the acknowledged failure in my family. Do you think a family would fall apart because of a useless person like me, and use family resources to marry a woman? Besides, you said it yourself, you don't even like me. You're simply after my family's resources, that's all. Luo Xiu said with a playful expression on his face. After all, this woman may be beautiful, but it's just that what she said really made him feel uncomfortable. I will do my best to meet your demands, Your Highness. Moreover, my constitution harbors a unique innate talent. As long as it's someone who practices dual cultivation with me, can unlock their own cultivation foundation. So, marrying me isn't really a loss for you. Luo Xiu shook his head and said, better not. Miss Mu, actually, being a useless young master isn't so bad. Qingxue didn't expect Luo Xiu to actually refuse. Don't people all say he is lecherous? Why doesn't it work when it's my turn? How can the prince accept Qingxue? Qingxue's gaze was resolute, determined to defeat Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu quietly looked at Qingxue, Miss Mu. I really want to know, why must you marry me? If it's merely a matter of cultivation resources, is it really that bad for you? Qingxue bit her lip tightly, unwilling to speak. Since you're unwilling to speak, let this be where our paths diverge. Rest assured, what happened today will stay between us. Just as he was about to step away, Qingxue from behind called out to him. Wait. Luo Xiu turned back, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He said in a somewhat flippant tone. What, Miss Mu, do you want to resort to force? Hearing this, Qingxue's face flushed with shyness. She said softly, can you make another request? I really can't say anything about this right now. Luo Xiu was amused. It seemed this girl just had to have him, right? Do you think being a useless person makes you easy to push around? But since she wants to play, then let's play. Who have I ever been afraid of? Changing to other demands, is that it? Alright then, give me a kiss first to show your sincerity. Luo Xiu turned around with a mischievous smile. He didn't believe this woman would actually kiss him in public. She probably didn't have the guts anyway. His smugness didn't last long. A warm sensation spread across the lips. The girl actually kissed him. The smile on Luo Xiu's face instantly vanished. He opened his eyes in disbelief. Careless. The young girl, not knowing how long she had been kissing, hastily pulled away. Then he tilted his head to the side, shyly saying, is this okay? Luo Xiu still hadn't grasped what was happening. Licked her own lips. The fragrance still lingers. It seems he still underestimated Qingxue. But marrying her is fine after all, I'm not the one losing out. Let's go. Luo Xiu calmed his emotions and spoke softly. Qingxue dared not raise her head as she was led along, speaking weakly. Where to? Meet the parents. Luo Xiu calmly responded. Qingxue nodded lightly and uttered an "oh." Then the two of them held hands and walked toward the Eastern Palace. Along the way, countless young talents and ladies from prestigious families cast strange glances toward the two. Someone even exclaimed in shock. Isn't that the useless heir Luo Xiu? Is that girl next to him Qingxue? Oh my god. The peerless maiden actually shyly held the hand of the useless young master. Where do you go to reason this out? In the Eastern Palace, Lin Yuero was playing chess with the Empress Dowager. Luo Xiu then pulled Qingxue to stand before the two of them, saying, Mother, Grand Empress Dowager, I have found them for you. I have met the Empress Dowager and Madame Lin. Good, good, good. The Empress Dowager was still chuckling happily. Lin Yuero, on the other hand, pulled Luo Xiu aside. What on earth are you trying to do, you little rascal? You asked me to find you a wife, and you ended up with. Before she could finish speaking, Luo Xiu cut her off directly. Haven't I found it for you? Mother, why do you seem unhappy? Lin Yuero was somewhat speechless. You little rascal. Do you know who she is? I know, the Empire of Tianqi's #1 beauty. What about her? Not worthy of our family status? Luo Xiu asked in confusion. Lin Yuero suppressed the urge to curse. The abandoned child laughs in return. After a moment, the Empress Dowager said, good. Since the two youngsters have affection for each other, then this marriage has my approval. Luo Xiu then led Mu Qingxue to kneel and kowtow to the imperial grandmother in gratitude. Then he took Mu Qingxue's hand and left. The two sprinted toward the direction of the burial Sky Prince's residence. The heir has not yet married. You're bringing me to this burial Sky Prince's mansion, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Luo Xiu then said sincerely. You're a girl staying out overnight alone. I'm not reassured. Upon hearing these words, Mu Qingxue's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Silently cursing Luo Xiu for being shameless in my heart. Luo Xiu didn't care what she was thinking. Holding her hand, he walked towards the inside of the prince's residence. Inner hall. Luo Xiu and Mu Qingxue sat opposite each other. Luo Xiu stared intently at his wife. Finally asked. Your goal has been achieved, you can talk about it now. What do you want to get from the Luo family? Mu Qingxue was suddenly taken aback. She hadn't expected Luo Xiu to ask these questions so directly, but judging by Luo Xiu's tone, it didn't seem like he was joking or teasing her. Mu Qingxue pondered for a long time. Luo Xiu noticed her lips were nearly bitten through. Still not reassured? Or is it? Is what you want from the Luo family very precious? Mu Qingxue looked up, meeting Luo Xiu's gaze. A trace of guilt appeared on his face. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The dowry I desire. It is a divine-grade elixir, the immortal phoenix herb, and the opportunity for the sky-burying prince's mansion to intervene once on behalf of the Mu family. Is that okay? Mu Qingxue gritted her teeth. In the end, I forced myself to say it. For the Luo family. The opportunity to take action for their family once isn't a big deal, but that saint-level immortal phoenix herb, it was still our father who risked his life to obtain it from the underground tomb. This was not a decision Luo Xiu could make lightly. Just as the two fell into silence, Lin Yuero has also returned from the East Palace. What's wrong with you two? Lin Yuero looked at the two silent figures, and couldn't help but ask. Luo Xiu let out a light sigh, and recounted everything the two had said earlier to Lin Yuero. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuero's eyes flickered with a trace of worry, saying, Child, I will speak to the prince about your situation, but if you truly want to live a life with Xiu, I believe his highness will surely agree. But have you ever thought about? Xiu had no talent for cultivation, even if we forcibly prolong his life. At most, one can only live for 200 years, and the sacred herb you desire, it's simply your own use. As your cultivation level improves, your lifespan will continue to increase. Have you ever thought about Xiu? Lin Yuero's reminder brought it to mind. Mu Qingxue also felt that she seemed to be going too far. At this thought, a sense of guilt welled up inside me. Mu Qingxue lowered her proud head. Then, with sudden remorse, she turned to Luo Xiu and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Your Highness. I truly am a selfish person. I never once considered your feelings. I am ashamed of my previous actions. Everything is my fault. I'm willing to accept all consequences even if it means ruin and disgrace. Mu Qingxue's voice grew fainter as she spoke. For the first time, she realized how grave the situation had become. So grave it had spiraled beyond her control. Luo Xiu watched her silently. Truthfully, he had already guessed at Mu Qingxue's petty scheme. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was that this woman would actually covet a sacred herb. But seeing her like this now, Luo Xiu genuinely couldn't bring himself to be angry. After all, no matter how gifted Mu Qingxue was, at 17 she was still just a child. Moreover, in his view, this matter wasn't nearly as grave as they imagined. It was merely an edict from the Empress Dowager. It's not as serious as you think, Luo Xiu finally said softly, looking at her. But as for that sacred herb you want, I can't give it to you now. Are you still willing to marry me? With things having come to this marriage was likely doomed. Fortunately, he had never harbored any illusions about this union. Back then, he had only agreed to appease his mother, while Mu Qingxue had done so to placate her family and secure that sacred herb. Given the current situation, it seemed the talks had broken down completely. Mu Qingxue lifted her gaze to meet Luo Xiu's. In this world where men held sway over women, she felt a man's tenderness for the very first time. Hearing Luo Xiu's gentle tone, he wasn't angry? Mu Qingxue felt momentarily dazed. Truthfully, she didn't resist Luo Xiu in her heart. It was just that mortal lifespans were ultimately finite. After 100 years, they would inevitably be separated by life and death. But why was she overthinking this? At worst, after accompanying him through 100 years, she could simply shave her head and become a nun, devoting herself to cultivation and withdrawing from worldly affairs. Wouldn't that suffice? As this thought crossed Mu Qingxue's mind, her heart suddenly felt lighter. If you are willing to marry me, I am willing to be your wife. Mu Qingxue's gaze toward Luo Xiu held a hint of affection. My lady, rest assured. I will do everything in my power to love the young master. Even if our feelings are shallow now, I will strive to love him deeply. Mu Qingxue assured Lin Yuero once more. Luo Xiu stared at Mu Qingxue, momentarily stunned. Was this really acceptable? I thought we'd break up if we couldn't come to an agreement? This ing works? 6. Mu Qingxue's sincere words also moved Lin Yuero. In her view, making mistakes wasn't the worst thing. What was truly terrifying was refusing to repent, for that was the beginning of the descent into the abyss. Lin Yuero nodded with satisfaction, for she saw Mu Qingxue's true heart reflected in her eyes. She truly wished to build a sincere life with her foolish son. Good, good, good. This makes things so much simpler. Lin Yuero smiled contentedly. Affection can be cultivated over time. Besides, with your constitution, perhaps you could even pave the way for Xiu's cultivation journey? Only then did Mu Qingxue recall her divine phoenix physique, which indeed possessed the power to rise from the ashes. Through dual cultivation, merging yin and yang, there was a high chance of opening cultivation meridians for mortals. If successful, she could truly walk alongside Luo Xiu forever. She didn't dislike Luo Xiu. Affection could be cultivated gradually. Her future suddenly brightened. Luo Xiu listened to their conversation, somewhat speechless. Were all women's thoughts this intricate? He listened in stunned silence, yet it all seemed strangely logical. Just then, a dark shadow flashed outside the door. In an instant, it entered the hall. Then, it dropped to one knee before Lin Yuero. Madam, a letter from His Highness the Prince. Lin Yuero calmly accepted the letter from the shadow's hand. The envelope vanished the moment it touched her fingers. As if it had never been there at all. Lin Yuero opened the letter. It read plainly, the divine phoenix physique is worthy to be my son's wife. The sacred medicine may be granted. The prince agreed? Lin Yuero looked astonished. She hadn't expected Luo Xingtian to receive the news so quickly. And he actually agreed. Lin Yuero looked at Mu Qingxue with a complex expression before relaying the news to both of them. Mu Qingxue's eyes were as cold as stars, her expression one of utter disbelief. The burial heaven king had actually agreed? This was a sacred herb. This sudden news left Mu Qingxue in disbelief. But did she truly deserve it? Such immense kindness. It seemed, the only way to repay their gift of the sacred herb was to cultivate a deep bond with Luo Xiu. She absolutely must not disappoint the Han Luo family. Mu Qingxue clenched her fists tightly, making a silent vow. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. Wasn't this sacred herb meant for his father to break through to the sacred mystic realm? Could it be for me again? Luo Xiu's fists clenched tightly. He swore silently. Once his strength was sufficient, he would obtain a divine herb for his father. Chapter 9, Divine Spirit Medicinal Herb, the powerful Mu Qingxue. Lin Yuero snapped back to her senses, her gaze softening as she looked at the two. Finally settling on Mu Qingxue, she smiled and said, Since your highness has agreed, I shall entrust this immortal spirit herb to you, Qingxue. With that, Lin Yuero retrieved the immortal phoenix grass from her spatial ring. Instantly, the entire hall was filled with a potent aura of divine essence. In that instant, a divine herb, saturated with celestial energy, appeared in Lin Yuero's hand. Multicolored, flowing divine radiance enveloped the immortal phoenix grass. Its 9 needle-like leaves were vividly lifelike, each brimming with potent life force. It radiated a profound vitality. Mu Qingxue's divine phoenix physique resonated upon sensing the undying phoenix's aura. Whoosh, whoosh. A brilliant radiance erupted from within her body, instantly merging with the divine aura emanating from the immortal phoenix grass. The two energies intertwined, radiating boundless, profound power. Mu Qingxue closed her eyes tightly, quietly absorbing the aura emitted by the immortal phoenix grass. As her body and mind were filled with delight, she felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and bliss. Lin Yuero witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She had read about the divine phoenix constitution in ancient texts of physique inherited from the bloodline of the primordial divine phoenix, granting each bearer extraordinary abilities. Whether it was the ability to rise from the ashes or the terrifying speed of cultivation, both were truly awe-inspiring. Yet none of that could compare to what she witnessed now. Only today did she realize that the descriptions in the ancient texts were conservative. This physique was truly defying the heavens. Luo Xiu watched all this unfold in silence. Unbeknownst to him, the Asura bloodline within his body began to boil. What's happening? Luo Xiu strained to suppress the bloodline within him, revealing not a hint of its presence. Yet between the two constitutions, a subtle sense of rivalry began to emerge. Qingxue, such a sacred object must not remain on your person. Stay at the burial heavenly king's mansion these days to absorb its essence. Lin Yuero handed the undying divine phoenix grass to Mu Qingxue, her voice solemn. Such a heaven-defying treasure, if Mu Qingxue kept it on her person and absorbed it later, it would surely invite unnecessary trouble. Better to help his future daughter-in-law absorb it here. After all, the entire burial Heavenly King's mansion was like a heavenly net, an absolutely secure place. Here, no one would disturb her absorption. Qingxue opened her eyes, gratefully accepting the sacred herb as she nodded firmly. Thank you, madam. Lin Yuero smiled and said, still calling me madam? Qingxue's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly replied, Mother. Lin Yuero's face immediately lit up with joy. She nudged Luo Xiu with her elbow and said, that's more like it. Now hurry up and take your daughter-in-law to the cultivation chamber to go into seclusion. Only then did Luo Xiu snap out of his daze, staring at his mother in utter speechlessness. Is this really my own mother? Why did it feel like she favored Qingxue more? Oh. Luo Xiu replied helplessly. Come on, dear. Hearing Luo Xiu address her like that, Qingxue's cheeks flushed even redder, her entire face turning as crimson as a ripe apple. Qingxue responded shyly. She then followed Luo Xiu into the cultivation chamber of the burial Heavenly King's mansion. Hang in there, sweetheart. Luo Xiu gave her a cheerful pep talk before closing the cultivation room door. Thank you, Qingxue murmured softly as the door closed. She then sat cross-legged, placing the immortal phoenix grass before her. Channeling her mystical energy, she began absorbing the divine essence from this sacred herb. Luo Xiu remained outside the chamber, having not entered seclusion himself. Who knew how long these cultivators would be in seclusion? He'd just have to wait. Within the main hall of the burial Heavenly King's mansion. At that moment, 10 figures cloaked entirely in black robes had gathered. None revealed their age or gender, yet each knelt on one knee before Lin Yuero. A terrifying aura radiated from each of them. Each possessed strength at least at the imperial mystic realm. This was the burial Heavenly King's mansion, a force cultivated by Luo Xiu, known as the Heavenly Gate. Every single member was at least at the imperial mystic realm. They are only deployed when the Tianqi Empire or the Luo family faces grave threats, or when protecting crucial individuals. A situation like today, where 10 members of Tianqi were summoned directly, had never occurred before. This clearly demonstrated Lin Yuero's utmost regard for Qingxue. She absolutely could not allow any harm to come to her. Lin Yuero addressed them with grave expression. I require your protection of the royal residence for 1 month. Any intruders or suspicious individuals may be executed. We shall not fail. The 10 men bowed respectfully. Go. Every corner of the mansion must be vigilantly guarded, not a single spot can be overlooked. Yes, ma'am. In an instant, the 10 figures vanished from their spot, only to reappear moments later in every corner of the burial Heaven Prince's mansion. They materialized in places where the palace guards remained completely unaware, concealing their presence entirely for the sake of vigilance. Only after completing this did Lin Yuero finally breathe a sigh of relief. You foolish boy. What kind of foolish luck is this? That such a heavenly beauty could ever take notice of you, who knows if it's a blessing or a curse. Alas. Lin Yuero gazed at the horizon, sighing helplessly. I wonder if that foolish girl absorbing this sacred herb will attract heavenly tribulation. If it does, that would be trouble indeed. In another realm. Upon the towering walls of the border city stood a towering figure. The man wore golden dragon armor from head to toe, a fiery red cloak billowing gently in the breeze. His expression was stern as he gazed intently ahead. Before him lay a dense, dark mass of figures, like a black cloud pressing down upon the city, threatening to crush it. He stood like a beam of light, filling the sky. Like a deity, fearless and unyielding. Beside him stood a young general, equally clad in golden armor, gazing fearlessly into the distance. Father! The heavenly battle empire has truly gone to great lengths. To think they believe a mere 2 million soldiers can take Tianling Pass. It's laughable. Luo Tian looked down at the dark mass of troops below, a dismissive smile on his lips. Luo Zongtian turned back, shaking his head at the young Luo Tian. Fear not, it's not as simple as it seems. Behind their front lines, in their rear encampments, lie another 5 million soldiers. Tell the troops not to slacken their vigilance, this is merely their vanguard. Understood. Luo Tian acknowledged the warning with respectful deference. By the way, has Shadow returned? What about the message he was to deliver? Luo Zongtian asked, turning to Luo Tian. He's back. The message has already been delivered to Mother. Good. That boy of yours never ceases to worry me. Still, it's about time he had a woman to keep him in line. Hopefully, once he has a wife, he'll settle down a bit. Mentioning Luo Xiu, Luo Zongtian wore an expression of helplessness. Isn't our duty at the frontier precisely to ensure ordinary people like our brother can live in peace and enjoy life? What's wrong with Xiu being a bit playful? I say those with ulterior motives are asking for trouble. Luo Tian's gaze softened instantly at the thought of his younger brother, but turned icy cold again when he considered the instigators of those malicious rumors. Hadn't father and son toiled tirelessly at the frontier to safeguard the empire? Wasn't that sacrifice enough to grant their mortal younger brother the chance to enjoy life? Enough, enough. This isn't the time to discuss that. But what do you think of that girl with the divine phoenix physique? Luo Zongtian asked thoughtfully. It's a decent constitution, though it still falls slightly short. I wonder if that sacred herb could help her improve. Luo Tian frowned slightly, his words tinged with contemplation. Ha! Luo Zhangtian merely chuckled softly, neither refuting nor adding anything further. It seemed as though everything in this world appeared equally indifferent to him. Howl, howl. Kill. Kill. At that moment, the battle horns of the Tianqi Empire sounded, and the million-strong army below began their assault. They're here. Tianer, join your father in battle. Luo Zhangtian gazed down coldly. Luo Tian merely sneered contemptuously, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty gleam. Got it. In an instant, father and son leapt from the towering city walls. Before their feet touched the ground, two swords flashed through the air. The blades curved like crescent moons, and in the blink of an eye, the charging troops ahead were cleaved clean in two. Ah! Ah! The entire gorge was instantly filled with wails of agony. Over 10,000 dead and wounded. Chapter 10, Baptism by Thunder Tribulation, Heaven Sent Divine Phoenix. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Luo Xiu, wearing his Asura Mask, fought his way through countless battlefields and ventured deep into the heart of the Xian Beast Forest. He had slain Imperial-grade Xian Beasts. He had also suffered defeat at the hands of a king-level Xian Beast Master. The largest Xian arena in Tianqi. Huff. Defeated. Ah. Amidst the crowd's cheers. Luo Xiu stood tall at the center of the arena, while at his feet lay motionless a cultivator at the peak of the King Xian realm. At this moment, he was unconscious, having fainted. Who's next? Luo Xiu's voice was hoarse beneath his mask. Ding, congratulations, host, on defeating a peak Wangxian realm cultivator. You have obtained 10,000 luck points from your opponent, which have been automatically converted into Asura Vitality. Ding, total Asura Vitality accumulated, 650,000. Ding, Asura Realm's Wangxian realm enhancement increased by 40%. The system notifications sounded once more. Luo Xiu smiled faintly. Over the past half-month, he had gained a total of 500,000 Asura Vitality. The crowd below the stage exchanged stunned glances. This was already the 56th King Xian realm expert the Asura powerhouse had defeated. Only someone at the Imperial Xian realm could possibly defeat him now. Who would dare step onto the stage now? After a long while, no one in the Xian arena dared to step forward. A steward slowly stepped forward from the arena and addressed the crowd below. Since no one has come forward to challenge him, the final reward shall belong to Lord Asura. Wah! The entire arena erupted in an instant, erupting into a chorus of cheers. Once the commotion subsided, the official turned to Luo Xiu and said, Your Excellency, please follow me. Luo Xiu nodded and followed the official toward the rear of the arena. The moment he left, the crowd below erupted once more. Holy crap, is this guy really under 20? He defeated someone at the peak of the Wangxian realm? What kind of place produced this super genius? 56 consecutive victories. Just imagine how lavish the rewards must be behind this. It's enough to make anyone envious. Forget about those rewards. With your measly first-tier Wangxian realm strength, you think you can even touch them? I wouldn't dare, but that doesn't mean others won't. Look at those Imperial Xian realm experts over at the next arena, they've already got their eyes on this guy. It's truly eye-catching, 56 consecutive victories. That should at least earn 1,000,000 spirit stones in rewards, right? Probably more than that. I heard there are all kinds of pill rewards too. There was once someone who achieved 50 consecutive wins and was directly awarded an Imperial Xian pill. After consuming that single pill, he advanced straight from the 7th level of the King Xian realm to the Imperial Xian realm. That depends on talent. Some people consume countless Imperial Xian pills throughout their entire lives and still can't break through. True enough, but this guy's talent seems even more terrifying than that 50-win guy's. Backstage at the Xian arena, 3 elders had been seated in anticipation. The moment Luo Xiu entered, they all rose to their feet. Congratulations, young Xian Do King, the 3 elders congratulated him in unison. Thank you, Luo Xiu replied with a faint nod. Seeing this, the 3 elders waved their hands. 3 maidservants immediately stepped forward from behind them, each holding a tray with a ring placed upon it. Young Xian Do King, these 3 rings contain the rewards for your consecutive victories. Each contains 2 million Xian stones, 2 Imperial Mystic Pills, Heaven-grade Elixirs, and 1 Earth-grade Divine Technique, Heaven-shattering Slash. After the 3 elders finished their introductions, the 3 maidservants approached Luo Xiu and respectfully presented the prizes. Luo Xiu swept his hand over them, and the rings vanished into his Asura Divine Realm ring. Thank you, 3 elders. No need for formalities. Besides the rewards, take this badge. It will validate your status in any Xiando arena within the Tianqi Empire. The middle elder retrieved a badge from his ring. Purple gold in color, it bore a single character engraved upon it, King. It signified a martial king badge, a distinction subject to age restrictions, typically granted only to those under 25. Those beyond this age, even if possessing the requisite strength, could not obtain it. Thus, only true prodigies could earn it through combat. It represented supreme honor and was a symbol of power. Luo Xiu slowly took it. The moment his fingers touched it, a profound power surged from the badge into his arm. This profound energy instantly flooded his entire body, harmonizing his physique and sweeping away all traces of fatigue. Luo Xiu was somewhat astonished. This object was as miraculous as a cultivation aid. Such a marvelous item was certainly a rather generous gift. But to him, it held little value. After all, he had no need for cultivation, such things were useless to him. Still, it didn't matter. He had no use for them, but his wife might. He'd give them to her to play with once she emerged from seclusion. I wonder how her seclusion is going now. Luo Xiu snapped back to reality. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the three elders, he departed. As he exited the Xiando arena, countless powerful figures instantly fixed their gaze upon him. Among them were both sovereign-level and emperor-level experts, a rather impressive lineup. Yet he paid them little mind. The only thing that caught his attention was, what were these Tianqian-level experts doing here? Luo Xiu was somewhat speechless. Did they think he looked easy to bully? Or were they rushing to offer themselves up as cannon fodder? They were truly reckless fools. But he wouldn't need to deal with these ones personally. After all, what business did Luo Xiu have with Asura wearing a mask? He was the crown prince of the burial heaven king. Once he stepped outside this door, who dared to touch him? Luo Xiu retreated to a concealed corner, slowly removing his mask and concealing his cultivation before stepping out. He happened to run into the pursuing group head-on, colliding directly with one of them. Thud. Ouch. Don't you have eyes? Blind dog, how dare you bump into me? Luo Xiu cursed arrogantly. You. The man who'd been cursed out was about to retaliate, but the moment he saw Luo Xiu's face, he instantly backed down. The crown prince of the burial king. Holy crap. Bloody hell. Sorry. Your Highness, I didn't mean to, the man stammered. Smack. Luo Xiu smacked him hard across the face without a second thought. Get the hell out of my way. How dare you block my path and bump into me? Tired of living, are you? What do you suggest we do about this? The man was at a loss for words. I'm sorry. Your Highness. How? How would you like this resolved? The man clutched his half-swollen cheek, terror in his eyes. This young master's body is precious. Just cough up 100,000 spirit stones to make amends. Luo Xiu smirked, tilting his head. 100,000. The man felt as though he'd swallowed a fly. What are you waiting for? Are you giving it or not? If not, you won't walk out of here alive today. I'll give it. He reluctantly pulled 100,000 spirit stones from his ring and slowly handed them to Luo Xiu. Smack. Luo Xiu nodded in satisfaction, then delivered another slap to the other side of his face. Feels better now. Get lost. Satisfied, he hummed a tune as he walked away, leaving the man standing there with swollen cheeks, feeling utterly wronged. The pursuing crowd, unable to find Luo Xiu's trace, departed grudgingly. As soon as Luo Xiu reached his home, he saw the entire estate shrouded in countless dark clouds. Lightning flashed within the storm, directly above the cultivation chamber where Qingxue resided. Luo Xiu instantly grasped the situation and sprinted into the manor. In the blink of an eye, thunder rolled down, splitting the entire cultivation chamber apart. Qingxue, clad in white robes, her graceful form exposed to view. Lin Yuero stood watching from a distance. Luo Xiu hurried over to her side. Mother, what's going on? Why did that lightning strike my wife? Luo Xiu asked, feigning shock. Lin Yuero shot him a disapproving look inside. This is a cultivator's tribulation lightning. Get out of the way quickly. Don't get caught in the blast. I'll be helping that girl shortly and won't have time to look after you. Oh, okay. Luo Xiu wisely backed away. As he watched the rolling thunder in the sky, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Just then, the system alerted him. Host, quickly absorb this thunder energy. How do I absorb it? I'll help you. The system spoke, then directly channeled the nearby thunderbolts that hadn't yet coalesced toward Luo Xiu's head. Boom! 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 Damn it, what the hell are you doing? Luo Xiu stared up at the countless thunderbolts overhead, utterly speechless. This is the real deal. Don't worry, I've concealed all the thunderbolts I've drawn here. No one will notice. Take your sweet time enjoying them. With that, the system fell silent. Damn it! Boom boom boom! Crackle crackle! Lightning bolts struck relentlessly toward Luo Xiu's crown chakra. He scrambled to muster all his strength to block them. Ding! Acquired 1,000 thunder power points. Automatically converted into Asura vitality. Ding! Acquired 2,000 points of thunder power, automatically converted into Asura vitality. Ding! Ding! Asura vitality accumulated to 900,000. Ding! Asura Divine Realm King Xian Realm boost increased by 56%. Another Thunder Tribulation granted Luo Xiu an additional 250,000 Asura vitality. Moreover, the Asura Divine Realm's enhancement surged by a staggering 16% under the Thunder's forging. This lightning strike was worth it. Sparks and lightning crackled all over Luo Xiu's body, yet he couldn't suppress his inner excitement. View a tribute panel. Host, Luo Xiu. Age, 17. Realm, first tier of the Qingxue realm. Divine abilities, Asura Divine Realm, Killing Intent, Wasteland Heaven / Asura Vitality, 900,000. Asura Realm, Wangxian Realm Amplification 56%. With the final rumble of thunder. 2 hours passed and the skies above the royal mansion suddenly cleared. A 9-colored divine phoenix soared gracefully through the heavens. Qingxue had now weathered the terrifying heavenly thunder. Her body underwent earth-shattering changes, propelling her strength to the peak of the Qingxue realm just one step away from breaking through to the Emperor Xian realm. The 9-colored phoenix in the sky circled for an unknown duration before transforming into a streak of multicolored energy that shot directly into Qingxue's body. In the blink of an eye, Qingxue shattered the barrier coveted by countless cultivators, her cultivation soaring directly to the Imperial Xian realm. Bathed in a 9-colored radiance, she resembled a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Her hands moved with rapid, mesmerizing precision. It worked! It truly worked! The genuine divine phoenix sacred body. Qingxue opened her starry eyes, feeling the energy within her body with disbelief, her excitement impossible to contain. Qingxue, calm down first. Stay composed and steady to consolidate your cultivation. Lin Yuero called out from below. Chapter 11, The Three Great Reverends Descend, Luo Zhangtian's Tyranny. Just as Qingxue was consolidating her cultivation, 3 figures streaked across the distant sky like shooting stars, hurtling toward the burial Heavenly King's mansion. Lin Yuero watched the 3 streaks of light in the distance, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures arrived above the burial Heavenly King's mansion. All 3 stood suspended in midair, their gazes fixed upon Qingxue. One bore snow-white hair and beard, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura. The other 2 appeared slightly younger, yet their imposing presence remained formidable, in no way inferior to the venerable elder. Venerable White Tiger, Venerable Azure Dragon, Venerable Qilin. Why have they come? Lin Yuero's expression flickered with shock upon recognizing the trio. Simultaneously, 11 figures darted out from various corners of the burial king's mansion, the 10 Heavenly Gate members and an elderly man. They all positioned themselves behind Lin Yuero, their gazes fixed on the 3 figures ahead. With their arrival, the 3 finally shifted their gaze from Qingxue to Lin Yuero and her companions. Greetings, honored elders. Lin Yuero bowed her head slightly, offering a respectful salute to the trio. The trio nodded in response. Then, the Qilin Reverend inquired, "What is this young girl's relationship to you?" "Honorable Qilin Reverend, she is my Luo family's future daughter-in-law," Lin Yuero replied, her expression complex. "Is she also from the Tianqi Empire?" the Azure Dragon Reverend inquired coldly. "Yes." "Very well. Do you have any objections if we take her away?" The White Tiger Revered One inquired, a hint of delight flickering across his face. Arrogance filled the faces of all 3, as if they were supreme rulers looking down upon the world, gazing down at Lin Yuero and the others below. Their tone brooked no argument, as if victory were already assured. In the distance, Luo Xiu's blood-red eyes flashed with coldness as his fists clenched tightly. "Impossible. She is my son's betrothed. No one may take her away." Lin Yuero, recognizing the trio's hostile intent, refused coldly. Hearing this, fury ignited in their eyes. Primordial-level energy surged from their bodies, instantly crashing down and violently forcing Lin Yuero and the other 12 floating figures back to the ground. Immediately, the trio activated their domains, ruthlessly suppressing Lin Yuero and the others, rendering them utterly immobilized. Damn it! Cold sweat beaded on Lin Yuero's exquisite face, yet her gaze remained resolute, refusing to yield. She stubbornly withstood every ounce of pressure unleashed by the trio. "Lin Yuero! You dare defy the decision of the Council of Elders!" Qilin Zuns watched as Lin Yuero continued to struggle desperately, his expression turning icy. All 3 were members of the Tianqi Empire's Council of Elders, wielding immense power over the empire. Even the emperor himself required their approval to ascend the throne. Otherwise, there was simply no chance. Every member of the council was at least a Zhuanshuan realm powerhouse, and no one dared defy them. The lowly burial Heavenly King's mansion held no sway over them. Yet, a flicker of apprehension flickered in the fierce eyes of the 3. A figure flashed through his mind. But that person was absent now. By the time he returned, the man would already have been taken away. If he wanted to retrieve someone from the Council of Elders, he'd have to think twice. 2 days prior, the Imperial Elders Council of the Tianqi Empire had detected the anomalous activity emanating from the burial Heavenly King's mansion. It wasn't until today, when the phenomenon intensified to such an extraordinary degree that it even triggered heavenly thunder, that the 3 of them were drawn to investigate. Little did they expect that their arrival would reveal a peerless prodigy. With careful cultivation, this youth might one day surpass even the mightiest Zhuanshuan realm cultivators. By then, who in the Council of Elders would they still fear? Thus, the Council of Elders had set their sights on Qingxue, intending to secretly cultivate her as a seed member of the council. Just as Lin Yuero stood bewildered, another strange sound echoed from the heavens. Golden thunder rolled down from the sky, and a golden figure shone brilliantly amidst the golden lightning. Like a deity descended from the heavens, every movement radiated thunderous might. What? You old fools are stirring trouble again? Now you dare openly snatch my future daughter-in-law? The arrival was none other than Luo Xiu, who had been stationed at Tianling Pass just over 10 days prior. After resolving the border disturbances, he received Lin Yuero's reply and rushed home without delay. Little did he expect to encounter such a surprise upon his arrival. These old fools actually dared to snatch his daughter-in-law in broad daylight. It seemed the last lesson hadn't been harsh enough. Rip! A golden thunderbolt, as thick as a pillar supporting the heavens, crashed down upon the three elders of the Tianqi Empire. The golden thunder vanished in an instant, its golden mystical energy exploding outward. Boom! The three old men dodged just in time. The immense thunderous shockwave directly pounded a deep crater into the ground, where lightning flickered and crackled. The three who dodged, still trembling with fear, looked up at Luo Xiu beneath the 9 heavens, each frowning deeply. Luo Xiu, you have the audacity. The white tiger sage, with his ethereal demeanor, darkened his expression and spoke coldly. That single strike had instilled in them a fear unlike any they had ever known. Moreover, from that strike, they vaguely sensed that Luo Xiu's power had surged significantly, far surpassing anything they could currently match. If it came to actual combat, they might not come out on top. Damn it! Wasn't this fellow supposed to be guarding the frontier? How could he have returned so swiftly? The three exchanged glances, their hearts filled with both resentment and dread. Seems the peace and prosperity of the nation only makes you old fools more restless. Once I've finished my current affairs, I'll come deal with you lot. Luo Xiu's golden eyes fixed intently on the three elders, brimming with contempt. The three elders' faces instantly drained of color. Luo Xiu's words stirred a vague unease within them. Recalling the catastrophe 5 years prior, they still trembled at the memory. Two ghostly figures still flickered in their minds. Two figures had stormed into the Tianqi Empire's Council of Elders alone, forcing them to get out. Luo Xiu's voice boomed like a divine thunderclap, striking straight into the hearts of the three elders. You! The Qilin elder's face darkened, his temper flaring instantly. He raised his hand, ready to strike Luo Xiu. Withdraw first. Today is not the time for conflict. The other two venerables urgently interceded. The three old men were no match for Luo Xiu. Poof. In the end, the three of them slunk away from the burial Heavenly King's mansion. The domain suppression weighing down on Lin Yuero and the others instantly dissolved. Over a dozen figures collapsed like deflated balloons, their bodies going limp. Phew! The gap between the imperial mystic realm and the revered mystic realm felt like divine retribution, crushing any thought of resistance within them. From afar, Luo Xiu watched as his stepfather arrived just in time, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Luo Xiu slowly ascended to Lin Yuero's side, gently lifting her up as he whispered soothingly, "My lady, you've suffered so much." His voice brimmed with remorse. "You good for nothing. Why did you take so long?" Why? Overwhelmed with grief, Lin Yuero threw herself into his arms like a little girl and burst into tears. That scene earlier had truly terrified her. The elders of the Council of Elders never bothered with reason. They'd grown utterly tyrannical in this empire. At this moment, only Luo Xiu's return could bring her a shred of peace of mind. If they had taken Qingxue away, she, as a mother, truly wouldn't have known how to face her son. Thankfully, Luo Xiu arrived just in time to thwart their plans. There, my lady, it's all my fault." Luo Xiu desperately comforted his wife, the two of them as tender as when they first met. Her passion remains undiminished. Lin Yuero is still just like that little girl she once was, tough on the outside, tender on the inside. Even after becoming a mother, she hasn't changed. This sudden fright must have terrified her. It broke Luo Xiu's heart. Why? Lin Yuero continued to sob as Luo Xiu carried her straight back into the mansion. There. It's all right now. As he rose, he glanced at Luo Xiu in the corner and said, "You silly boy, keep an eye on your wife. Your mother's a bit shaken. I'll take her downstairs to rest first." Luo Xiu nodded blankly, thinking to himself that his old man was pretty formidable after all. Those old geezers didn't look weak, but it seemed even when they teamed up, they still couldn't beat his stepfather. But this devotion to his wife? That's definitely something he inherited from me. Luo Xiu turned his gaze back to the 11 men on the ground. "Continue guarding here. Protect my son and daughter-in-law." "Yes, master." Watching his father carry his mother away, Luo Xiu finally exhaled in relief. Today's crisis had been averted, yet it left him with an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Ultimately, his strength was still too weak. Power was the supreme law of the land. He must strengthen himself as quickly as possible. Chapter 12, Qingxue's Domain. An unexpected embrace. 1 hour later. Qingxue had fully consolidated her cultivation. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. She slowly spread her arms, and in an instant, her entire body rose into the air like a celestial maiden. Simultaneously, a 9-colored divine phoenix appeared behind her, its massive wings spread wide to shield her. Open. With Qingxue's thunderous command, her unique Imperial Mystic Realm domain instantly unfolded. The 9-colored divine phoenix instantly transformed into countless streaks of light, forming a vast domain spanning 10 meters. The 9-colored phoenix circled within her domain, while she stood at its center, radiating divine majesty. The entire domain was saturated with 9-colored flames, radiating an extraordinary glow. It seemed as though anyone entering this domain would be burned alive by the 9-colored flames. Even the Tianqi members guarding the perimeter felt a chill run down their spines. They had never witnessed such a terrifying domain. Compared to this, their own domains were worlds apart. There was simply no comparison. Only Luo Xiu frowned slightly as he observed it all. Deep down, he felt profoundly moved, for his wife's domain was in no way inferior to his own Asura divine realm. It was merely 10 times smaller in scope. The only difference was that his wife's domain radiated a sacred 9-colored glow, while his Asura divine domain emanated boundless infernal killing intent. However, Luo Xiu also discerned a subtle hint within Qingxue's manifested domain. It seemed the girl hadn't yet fully mastered control over her own domain. But that was only natural after all, this was her first time using a domain. Moments later, Qingxue drifted slowly toward the ground, retracting her domain. Her eyes darted urgently among the crowd, searching for something. The moment she spotted Luo Xiu, she suddenly threw herself into his arms before he could react. This unexpected embrace left Luo Xiu utterly flustered. What's going on? Luo Xiu stood frozen in place, his hands unsure where to rest. Thank you. Without you, I never could have broken through to the Divine Phoenix holy body. Everything I have now is thanks to you, thanks to the Luo family. From this day forward, you are my man, Qingxue. Even if you possess no cultivation at all, I will still stand guard by your side. Until we grow old together in solitude. Qingxue leaned quietly against Luo Xiu's chest, her tone earnest. With that, she slowly closed her eyes. Recalling the illusory realm of the past half-month, Luo Xiu's figure had appeared countless times in her mind. Whenever she pushed her cultivation to its limits, she faced the turmoil of her inner demons. Each time she was on the verge of collapse, Luo Xiu appeared like a god descended from the heavens, helping her overcome the obstacles within her heart time and time again. The Luo Xiu within the illusions was overwhelmingly powerful, so powerful that she could nestle in his embrace, quietly basking in the serenity. Those scenes felt profoundly familiar to Qingxue, strengthening her resolve. Even if Luo Xiu possessed no cultivation now, she would never let him go again. Moreover, with her current constitution, dual cultivation with Luo Xiu would undoubtedly help him break through that insurmountable barrier to cultivation. Perhaps this was fate. Qingxue quietly savored the warmth in Luo Xiu's embrace, familiarizing herself with his scent. Seeing there was nothing left for them to do, the surrounding Heavenly Gate disciples sensibly withdrew. Luo Xiu felt as if he were in a dream, yet his mind was filled with confusion. This girl's transformation was too drastic. Not only had she grown more beautiful, but her entire aura had undergone a complete transformation. What on earth had she been through these past 10-odd days? Luo Xiu didn't bother to dwell on it. If what this girl said was sincere, then hadn't his love finally arrived? After all, she was his future wife. A hug was perfectly natural. So he clasped his hands together and pulled the beauty into his embrace. The two embraced amidst the thunder-ravaged ruins, as beautiful as lovers parting life and death after a great battle. They clung tightly to each other, lost in the moment for who knew how long. Ahem. A cough shattered the silence between them. Luo Zhangtian, holding Lin Yuero's hand, slowly approached the pair. At Luo Zhangtian's approach, Lin Yuero shot him a sideways glare. Carry on, we're just passing through. Luo Zhangtian finally snapped out of it, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Lin Yuero was utterly speechless, covering her face to avoid looking at the man. Qingxue hurriedly pulled away from Luo Xiu's embrace, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Luo Xiu merely scratched his head awkwardly. Alright. We're all family here. Let's talk in the main hall. Lin Yuero said softly with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. On the other side, at the Tianqi Empire's imperial palace, Emperor Lin Tianhui of the Tianqi Empire, crowned in radiating authority, wore a purple gold robe embroidered with 9 dragons, his presence commanding respect without a word. All the elders of the Council of Elders sat around him. Their faces were equally stern, their eyes burning with fury as they glared at Lin Tianhui. The silence stretched on for an unknown length of time. Lin Tianhui, look at the subordinates you've cultivated. What kind of men are these? Demanded a senior elder seated at the head of the council, confronting Lin Tianhui directly. This elder was the most senior and highest-ranking member of the council, known as the Revered One of Tianqi. A formidable peak Xuanshuan realm powerhouse, he was the one all members of the council looked up to and followed. The 3 reverends dispatched today had also acted under his orders. And everything Luo Zhangtian had done today filled him with fury. As the revered Tianqi spoke, the elders within the council erupted like a raging flood. Heaven forbid. What kind of state of affairs is this? How dare Luo Zhangtian, a non-royal prince, show such contempt for the Council of Elders? This is tantamount to challenging the very authority of the entire Tianqi Empire. Exactly. You must strip him of his title as a non-royal prince. Exactly. And he must surrender his military authority, or else he'll continue to act with utter lawlessness. The members of the Council of Elders spoke one after another, yet Lin Tianhui, seated upon the dragon throne, remained silent, listening quietly to their accusations. Only after every elder had spoken did he sweep his gaze around the chamber, his voice cold and detached. Is that all? Hearing Lin Tianhui's detached tone, the elders' expressions tightened, yet none dared speak again. Seeing this, Lin Tianhui continued, I wish to ask you all, what was the original purpose behind establishing the Council of Elders? Silence persisted. No one will speak, eh? Then let me refresh your memories. To uphold the nation's destiny, assist the sovereign, and bring stability to the realm. Do you all remember? Yet what have you done today? You stormed into the home of a loyal border commander and seized his daughter-in-law. And you dare complain to me? Have you not broken the heart of a loyal subject? Where do you intend to place the Tianqi Empire? Lin Tianhui roared with fury. To commit such beastly acts for selfish desires, and you dare call yourselves elders of the Tianqi Empire? Had we known this would happen, we should have dismantled your faction entirely from the start. Hearing this, the elders' faces flushed with shame. Yet when Lin Tianhui mentioned dismantling the Council of Elders, their hearts tightened once more. This matter need not be discussed further. Should any of you commit further transgressions, I shall not hesitate to destroy the Council of Elders. You are all warned. With that, Lin Tianhui rose from the dragon throne and departed the council chamber. He left behind a group of elders staring at each other in disbelief. They didn't doubt Lin Tianhui's capability. After all, it was Lin Tianhui and Luo Zhangtian who had already thrown the council into utter chaos, nearly bringing it to its knees. Now they have once again provoked these two gods of death. If they make another move, the Council of Elders will be on the brink of dissolution. Alright, we were indeed in the wrong this time. Moving forward, everyone must tread carefully. Our standing is growing weaker by the day, the heavenly awakening sage admonished helplessly. This. With the leader having spoken, the others could only reluctantly abandon their plans to recruit and cultivate Qingxue. Chapter 13, The Mysterious Family. This is how this setting is designed. I hope everyone understands the protagonist is a growth-type character. With powerful parents present, the character's murderous nature simply cannot be portrayed. In the grand hall of the burial Heavenly King's residence. Yuero, please take our daughter-in-law downstairs to change her clothes, Luo Zhangtian said with a smile. Lin Yuero finally snapped out of it. Qingxue's robes were covered in dust after her breakthrough. She tapped her forehead, laughing self-deprecatingly, oh dear, look at me, I completely forgot about this whole thing. Come with me, child. Qingxue nodded with a smile. After her breakthrough, all the impurities had been expelled from her body, leaving her sticky and uncomfortable. Indeed, it was time to bathe and wash away the impurities. After the two departed, Luo Zhangtian fixed his gaze intently on Luo Xiu. He seemed to be searching for some clue in his eyes. Under his father's intense gaze, Luo Xiu felt a chill run down his spine. Could this stepfather have discovered something? A faint unease stirred within him. After staring for a long while, Luo Zhangtian didn't call him out. Instead, he chuckled, what? See me and suddenly act like you don't know me? Got into trouble again? What nonsense! Father, you're staring at me like that. I'm no beauty, of course I'm scared. Luo Xiu maintained his usual flippant demeanor. Enough. Your little tricks might fool your mother, but do you really think you can fool your old man? Luo Xiu. Come here. Luo Zhangtian beckoned, motioning Luo Xiu to his side. Luo Xiu had no choice but to comply, approaching his father with a hint of awkwardness. Without a word, Luo Zhangtian gathered golden mystical energy in his palm, an endless surge of power coalescing within his hand. Then placed that palm atop Luo Xiu's head. Golden mystical energy slowly seeped into Luo Xiu's skull, permeating his entire body and stimulating his nerves. Luo Xiu felt an indescribable sense of ease wash over his entire body. For this mystical energy was actually soothing the violent Asura bloodline within him. Under the powerful assault of the mystical energy, the erosion of the Asura bloodline seemed so insignificant. Simultaneously, the Asura demonic patterns within Luo Xiu's body slowly surfaced, extending even further this time from his neck all the way to his face. As if intent on fully awakening the Asura bloodline within him, soon both of their bodies were enveloped in a swirling radiance. Instantly, a golden barrier formed, sealing them off from the outside world. Luo Xiu's once frenzied Asura bloodline was instantly pacified under the suppression of this profound energy. It dared not run wild any longer. Luo Zhangtian continued to channel mystical energy into his palm without pause. However, as he intensified his efforts, his brows furrowed slightly, the strain evident. Moments later, a vast, godlike radiance of golden mystical energy suddenly blossomed within Luo Xiu's body. This energy eroded the Asura meridians within him, repairing all the missing pathways. Wherever it passed, his Asura bloodline seemed purified, taking on a purple-gold hue. The once uncontrollable urge to kill was now effortlessly mastered by Luo Xiu. The Asura bloodline was instantly activated. A humming sound echoed. Hum. The Asura demonic patterns within Luo Xiu's body slowly transformed from black to a purple-gold hue, an incredibly profound sight. Luo Xiu felt somewhat at a loss. While sensing the changes within his body, he was secretly shocked by this cheap old man. He never expected him to be so formidable. Not only could he instantly suppress the Asura bloodline bestowed by the system, but he had even enhanced it. Just how powerful was this old man? Luo Xiu's heart raced with awe. System, what's going on here? Luo Xiu desperately wanted to understand what had happened. Host, don't speak. Your father is no ordinary man. He is purifying the Asura demonic energy within you while simultaneously awakening all your Asura talents. The system's tone was filled with astonishment. As an Asura system, it had never witnessed such a brutal and powerful refinement technique before. That such a great power existed in the small Shantian realm and was none other than his host's father. How could this be? Could it be that they never truly belonged to this realm? Amidst the shock, the system sifted through the chaotic data stream and found a sliver of self-comforting information. After a long while, Luo Zhang finally withdrew his mystical energy, his slightly contorted face returning to normal. You little brat. Think you can pull off those petty tricks and escape your own father's watchful eye? If you want to cultivate, just do it openly and honestly. Our family certainly has the means for it. Luo Xiu's face flushed slightly, like a child caught in a secret, unable to meet Luo Zhangtian's gaze. Enough. Everyone has their own path. Just remember this, you are my son, Luo Zhangtian's son. Before Luo Xiu could respond, Luo Zhangtian casually added. That sounded so pretentious. Luo Xiu stared at Luo Zhangtian in utter shock. He never imagined his stepfather could be so domineering. Even the system was stunned. Just how powerful must he be? There seems to be something in your mind. Your soul fluctuations are peculiar, very strange. Luo Zhangtian looked at Luo Xiu with a meaningful gaze. Damn it, even the system can detect this? System, are you being a bit too useless? You can detect this? Luo Xiu asked the system, both shocked and utterly speechless. This dad's got major swagger. The system was stunned too. Host, please don't expose me. I'll be erased, the system's urgent voice rang out. You're that scared? Luo Xiu rolled his eyes. I'll explain everything later. Under no circumstances tell him about my existence, he's incredibly powerful. With that, the system vanished without a trace, refusing to respond no matter how much Luo Xiu called out. Luo Xiu sighed in resignation. Luo Zhangtian was still waiting for the rest of his explanation. He didn't want that thing to affect his son. Father, Luo Xiu's expression darkened slightly as he whispered, that's my cultivation method. Please don't ask about it. And don't tell anyone I'm capable of cultivating, okay? Luo Zhangtian frowned slightly. Other matters he could overlook, but the entity within Luo Xiu's mind felt more like a living being. It didn't seem like a human soul, but rather an existence akin to a law or principle. Such entities lacked human emotions, and he feared Luo Xiu might be corrupted by it, straying onto the wrong path. After all, the Asura bloodline was inherently bloodthirsty. Without proper guidance, his son might plunge into an abyss of darkness. But since his son didn't want him to interfere, he could only let it be. Since you insist, I won't pry further. But if that thing ever threatens you, I'll eradicate it without hesitation. Luo Zhangtian declared in a grave tone. These words seemed less directed at Luo Xiu and more at the system residing within his mind. The system erupted in chaos, urgently addressing Luo Xiu. Host, rest assured. This system will never interfere with your actions. Its sole purpose is to enhance your strength. Father, rest assured. I know my limits. Luo Xiu nodded firmly. This was his father's way of showing concern. How could he not see that? That's good. I had planned to wait until I'd led you both away from this place before helping you rebuild your meridians. I never imagined. But since you've chosen your own path, what happens next is entirely up to you. To become a true powerhouse, solitude is inevitable. Luo Zhangtian sighed softly, his eyes flickering with the loneliness of time's passage. His back seemed towering. Luo Xiu stared at his weathered silhouette and instinctively felt it belonged to an untouchable powerhouse. Was it an illusion? Luo Xiu snapped back to reality and shook his head to himself. Luo Zhangtian slowly turned back, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Luo Xiu, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Sure, father has something he wishes to discuss with you. What is it? After pondering for a long while, as if making up his mind, he addressed Luo Xiu. Once all these matters are settled, I may need to take your mother and brother away for a while. Luo Xiu froze for a moment, then asked with some confusion, where are you going? It's a long story. I'll explain everything to you in detail when we have time later. Luo Zhangtian turned away, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed toward the horizon, his voice tinged with resignation. Luo Xiu saw the desolation and loneliness in his eyes. An invisible pressure flickered across the powerful man's brow and eyes in that instant, his former brilliance gone. Yet these emotions flickered only briefly in his eyes. Regaining his composure, his expression instantly turned grave. There are things you're not qualified to know yet. Just know this, we never truly belonged here. That is enough. What did he mean, not belong here? What's going on? Has the map refreshed again? Luo Xiu pondered the words thoughtfully. As a former Earthling, how could he not grasp the meaning behind those words? It seemed his entire family wasn't from this world to begin with. No wonder Luo Xiu had discovered his system. But why hadn't they brought him along? With his current strength, he wasn't exactly weak, was he? Before Luo Xiu could ask, Luo Xiu sighed helplessly. Sure, don't blame us. We can't take you back now because that realm has encountered problems and become extremely dangerous. Your strength isn't sufficient yet. We can't protect you properly, so it's best for you to stay here for now. Not strong enough? I'm pretty powerful, you know. Luo Xiu was puzzled and a bit defiant. Don't be ridiculous. With your half-baked skills, they could wipe you out in one breath. That realm is far more dangerous than the Xiantian realm. Don't venture there recklessly until you're stronger. Luo Xiu spoke as he retrieved a token from his spatial realm and handed it to Luo Xiu. Don't blame us, this is an unavoidable necessity. This is a space-breaking spirit talisman. Keep it safe. When you break through to the Emperor Xian realm, this token will guide you to us. Then you can come find us. Luo Xiu examined the token in his hand. It appeared utterly ordinary. Yet within it lay a profound, mysterious power, not ordinary Xian energy. Instead, it was the even more wondrous power of immortal spirit. What an extraordinary power, Luo Xiu thought, his face filled with astonishment. It seemed his father's world was truly extraordinary. Gripping the token tightly, Luo Xiu nodded firmly. Father, since you have matters to attend to, you should return first. Rest assured, once I gain the strength, I will definitely come find you. Very well. The situation is urgent. We may have to leave in 2 or 3 months. Spend this time with your mother. Her memories and power haven't fully recovered yet. During our absence, she'll miss you terribly. Luo Xiu nodded with satisfaction. At last, his child had grown up and no longer required his constant worry. Make sure to comfort her. Understood. Luo Xiu nodded solemnly. Though he was a transmigrator, this news still shook him to his core. He felt utterly disheartened. Chapter 14, Heading to the Mu family for the engagement. Plot requirements necessitate this somewhat abrupt development, but please bear with me, it will only get better from here. 2 months later. Tianqi Empire Imperial Palace. Brother Tian, are you really going back? Lin Tianhui frowned slightly as he looked at Luo Xiu before him. What else? Become a petty tyrant here like you? I don't have your leisurely disposition. Luo Xiu casually sat down on the dragon throne, crossed his legs, and looked at Lin Tianhui with utter indifference. You know what? This throne is actually pretty comfortable. Heh. If you like it so much, I can let you have it. Lin Tianhui said earnestly. No thanks, I don't have that kind of leisurely disposition. Luo Xiu hastily declined. What a pain. Hearing this, Lin Tianhui clenched his fists slightly before slowly releasing them as if remembering something. He knew what Brother Tian was about to do, and ultimately, he couldn't help him. Brother Tian, didn't we agree not to get involved in that mess again? Lin Tianhui sounded reluctant, trying his best to persuade Luo Xiu to stay. Luo Xiu picked up the tea on the table and took a small sip. Setting the cup down, he spoke slowly. Tianhui, you're thinking too simplistically. Some things simply must be done. We've avoided them for so many years, it's time to face them head-on. But... Lin Tianhui tried to protest further, but Luo Xiu cut him off. Enough, Tianhui. We brothers have said all we need to say. I'll have Xiu stay behind. Just help me look after him. Fine. Brother Tian, I'm useless. I can't help you at all. Lin Tianhui said, sounding somewhat dejected. What nonsense are you talking about? Haven't I left you a seed to care for? If anything happens to him, I'll hold you personally responsible. Luo Xiu's words seemed like blame, but they were actually meant to comfort him. Brother Tian. Lin Tianhui felt deeply moved, yet his emotions were a tangled mess. They had promised to face hardships together, yet in the end, he had backed down. Enough with the fussing. We brothers will meet again when time allows. I hope we can still raise a glass together then. I'm leaving. With that, Luo Xiu rose and strode toward the palace exit. Lin Tianhui watched his lonely retreating figure, a pang of sadness welling up inside him. Brother Tian, don't blame me. I have my own mission too. 2 days later. Luo Tian returned from the frontier to the Luo family estate. He immediately gave Luo Xiu a big hug, then playfully slapped him on the forehead, laughing boisterously, You little rascal. You knew your brother was back, yet you didn't even come out to greet me. Luo Xiu clutched his head, looking at his brother with a hint of hurt. Ouch, bro. The brothers embraced once more. Bro, when you and Dad left for the frontier, I begged to come with you. You were the one who wouldn't let me. You even said if I snuck along, you'd break my legs. I'm still mad about that. Luo Xiu feigned anger, though deep down he was overjoyed. Seeing his brother return safe and sound meant more than anything else. After all, war wasn't child's play. Missing limbs was the least of one's worries. You fool, do you think war is some joke? There are no beautiful women or fine wine for you to enjoy over there. Luo Tian laughed. Then why are you blaming me? Luo Xiu clutched his head. Big bro, that slap nearly knocked my brains out. Alright. When did you become so sensitive? You secretly found yourself a wife at home, and I'm not allowed to be upset? Hey, where's your little wife? Aren't you going to bring her out for your big brother to see? Luo Tian looked around. She's out shopping with mom. I heard you guys are heading home soon. Luo Xiu's eyes dimmed with a hint of melancholy, his heart aching with reluctance. He wanted to go back with his parents and brother too, but going now would only cause trouble. Besides, he had a fiancée here. Luo Tian noticed the sadness in his younger brother's eyes and smiled reassuringly. Silly boy, it's not that you can't go back. It's just too dangerous right now. You should stay here for now. Once I clear a safe path home for you, I'll come back for you. For now, just stay here and be your playboy self. Seeing his brother's indulgent gaze, Luo Xiu lowered his head in shame. Ultimately, he was still too weak to be of any help. If only he'd awakened the system sooner. Perhaps he could have accompanied them home now. He must strengthen himself as soon as possible. Luo Xiu silently resolved within himself. Just as the brothers exchanged pleasantries, Lin Yuero returned home with Mu Qingxue. Lin Yuero's eyes lit up with joy the moment she saw Luo Tian, who threw himself into his mother's arms like a child. Mom, I missed you so much. Lin Yuero nearly stumbled backward. Beside her, Mu Qingxue stared in stunned silence. Observing this man who bore such a striking resemblance to Luo Xiu, a realization dawned upon her. You little rascal, still acting like this. No respect for elders. Your sister-in-law is here, get out of the way. Lin Yuero scolded playfully. Still, she gently ruffled Luo Tian's hair. Seeing her eldest son, now even darker skinned than before, Lin Yuero felt a pang of pity. Ah! Startled by his mother's reminder, Luo Tian snapped back to his senses. He quickly pulled away from his mother's embrace, as if afraid his younger sister-in-law would laugh at him. Mu Qingxue watched this tender scene unfold, feeling a pang of emotion. Huan approached Luo Xiu, who promptly and unapologetically hooked his arm through hers, grinning as he said, "This is my big brother, even more childish than me." Hearing this, Luo Tian's face flushed crimson. He strode over to Luo Xiu, grabbed his ear, and snapped, "You little brat, you're asking for it again, aren't you? Ow. Brother, ease up." Luo Xiu grimaced, writhing in pain. Luo Tian couldn't care less. If he didn't discipline his younger brother enough when he was little, he wouldn't be able to when he grew up. That lesson was forever etched in his mind. Sister-in-law, don't listen to this brat. I'm just overjoyed to see mother after so long. Luo Tian explained to Mu Qingxue while tugging Luo Xiu's ear. Mu Qingxue watched the affectionate brothers and smiled faintly. Wife, save me, ah. Luo Xiu looked helplessly at Mu Qingxue. Beside them, Lin Yuero helplessly twisted Luo Tian's ear. The brothers always had to share the blame equally. Mom, what are you doing? Ow. Let go. Luo Tian instantly grimaced in pain. You bully your brother the moment you get back. Let go immediately. Fine. Luo Tian quickly let go. Today was truly a case of hurting the enemy 1,000, but hurting himself 800. He'd never fought such a humiliating battle on the front lines. Alright, Mom, you let go too, or my ear really will fall off. Luo Tian quickly pleaded. That's more like it. As Lin Yuero released her grip, the two brothers clutched their ears. Qingxue, these two brats spoiled rotten since childhood, they never learned to behave. Please don't take offense. Lin Yuero turned to Mu Qingxue, her eyes brimming with exasperation. It's fine. He deserved that. Mu Qingxue shot Luo Xiu a knowing smile. Luo Xiu had bullied her often enough. Today, she finally got to see someone put him in his place. She couldn't be happier. Luo Xiu watched his wife's expression and inwardly groaned at her dark heart. This wife of mine has way too much of a vindictive streak. So what if he kissed her a few times without permission and slept with her for a few days? Was that really necessary? But he dared not voice his thoughts now. He'd have to wait until nightfall to settle the score, letting this lovely vixen taste his own fiery temper. Tian'er is back too. Since that's the case, let's set out. Luo Zhangtian slowly walked in from behind. Seeing Luo Tian had returned, he nodded and said. Mu Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. Her clear eyes glanced briefly at Luo Xiu, just as Luo Xiu was looking at her. Both lowered their heads simultaneously. For them, today was a very special day. Seeing the two of them looking so bashful, Luo Tian couldn't help but tease, "What are you blushing for? Little sister-in-law, once your family formally proposes marriage, you'll be part of the Luo family." With that, Luo Tian turned and slung his arm around Luo Xiu's shoulder, teasing him with a knowing look. Ah, you really are blessed with good fortune, aren't you? Go play in the mud somewhere. If you miss your wife so much, go find yourself one. Luo Xiu retorted, speechless. Fine, fine, fine. Tomorrow I'll find you a sister-in-law. On the day you come home, I'll marry her off right before your eyes. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiu. The couple watched the two brothers, their faces filled with helpless resignation. They'll never grow up. Soon after, the entire family boarded the flying vehicle and set off in full force toward the Qingxue family's residence. Today was the day for the marriage proposal and engagement. The scale of the procession was truly grand. By the time they reached the outskirts of the imperial city, countless ceremonial guards were already waiting. Even Emperor Lin Tianqi of the Tianqi Empire was present. The moment he spotted Luo Zhangtian, Lin Tianqi leapt forward to greet him. Congratulations, brother Tian. Lin Tianqi grinned. Why congratulate me? It's not me getting married. Go congratulate that kid instead. Luo Zhangtian replied, somewhat speechless. Lin Tianqi stared at the old rascal, his face darkening. Brother Tian, still the same carefree, unrestrained brother Tian he knew. No mistake about it. But, with him returning like this, the upper realm was bound to suffer again. Lin Tianqi shook his head helplessly. Lin Yuero shot him a glare before turning to Lin Tianqi, her gaze softening slightly. You little rascal, you don't need to tag along today. There's still plenty to handle back in the Empire. Your intentions are appreciated. Got it, sis. Lin Tianqi instantly transformed, nodding obediently. Having been raised by his sister and Luo Zhangtian, he naturally obeyed her every word. Sis, you two go ahead. I'll see you off from here. I've already issued an edict to the entire realm, give Xiu a grand ceremony. And behind me are 10 imperial honor guards. Take them with you. It'll make you look good. Lin Tianqi waved his hand, and the procession behind him slowly rose into the air, converging upon a massive flying vessel. Alright, we'll accept these honor guards. Finally, under Lin Tianhui's watchful gaze, the two massive flying vessels slowly ascended toward Qingxue City. Chapter 15, The Engagement. One day later. Qingxue City. The city's major clans and the city lord gathered outside the gates to welcome them. Two massive airships slowly approached from the distance. Over 10,000 onlookers had gathered, drawn by the spectacle. Look, they're here, someone exclaimed the moment the ships came into view. The chatter below instantly fell silent as heads craned upward, eyes fixed on the sky. What an imposing presence. Truly befitting the wedding of a prince's son. This display is nothing short of spectacular. What magnificent ships. I doubt the combined wealth of our entire city could afford even one of them. The Mu family has truly made something of themselves, managing to climb into the royal family's circle. Ah, who can argue with that? It seems the fate of this entire city is about to be completely transformed. From now on, the Mu family will likely rule this city. Other clans might not even have room to resist. The Mu family truly raised a remarkable daughter, unparalleled in talent and breathtakingly beautiful. Such fortune was bound to come their way sooner or later. Enough of this. It's none of our business anyway. Haven't you noticed how the major families nearby have turned a bit pale? Keep talking, and we might be the ones to suffer. Only then did the crowd realize that several major families within the city were among those present. They all fell silent, daring not to utter another word. Father, it seems the city is about to undergo a major upheaval. With the support of the burial Heavenly King's mansion, the Mu family is poised to seize control. A young man standing beside the city lord clenched his fists tightly, his voice tinged with reluctance. His composed gaze grew slightly heavy, though he said nothing more, his eyes fixed intently on the sky as two airships approached slowly. Members of other clans also wore grave expressions. The Mu family had been on the brink of ruin. It wouldn't be long before they were forced out of Qingxue City. And now, out of nowhere, the burial king's mansion had emerged. How could they not take this seriously? They were merely a minor family in a small city of the Tianqi Empire. Before a mighty prince, they were nothing but ants. The burial king has arrived. Dong. In the distant sky, the royal bell tolled, heralding the prince's arrival. All present turned toward the heavens in reverence, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. At the bow of the airship, Luo Zhangtian stood imposing and formidable. Rise, he said, casting a brief glance at the crowd below. Thank you, your highness. Their voices echoed across the heavens as the two ships descended slowly to the ground. 10 royal honor guards accompanying the procession struck up the wedding march, instantly transforming the tense atmosphere into one of celebration. The Mu family members beamed with joy. This was undoubtedly their clan's most glorious moment. As the group disembarked, the city lord hurried forward and bowed to Luo Zhangtian, declaring, Xueshan, lord of Qingxue City, greets the heavenly king Zhang. Luo Zhangtian raised his eyes to look at him, appraising him briefly before speaking. You are the city lord of this domain? Yes, your highness. Xueshan dared not raise his head, still bearing his bow. Where are the members of the Mu family? They're in the procession ahead. We've made all necessary preparations to welcome your highness. Enough, enough. Why all this pomp and circumstance? Dismiss the men. Just lead us to the Mu family. Luo Xiu surveyed the sea of people before him, utterly speechless. Yes. Shuishan spoke, then strode swiftly toward the crowd behind her, instructing them to disperse the onlookers. Accompanied by Luo Xiu, Mu Qingxue slowly descended from the spacecraft, her eyes darting anxiously through the crowd in search of her clan members. Her gaze finally locked onto the Mu clan members directly ahead. Luo Xiu, those are my clan members. Mu Qingxue pointed ahead, her voice brimming with delight as she addressed Luo Xiu. I see them, silly girl. Luo Xiu replied with a hint of indulgence. Let's go. Luo Xiu slowly addressed the group behind him. The group once again moved swiftly toward the direction of the Mu family. The head of the Mu family was visibly tense, his aged hands fidgeting restlessly. This humble one, Mu Liang, head of the Mu family, pays his respects to the burial heaven king. As he bowed deeply, the clan members behind him followed suit. Greetings, burial heavenly king. My dear-in-law, no need for such formalities. Just escort us into the city, we'll discuss matters over wine later. Luo Xiu laughed warmly. Yes. Hearing Luo Xiu's warm words, Mu Liang felt flustered and nodded stiffly. Please. The procession then set off in grand fashion toward the Mu residence. Long before Luo Xiu and the others arrived, the Mu family had made thorough preparations, with dozens of banquet tables already set up throughout the courtyard. The moment everyone arrived, they could take their seats. The table of honor naturally belonged to Luo Xiu, Luo Xiu, and the Mu family's decision-makers. Even the city's major clans and the city lord were not permitted to join them at the table. Since each table could only accommodate about 10 people, and they weren't the main guests of honor today, they naturally couldn't join the main table. This delighted the Mu family members immensely. However, those seated at the main table appeared visibly tense. Mu Qingxue's adoptive parents dared not meet the gaze of Lin Yuero and the others, lowering their heads as if afraid of saying the wrong thing. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue felt a pang of sadness. Her parents had never held a high status within the Mu family. Now, having them seated at this lofty main table was indeed something they struggled to adjust to. But today was her engagement ceremony, they deserved to be seated here. To ease her parents' tension, she sat between her adoptive parents, clasping one hand in each of their hands as she reassured them, Father, Mother, there's no need to be nervous. Today is my engagement day, we should be celebrating. Ah. All right. Hearing their daughter speak, the two elders felt considerably more at ease, their trembling bodies easing slightly. Once everyone was seated, 10 royal ceremonial bands began playing music once more. The courtyard instantly came alive with bustling activity, though no one dared touch the food on the tables. The prince hadn't given the signal yet, how could they dare to eat? They could only wait obediently. Only after everyone had taken their seats did Luo Xiu slowly rise. Picking up a cup of wine, he declared, Thank you all for honoring us with your presence today. This is the day my son, Luo Xiu, and Mu Qingxue, daughter of the Mu family, are betrothed. It is an exceptionally auspicious day. I raise this cup to you all. Only then did the guests rise sparingly, hastily grasping the cups before them and declaring, We raise our cups to the prince. May the crown prince's betrothal be blessed. May their hearts be forever united. A cup of wine, drained in one gulp. Enough said. Everyone, eat and drink freely. Today, there are no distinctions of status. Let's celebrate with all the merriment we can muster. Luo Xiu set down his cup and laughed. Hearing his words, the crowd finally relaxed, chatting and laughing among themselves. Your Highness, allow me to offer you a toast. Mu Liang rose, cup in hand. Excellent. Let us all drink together. Luo Xiu responded with a smile. Agreed. The entire in-law group rose one after another, clinking cups in unison. Mu Qingxue seemed less accustomed to alcohol after just half a cup, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yet the flush on her cheeks only made her appear more charming and alluring. The couple beside her immediately comforted her, Silly girl, take it slow. Mu Qingxue nodded and smiled. Luo Xiu glanced at her before slowly rising. He lifted his cup and declared, I thank my future in-laws for entrusting me with such a precious daughter. This blessing is more than I could ever hope for in 10 lifetimes. I raise this cup to you both. Very well, we also toast to the young prince. The couple nervously raised their cups and drained them in unison with Luo Xiu. After another round of merry drinking, Luo Xiu finally spoke solemnly, Dear in-laws, regarding the marriage of these two children, if you have any thoughts or requests, please speak freely. With the wine's gentle buzz setting them at ease, the guests relaxed. Hearing Luo Xiu's question, Mu Liang quietly replied, Your Highness, having Mu Qingxue marry into the prince's household is already beyond our station. As for the dowry, whatever you deem appropriate is sufficient, no need to make a big deal of it. He was a man of generous spirit. Though his family had fallen on hard times, he would never use such matters as leverage. The child's happiness was paramount. Ha ha. Brother Mu, you're a straightforward man. But the proper betrothal gifts must not be skimped on. Besides, the destinies of our two families will be intertwined from now on. Mutual support is the path to lasting prosperity. Take these tokens of my respect. Luo Xiu laughed heartily, pulling a new ring from his spatial ring and handing it to Mu Liang. This is my Luo family's dowry. I hope you won't find it insufficient. Mu Liang hastily accepted the ring, but instead of inspecting its contents, he replied with flattered gratitude, Your Highness, you honor us so greatly. Truly, whether you give anything or not matters little to us. As long as our children can live happily together with sincere hearts, we are content. We're not from some grand noble house, just a family from a small town. We have no grand ambitions. Only Qingxue's talent for cultivation was something we never imagined. But now that she's married into the prince's household, we can rest easy. Should she ever fall short in any way, we humbly ask for your highness's understanding and forgiveness. Ha ha ha. Of course. But keep these items. They may prove useful someday. Should you ever need anything, feel free to come to the royal household. Agreed. Has the prince set a date for the wedding? Mu Liang inquired. There's no rush. It depends on the children's wishes. Very well. Let the young couple cultivate their bond. After 3 rounds of wine, amid the crowd's cheers, the future bride and groom drank a cup of ceremonial wine together, sealing the match. After the feast, Luo Xiu and the others had to hurry back, as it was impractical for so many to stay overnight. The setting sun painted the horizon crimson as night slowly crept in. Brother Mu, we shan't linger much longer. Let Xiu stay behind to keep you company. If you have any requests, just tell him. I also have a favor to ask. I hope Qingxue can reside at the prince's mansion long term. Firstly, I want the 2 children to bond, and secondly, I wish for him to manage the mansion. Mu Liang paused, then turned to Mu Qingxue beside him, seeking her opinion. Child, what do you think? I'm fine with either. Mu Qingxue replied shyly. Luo Xiu chuckled quietly to himself. After all, he and his father had suggested this. How else could they build a bond when the bride wasn't present? Very well. Once you've had your fill of home life, you may go to the prince's residence to assist his highness and the others. There's little pressing business here anyway, we can manage everything ourselves. Alright. Chapter 16, Inheriting the Throne. Luo Xiu and the others depart. 1 month later. After staying at the Mu residence for a month, Luo Xiu and Mu Qingxue received a letter from Lin Yuero. The 2 hurriedly set off for the imperial capital. Throughout the journey, Luo Xiu's heart felt heavy. The 3-month deadline his father had set had passed. This return might very well be their final farewell. On the spaceship, Mu Qingxue watched Luo Xiu, lost in thought, and slowly approached him. Luo Xiu had already told her about his parents' departure. When Mu Qingxue first heard the news, she was quite shocked. She never imagined Luo Xiu's family wasn't even on the Tianqian continent. Don't be sad. Didn't you say they left you a key to return home? Once my strength is sufficient, we can go find them. Mu Qingxue sat beside Luo Xiu, took his hand, and comforted him. Feeling the warmth radiating from her hand, Luo Xiu finally snapped out of his whirlwind of thoughts. I'm fine, my dear. Luo Xiu forced a faint smile, determined not to let his emotions affect Mu Qingxue. That's good. Mu Qingxue smiled gently. The spaceship slowly came to a halt above the sky of the Tianqi Imperial City. The 2 stepped off the ship together, their heavy footsteps carrying them toward the Tomb King's mansion. He had thought he would be able to see his parents one last time, but when they arrived at the mansion, only a group of servants were there to greet them. The servants wore somber expressions, and the old steward stared at Luo Xiu without uttering a word. Seeing this, Luo Xiu suddenly realized something and immediately sprinted toward the house. Wait! Young prince! The steward called out as Luo Xiu passed by. Luo Xiu finally halted his steps, and the steward drew a letter from his bosom, handing it to Luo Xiu. This is a letter from His Highness the Prince. Luo Xiu took the heavy letter without a word. Looking up at the magnificent prince's mansion, it now seemed so desolate. He had already known this would be the outcome. Mu Qingxue approached his side. Glancing at the letter in his hand, she understood too. The 2 entered the mansion in silence. As soon as they sat down, Luo Xiu stared at the heavy book cover in his hands. Seeing him hesitate to open it, Mu Qingxue gently took it from his hands and said softly, "Let me help you read it." Luo Xiu exhaled deeply and nodded. Opening the letter, Mu Qingxue read softly, "Sure, by the time you open this letter, we may have already left the Xintian realm. Please forgive our departure without farewell. We feared saying goodbye to you, dreaded the scene of parting. We feared we might soften our hearts. Please forgive us, will you? From now on, you will be the only one left in the Xintian realm. You must take good care of yourself and of Qingxue. Don't be so reckless and playful anymore. We love you deeply. Leaving you behind was never our intention, it was to protect you better. The world we're heading to is incredibly dangerous. But rest assured, by the time you return, everything will be settled. Signed, your loving parents and brother." Mu Qingxue finished reading the letter and glanced at Luo Xiu beside her. He sat silently, lost in thought. She understood Luo Xiu's feelings perfectly. Silently, she sat beside him and slipped her arm through his. They sat in silence, neither speaking. As night fell, Luo Xiu fought to control his emotions, slowly emerging from the depths of longing and sorrow. For the first time, he experienced the profound sorrow of separation, tasting the agony of parting from loved ones. Luo Xiu closed his eyes tightly, immersing himself in the emotion, determined to etch this moment into his memory forever. It was an emotion he had never known on Earth. Qingxue watched Luo Xiu with his eyes tightly shut, unsure how to comfort him next. This was her first time encountering such a situation too. Luo Xiu. Qingxue called softly. Don't be sad. We'll have chances to meet again. Trust me. Honey, I'm fine. I'm hungry. Luo Xiu forced a faint smile as he spoke. Seeing him finally speak, Qingxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Then wait here. With that, she rose to head toward the imperial kitchen, determined to cook a meal for Luo Xiu herself. Luo Xiu reached back and pulled her into his arms. Don't go. Stay with me a little longer. Caught off guard, Qingxue fell directly into his embrace. Hearing his soft words, she nodded gently. Luo Xiu inhaled the scent of incense lingering on her skin, tears welling in his eyes. They're gone. I have no family left in this world. No matter where I go, I'll still be alone. Silly girl, you still have me. Qingxue embraced her like a mother, offering comfort. The two remained embraced for an unknown length of time. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Xiu had drifted off to sleep, lying quietly in Qingxue's arms. Luo Xiu. Husband. After calling his name twice in exasperation and seeing no response, Qingxue carried him back inside. The next morning. After waking up, Luo Xiu looked around in confusion. Only after confirming he was in his own room did he relax. Just then, Qingxue entered with the gentle tenderness unique to a wife. You're awake. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded. Did you carry me back last night? What else could it have been? Receiving her confirmation, Luo Xiu flushed slightly. This was the first time a girl had carried him into a room and it was his fiancée. Alright, stop blushing. Where's your usual thick skin? Get up quickly, I made breakfast for you. Seeing his awkwardness, Qingxue smiled slightly and said. You cooked it yourself? Luo Xiu's face was filled with shock. His own wife could cook? What else could I do? The kitchen chef was supposed to prepare it, but I figured you'd grown tired of all those delicacies. I wanted to make something vegetarian for you, so I took matters into my own hands. Alright. I'll have to properly sample my wife's culinary skills. Luo Xiu hurriedly stood up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Both silently agreed not to bring up last night's incident. Some things were better left unspoken. Seeing Luo Xiu return to his usual, slightly infuriating expression, Qingxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Soon they arrived at the imperial kitchen, where the chefs were still bustling about. Though Luo Xiu now possessed culinary knowledge, he still needed to prepare meals for the entire household. At the burial Heavenly King's residence, there were no class distinctions at mealtime. Everyone ate together in the imperial kitchen. They ate the same food as Luo Xiu and his companions. This was precisely why they followed Luo Zongtian so wholeheartedly. For within the entire mansion, no one ever treated them as servants. Instead, it felt like interactions between friends. Even a spoiled young master like Luo Xiu never made life difficult for them. At that moment, 2 bowls of plain congee stood ready on the vast dining table. Starved all night, Luo Xiu grabbed a bowl and began eating. The very first taste sent shockwaves through him. This is delicious, my dear. It's delicious, so eat more. Qingxue watched Luo Xiu wolfing it down and couldn't help but smile. Seeing him eat with such contentment, an inexplicable sense of ease welled up within Qingxue. At that moment, they resembled nothing more than an ordinary couple enjoying the simple pleasures of life. It all stemmed from the tranquility within their hearts. After the meal, the couple made their way to the main hall and sat down together. With their parents gone, all matters of the royal household now fell to him to manage. However, Luo Xiu had no interest in such matters, so he intended to hand all these responsibilities over to his wife. My dear, I'll leave all matters of the mansion to you. I have no interest in such things. Qingxue shot him a disapproving look. You don't cultivate, so why can't you handle it yourself? I want to start cultivating too. Even without a foundation, I'll just take the path of physical cultivation. Luo Xiu chuckled awkwardly. He still had no intention of revealing his true strength to this naive wife. With his parents and brother gone, who knew how many eyes were now fixed on the burial heaven prince's mansion? He must remain hidden, the unseen hand pulling the strings. Only then could he better protect himself and this household. Fine. But physical cultivation is grueling. Can you endure it? Qingxue asked with concern. Luo Xiu had always been a wealthy young master, never having endured hardship since childhood. Qingxue feared he wouldn't be able to endure it. Still, she didn't oppose it. Having a goal was ultimately a good thing. At least he was finally on the right path. As for whether he succeeded or not, she didn't care. As long as she was by his side, she could ensure he lived a life free of worries. Don't worry. Trust me, Luo Xiu replied with a faint smile. Chapter 17, Apprenticeship, Jade-Faced Asura. The slaughter begins. The night was as dark as ink. The Tomb King's mansion. Luo Xiu's room. Luo Xiu, have you decided which martial arts academy you'll apprentice at? Mu Qingxue gently rested her head on Luo Xiu's shoulder, her voice soft. Mu Qingxue was deeply invested in Luo Xiu's affairs. He had mentioned his intention to cultivate his physique, so she was determined to pave the way for him. That afternoon, she had even gone out of her way to purchase healing herbs and body-refining elixirs needed for his training. All for the sake of helping Luo Xiu. Without realizing when it happened, the two had gradually become each other's pillars of support. Though they were only engaged now, they felt more like a long-married couple. Luo Xiu froze slightly. Had his fiancée not brought it up, he would have completely forgotten he never intended to undergo physical cultivation. He only wanted to work in the shadows. But seeing how earnestly the girl approached this matter, he couldn't brush it off lightly. I'll go find it tomorrow. Rest assured, I'll train diligently. When the time comes, I'll protect you. Luo Xiu gently kissed her forehead and declared firmly. He then pulled her tightly into his embrace. Mu Qingxue lay quietly in Luo Xiu's arms, feeling an inexplicable sense of peace wash over her. They did nothing, simply embracing each other in silent slumber. The next day, determined not to disappoint his wife's expectations, Luo Xiu finally stepped into a physical cultivation martial arts academy. As soon as he reached the entrance, gazing up at the martial arts academy signboard, Luo Xiu found himself speechless. The plaque was covered in moss, and there was no one guarding the door. Had the martial arts school gone out of business? Luo Xiu exhaled and stepped inside with heavy footsteps. The courtyard was overgrown with countless wild plants, looking utterly desolate and abandoned. Is anyone here? I've come to seek a master. Luo Xiu called out, holding out little hope. After a long silence, still no response. Just as he turned to leave, a voice echoed from the inner courtyard, "Come in." The voice was ancient, yet remarkably resonant. Hearing it, Luo Xiu paused, turning to look into the inner courtyard. Still seeing no figure, he thought he must have misheard. He turned to leave once more. The aged voice echoed again, "Not seeking a master?" This time, Luo Xiu heard it clearly. It couldn't have been a mistake. "I want to, but where are you?" Luo Xiu replied, somewhat speechless. Having a conversation through the air? Playing it so mysterious? Was this some kind of shady martial arts school? Then come in. Luo Xiu hesitated for a moment before finally stepping into the inner hall. The inner courtyard looked no different from the outer one, still overgrown with weeds. Deep within the thicket, a figure lay faintly visible. Luo Xiu parted the waist-high grass before him. A small, ruddy-faced old man lay within the thicket, his clothes tattered and torn, his chest and breasts exposed. His appearance was disheveled and unkempt. However, the aura emanating from him sent shockwaves through Luo Xiu. This energy wasn't the mystical qi unique to cultivators, but rather the internal martial energy exclusive to physical cultivators. This aura made Luo Xiu feel a hint of apprehension. After all, even a royal mystic realm powerhouse had never exerted such an oppressive aura over him. Yet today, he had indeed sensed it emanating from a physical cultivator. This old man is incredibly powerful. Luo Xiu thought subconsciously. Kid, you want to train your body? The little old man lay in the haystack, rolled over slightly, and asked with a hint of impatience. Luo Xiu nodded without hesitation. As someone who had traveled through time, he never overlooked such unkempt old men, for they were often the true peerless masters. Not impossible. 2 roasted chickens each morning and evening, plus a jug of fine wine. I'll teach you. The old man held up 2 fingers, waving them before Luo Xiu. Deal. This was no hardship for Luo Xiu. Even 20 roasted chickens a day wouldn't make him bat an eyelid. Very well, this old man takes you as his disciple. Now go out and buy me a roast chicken, and bring back a jug of fine wine. Luo Xiu nodded and turned to leave, but before he could take a step, the old man called him back. Remember this. The roast chicken must be from that purple blood black chicken place in the south of town. I won't eat any other kind, you hear me? As for the fine wine, isn't there plenty in the wine cellar of the burial heavenly king's mansion? Just pick the best jar you can find from there. Off you go, off you go. The little old man finished speaking, waving his hand to urge Luo Xiu to hurry. Hearing the old man's words, Luo Xiu frowned slightly. He hadn't expected the old man to know his identity. Understood, elder. Luo Xiu gave a slight bow before heading outside. Once he was gone, the little old man slowly sat up from the haystack. Sigh, what a hassle. With that, he lay back down and fell asleep. After returning, Luo Xiu gathered everything he needed, bid farewell to Mu Qingxue, and headed toward the old man's martial arts school. Mu Qingxue watched his retreating figure, her brow slightly furrowed. She was certain Luo Xiu had been duped by some charlatan. But seeing how happy Luo Xiu looked, she didn't say much more. Well, let him be. If it makes him happy. The old steward beside him offered a warm smile. Young Master Wan was indeed fortunate to have married such a gentle and virtuous wife. Madam, here are all the accounts for the entire mansion, along with external debts and profit statements from various business ventures. Please review them. The old steward slowly handed a ledger to Mu Qingxue. Qingxue smiled and nodded to the old steward before taking the ledger and sitting down in the courtyard to carefully verify the entries. Now, she had taken charge of all matters concerning the entire mansion. Every detail, big or small, fell under her purview. Since her husband had no desire to manage them, she would simply handle them for him. Luo Xiu soon arrived at the martial arts hall bearing fine wine and roasted chicken. The characters on the plaque had long since been corroded beyond recognition. "Master, I've brought the chicken and wine." Scanning the area, he didn't spot the little old man on the haystack. Luo Xiu called out softly. "Got it. Leave the chicken and wine there. As for you, go to the outer courtyard and hold the horse stance for 3 hours." The old man's voice seemed to come from nowhere. If it hadn't sounded familiar, Luo Xiu wouldn't have been sure if it was the same little old man from before. But since the old man had spoken, Luo Xiu had no choice but to set the wine and chicken on the ground. He then slowly made his way to the outer courtyard and, following the old man's instructions, assumed the horse stance. After a few minutes, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The aching sensation coursing through his legs gave him a sudden burst of energy. It had been ages since he'd felt this kind of pleasurable ache. The last time was during military training in college. Who would have thought? After all this time, he got to feel it again. But damn, this was no human feat. It felt like his entire legs were filled with lead. Just as he was about to slack off and use his mystical energy to recover his stamina, the old man's voice rang out again. "Kid, don't try any tricks." As the old man's voice faded, Luo Xiu felt the gravitational pressure above his head intensify once more. Under the crushing weight of this gravitational pressure, his legs slowly gave way. As if they were about to scrape the ground at any moment, Luo Xiu gritted his teeth. He tried to counter it with his mystical energy, but to his horror, the pressure completely dissipated all the mystical energy within his body. He couldn't muster even a shred of his mystical energy. Only now did he realize that this little old man was a true master. Damn it, I was too careless. For the next 2 hours, Luo Xiu had no recollection of how he endured it. His consciousness had long since blurred into oblivion. Finally, his entire body collapsed. When he awoke, the old man had already tossed him into a barrel filled with medicinal liquid. Elder. Luo Xiu weakly glanced at the old man, who was now munching on a roasted chicken. "Ah, awake. But the roast chicken's gone." The little old man turned his greasy-mouthed face toward Luo Xiu with an apologetic expression. Truth be told, there had been one drumstick left. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, he promptly devoured it in one bite. Just as Luo Xiu tried to shift his body, attempting to move his legs, he found he couldn't muster any strength at all, as if they were severed. Luo Xiu snapped his head up at the old man. "Elder, what's going on? Why can't I feel my legs?" The old man shrugged it off, waving the gnawed chicken leg in his hand. "What do you expect? Holding a horse stance under double gravity? Think everyone can handle that? You're lucky, kid. Some people's leg veins burst after just an hour. Don't worry, it's just temporary nerve paralysis. You'll be fine in a couple of days." Luo Xiu nodded weakly. Chapter 18, Soaring on Qi. Is this little old man a martial saint? 3 days later. Luo Xiu's legs finally recovered. As he gently stepped forward, he felt boundless strength surge through his feet, propelling him forward faster than before. And that was without even using any mystical energy. A flicker of delight crossed Luo Xiu's mind. The benefits of body tempering were undeniably remarkable. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the initial body tempering. Your physical strength has reached the level of a martial sovereign. Ding, body tempering realms, martial artist, martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial sage, martial emperor. After reading the message, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel slightly shocked. He had reached martial sovereign just by doing 3 horse stances? Could it be I possess a talent for physical cultivation? Luo Xiu mused, a hint of self-admiration creeping into his thoughts. Host, you're overthinking it. Those physical enhancements came from hunting Xian beasts earlier. Yesterday's excessive horse stance training nearly pushed you to break through to martial sovereign. Don't get too full of yourself. Luo Xiu was speechless. Even this crappy system was undermining him. Character panel. Host, Luo Xiu. Age, 18. Realm, Xian King Realm, Tier 1. Body refinement, Martial Sovereign. Divine abilities, Asura Divine Realm Sacred Body Tier, Purifiable, Killing Intense Sword Art, Wasteland Heaven/Sword Art. Asura Vitality, 900,000. Asura Bloodline Fully Evolved. Asura Divine Realm, Xian King Realm Boost plus 50%. Luo Xiu hadn't checked his character panel in ages. He'd been fine not looking, but now he was in for a shock. Had his Asura bloodline fully evolved? He carefully recalled the last time his father had performed that powerful baptism for him. It must have been after that event that the evolution began. But what good was it for the bloodline to be fully evolved? Luo Xiu still didn't understand what it meant for the bloodline to be fully evolved. Stronger? He couldn't sense it, but compared to his earlier days of relentless slaughter, he was far less prone to being corrupted by demonic energy. System, use Asura blood essence to enhance cultivation. Received. Enhancing. In an instant, the vital energy within Luo Xiu surged relentlessly, his cultivation level climbing rapidly. Second tier of the Wangxian realm. Third tier of the Wangxian realm. Ninth tier of the Wangxian realm. Boom! A colossal surge of energy erupted from within him, instantly pulverizing everything around him. Every facility within the martial arts academy was utterly destroyed. The entire martial arts hall was reduced to ruins. Emperor Xian realm. Finally. Amidst his elation, he checked his vital energy. It had surged to over 10 times its previous level. The Asura chi he had accumulated earlier vanished instantly. It had all been transferred into his cultivation base. Luo Xiu was thoroughly satisfied. Ding, Asura Divine Realm Emperor Xian Realm boost increased by 10%. Ding, Asura Divine Realm area expanded by 1000 meters. When activated, the host controls its range do not exceed 1000 meters. The smaller the contracted area, the greater the enhancement. Excellent, excellent. The Asura Divine Domain has expanded tenfold and can now be freely contracted. Luo Xiu nodded with satisfaction. On a distant hill, the little old man watched Luo Xiu quietly, a faint smile unconsciously spreading across his face. This child is teachable. But why do I keep sensing something amiss? The old man stroked his beard, feeling quite pleased, then glanced at the pile of rubble. Something seemed off. Ha! Damn it! That little bastard tore my house down. Damn it, my home is gone. That good-for-nothing brat caused such a ruckus he demolished my house. The old man forced down his rage and continued observing Luo Xiu. Once Luo Xiu had fully stabilized his cultivation, he leapt down, layers of air currents forming beneath his feet like a staircase to catch his descent. Luo Xiu sensed the ripples in the air and looked up, only to see the little old man actually gliding through the air. Ha! Old man? Holy crap! Watching the old man walk as if lotus petals bloomed beneath his feet, Luo Xiu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Transforming chi into sacred lotus petals to glide through the air? This was the hallmark of refining the body into a saint. Only those who reached the level of martial saint could ride the air. Is this old man that powerful? Unlike mystic cultivation, physical refinement couldn't harness the mystical energies of heaven and earth. Thus, achieving effortless flight in the air was exceedingly difficult. To command the air like this little old man undoubtedly meant he was a legendary martial saint, a powerhouse comparable to a saint-level cultivator in the mystical arts. Moreover, due to the unique nature of physical cultivation, becoming a true martial saint is fraught with countless obstacles. Only those without any foundation in cultivation might choose this path. Those with a solid cultivation base would never consider it. The potential achievements are too limited. The human body is inherently weak, making it exceedingly difficult to reach the martial saint level. It might even be easier to ascend to heaven. You brat, have you seen enough? The little old man glared at Luo Xiu from midair, his expression sour. Yet seeing the boy's astonished look, a hint of pride flickered in his heart. See? This old man is just that powerful. Scared you to death, you brat. Senior, you're actually a martial saint. Luo Xiu exclaimed in shock. Of course I am. If I'm not a martial saint, then who are you? The little old man rolled his eyes at him. He then demanded, why on earth did you come here to train your body? And by the way, you'd better compensate me for the damage to the martial arts hall. 100,000 Xinling stones. The old man tried to catch a hint of emotion in his eyes, but Luo Xiu's blood-red eyes remained as still as ever, showing no ripple of feeling. What a waste of space. Something about this kid just feels off. Yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Strange, very strange. Seeing the old man's murderous glare, Luo Xiu jumped in fright. Had the old man discovered him? Did he have to be so terrifying? Ugh. Feeling uneasy under the old man's intense stare, Luo Xiu reluctantly conceded, fine, I'll compensate you. But please, senior, I beg you to keep this secret. For such a powerful figure to spot him was effortless, especially since the little old man had been spying for so long. There was no hiding now. Enough. I couldn't care less about your so-called secrets. Where's my wine and chicken? The little old man waves dismissively, seemingly uninterested in delving into Luo Xiu's secrets. Luo Xiu's lips curved into a faint smile at his words. If he didn't ask, he wouldn't say. He promptly produced the prepared wine and chicken. Here you go. You're a smart kid, ha ha ha. The little old man grabbed the wine and downed it in one gulp, stuffing his mouth with roast chicken while drinking, his face glistening with grease, utterly unconcerned with his appearance. Luo Xiu watched him quietly. Why are you staring at me? Aren't you going to eat? The little old man glanced at Luo Xiu, who was fixated on him, and said with a hint of annoyance. I've already eaten. Please continue. Luo Xiu replied with a smile. Turn around. I don't like being watched while I eat. It ruins the flavor. Alright. Before long, the little old man polished off the entire roasted chicken, leaving the jar of fine wine completely empty. He patted his exposed belly with satisfaction. Only then did he turn his gaze to Luo Xiu. Wiping the grease from his mouth, he said, Kid, today I'll take you to a great place. What? Ah. Before Luo Xiu could ask where they were going, the little old man grabbed him by the collar and shot into the sky, riding the air currents. Flying through the air, Luo Xiu felt a chill run through his entire body. The speed was so fast that even he couldn't make out anything around him, only blurry shapes. Elder, where are we going? Luo Xiu struggled to steady himself against the turbulent air currents, managing to ask with difficulty. Since you wish to temper your body, then combat is the best way to improve. As for the location, you'll find out soon enough. The little old man gave a mysterious chuckle before accelerating further, leaving Luo Xiu no chance to speak. He felt nothing but bone-chilling cold, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. 1 hour later, the two landed atop a ruin. Luo Xiu surveyed his surroundings, utterly unfamiliar. Clearly, they were no longer within the borders of the Tianqi Empire. Elder, where are we? Luo Xiu turned to ask. But the little old man who had been right beside him had vanished. Elder. Luo Xiu scanned the surroundings, finally realizing he'd been banished by the old man. Before he could even get his bearings, a sandstorm erupted in the distance. Yellow sand swirled skyward, forming a towering tornado hundreds of meters high. Even more terrifying, the sandstorm was heading straight for him. Not far from the storm, a pack of shin beasts was charging toward him, including several shin beast kings. Even they feared this sandstorm. Luo Xiu's expression darkened. Before he could think further, the sandstorm was already less than 10 miles away. Luo Xiu took off running. Just as he prepared to use his Xian power to accelerate. Unbeknownst to him, his Xian power was sealed once more. His mind immediately flashed to that little old man. Today, he was truly being screwed over by that old bastard. He'd pampered him with fine food and drink, only to be played like this. There was no time for further thought. He sprinted for his life. Escape was paramount. Chapter 19, Tornado Body Tempering? Are you kidding me? Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. As the tornado closed in relentlessly while his legs grew weaker by the second, Luo Xiu felt utterly doomed. Old man, if you don't show up now, I'm truly done for. Watching the shen beasts behind him get sucked into the vortex one after another, Luo Xiu felt like crying. As countless shin beasts were sucked into its maw, the tornado, which had once resembled a swirling mass of sand, slowly began to take on a blood-red hue. Clearly, the shin beasts had been torn apart by the vortex, their blood staining it crimson. The once barren, lifeless desert was now slowly engulfed in a wave of bloodshed. Luo Xiu kept running for his life. The old man seemed to think he was going too fast and suddenly appeared right in front of him. Hey kid, why the rush? Don't you want to go in and play? Startled by the old man's sudden appearance, Luo Xiu was about to speak when the old man grabbed him by the collar and flung him straight into the tornado. You! With that curse, Luo Xiu vanished entirely into the whirlwind. Inside the vortex, countless fragments of shin beast flesh floated suspended in midair. Luo Xiu couldn't steady himself at all. As the tornado spun faster and faster, its internal vortex grew increasingly violent. Luo Xiu felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. He couldn't recall any grudge or enmity between himself and this old man. Why was he being treated like this? But now wasn't the time for doubts. He had to find a way out. Otherwise, with the crushing force inside the tornado, he wouldn't last more than a few minutes before being torn to shreds. What to do? What to do? What on earth should he do? Luo Xiu's mind raced frantically, a fierce will to survive igniting within him. He couldn't just die like this. Kid, if you want to survive inside this tornado, you have to adapt to its crushing force. There's a certain pattern to its inner workings, but I'm not telling you. The old man's slow, intermittent voice reached Luo Xiu's ears. His mind was in chaos, and he couldn't contact the system now. He had no choice but to follow the old man's advice. Damn old man, how could he be so cruel? What kind of pattern could possibly exist inside this chaotic tornado? Ah! Luo Xiu felt a sharp, stinging pain erupt from his skin. His skin, once as fair as jade, was now slowly seeping blood. Damn it, it's so chaotic, what pattern could possibly exist? Wait! Luo Xiu's mind raced. He recalled visiting an astronaut training base back on Earth and even trying it out himself. Could the training chamber be similar to the inside of a tornado? Luo Xiu wanted to try it. With his last ounce of strength, he suspended his body within the vortex's core. Then, as the whirlwind spun, he twisted his own form. But doing so meant his body would be torn apart by the relentless gales, only intensifying the excruciating pain. Damn it, I'll risk it. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth and continued spinning with the vortex, his skin already stained crimson with blood. Yet as his rotation speed gradually matched that of the tornado, an unusual sensation began to wash over his body. Slowly, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness throughout his entire body. The earlier dizziness vanished, replaced by a profound sense of comfort, as if his soul had undergone a transcendent elevation. Outside the tornado, atop a small hill, the old man munched on a large duck leg, watching quietly. It was as if he could see right through the tornado's core. Not bad. Mastered it so quickly. The old man tossed the leftover bone aside, then waved his hand decisively. Disperse. The 1,000-foot-tall tornado instantly dissipated. Caught off guard, Luo Xiu plunged headfirst into the yellow sand. Ha! Damn it! I knew it was this old man's doing all along, damn it! Ding, congratulations, host! Your physical cultivation has reached the peak of the martial sovereign realm. Before Luo Xiu could even crawl out of the sand, the system's voice immediately echoed. The mystical energy within his body instantly returned to normal. The old man slowly floated down from the air, looking down at Luo Xiu, whose entire body was buried in the sand. Kid, enjoying the view down there? Why not crawl out? Luo Xiu shot upward, his entire body instantly standing level with the old man in midair. Are you trying to kill me? Luo Xiu demanded, clearly displeased. Shouldn't you be thanking me? The old man grinned, amused by his angry expression. Thanks a lot. Thanks to your whole family. Luo Xiu shook the sand off his body and shot him a withering look. Fun? Want to try it again? The old man shrugged indifferently. Again? You nearly killed me the first time. Do you want to finish me off? Luo Xiu roared furiously. Boring. Fine, if you don't want to play, then I'll be on my way, old man. The old man vanished instantly, leaving Luo Xiu staring blankly at his receding figure. By the time he snapped out of it, the old man was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, old man. Come back. What am I supposed to do without you? Where the hell am I? Luo Xiu shouted toward the direction the old man had vanished. This endless desert, how am I supposed to get back? Luo Xiu felt like killing the old man, but he knew he couldn't beat him. Seeing the old man wasn't responding, Luo Xiu had no choice but to reluctantly look for another way. But in this endless desert, where should he even go? 3 days later. Perseverance pays off. Luo Xiu finally discovered a path through the desert, marked by the tracks of carts and horses. He followed these footprints forward. Sure enough, before long, he spotted a caravan of merchants ahead. Luo Xiu rushed toward the caravan as if he'd found a lifeline. However, for safety's sake, he ultimately pulled out the Asura Mask and donned it. His entire aura instantly turned bloodthirsty. The powerful figures leading the caravan sensed his presence and instantly heightened their vigilance. At the head stood a master at the 8th level of the Imperial Mystic Realm, flanked by 4 or 5 burly guards whose strength was no less formidable. 2 of the guards also radiated the aura of the Imperial Mystic Realm. As Luo Xiu approached from a short distance away, the group's expressions darkened. They couldn't discern Luo Xiu's cultivation level, but he gave off an extremely dangerous vibe. Everyone grew alert, slowly drawing their weapons from their sheaths. Seeing the masked figure ahead, they assumed he was here to ambush the convoy. As Luo Xiu drew nearer, the tension between them thickened, their breathing growing heavier. Halt! Who are you? The expert at the 8th level of the Imperial Mystic Realm blocked Luo Xiu's path and demanded. Luo Xiu slowly raised his head. Beneath the mask, he couldn't suppress the excitement surging within him. He had finally found the person. Yet a thread of caution still tugged at his heart. He subtly altered his voice, making it sound older. Sorry, I got lost here. Could you show me the way out? Luo Xiu said slowly. Lost? The others narrowed their eyes at Luo Xiu, their expressions filled with doubt. Yes, Luo Xiu replied calmly. The leader seemed deep in thought, scrutinizing Luo Xiu carefully. Finally, he walked over to the luxurious carriage and leaned down to say something. Luo Xiu stared intently at him. He had no idea what these people were up to. He had to stay alert. A moment later. As if receiving some instruction, the man approached Luo Xiu and said, Sir, we sincerely apologize, but we still have a mission to complete. We cannot allow you to accompany us. With that, he pulled a desert map from his coat and handed it to Luo Xiu. This is a desert map with marked routes. Follow the red one, and you'll find your way out of the desert. Luo Xiu understood. He took the map and handed over a bag of mystic stones. No free lunch, consider this map my payment. With that, he turned and walked away. The others watched his retreating figure grow distant before finally letting out a sigh of relief. What a strange fellow. You can say that again. In the middle of this desert, why wear a mask? It scared the living daylights out of us. Enough chatter. Let's rest up quickly, we still have a long way to go. Chapter 20, Meeting again at the end of the road. With the map in hand, Luo Xiu finally grasped his location. But upon learning his location, he was utterly speechless. Just days ago he'd been in the Tianqi Empire, and now he'd ended up in this barren desert thousands of miles apart. Who could endure this? That old man deserved to die. Damn it! At the same time, he couldn't help but be stunned by the old man's power. Truly worthy of a martial saint. In just over an hour, he'd traveled from the Tianqi Empire to this remote, barren desert. Looks like I'll be out of this desert in less than 2 days. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly, stowed away the map, and pressed onward. This barren desert lay within the Qingxue Empire's borders, with thousands of miles separating the two empires. Traveling through this barren wasteland by riding the air currents was extremely difficult. One careless move could unleash a sky-filling tornado. Therefore, Luo Xiu chose to tread cautiously. Tianqi Empire. Within the Tomb King's mansion. Luo Xiu had been missing for 8 days, leaving Qingxue frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. Her delicate face had turned deathly pale. "Madam, we still haven't found the young prince." The old steward approached her slowly, his voice filled with resignation. "Where could he have gone? I refuse to believe such a large living person could be lost." A look of worry flashed across Qingxue's sweet face. "Master Lu, continue the search. Dispatch every capable person in the manor to join the search," Qingxue said gravely. Luo Xiu had no cultivation base. Even if he was prone to mischief, he wouldn't simply stay out. The only possibility was that he had been abducted. But it had been so many days now. Even if he had been abducted, there should have been some sign by now, shouldn't there? The old steward nodded firmly and immediately summoned every skilled fighter in the mansion. Qingxue retrieved a token from her ring and crushed it instantly. Moments later, 15 figures cloaked in black robes materialized before him. Tianqi. "Yes, young mistress." The leader of the Tianqi bowed slightly, and the others behind him also lowered their heads toward Qingxue. "You all go search too. If he truly met with misfortune, spare no one responsible, eliminate them outright," Qingxue ordered in an icy tone. "Bring back the living or the dead." "Yes." 15 figures sprang into action immediately, ensuring all arrangements were made. Qingxue then spread the word: if he had truly been abducted, the kidnappers would certainly contact her to demand something in return. "You bastard, where the hell did you go? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Qingxue murmured to herself, staring at the ring in her hand. This was the ring Luo Xiu had given her. The wasteland desert. After walking for half a day, Luo Xiu felt parched and exhausted. This was already the 4th day he hadn't taken a single sip of water. Damn this damn desert. How can it be this huge? Luo Xiu couldn't help but curse as he stared at the scorching sun overhead. Soon, he climbed a small hill and heard the sounds of combat echoing from below. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang. A battle ahead? Luo Xiu peered down from the hilltop and saw 2 groups locked in combat. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the very people who had sold him the map just 2 days prior. But why were there only 5 or 6 of them left? The 5 or 6 of them formed a circle, shielding the veiled woman at its center. Each bore injuries of varying severity. One had a severed arm, another's face was covered in blood, and their clothes were torn to shreds. Dozens lay sprawled on the ground. Countless wrecked carriages littered the area, with the corpses of 6 or 7 horses lying among them. It was clear a fierce battle had already raged here. "Princess, hold them off for a moment. You must leave now," the powerful cultivator at the 8th level of the Imperial Mystic Realm urged the veiled woman behind him. "How could I do that?" "I won't abandon you," the woman retorted stubbornly. A sense of shared destiny hung heavy in the air. "Princess, this is no time for heroics. These bandits are formidable, we're no match for them. Don't let us die in vain." "Yes, princess. If you can escape safely, our deaths will be worthwhile." "Yes, princess." Behind her, the others pleaded in unison. Beneath her veil, the woman's eyes brimmed with tears. "You, all of you." For the first time, she felt utterly powerless. As the princess of the Qingxue Empire, when had she ever endured such humiliation? Across from them, a dozen ruthless bandits stared with mocking expressions. "Have you finished confessing? If so, you may die." "Ha ha ha ha. Boss, that chick they're protecting looks pretty hot. Maybe we can grab her for some fun later?" "Yeah, boss. Guys, we haven't touched a woman in this desert for ages." The gangsters behind the scar-faced leader all stared greedily at the veiled woman. Gazing at her graceful figure, the men could barely contain themselves. "Look at you lot, so pathetic. I'm going first." Scarface grinned, his eyes gleaming with lust no less intense than his men's. "Of course it's gotta be you, boss. We'll all have our turn." "Ha ha ha ha." Hearing their filthy remarks, the woman's face flushed crimson with fury, wishing she could skin them alive. "I'll kill you all." The woman lunged toward the bandits, but those in front of her held her back. "Princess, hurry away." With that, the 4 men charged toward the bandits. The bandit leader watched them approach with utter contempt in his eyes. "Looking for death. Brothers, attack." Soon, the 2 sides were locked in fierce combat once more. Luo Xiu lay quietly on the small hill, watching the scene unfold. In less than a minute, 2 more of the 4 fell, clearly beyond saving. "Hurry up and leave, princess." The woman's eyes widened in terror, her beauty utterly shattered. "Hat, think you can escape?" The scarred man chuckled coldly. Another slash followed, and the crimson blade instantly cut down one opponent. Now only the woman and the 8th-tier Imperial Mystic Realm expert remained on the battlefield. The bandits closed in step by step, completely surrounding them. Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly. "Enough, enough. Consider this repayment of a debt." Slowly donning the Asura Mask, he leapt into the air and landed directly between the 2 groups, standing before the 2 combatants. "It's you. We meet again." Luo Xiu nodded. They knew each other? The bandits frowned. "An ally?" The scarred man gripped his broadsword tightly, glaring coldly at Luo Xiu. What's the meaning of this, brother? He didn't believe this guy had the strength to handle all of them. Luo Xiu ignored the scarred man, instead tossing a pill to the veiled woman. If you don't want him to die, feed it to him. The veiled woman stared at the towering figure before her, caught the pill tossed her way, and nodded blankly. Luo Xiu saw no need for further words. With a flick of his thoughts, the Asura divine sword instantly materialized in his hand. The surrounding crowd flinched in alarm. Yet in the next instant, Luo Xiu vanished from his spot, darting behind them like a ghostly apparition. Whoosh, whoosh. What? 7 or 8 henchmen stared wide-eyed, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Only then did a trickle of blood emerge from their throats as they collapsed. Luo Xiu's figure reappeared where he had stood. Not a single one of the 8 survived. They hadn't even seen how Luo Xiu had struck. The scarred man, seeing all his men fallen, stared at Luo Xiu with terror in his eyes. So powerful. His only thought now was to flee immediately. This man was terrifying. He slowly shifted his body, then a fierce urge to escape surged through him. Gathering his mystical energy beneath his feet, he instantly leapt 1,000 meters away. Ha! Think you can escape? Luo Xiu sneered coldly. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 250,000 fortune points, which have been automatically converted into Asura vitality. The Asura divine sword in his hand instantly slammed toward the scarred man, piercing him clean through. It then returned to Luo Xiu's hand, not a single drop of blood on it. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 150,000 luck points, automatically converted into Asura vitality. The veiled woman stared in utter shock at the scene. All killed? After swallowing the pill, the man visibly recovered. He hurriedly rose to his feet and addressed Luo Xiu. Thank you for your assistance, brother. I am Xia Long, a second rank guard of the Qingxue Empire. Luo Xiu nodded and turned to leave. Wait, brother. Xia Long hurriedly called after him. Is there something else? Luo Xiu turned his head slightly, glancing at them indifferently. May I ask your name, brother? Xia Long inquired, gritting his teeth against the searing pain radiating through his body. We're mere strangers. My intervention was merely to repay a debt. We're even now. Luo Xiu refused to reveal his name. Well, brother, I have an unreasonable request. Could you escort us to the Qingxue Empire? Xia Long asked again. Sorry, I have no obligation to do so. Luo Xiu refused. He hadn't been home for days. His wife was surely searching everywhere for him. He didn't want to waste time on them. With that, he prepared to leave. Brother, name your terms. We're truly desperate now. If we encounter bandits again on the road, we won't survive. Xia Long pleaded bitterly. Not interested. Chapter 21, Rescue to the end, or send the Buddha all the way to the west? How about I send you on your way instead? Seeing Luo Xiu's resolute stance, the veiled woman instantly grew displeased. How can you be like this? It's your honor to escort this princess. As the exalted princess of the Qingxue Empire, when had she ever endured such indignity? Those vying to become her bodyguard filled the imperial city of the entire Qingxue Empire. Now that she had lowered herself to offer him this position, he refused to show gratitude. To her, this was nothing short of an insult. Besides, don't you understand the principle of seeing a good deed through to the end? Once you deliver me to the Azure Dragon Empire, I will ensure your father, the Emperor, bestows generous rewards upon you. Then you'll enjoy wealth and glory beyond your wildest dreams. Isn't that enough? The woman spoke with an air of haughty arrogance, seemingly having forgotten their current predicament and the fact that Luo Xiu had just saved their lives. Instead, she adopted an air of superiority, her tone sharp and demanding. Luo Xiu smiled, a playful curve spreading across his lips. He hadn't expected this woman to be this foolish. Princess? A pig would be more fitting. Ha! If I'm going to save you, I might as well see it through to the end. Shall I send you on your way then? Luo Xiu turned with an icy tone. He wasn't some living Buddha, he had demon blood coursing through his veins. Did this woman want to die? In an instant, a frigid aura swept over the woman, filled with murderous intent. He resembled a hellish demon. The scorching desert air plummeted in temperature at that very moment. Terrified by his overwhelming aura, the woman collapsed to the ground, her lips trembling violently. For a split second, she was certain Luo Xiu would kill her in the next instant. This boundless killing intent froze her heart to its lowest depths. Am I about to die? Seeing Luo Xiu's fury, Xia Long sensed trouble immediately. He forced himself to rise from his gravely wounded state, stepping before the woman to plead urgently, Sir, I beg your forgiveness. The princess meant no offense. I implore you to spare us. He had every reason to believe Luo Xiu would truly strike them both down. Because that murderous intent just now was real. This man was terrifying. Oomph. Luo Xiu glanced at the woman slumped on the ground and turned away with disdain. He refused to waste his time on such people. Their fate was none of his concern. As he departed, he coldly warned Xia Long once more, staying by such a master's side, you won't even know how you'll die. You'd be wise to leave sooner rather than later. With that, Luo Xiu continued on his way. Xiaolong watched Luo Xiu grow smaller in the distance before slowly exhaling in relief. Yet helplessness washed over him once more as he turned to the limp figure of the Qingxue Empire princess lying on the ground. Her heart remained unsettled for a long time. Luo Xiu had cast too deep a shadow over her. Never in her life had anyone threatened her like this. Yet today alone, she'd faced two such threats and both nearly cost her her life. "Princess, please rise," Xiaolong urged helplessly. But the woman on the ground seemed oblivious to his call, suddenly bursting into tears. Wah! Ugh! 1 day later, Luo Xiu finally returned to the Tianqi Empire. At the frontier of the Tianqi Empire, Horse Pasture City, frontier soldiers stood atop the towering city walls, gazing into the distance. In the distance, a blurred figure slowly emerged amidst the swirling yellow sand. "General, someone's coming," a soldier on the high platform shouted downwards. The cry instantly silenced the crowd. The border situation was incredibly tense. The slightest disturbance would send the soldiers into a state of anxiety, let alone the sight of a human figure. At this moment, they stood with solemn dignity, each picking up the weapons they had just laid down. The hard-earned respite was cut short. More enemies had arrived. "Men, grab your weapons," the general commanded. Archers on the ramparts swiftly knocked arrows, drawing them taut on their bows. "Far-sighted one, how many enemies are there?" Once the soldiers were ready, the general looked up and asked. 1,000 I carefully checked again, but still only spotted a single figure. Yet he dared not hesitate, immediately reporting to the general. "Reporting to the general, only one enemy has been detected thus far." "What?" The general's face paled with shock. "A single man dares to attack the city? Could it be some revered Xian-level powerhouse from the enemy nation? If they came with thousands of troops, they wouldn't fear them. But a lone, formidable warrior like this? That was what they feared most. Such a master could traverse heaven and earth far beyond what ordinary soldiers like them could handle." The general wasted no time, immediately dispatching messengers to alert the imperial masters stationed within the city. Moments later, the figure buried in the sandstorm gradually came into focus. The arriving Heaven's Awakening Empire expert also frowned slightly. "Envoy, can you discern this individual's exact strength?" The general asked the envoy before him with grave expression. The envoy shook his head. After all, he was merely at the Qingxue realm. Seeing the envoy shake his head, the color drained from the faces of the soldiers and officers, their expressions turning deathly pale. "Soldiers, do not fear. Even if hell itself lies ahead, we must press forward with courage. If even we cower in fear, who will defend the homelands we leave behind? Pull yourselves together." The general, observing the timid expressions on his soldiers' faces, spoke with stirring resolve. At these words, the soldiers finally snapped out of their daze. They were all men with families. If such formidable foes breached the empire's borders, the devastation would be beyond measure. "Damn it, let's fight. Who cares about some powerful enemy? Anyone who dares harm my family or my homeland will face my fury. That's right, let's fight. We'll defend our homeland to the death." The soldiers declared with fiery resolve, casting aside all thought of life or death in that moment. All for the sake of protecting the homeland behind them, protecting their own families. They stood ready for battle, vowing to defend to the death. Soon, Luo Xiu pushed through the massive sandstorm to the base of the city walls, gazing up at the countless soldiers poised for battle upon the ramparts. Seeing their eyes, filled with a willingness to die for their cause, he felt a slight stir within him. In them, he seemed to see the figure of his father. They were all men worthy of reverence. Luo Xiu did not advance rashly but slowly halted his steps. The general on the tower, noticing his pause, bellowed, "Who are you?" Luo Xiu drew the jade pendant unique to the burial Heavenly King's mansion from his waist. His father had told him this was a symbol of status throughout the empire. Presenting this jade would reveal his identity to the soldiers. "General, I too am a subject of the Tianqi Empire." Luo Xiu tossed the jade pendant toward the general. The general caught it, examined it briefly, and his expression abruptly changed. "Burial Heaven Jade. The Burial Heaven King. Quick, quick, open the gates." Soon, the city gates below swung wide open, and Luo Xiu entered the city. Once inside, the general was already waiting for him behind the gate. The moment the general saw him, he instantly dropped to one knee. "Your humble servant, Eugene, pays his respects to the young prince." The general was visibly overcome with emotion, his heart seemingly filled with profound joy. Luo Xiu couldn't bear such grand gestures from loyal soldiers devoted to their country. He hurriedly helped him up. "General, what are you doing? Why such an elaborate greeting?" The general smiled with emotion. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I was overcome with emotion upon seeing you. Do you know that these past few days, the young princess has been searching everywhere for you?" Luo Xiu paused, taken aback. "General, please tell me more." "Ah, Your Highness, where have you been all this time? Do you know how frantically the young princess has been searching for you? Word has even reached the frontier. And why are you here?" Eugene Jun asked, puzzled. "Qingxue." Luo Xiu sighed softly, resigned. He had been gone for so many days he had long anticipated this outcome. Sigh. I won't go into detail about the generals. If there's an opportunity later, I'll explain everything to you slowly. Also, I hope you won't spread the news of my appearance here. To avoid causing panic. Luo Xiu intended to return and explain later. If that girl found out he was here, she'd likely rush straight to him. Besides, how could he possibly explain leaving the Empire's borders? He couldn't very well say he'd been kidnapped by some old man, could he? Understood, Your Excellency. Eugene nodded. So, Your Highness, shall we return immediately or stay here for a while? Let's go back. Otherwise, my wife will be worried sick. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly. Then I shall make arrangements immediately. I will ensure the young prince is delivered safely to the imperial capital. No need, General. Sending men to escort me back would only draw attention. I'll return on my own. Alright, very well. Alright, General. I must press on. No time for idle chatter now. We'll share a drink another time. Luo Xiu smiled and took his leave. Then he departed. With his departure, horse-rearing city fell back into stillness, though the sky remained filled with drifting yellow sand. The soldiers continued their arduous vigil. Chapter 22, He's furious and the consequences will be severe. After a night of relentless pursuit, Luo Xiu finally returned to the imperial capital of the Tianqi Empire. Seeing his portrait plastered across the city walls alongside descriptions of his various titles, Luo Xiu was speechless. It made him feel like he'd been kidnapped and sold. But upon reflection, it made sense these must have been arranged by Qingxue. If he had truly been abducted, the kidnappers would likely contact her upon seeing these notices. Ordinary kidnappers might be one thing, perhaps seeking something from the royal mansion, or maybe just money. After getting what they wanted, they'd probably let him go. But that old man is no ordinary person. He might be watching me from somewhere right now. How could he possibly contact Qingxue himself? Besides, the old man isn't after money. Perhaps he's testing her, or maybe seeking a shred of amusement in his monotonous existence. Regardless, as long as I made it back, it was all right. Luo Xiu sighed softly before hurrying homeward. The burial heaven prince's mansion. From a distance, Luo Xiu spotted a group of people gathered before the mansion's gates. Just as he hesitated to approach, the gates slowly swung open. Luo Xiu halted his steps. He didn't recognize these people and was curious to see what they were up to. He found a corner and concealed himself. Stepping out from within the mansion was Steward Lu, his expression grave. Gentlemen, do you truly think our mansion is so easy to bully? A flash of anger crossed the old man's weathered face. Clearly, their arrival had angered him. Watching from a distance, Luo Xiu frowned slightly. Had these troublemakers chosen his absence to cause trouble? The leader, however, wore a look of utter indifference as he declared without restraint, "Old man. Now that your prince and princess are absent, and the young prince is nowhere to be found, we've come under orders from the Prince of the North to offer our condolences. How is that bullying you? Ha ha ha. You. The steward's heart sank. News of Luo Xingtian and the others' departure had already spread throughout the imperial city. Though people wondered where the prince had gone. But since the emperor had personally issued the order, the news was naturally credible. Thus, few dared to question it further. This news, however, was nothing short of a blessing for those who held the reins of power. With Luo Xingtian gone, the entire Xingtian mansion resembled a colossal treasure trove. Everyone wanted to get their hands on a piece of the pie. After all, the rumor that Luo Xiu was a good-for-nothing had been circulating for over a decade. Now, with such a worthless individual in charge of such immense wealth, how could it not arouse envy? And now that this little good-for-nothing had vanished without a trace, control of the entire mansion had fallen into the hands of a woman from a minor family. This only emboldened them further. Though Qingxue possessed unparalleled innate talent, in the eyes of these powerful nobles, she was still considered beneath their notice. After all, a genius yet to fully blossom could hardly be considered a true genius. These days, Qingxue bore immense pressure searching for Luo Xiu while fending off threats from these powerful figures. Such pressure was truly unbearable for a young girl like her. Just thinking about it made Luo Xiu ache with sympathy. He didn't venture out rashly, choosing instead to continue listening to their conversation. Yet, from his distant vantage point, the moment he heard those words, his fists had already clenched. His murderous intent surged. He never imagined that after just a few days away, these people would lose their restraint. Very well. They actually believed that with father and the others gone, this household was theirs to manipulate at will. If they dared to covet the royal estate, he would make them pay dearly. The steward frowned slightly upon hearing the title Prince of the Northern Frontier. With the prince absent, the Prince of the North was indeed a formidable force to them. A direct confrontation would be utterly hopeless. The steward sighed softly. If the young prince were here now, perhaps things wouldn't be so dire. Has the Prince of the Northern Frontier grown impatient so quickly? Even if His Highness is absent, the young prince is still here, the steward retorted coldly. The man sneered in disdain. A mere useless young prince? The prince of Zhengbei's household didn't give him a second thought. Even if he had the emperor's protection, so what? Behind them stood the Prince of the North. If trouble arose, the prince would take the blame. When the prince intervened, the emperor would at most utter a few words of reproach, and the matter would be swept under the rug. But these treasures would fall squarely into their hands. This thought only emboldened them further. Old fool, that good for nothing? Even if he weren't missing, he'd be nothing to us here at the Prince of the North's estate. I advise you to be sensible. From now on, this estate is under the Prince of the North's management. Maybe we'll even find you a decent place to stay. His face twisted into a vicious sneer, utterly devoid of restraint. You! The steward trembled with rage. But these men only laughed. They were clearly acting on orders from someone above them. Otherwise, a lowly servant wouldn't dare threaten a royal mansion like this. Even without Luo Zhangtian present, formidable forces still resided within the mansion. At this thought, the old steward's face betrayed a hint of helplessness. Very well. The Prince of the North, huh? Think I'm easy to push around? Luo Xiu's lips curled into a cold smile. He had planned to return home for some rest, but it seemed that home was no longer an option. Well then, he'd play along with them. The steward argued with them for a long time, but to no avail. Finally, these men issued the steward an ultimatum. Old man, we're giving you 3 days. If you haven't left by then, don't blame us for being rude. With that, the crowd departed in a swarm. The steward watched them strut away with arrogant pride, his eyes slowly filling with resignation. Young prince, where on earth have you gone? If you don't return soon, this mansion will be lost. Sigh. Watching their retreating figures, Luo Xiu felt an endless surge of murderous intent wash over him. Slowly, he slipped on the Asura Mask. He followed after them. Within the mansion. After closing the door, the steward made his way to the small courtyard where Mu Qingxue resided. He reported the events that had just unfolded to her in detail. Madam, they've left, the steward said helplessly. Old Master Lu, I understand. Rest assured, no one will bully this mansion. I will protect it for him. Mu Qingxue's expression was icy cold, her heart surging with boundless murderous intent. Her reason for not intervening earlier was to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, people might think there wasn't a single man in charge of this mansion. Oh, by the way, any news about him? Mu Qingxue's tone softened the moment she mentioned Luo Xiu. Her heart was filled with eager anticipation, hoping the butler would give her good news. The steward met her hopeful gaze, then shook his head, unable to bear the sight. Mu Qingxue closed her eyes slightly, her mood sinking. Though she had anticipated this outcome, the disappointment was still profound. Continue searching. The steward responded before leaving the small courtyard. Mu Qingxue slowly rose and made her way to the small pavilion. Here, she had sat embraced with Luo Xiu, a place brimming with memories. You bastard, where the hell did you go? I don't need any of this stuff. I just want you to come back to me safely. Mu Qingxue's delicate hand gently brushed the pavilion's railings. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow, her heart heavy with despair. These past few days felt like enduring several long years, each day unbearably slow. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu had closely followed the group to the northern town prince's residence. At that moment, the Prince of the North was absent from the residence, leaving his son, Lin Mo, in charge. The moment they returned, they immediately flattered him with their report, and Lin Mo listened with a delighted smile. He showered them with praise. Luo Xiu, you dare challenge me? Without your father's backing, you're nothing. In 3 days, the burial Heavenly King's manor will cease to exist. Ha 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 ha. Lin Mo roared with laughter, his head thrown back. He seemed utterly arrogant, as if he had already claimed the entire burial Heaven Prince's mansion as his own. Are you laughing too soon? At that moment, a voice echoed from the eaves of the mansion. Lin Mo's smile froze instantly. He looked up at the eaves and saw Luo Xiu wearing a mask, staring at him with a bloodthirsty expression. Ghost. Startled, he quickly regained his composure upon remembering he was on his own turf. His expression turned cold as he sneered. Who are you? Daring to trespass into the northern prince's residence? Are you looking for death? Still trying to play tricks? His guards closed in, eyes fixed warily on Luo Xiu perched on the rafters. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you all die today. Luo Xiu declared coldly. He then slowly rose from the eaves, a crimson blade instantly appearing in his hand, its surface shrouded in a mist of blood. Standing there like a god of slaughter, he sent a chill through everyone present. Lin Mo instantly panicked, darting behind his guards. Seize him. The guards obeyed without question, each channeling mystical energy into their blades. Instantly, the entire mansion was awash in flickering light. These guards, each possessing at least the heavenly mystic realm cultivation, wielded the power to command surrounding mystical energy. Instantly, the entire mansion was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Mystical energy surged everywhere, sword lights piercing the sky. The hidden masters guarding the mansion emerged one after another. Very well. You've come out to meet your end. Saves me the trouble of hunting each of you down. Open. The words barely left his mouth when Luo Xiu instantly unleashed the Asura divine domain, enveloping the entire northern prince's mansion. The once sunlit palace instantly turned crimson, an endless aura of death shrouding the entire estate. The palace guards, affected by Luo Xiu's domain, felt the surrounding mystical energy grow thick and viscous, their power reduced to barely 70 or 80% of their usual strength. Only then did these experts realize Luo Xiu was no ordinary man. Young prince, he's an imperial mystic realm expert. What? Lin Mo stared as if he'd seen a ghost, utterly incredulous. At that moment, another Emperor Xian realm expert stepped forward, his expression grave as he added. No, an Emperor Xian realm expert's domain couldn't possibly cover the entire palace grounds. He isn't at the Emperor Xian realm. This single sentence instantly plunged everyone's spirits into the depths of despair. Not the imperial mystic realm. Then doesn't that mean he is? Before the man could finish his sentence, a crimson longsword materialized within the domain, piercing his forehead. He died instantly. That's a domain killing technique. Watch out. Get out of the way. Within the domain, the crimson hue grew thick and oppressive. Everyone's power slowly compressed, and within moments, their strength had dwindled to less than half their original capacity. Yes, Luo Xiu had shrunk his domain once more. Today, he would spare no one. He was furious. The consequences would be severe. Chapter 23, Bloody Slaughter. The mysterious powerhouse of the Northern Prince's mansion strikes. In the blink of an eye, the weaker powerhouses of the Northern Frontier Prince's manor were instantly annihilated. After the first wave of slaughter, the entire mansion was drenched in endless bloodshed, while the vital energy within Luo Xiu's Asura divine realm grew increasingly potent. The blood tears shed by the slain transformed into Asura vital energy within the domain, making Luo Xiu's power grow ever more formidable. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring 500,000 Asura vitality. Ding, congratulations, host. Your Asura Divine Realm's Imperial Mystic Realm enhancement has reached 40%. Those who had survived the first wave of slaughter were now suffering injuries of varying severity. And this was merely the slaughter unleashed by the domain of this formidable being. They were already in such a sorry state before he had even truly intervened. Fear gripped the hearts of the crowd. Damn it! Who exactly are you? To slaughter the elite of the Northern Guardian's estate so brazenly, don't you fear the Northern Guardian's vengeance? The more formidable Huangshan realm expert stared at Luo Xiu with grave expression. Though he had narrowly survived the previous assault, his body was now spent, barely able to withstand another wave of attacks. So he invoked the Prince of the North, hoping to intimidate him. Yet Luo Xiu merely sneered coldly, showing not the slightest regard for the Prince of the North he mentioned. Revenge? Ha! From the moment you laid a finger on the burial Heavenly King's manor, this Northern Guardian King's manor will become a living hell. Luo Xiu declared coldly. The burial Heavenly King's manor? A chill ran through everyone's hearts. They never imagined such a formidable expert still existed within the burial Heavenly King's manor. Now that the Prince of the North was absent, who could possibly stand against such a formidable opponent? Lin Mo, who had retreated to the side, had long since lost his usual spirit. He stared on, his face ashen. Luo Xiu shot him a cold glance, then snapped his fingers. Instantly, Lin Mo was sucked into Luo Xiu's palm, his throat clamped tightly between 5 fingers. Whoa! Lin Mo struggled desperately, yet no matter how he writhed, he couldn't break free from Luo Xiu's grasp. All the masters present watched with fury etched on their faces. Back then, they lacked the strength. You seemed quite pleased earlier, weren't you? Luo Xiu's voice echoed like a demon's cackle from the depths of hell. Each word echoed in Lin Mo's mind, making his head feel like it would explode. But with his throat tightly clamped by Luo Xiu, he couldn't utter a single word. Release the young prince. A loyal servant, witnessing this, instantly drew his blade and charged at Luo Xiu. Following the first man's lead, several others joined the fray, closing in on Luo Xiu. They were the last remaining experts at the Huangshan realm, but in Luo Xiu's eyes, such strength was as weak as that of children. All of them had ignited their vital essence, propelling them forward at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, they were upon Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu watched it all with a cold smile, utterly dismissive of them. Seems your little lapdogs are quite devoted. Too bad. They're just too weak. At that moment, Lin Mo lay pinned by Luo Xiu, his eyes rolled back, his legs dangling helplessly in the air. How dare you! As the charging figures approached, Luo Xiu gave a cold snort. With a flick of his other hand, a crimson palm instantly materialized within the Asura divine realm, crushing them beneath its weight. Those who had burned their vital essence deflated like punctured balloons, crashing heavily to their knees. In that instant, Luo Xiu stripped them of every last drop of vital essence. Now, they were nothing but broken shells. They possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Though stripped of their power, their eyes remained bloodshot with fury as they glared at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu reveled in the sweet taste of vengeance. Then, under their glaring stares, he prepared to crush Lin Mo. You claim to be so petty, yet people still risk their lives for you? In your next life, open your eyes wide and don't make such foolish mistakes again. As he spoke, boundless mystical energy coalesced in Luo Xiu's palm. Just as he prepared to strike Lin Mo down, the sky above the entire royal estate suddenly warped. A colossal pressure swept down, causing ripples to surge through Luo Xiu's Asura divine domain. You're asking for death. Accompanying the overwhelming pressure was a cold voice. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. Such an aura was far beyond what an imperial mystic realm cultivator could possess. A Zhuanquan realm expert. A wave of pressure surged through Luo Xiu's heart. While he could handle an Emperor Xian realm opponent with his current strength, facing multiple sovereign Xian realm powerhouses left him feeling rather inadequate. At the same time, the powerful figure slowly descended from above, clad entirely in white robes. He appeared remarkably young. He appeared to be only in his 20s or early 30s. Upon seeing the newcomer, the surviving members instantly lit up with excitement. "Greetings, Your Royal Highness." Like beggars seeing a savior, they all knelt down in unison, bowing in greeting. The figure nodded in acknowledgement but paid them no further heed. Instead, he shot a cold glance at Luo Xiu. With a flick of his finger, he snatched Lin Mo back from Luo Xiu's grasp. Freed from Luo Xiu's grasp, Lin Mo gasped for breath as if emerging from a catastrophe. After a moment's recovery, he knelt before the old prince with a look of grievance, wailing, "Grandfather! Kill him! You must kill him!" Seeing this, the old prince slowly bent down, ruffled his hair, and said with deep affection, "My grandson, rest assured. Today, I shall grind his bones to dust." A threat of fury laced the old duke's voice, carrying an overwhelming aura of authority that sent a chill through everyone present. "Boy, whoever you are, daring to cause trouble in the Prince of Zhenbei's residence, your fate is sealed. Death!" The old duke wasted no words. A sword instantly materialized in his hand, slashing repeatedly toward Luo Xiu. Overwhelming mystical energy surged forth like blinding beams of light, striking toward Luo Xiu with blinding speed. Luo Xiu watched the relentless barrage of attacks, daring not to relax for a moment. Such formidable techniques demanded his utmost attention. He must give his all. Wilderness Heaven Slash. Luo Xiu unleashed his own divine technique, sending forth a series of blood-infused sword energies to meet the old prince's assault. Sword strikes clashed fiercely, instantly erupting with boundless power that sent shockwaves rippling through the surrounding area. Boom! Crash! The palace's structures were shattered in an instant, walls crashing down all around. The powerful combatants strained every ounce of strength to flee the attack's reach. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed dozens more times. Many suffered severe injuries, unable to dodge in time, and perished instantly. Old Wang watched Luo Xiu's techniques, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Given Luo Xiu's current bone age, he couldn't be more than 20 years old. How could he possess such formidable strength? Could he be some hidden prodigy from a super sect? The old duke was startled by this thought. But he quickly dismissed the notion. Before Luo Xingtian's departure, he had antagonized numerous sections. Surely no one would aid him. Could this young man be Luo Tian? Luo Tian was hailed as a genius the Tianqi Empire had not seen in 10,000 years. Before Qingxue's emergence, he was truly the empire's foremost prodigy. Moreover, having spent years accompanying Luo Xingtian on his campaigns, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Such prowess didn't surprise the old prince. But hadn't Luo Tian also departed with Luo Xingtian and his wife? So who exactly was this person before him? The old prince frowned deeper with each passing thought, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could never have suspected Luo Xiu. After all, the investigation had already looked into Luo Xiu, a complete waste of space with no cultivation whatsoever. "Old man, I never thought you'd still be alive. You really are lucky to be alive." Luo Xiu knew full well that taking action against the northern prince's residence today was now impossible. His priority now was to escape as quickly as possible. If other powerful figures from the Tianqi Empire discovered him, leaving would become exceedingly difficult. "Who exactly are you?" The old duke stared at Luo Xiu with a cold expression. "Who I am is irrelevant. Just know this, as long as I live, the northern frontier prince's manor and I will be locked in a bitter, unending feud." After delivering this threat, Luo Xiu vanished. Like a ghostly apparition, he vanished from everyone's sight, leaving not a trace of his presence behind. The old prince lacked the confidence to pursue Luo Xiu, sighing helplessly instead. Yet Luo Xiu's final words struck deep fear into his heart. Such youth, such power. If allowed to grow further, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to the northern frontier prince's manor. Chapter 24, Paying a Visit. After leaving the northern frontier prince's manor, Luo Xiu did not return directly to the burial king's manor. Instead, he exited the city and headed into the Xian Beast Forest. The battle earlier had left him with a minor injury. This was his first time clashing with a Zhuanquan realm expert, and also the first time he felt an inexplicable pressure. "My strength is still lacking," Luo Xiu sighed helplessly. The only consolation was that battling such a peerless powerhouse had granted his Asura Divine Domain a tremendous boost. His Asura Divine Domain now achieved a 60% enhancement at the Imperial Xian realm. He could now challenge opponents 6 minor realms above his own. Combined with his hidden trump cards, he was virtually unmatched below the Zhuanquan realm. Moreover, by slaying those powerful figures from the Northern Guardian Prince's mansion, he had acquired a substantial amount of Asura vitality. He now possessed 1.2 million Asura vitality, elevating his strength to a new tier. Yet such power remains far from sufficient. The northern frontier prince's manor still harbors many elite warriors. Moreover, many of these elites were stationed beyond the frontier. Having destroyed the northern frontier prince's mansion, the prince would undoubtedly dispatch even more elite warriors to hunt him down. The urgent priority is to rapidly enhance his strength, becoming even more formidable before those elites arrive. System, scan this entire Xian beast forest. I need more combat insights and Asura vitality to enhance my strength. Received. The system instantly scanned the entire forest and locked onto targets shortly after. Host, 10 powerful peak 5th tier Xian beasts are nearby. Good. Upon receiving the intelligence, Luo Xiu immediately raced deep into the forest. 2 days later. Within the burial Heavenly King's Manor. A group of elite warriors from the Northern Guardian's Manor arrived at the burial Heaven's Manor under the leadership of the old Duke. Luo Xiu had been careless earlier during his massacre of the Northern Frontier Prince's residence. He had inadvertently revealed information connected to the Tomb King's mansion. Now, the elite warriors had arrived at the manor gates. Qingxue stared solemnly at the gathering of supreme warriors before her. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Qingxue coldly confronted the old prince. The old prince, Lin Tianyang, regarded them with an amused expression, though inwardly, he was seething with rage. The previous powerful figure had already reduced the entire northern frontier prince's residence to utter ruin. Nearly the entire estate lay devastated, its inhabitants slaughtered, rendering it uninhabitable. The Zhengtian royal manor truly has the audacity to send a powerful warrior to destroy my northern frontier royal manor. Lin Tianyang said indifferently, his gaze fixed on the puzzled-looking Qingxue. Hearing these words, however, the expressions of everyone present from the burial heaven mansion grew even more grave and puzzled. When had they ever sent a powerful warrior to destroy the northern frontier prince's mansion? Wasn't this pure slander? Your Highness, don't you find this excuse rather laughable? Qingxue's snow-white face showed not a trace of fear. After all, the northern prince's mansion had sealed off all information regarding this matter. Concerning their reputation, how could they possibly let outsiders know? Qingxue and the others naturally knew nothing of the events that had unfolded just 2 days prior. Playing dumb? The powerful figures of the northern frontier prince's residence glared at them in anger. Lin Tianyang waved his hand, signaling them to quiet down, then turned his gaze back to Qingxue. Ha! This Luo Zhangtian truly possesses ruthless methods. He actually left you such formidable guardians. We misjudged him. What does the old prince mean? We don't understand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Since the northern frontier prince's residence has been destroyed by you, then this burial heaven prince's residence shall be taken over by us. How dare you? Don't you fear the emperor discovering your actions and taking his wrath upon you? A flash of anger crossed Qingxue's handsome face. Ha! His Majesty would still have to address me as uncle. Do you really think he'd reprimand us over a mere shell of a prince's residence? Lin Tianyang laughed indifferently. Young lady, don't be so naive. In this world of survival of the fittest, might makes right. His shamelessness far surpassed even that of his grandson, Lin Mo. You? Qingxue glared at him furiously. Enough, little girl. What is there left for you to cling to in this burial heaven prince's mansion? Why not let this old man arrange a match for you? How about marrying into my grandson's household? We'll ensure you receive the finest upbringing, nothing less than what you had here. Don't even think about it. Even if I, Qingxue, exhaust my last ounce of strength, I will never let you succeed. A resolute expression flashed across Qingxue's beautiful face as she spoke coldly. Stubborn to the end. Now that the Luo family is extinct, what power do you think you have to oppose my northern frontier prince's mansion? Lin Tianyang's words sent a chill through Qingxue's heart. She sensed that Luo Xiu's disappearance was undoubtedly connected to the northern frontier prince's mansion. Is my fiancée's disappearance connected to you? Qingxue demanded coldly. Humph. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. If his disappearance is connected to you, I, Qingxue, swear by heaven that I will fight the northern frontier prince's mansion to the bitter end. Qingxue vowed coldly. Lin Tianyang's brow furrowed slightly. Even Qingxue's extraordinary talent filled him with deep apprehension. If this young girl were to declare war on them and allowed herself to grow stronger, she could become another formidable foe. And now they had gained the support of that mysterious young powerhouse. This thought sent a wave of anger surging through Lin Tianyang, his gaze instantly turning bloodthirsty and icy. Little brat, don't push your luck. Old man. Before Lin Tianyang could finish his sentence, a cold snort cut through the air. What does uncle intend to do? The one who arrived was none other than Emperor Lin Tianqi of the Tianqi Empire. This time, however, he came alone, without a single powerful guardian by his side. Seeing this, the crowd immediately knelt. Your Majesty. Lin Tianyang bowed slightly. Even though he was a generation senior to Lin Tianqi, he remained a subject. Greetings, Your Majesty. Enough. I did not come here today on official business, but for personal matters. Lin Tianqi declared. Then may we ask the reason for Your Majesty's visit? Lin Tianyang's face darkened. Lin Tianhuai's arrival dealt them a heavy blow. Seizing the burial king's mansion today seemed utterly impossible. Heh. I heard your uncle's mansion was destroyed a couple days ago. Haven't I come to resolve it for you? Your uncle seems rather displeased? Lin Tianhuai chuckled lightly. Then I thank your majesty. Lin Tianyang bowed slightly. But why were my uncle and the others found within the burial heavenly king's mansion? Lin Tianhuai asked, feigning puzzlement. Well. The others' expressions darkened slightly, unsure how to answer. Your majesty, the one who destroyed the prince of Zhenbei's mansion claimed to be from the prince of Zhangtian's mansion. We came here seeking an explanation. Oh? Is that so? Lin Tianhuai looked at the burial king's mansion entourage with a questioning gaze. Qingxue first performed a formal bow before stating, Your Majesty, this is pure fabrication and slander. Every skilled fighter in the mansion has been dispatched by me to search for my fiancée. How could they possibly have time to attack the northern frontier prince's mansion? This is a completely fabricated accusation. What excuse could they possibly need? Lin Tianhuai nodded, then turned to Lin Tianyang and the others. Uncle, how do you explain this? Well, Your Majesty, it might be the powerful warriors left behind by the burial king. He must be secretly guarding the burial king's mansion. Lin Tianyang declared with conviction. Heh. Well then, if we take the old duke's word for it, the powerful warrior left behind by father was meant to protect the duke's residence. So why would he target your northern frontier duke's residence? Qingxue sneered coldly, turning Lin Tianyang's argument against him. Could it be that the northern guardian prince's residence has been suppressing the burial king's residence? Would that powerful figure then turn against you? In recent times, the northern frontier prince's residence had been relentlessly pressuring the burial king's residence. Now, with the revelation that Luo Xiu's father had left behind a powerful figure, witnessing this scene would surely prompt them to seek trouble with the northern frontier prince's residence. Yet now this old duke was crying thief while stealing himself, utterly laughable. Lin Tianhuai remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward Lin Tianyang, his eyes brimming with questioning. This. Lin Tianyang found it hard to tell, since it was indeed the prince of the north's mansion that had provoked the prince of the burial's mansion earlier. Seeing that he couldn't offer a clear explanation, Lin Tianhuai's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Still, as an elder prince, he would grant him some face. Uncle, I shall let this matter rest. The burial king is a meritorious subject of the empire. I wish to hear no more of such matters in the future. Lin Tianhuai's tone seemed calm, but it carried a hidden threat. Any intelligent person could see that Lin Tianhuai intended to protect the Tomb King's residence. And with the emperor speaking thus, no matter how capable Lin Tianyang might be, he dared not act recklessly again. Lin Tianyang bowed slightly in acknowledgement, then shot a sour glance at Qingxue. Finally, he could only leave with his men, his face twisted with resentment. Thank you, Your Majesty. The burial king's mansion officials expressed their gratitude joyfully. No need for formalities. Struggles between royal powers are commonplace. I can assist you once, but not twice. Emperor Lin Tianhuai said with a sigh. We understand, Your Majesty. Very well. Work diligently. The burial heavenly king's mansion must remain under your protection. As for sure, I will aid your search. Once found, I shall deliver him to you personally. Qingxue's eyes lit up at these words. With the emperor's assistance, things would be much easier. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 25, Slaying 10 Imperial Shen Beasts in Succession, and the Mysterious Beast Egg. Northern Domain Mystic Beast Forest. At the very heart of the Shen Beast Forest, the 10 Imperial Shen Beasts stood guard in all directions. They seemed to be guarding something precious. Even though Luo Xiu had beaten them to a pulp, they never once thought of fleeing. Luo Xiu stared at them in astonishment, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. What could possibly be worth your lives to protect? Luo Xiu asked calmly, gazing at the 10 beast emperors blocking his path. If the 10 beast emperors had chosen to flee together, they would have had a chance. Yet they had abandoned that path. They preferred to sacrifice their own flesh and blood, still blocking Luo Xiu's path. In response to Luo Xiu's questioning, a scorpion-like beast emperor glared at Luo Xiu, his eyes glowing crimson, filled with fierce hatred. Human, we have never wronged you. Why strike so ruthlessly? The scorpion beast emperor demanded coldly. Its voice was slightly muffled, sounding as awkward as if it had just learned to speak human language. Yet, the voice, tinged with the unique timbre of a demon beast, still sent shivers down the spine. Old poison scorpion, why waste words with him? At worst, it's just death. The white tiger beast emperor beside him was hot-tempered, and the injuries on its body were horrifying to behold. Countless sword scars covered its body, and of its original 4 legs, only 3 remained. The 4th was still dripping with blood. Even so, its chest remained proudly erect, refusing to bow its noble head. Old white tiger's right. Killing us won't be so easy. Even if we die, you must make him know we're not to be trifled with. You bet. If you want my life, I'll rip off one of your arms for the road. Enough talk, humans. If you want to enter the core area, you'll have to crawl over our dead bodies. Brothers, let's take him down. The other beast emperors of the 10 great beast emperors glared furiously, speaking in human tongues as fearless hearts drove them once more toward Luo Xiu. They seemed to have long since cast aside any concern for their own lives. After battling for so long, they knew full well Luo Xiu's methods and formidable strength. Even so, they pressed forward without hesitation. Such fearless spirit earned Luo Xiu's admiration. However, he was no merciful soul. The Asura divine sword reappeared in his hand, its entire blade shrouded in an endless mist of blood. Like a demonic blade, it was gripped tightly in Luo Xiu's hand. Your spirit of facing death without fear earns my respect. Yet in this world, pity is unnecessary. Only the strong reign supreme. I shall grant you a dignified death. Asura divine realm. Open. Luo Xiu watched the 10 beast emperors charging toward him, daring not to show the slightest negligence. The Asura divine realm instantly shot skyward, forming a massive crimson barrier spanning 100 meters in diameter, sealing off the battlefield from the outside world. The 10 beast emperors fought with all their might, each activating their awakened domains. Yet compared to Luo Xiu, who seemed to have cheats enabled, their domains appeared utterly insignificant. They were instantly suppressed. Some beast emperors hadn't even fully unleashed their domains before they were crushed by Luo Xiu's overwhelming domain power. Brothers, hold nothing back. Ignite your bloodlines and fight him head-on. Right. Dying for the young master today is our supreme honor. We absolutely cannot let that human youth advance another step. Kill. White tiger heart-piercing. Venomous scorpion sting. Furious bear's rage. Lion's roar. They sacrificed themselves one after another, seeking greater power to confront Luo Xiu. The 10 beast emperors ignited their bloodline power, unleashing their most formidable inherited divine techniques. Their combined might now rivaled that of a Zhuanchuan realm powerhouse. Even surpassing that. In an instant, 10 dazzling streams of energy converged, filling the entire forest with blinding radiance. Divine light flickered like daylight, igniting the very heart of the forest. Luo Xiu unleashed the divine technique he had obtained from completing his previous mission, killing heart. Hum, hum, hum. In an instant, the Asura divine sword felt as if it were his very heart, as if it were completely merging with him. It was this unique sense of oneness that allowed Luo Xiu to feel the immense power of his sword heart. In that moment, he truly grasped the essence of the sword path. Forging the sword with his body, comprehending the sword with his heart, he condensed his complete sword intent. He closed his eyes tightly, carefully sensing this moment. Moments later, his eyes now like a sea of blood suddenly snapped open. Sword path realm, killing intent. Infinite energy erupted from his core, gathering all his mystical power, infusing tightly into the Asura divine sword. The sword, once shrouded in a blood mist, instantly became supremely sacred. The sword's crimson hue instantly transformed into dazzling radiance, as if it had undergone a transcendent elevation. Slash! With Luo Xiu's thunderous shout, the Asura divine sword in his grasp surged toward the concentrated energy of the 10 beast emperors. Boom! Golden light shot skyward as two colossal energies collided violently. Under the impact of these two forces, the 10 great beast emperors completely dissipated into the heavens and earth. Their energy scattered into the radiant glow filling the sky, fading away slowly as if their missions had been fulfilled. Boom! Boom boom! Luo Xiu was hurled thousands of meters by the force of these two colossal energies, crashing over a dozen mountain peaks before finally embedding himself deep within a massive peak. Fortunately, the Asura divine armor protected him. The positive energy shockwave failed to damage his core essence, though his body still bore severe injuries. Even a common demon beast appearing before him now could attack without any chance of retaliation. Cough, cough. After a long while, Luo Xiu slowly shifted his body. After completely withdrawing, he plummeted heavily from where he was embedded within the mountain. Truly worthy of the Beast Emperor's legacy. This ability that consumes one's own bloodline is indeed formidable. Cough cough. It's likely surpassed the attacks ordinary revered Xian realm experts can wield. Luo Xiu rose slowly, murmuring in awe. Then, clutching his chest, he made his way step by step back to the scene. Only after confirming that all 10 beast emperors had perished did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he silently rejoiced that the commotion had driven away all the surrounding Xian beasts. Otherwise, in his current state, he likely wouldn't have been able to handle them. The collision of two formidable energies obliterated everything in the vicinity, leaving the entire area a desolate wasteland. Every living thing had been utterly annihilated. Luo Xiu raised his eyes and saw a flicker of light emanating from the center of the devastation. Curiosity drawing him forward, Luo Xiu slowly approached. As the blinding light gradually faded, a faintly glowing object appeared before his eyes. The egg contained boundless energy within, causing Luo Xiu's heart to race. Ding, congratulations, host, on slaying 10 Imperial Xian beasts. You have obtained 2 million units of essence blood, which has been automatically converted into Asura Qi. Ding, your accumulated Asura vitality has reached 3.2 million. Ding, congratulations, host, on attaining enlightenment, achieving sword heart, and forging true sword intent. Ding, congratulations, host. Your Asura Divine Realm Emperor's Mystic Realm enhancement has reached 70%. For system notifications flooded Luo Xiu's mind, yet his heart remained utterly still. His gaze remained fixed on the egg before him. System, what exactly is this egg? Luo Xiu asked in confusion. The egg gave him an overwhelming sense of danger. Daring not to explore it recklessly, he could only turn to the system for answers. Host, with your current strength, you cannot activate the system's identification capability. I cannot answer your question. Ugh. Alright then. Luo Xiu sighed in resignation. Chapter 26, The Mischievous Little Fish. Just as Luo Xiu was pondering what to do with the egg before him, a voice of a human cultivator echoed from the distance. Everyone, keep up. The commotion just now was not far ahead. Senior brother, could it be that the beast emperors in this area are fighting over territory? If we go now, might we get caught in the crossfire? Unlikely. I distinctly sense one of the two mystical energies emanating from a human source. Moreover, the explosive power unleashed by both energies far exceeds what a mere emperor-level cultivator should possess. Then why are we rushing over? Can we really intervene in a battle between such powerful beings? We don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Hold on. Their battle should be over by now. Fights between such powerhouses decide victory in an instant. Plus, their strength was likely evenly matched. Even if one side was wiped out, the other would be spent. We might just find some leftovers if we hurry over now. Zuanshuan realm powerhouses. We're in for a windfall. Ha ha ha. Let's hurry up and follow. 5 or 6 figures sped rapidly toward Luo Xiu's location. Luo Xiu sensed them approaching, but with his dwindling Xian power, he was utterly helpless. Without hesitation, Luo Xiu sealed the egg lying on the ground into his Asura Divine Realm Ring. This must be the very thing the 10 beast emperors were protecting. After completing this, Luo Xiu swiftly departed. When the 5 or 6 cultivators arrived, they found the area in utter disarray, with nothing left behind. Senior brother, it seems they're truly finished, remarked a youth clad in black robes, aged around 20 or 30, analyzing the scene to the white-robed youth beside him. Surveying the surroundings, now completely submerged and destroyed, the white-robed youth frowned slightly, his mind filled with endless shock. After a moment's thought, he addressed the 5 others beside him. Let's split up and search. After such a brutal battle, I don't believe that powerful figure has any strength left to deal with us. Yes. The group was filled with excitement. If they could find that severely wounded powerhouse, they'd strike it rich. All of them possessed cultivation at the Imperial Mystic Realm level. They held no fear facing a Zun Mystic Realm powerhouse who was now at the end of his strength. Thus, 5 or 6 people split up and scattered in different directions to search. Meanwhile, the gravely wounded Luo Xiu dragged his heavy body, desperately trying to flee the area. But his speed was far from swift. The remnants of Xian power within him were utterly insufficient to sustain flight by transforming into wings once more. 1 hour later, Luo Xiu could no longer withstand the strain on his body. His mind grew hazy, and he was about to pass out. But in the very instant before he lost consciousness, he slowly removed his Asura Mask. Transforming back into an ordinary human form, he hoped this would lessen others' suspicions toward him. And so, he collapsed unconscious. Moments later, the white-robed youth who had been pursuing him frowned slightly as he looked down at Luo Xiu lying on the ground. Observing his youthful face and body devoid of any cultivation energy, the white-robed youth harbored little suspicion. Yet he offered no helping hand either. Instead, he changed direction and walked away from Luo Xiu. 1 day later, Luo Xiu awoke groggily, realizing he was no longer in the Xian Beast Forest. He seemed to be lying on a bed. Opening his eyes, Luo Xiu stared silently at the beams beneath the eaves. Just then, the door opened. Light footsteps approached him slowly, audible to his ears. He desperately wanted to move his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift a single finger. His entire body felt like a lifeless, useless shell. Luo Xiu felt intense anxiety welling up inside him. The only part of his body he could move were his eyeballs. Just as he felt utterly helpless, a voice like a parrot's chirp reached his ears. "Big brother, you're awake." It was a young girl's voice, clear and melodious. He could distinctly detect a hint of delight in her voice. Was she pleased with her actions? Soon, the girl hurried over to his side. Her small face came into Luo Xiu's view. She was adorable. She appeared to be about 10 years old, with skin so soft it seemed it could be pinched, her face as round and white as a little bun, tempting one to squeeze it. The girl clutched Luo Xiu's head tightly, trying to prop it up against the bedside. But alas, the little girl's strength was insufficient. She simply couldn't lift Luo Xiu. "Big brother, just wait a moment. I'll get you up soon," the little girl said apologetically. She tried again to help Luo Xiu, who was unable to move or speak. But the girl's tugging caused a sharp pang of pain to shoot through his already gravely injured body. He desperately wanted to thank her. He truly would have. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Xiu could no longer endure the torment of this pain. His blood-red eyes slowly filled with tears. "Big brother, why are you crying? Are you touched that little fish is helping you?" the little girl asked innocently. A flicker of delight crossed her fair face, and her movements intensified. Luo Xiu's tears poured forth like a burst dam, forming a stream of sorrow. The little girl worked even harder. Thankfully, at that moment, a sound came from the doorway once more. Creak! An elderly man slowly entered the room. Seeing the little girl tugging fiercely at Luo Xiu's hair, he instantly grew alarmed. In his panic, he tossed the stream fish he just caught onto the ground and hurried over to stop little fish's actions. Hey, you silly girl! What on earth are you doing? The old man pulled the little fish's hand, dragging her aside, and scolded her a bit. Little fish pouted in displeasure, stubbornly retorting. Little fishy saw Big Brother wake up and wanted to lean him against the bedside to feed him fish soup. But Big Brother is too heavy, and little fishy couldn't pull him. The old man rubbed his forehead, then looked at Luo Xiu with an apologetic expression. Young man, you're awake. My deepest apologies. I just went out to catch a fish, and never imagined this little one would put you through such trouble. Luo Xiu was overcome with emotion, silently thanking the old man. Thank goodness you're back. Otherwise, I would have died at the hands of that little brat. Wah! Tears of emotion instantly streamed down his face, leaving the old man looking utterly embarrassed. Young man, say something, the old man urged anxiously. Little fish, observing the scene, finally grasped the situation. Grandpa, Big Brother's injuries haven't healed yet. He can't speak right now. Oh, I see. The old man instantly understood. Luo Xiu almost wanted to give her a thumbs up, thinking this little girl had finally helped him out. Well then, young man, let me help you sit up. You're still quite weak. I'll feed you some fish soup, it'll help you recover better. The old man gently helped Luo Xiu lean against the edge of the bed. Then, little fish volunteered, Grandpa, you go cook. Little fish can feed brother his soup. You little brat, what do you know? The old man said with a helpless expression. Seeing Grandpa's refusal. Oh, Grandpa, please go cook. Little fishy is hungry. Little fishy whined. She then shook Grandpa's arm vigorously. Reluctantly, he nodded, but before leaving, he warned, be careful. Your brother isn't fully recovered yet. He can't handle you messing around. Got it, Grandpa, you're so naggy. After the old man left, little fish picked up the fish soup from the table and approached Luo Xiu. A flicker of apprehension crossed Luo Xiu's eyes. He was genuinely afraid of this little girl. Brother, it's time for your soup. Little fish said cheerfully as she scooped up a spoonful. Then, with her other hand, she gently pried open Luo Xiu's mouth and slowly fed him the soup. As the soup slid down his throat, Luo Xiu found it surprisingly fragrant. His guarded gaze finally softened. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 27. An unhuman presence. The old master is no ordinary man. 3 days later, Luo Xiu's body slowly regained sensation. He could now move normally, though the mystical energy within him remained inaccessible. Outside the small wooden hut, the old man wielded a splitting axe, hacking logs into usable timber. Little fish waited nearby, stepping forward to gather each piece once he finished chopping, stacking them neatly in piles. To her, this was undoubtedly a delightful pastime. Gazing at the neatly stacked logs she had gathered, her adorable little face beamed with pure joy. Luo Xiu gently pushed open the wooden door and beheld this heartwarming scene. A faint smile curved his lips, revealing a warmth he hadn't felt in ages. Little fishy spotted Luo Xiu stepping out and immediately dropped the 3 pieces of wood she was holding, dashing excitedly to his side. Big brother, can you walk now? Little fish circled around him once before exclaiming happily. Luo Xiu ruffled her hair and nodded with a smile. His complexion remained pale, however, and his overall health still needed attention. That's wonderful. Little fishy jumped up in delight. The old man watched as Xiaoyu happily tugged at Luo Xiu's arm. He hurried over, patted her head, and scolded gently, you little girl. Your brother has only just recovered. He can't be jostled about like that. Let go right now. Oh, little fish pouted, gave a half-hearted response, and then let go of Luo Xiu. The old man smiled and turned to Luo Xiu with concern. Young man, how are you feeling now? Luo Xiu flexed his limbs. Old man, I'm fine now. That's good, that's good. The old man scrutinized Luo Xiu carefully. A fleeting gleam flashed in his deep, piercing eyes, but in the end, he chose not to press further. Luo Xiu had naturally sensed the old man's gaze, but both men understood without words. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice called from outside the house, Old Li, are my lumber supplies ready yet? Everyone turned to see the middle-aged man approaching the courtyard with a cheerful smile. Mr. Li, the timber you requested has been split and prepared. Please come and take a look. The old man waved his hand, gesturing toward a pile of chopped wood nearby. As the middle-aged man entered the courtyard, Luo Xiu scrutinized him briefly before shifting his gaze away. The man carried no trace of mystical energy, clearly another mortal. Noticing the unfamiliar young man in the courtyard, which had previously only held the grandfather and grandson, the middle-aged man inquired curiously, Old man, who is this young fellow? The old man smiled. He's a distant descendant of mine. Now then, Mr. Yuan. Please come over and take a look first. See if these lumber pieces meet your standards. Luo Xiu smiled at the middle-aged man. Since the old man had provided him with a cover story, he naturally saw no need to say more. Very well. The middle-aged man didn't suspect much either. He followed the old man over to the pile of timber, examining it carefully while engaging in casual conversation. To little fish, this scene was utterly boring. She turned to Luo Xiu beside her, her clear eyes glinting with mischief. Big brother, let's go fishing in the creek? Before Luo Xiu could react, little fish grabbed his arm and dashed toward the courtyard exit. Luo Xiu sighed inwardly, quickening his pace to keep up with the little one. Limu village was a remote hamlet far from the city, where the folk were simple and honest. The villagers upheld the fine tradition of rising with the sun and resting with its setting. A small stream meandered through the rice paddies on either side, its crystal clear waters teeming with lively aquatic creatures. The water wasn't very deep, and the little fish pulled Luo Xiu straight toward the stream. Wow woo! The little guy became wildly excited the moment he touched the water, bouncing around like a real little fish. Splash, splash. Wave after wave of splashing water soaked both their clothes, but the little fish was having the time of its life. Luo Xiu felt like he'd been transported back to his childhood on Earth. Carried away by the little fish's energy, his feet started bouncing involuntarily. Splashes of water danced beneath their feet. Big brother, isn't this fun? Little fish turned around, cupping a pool of clear spring water in her hands, and splashed it toward Luo Xiu. Before Luo Xiu could react, the cool water splashed onto his cheeks, momentarily catching his breath. When he finally caught his breath, he shot Xiaoyu a mischievous grin. You little sneak, trying to ambush me, huh? He. Little fish made a funny face. Then, her tiny hands scooped up an even larger splash and launched another attack. This time, Luo Xiu was ready. He dodged swiftly out of the way. Then, the two launched into a fierce battle. Moments later, the little one and the youngster sat soaking wet beside the rice paddies, their faces beaming with exhilarated smiles. Big brother is pretty good too. None of the village kids can splash me like I can. Little fishy praised him, as if she'd finally met her match. Luo Xiu ruffled her little head. You're my only rival too. Ha ha ha. It was summer now, and the rice plants in the paddies had grown slightly taller. The occasional croak of a frog could be heard. Luo Xiu's heart felt utterly serene at that moment, free from the turmoil of the outside world. He had never been one to relish conflict. Perhaps it was because of his transmigration into this world that he had been forced to become someone he despised. The Asura system had pushed him to the pinnacle of slaughter. Gazing at the white clouds on the horizon, Luo Xiu's thoughts churned restlessly. Little Fishy watched Luo Xiu, lost in thought, and waved her pale little hand before his eyes. Big brother, what are you thinking about? Luo Xiu snapped back to reality. Nothing. Just reminiscing about the past. Things from the past? Little Fish rubbed her nose, her curiosity piqued. Alright, we've played enough. Let's catch a couple of fish to cook for dinner. Luo Xiu didn't want to dwell on the outside world. He hoped Little Fish would always keep her pure heart. He didn't want her to know too much about the cruel realities of the outside world. Oh, okay. Little Fish replied reluctantly. Then, barefoot, she walked to the center of the rice paddies. With practiced ease, she retrieved 2 fishing rods made from green bamboo and came back to Luo Xiu. Here, big brother. You take the big one, and Little Fish will use the small one. Luo Xiu took the rod and nodded with a smile. The two set about fishing. Their bait was simple. They grabbed small creatures nearby and hooked them onto the lines. Watching Little Fish's skill technique, Luo Xiu felt a bit ashamed of his own clumsiness. By the time he found his bait, Little Fish had already caught a small fish. The little girl waved the fish in front of Luo Xiu, then casually grabbed a small grasshopper, hooked it, and started fishing again. Luo Xiu mimicked her actions, casting his line. Before he could reel in a catch, the system's voice chimed in. Host. Luo Xiu perked up. Being able to perceive the system's words meant he wouldn't be long before he was back to normal. I'm here, Luo Xiu replied. Host, please refrain from acting on your own initiative in the future. Overloading your energy will damage your body. Ha! I understand. A faint smile touched Luo Xiu's pale face. Host, there's an exceptionally potent Xian beast power near you. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu froze momentarily. Snapping back to awareness, he scanned his surroundings warily only to find no trace of any Xian beast. System, did you misread that? Luo Xiu asked doubtfully. There can be no mistake. The little girl beside you is likely a powerful mystical beast that has taken human form, the system declared with certainty. Luo Xiu furrowed his brow, glancing at Xiaoyu, who was happily fishing nearby, still refusing to believe it. Could this carefree little girl really be a mystical beast? Host, please do not doubt. This little girl is either the descendant of a powerful mystical beast or a powerful mystical beast that has taken human form. The bloodline within her is exceptionally pure, and her ability to take human form at such a young age indicates she must be of a high rank. Luo Xiu took a deep breath, so absorbed he didn't even notice the tug on his fishing rod. Brother, you've got a fish. Little Fish exclaimed. Only then did Luo Xiu snap back to attention. He yanked the rod, and a fish weighing 2 or 3 pounds surfaced. Little Fish eagerly helped him reel it in. Luo Xiu's thoughts, however, were elsewhere. His gaze lingered on the young girl's innocent face, his mind utterly perplexed. Recalling the old man's meaningful gaze, he couldn't shake the feeling that this father-son pair was no ordinary duo. Little fish remained as innocent and harmless as ever, clutching the large fish tightly to her chest. The two of them no longer cast their lines, instead walking toward the wooden hut with different emotions weighing on their hearts. At the threshold, Luo Xiu drew a deep breath before stepping inside. Chapter 28, revealing their identity, the powerful old man. Grandpa! Grandpa! We're back! Little fishy exclaimed cheerfully the moment they entered. The large fish in her arms continued to struggle relentlessly, yet little fish held it tightly against her chest, preventing it from escaping. The old man slowly pushed open the door and saw little fish, soaking wet from head to toe, clutching a large fish in her arms. You little rascal, off to the river again, huh? The old man's eyes brimmed with concern, though his words carried a hint of scolding. Luo Xiu stepped inside with a heavy heart. The old man saw him soaking wet too and shot Xiaoyu a stern glare. He hurriedly ushered them inside. Little fish stuffed the fish into her grandfather's arms before darting back to her own little room. The old man shook his head helplessly, turning to Luo Xiu and asking, "Young man, did this little girl drag you into her mischief again?" Luo Xiu smiled. "It's fine, old man, kids love to play. Look at you, you're soaking wet too. I have some old clothes here. Would you like to make do with them?" "No need." Right before the old man's eyes, Luo Xiu used his mystical energy to dry his clothes. The old man's weathered face creased slightly, but he said nothing more, slowly placing the fish back into the tank. "Young man, please sit down," the old man said in a deep voice. Luo Xiu didn't sit down, his gaze fixed intently on the old man. "Old man, Luo Xiu's expression turned serious. Before he could speak, the old man cut in, "You know everything?" The old man had understood all along that Luo Xiu was no ordinary person. There was no longer any need to keep secrets. Luo Xiu nodded. From the moment his mystical power had returned, he had sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the old man. It now seemed clear the old man was likely a mystical beast as well. Since the truth was out, it was best to be open about it. Over these past days, he had sensed the old man's pure and kind heart and his remarkable ability to coexist peacefully with humans. It proved he truly only wished to live a peaceful life. Perhaps he was a powerful divine beast who had brought his grandson to live in seclusion. But what did that have to do with him? He only knew the old man had done him a favor. Whether human or beast, favors were repaid and grudges were settled. "Old man, let's be upfront about this. I don't like beating around the bush. And I don't hate demonic beasts. In my heart, some people are demons in human skin, while some demonic beasts, though different, possess human kindness." Luo Xiu spoke solemnly, his tone sincere. "Ha ha ha. Well said, boy." The old man roared with laughter, patting his shoulder in approval. Luo Xiu possessed such integrity it made all the precious herbs the old man had sacrificed to save him worthwhile. Since the young man was being so straightforward, the old man saw no need to hold back either. Ha! A powerful aura of a mystical beast filled the entire room. Luo Xiu was utterly crushed by this overwhelming presence. Severely injured, he couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. "Old man." Luo Xiu struggled to withstand it. Such overwhelming power he'd never sensed it in any Xian beast before. Clearly, this old man surpassed any Xian beast he'd ever encountered. At the very least, it was a peak-revered mystic realm beast or even stronger. The overwhelming aura crashed down upon him. Luo Xiu felt his internal energy surge chaotically, gasping for breath as a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yet moments later, Luo Xiu felt his energy flow smoothly once more, as if every meridian in his body had been unblocked. What he had just spat out was nothing but stagnant blood lingering within his body. The old man was using his own aura to purge the stagnant blood from Luo Xiu's body. So powerful, a mere wisp of energy could be this formidable. This. Cough cough. With the final spurt of black blood expelled, Luo Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over his entire body. "Thank you, old master." Luo Xiu shot the old man a grateful look and bowed deeply. Hearing this, the old man finally withdrew his aura. "Ah. Since you've recovered, you should leave quickly. Your status and standing must be considerable. If anyone tracks you here, this little fish truly won't be able to stay." The old man waved his hand, sighed, and said helplessly. "Understood, old man. One more thing, if you dare reveal anything about us, I'll track you down to the ends of the earth. And don't blame me for forgetting our past." The old man's expression suddenly turned stern, his voice cold and laced with a hint of menace. To ensure the safety of himself and his grandson, he had no choice but to be cautious. "Rest assured, grandfather. Luo Xiu hadn't finished speaking. Xiaoyu had already changed into fresh clothes and stepped out of the hut. The old man and the youngster fell silent instantly, exchanging glances. Little fish sensed the strange atmosphere between them. Her eyes brimmed with confusion. "Grandpa, what's going on?" Little fishy looked at them, asking in confusion. Seeing little fish emerge, the old man switched back to his previous, gentle expression and smiled at her. "Nothing, dear. I was just talking with your brother about his injuries. He's almost fully recovered, the old man chuckled. Oh. Little Fish's innocent heart held not a shred of doubt. She then turned to Luo Xiu with a delighted expression. That's wonderful, big brother. Now you can play with Xiaoyu all the time. The old man watched Xiaoyu cling to Luo Xiu, his brow furrowing slightly as his expression froze. He shot Luo Xiu a meaningful glance. Luo Xiu instantly understood. Turning back, he looked at the excited little fish with a helpless expression and said, I'm sorry, little fish. Big brother has a lot of things to take care of and might have to leave first. At Luo Xiu's words, little fish's expression darkened instantly. Lu, Ave. Where are you going? My family sent word, asking me to return home soon. Luo Xiu stepped forward, ruffling her little head gently to comfort her. Is that really it? Little fishy looked hurt. Her eyes grew red, tears welling up slowly. There, little one. Don't cry. The old man, his heart aching, scooped her into his arms. Luo Xiu turned away. Though he hadn't spent much time with this little girl, her innocence had forever etched itself into his heart. Whether human or beast, emotions are the same. Moreover, Luo Xiu sensed that his continued presence here would indeed endanger the grandfather and granddaughter. If word of his presence here spread, countless people would come searching, potentially exposing their location. Besides, the old man had mentioned earlier that someone seemed to be searching for them. He didn't want to cause them any trouble. The old man's apparent attempt to send him away was actually born of necessity. He hadn't sensed any threat to the grandfather and granddaughter from Luo Xiu. But in such a simple village, the sudden appearance of a powerful cultivator was bound to cause panic. Therefore, Luo Xiu must depart immediately. Brother, can't we stay? Little fish asked softly. Her eyes brimmed with reluctance. Xiaoyu, once I've taken care of everything outside, I'll come back to play with you, okay? Then I'll bring you all the delicious treats you want. Luo Xiu continued to comfort her. Little fish didn't respond. She turned her head and buried it in Grandpa's embrace. The old man gave him a meaningful look, but Luo Xiu still had to leave. The big fish they'd caught together, hand in hand, remained untouched. Looking back at the small courtyard where he'd stayed for several days, Luo Xiu felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. An hour later. Inside the wooden hut, the old man placed the braised fish before Little Fish. It had always been Little Fish's favorite dish. Silly girl, your brother is a man of great deeds. We can't let him be delayed. The old man looked at the gloomy Little Fish and tried to cheer him up. Little Fish understands. Little Fish forced a smile. He looked down at the braised fish, but just couldn't bring himself to pick up his chopsticks. His little heart felt utterly hollow. The old man shook his head helplessly. Luo Xiu's figure reappeared in the Xian Beast Forest where the last battle had taken place. Several days had passed since that fight, and the vitality here had mostly recovered. Only the area ravaged by the fight remained a chaotic mess, now crisscrossed with numerous human footprints. It seemed someone had discovered the site, and powerful individuals had come to investigate. Luo Xiu didn't linger long. He swiftly located a concealed cave inhabited by a Xian beast at the Qingxue realm. When Luo Xiu arrived, it was still snarling menacingly. Yet, in the next instant, its head was severed and its body lay decapitated. Luo Xiu successfully claimed the cave and slowly retrieved the mysterious egg he had obtained earlier from his Asura ring. A powerful energy instantly illuminated the entire cave. The mysterious beast egg was now covered in cracks, as if it would hatch at any moment. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. He had no idea what kind of mystical beast lay within this egg, one so valuable that 10 powerful imperial mystical beasts had sacrificed their lives to guard it. Never mind. Thus, Luo Xiu prepared to wait quietly in the cave, determined to see what kind of beast this egg would hatch. Day after day passed. The multicolored eggshell reached a state of disintegration, visibly on the verge of cracking open. Is it about to hatch? Luo Xiu felt a surge of anticipation. In his past life, he'd read countless online novels where creatures hatched from eggs would instantly recognize the first person they saw as their parent, though he couldn't tell if that was true or not. If he could gain a powerful divine beast as a pet, that wouldn't be bad at all. Chapter 29, Breaking Free from the Shell, the Chaos Devourer. 1 hour later. The egg's surface shattered completely. Boundless energy erupted from within, while thick black mist spread throughout the entire cave. Everything the black mist touched lost all vitality, and every living creature within the cave was swiftly devoured. Luo Xiu watched this unfold, his brows furrowed. Even before fully emerging from its shell, this creature possessed such formidable annihilating power that even he dared not take it lightly. He instantly flashed outside the cave. What kind of egg is this? How could it possess such terrifying, devouring power? Luo Xiu watched the scene inside the cave, still shaken by the horror. The instant he emerged, he sealed the cave entrance with his mystical energy, determined not to let the black mist spread any further. He dared not imagine the consequences if it did. Luo Xiu stood motionless outside the cave, observing the scene within. Yet his soul power still couldn't pierce through the terrifying black mist to probe the cave's interior. System, what the hell is this thing? How can it emit such terrifying annihilating power? Luo Xiu couldn't help but ask the system out of curiosity. Host, as I mentioned earlier, your permissions are insufficient. I cannot disclose this information at present. The system's response remained evasive. Luo Xiu felt utterly helpless. Time ticked by, yet the cave's interior remained a chaotic void. Only that annihilating force gradually weakened as the living beings within lost their vitality. Clearly, it had consumed everything within. Nevertheless, Luo Xiu dared not venture in recklessly. Better safe than sorry, he understood that principle well enough. After another moment, the chaotic black mist within the cave slowly dissipated, restoring it to its previous appearance. Only then could Luo Xiu clearly see the situation inside. What he saw left him utterly dumbfounded. A cute, unidentified creature was gnawing on its own eggshell. It had a round, large head and a pair of bright, white eyes. Its entire body shimmered with a black-gold hue. The little creature seemed to sense Luo Xiu's gaze. After glancing at him, it immediately abandoned the remaining eggshell and launched itself toward Luo Xiu in a flying pounce. The barrier Luo Xiu had set up seemed to have no effect whatsoever on it. Without any resistance, it effortlessly penetrated the protective layer formed by the mystical energy. Holy crap, is this thing trying to swallow me whole? Luo Xiu was startled, but the little creature was too fast. Caught off guard, it landed squarely in his arms. Paralyzed with fear, Luo Xiu dared not move, his hands clutching awkwardly at the air. He was terrified that the slightest displeasure might cause this little creature to swallow him whole. But things seemed to unfold differently than he'd imagined. The little creature appeared to take a great liking to him, slowly climbing from his waist to his shoulder. It then gave his face a lick, its little mouth chirping incessantly. It was incredibly affectionate. Not eating people? Luo Xiu finally relaxed his guard, secretly sighing in relief. The little creature was still too young to be wily. Luo Xiu reached out and grabbed it with one hand. The creature didn't resist, instead licking his hand again, looking utterly adorable. Luo Xiu felt a surge of joy. To him, this was the little creature's way of accepting him. Little one, can you understand me? Luo Xiu smiled as he looked at it. The little creature rolled over in his palm, then nodded. You really understand me. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. Then, little one, do you know your own name? Luo Xiu continued to ask. The little creature understood again, looked at Luo Xiu with confusion, then shook its head. You don't know? The little creature nodded, then playfully climbed up Luo Xiu's arm to his shoulder, affectionately licking his earlobe. Growl, growl. Just then, the little one's tummy suddenly growled loudly. Luo Xiu chuckled. Who could resist such an adorable little creature? He then took out a small pastry from his Asura god ring and placed it in his palm. The little one's big, sparkling eyes lit up at the sight of the treat. Without the slightest hesitation, it grabbed 2 pieces of snack with its tiny paws and began munching away. Even after finishing everything, it still looked utterly unsatisfied. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly and retrieved more treats from his ring. After feeding it back and forth several times, the little one still gazed at him longingly. Luo Xiu was slightly shocked. The total volume of what the little one had eaten was several times larger than its own body, yet it still wasn't full? Such an appetite could this little creature's innate talent be devouring? Without hesitation, Luo Xiu retrieved the corpse of an imperial shen beast to test his theory. At the sight of this colossal carcass, the little creature instantly perked up. Standing upright on Luo Xiu's palm, it patted its little belly, then opened its massive jaws. A powerful suction erupted from its mouth, and the 100-ton imperial shen beast vanished in a single gulp. Only after finishing did it belch contentedly. Luo Xiu's jaw nearly dropped. This little guy was simply too fierce. Even a dead imperial shen beast contained boundless energy within its body. Yet this little creature had swallowed it whole with ease, showing no signs of discomfort whatsoever. How bizarre, how bizarre. Snapping back to reality, Luo Xiu stared at the little creature with a look of utter bewilderment. Little one, how can you eat so much? Since you don't have a name yet, from now on, I'll call you Eat. With your appetite, you're going to be a handful to raise. The little creature understood Luo Xiu's words and pouted in displeasure. Ha ha ha. Don't be angry, okay? Small in stature, but with quite the temper. Luo Xiu rubbed the little one's head with his fingers. It felt incredibly soothing, and the little creature rolled around in his palm with obvious delight, as if it had decided to stick with Luo Xiu for good. Chirp chirp. It kept murmuring as it munched away. Luo Xiu found it utterly amusing. Though he didn't know the creature's exact level, it definitely wasn't some lowly shen beast species. Otherwise, how could it be worth 10 imperial shen beasts risking their lives to protect it? From now on, you'll be with me. But you have to be good, understand? Luo Xiu said earnestly, looking at the little creature. The creature licked his cheek, clearly agreeing. Remember our agreement today. If you ever break it, I won't hesitate to abandon you, understand? Such a dangerous little creature required Luo Xiu to set clear boundaries up front, otherwise, future complications would be inevitable. At the thought of being abandoned, Kazalin's big eyes instantly filled with tears. It licked his hand affectionately once more. Seeing the little creature on the verge of tears, Luo Xiu felt utterly helpless. Had he been too harsh with this little one? It had only just been born. What dark thoughts could it possibly harbor? Sigh. Alright. As long as you behave yourself from now on, I won't abandon you. Luo Xiu sighed, speaking in a soothing tone. The little one finally brightened up. After a moment's rest, Luo Xiu led the little one out of the forest. The time spent hatching this little one had already been a significant delay. Luo Xiu dared not waste any more time. He had to hurry home. Otherwise, with him absent, things might truly descend into utter chaos. Besides, after all the commotion he'd caused, the powerful figures at the northern prince's mansion might already be on the move. At this thought, Luo Xiu's eyes darkened instantly. The prince of Zhenbei, this old fox's ambitions seemed rather vast. Even the emperor of the Tianqi Empire likely held little sway over him. Moreover, his sights had already been set on the Tomb King's mansion. Clearly, he wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. The prince of the northern frontier, huh? I hope my last warning has taught you some restraint. Otherwise, I won't mind adding a few million more lives to the tally. Chapter 30, The Prince of the North's Tactics, Luo Xiu's killing intent, and returning home. The Prince of the North's Mansion. The northern frontier king, Lin Tianyu, swept his deep, piercing gaze over the kneeling subordinates below the dais. His icy face betrayed no trace of emotion, no joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. His subordinates below trembled uncontrollably, their heads pressed firmly against the floor, not daring to lift their gaze. After a long silence, "Ahu, rise!" The Prince of the North spoke slowly, causing the kneeling crowd to tremble. The man named Ahu timidly raised his head and slowly rose to his feet under the prince's dark, brooding gaze. Your Highness. Ahu dared not breathe a word. The Prince of the Northern Frontier shot him an impatient glance and demanded directly. Explain exactly what the situation is. Yes. Ahu dared not withhold anything, recounting everything that had transpired in recent days to the prince. As he listened to Ahu's account, the prince's expression shifted from deep contemplation to murderous intent. He crushed half the foot of his throne, sending cold sweat running down the backs of the kneeling men. Ahu's legs trembled uncontrollably. Very well, Luo Xiu. I never imagined you'd leave a backup plan before departing. It seems I underestimated you. The northern frontier king gritted his teeth. When Luo Xiu was alive, he dared not cross any boundaries, fully aware of Luo Xiu's formidable strength and cunning. Even 10 of him wouldn't stand a chance against Luo. Now that Luo Xiu was gone, this was his golden opportunity to seize control of the Tianqi Empire. The Tomb King's mansion was naturally his first target. A powerhouse like Luo Xiu's residence must hold countless treasures. If he could seize it, the Tianqi Empire would be within his grasp. No. This Tianqi Empire had always been his to begin with. It was all because of that Lin Tianhui and Luo Xiu suddenly meddling. At this thought, the Northern Guardian King's entire countenance darkened. Had Luo Xiu not brought back the late emperor's illegitimate son, Lin Tianhui, he, Lin Tianyu, would have been the emperor of the entire Tianqi Empire. The late emperor had no sons. Yet who could have foreseen that just as he lay dying, Luo Xiu would suddenly present Lin Tianhui? Naturally, his own nephew would be pushed aside from the throne. Back then, the entire Council of Elders had supported his ascension. It was all Luo Xiu's fault. And those old fools in the Council of Elders, a bunch of useless good-for-nothings. They were so terrified by Luo Xiu and Lin Tianhui that they completely lost their composure. They actually allowed this bastard son to ascend the throne unheard of. Once he seized the throne, the Council of Elders would serve no purpose. Very well. While Luo Xiu lived, I dared not touch Lin Tianhui. Now that he is gone, let us see who dares stand in my way. The Prince of Zhenbei's face darkened abruptly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Hearing the Prince of the North's mutterings, no one dared to interrupt. Get the hell out of my sight. The Prince of the North swept his gaze over the useless bunch below, his voice cold and commanding. If they weren't still useful, he would have slaughtered this bunch of useless trash long ago and felt no remorse. The crowd dared not linger, scattering and retreating at once. At that moment, a handsome youth who had stood beside the northern frontier king all along stepped forward and spoke slowly. Father, why keep these useless things around? This youth was Lin Xian, the northern frontier king's eldest son and a core disciple of the inner court at Xianling Academy. At just 23 years old, he was already a genius who had reached the peak of the imperial mystic realm. Once hailed as the most likely candidate to surpass Luo Tian as a super genius. Having long been overshadowed by Luo Xiu and his son, Lin Xian harbored a deep-seated resentment. Hearing Lin Xian's soothing words, the northern frontier king's expression finally softened. Lin Xian was his pride and joy, now a core disciple of the Xianling Academy. This connection gave him added weight in his quest to seize the Tianqi Empire. After all, Lin Xian's master was one of the 5 revered elders of the Xianling Academy. Xianling Academy was one of the 3 great academies of the eastern region of the Xiantian continent. Geniuses thrived within its halls, and every prodigy who emerged from its doors would tower over the entire eastern region, their fame reverberating across the entire Xiantian continent. Lin Xian's status as a core disciple meant his future achievements were boundless, a crucial asset in countering Lin Tianhui. Xianer, keeping these useless fools around could prove useful in critical moments. Prince Zhenbei's tone softened as he spoke. Since father has a plan in mind, I shall wait and see. I've already made arrangements with my master. He will stand by our side when the time comes, Lin Xian said calmly, looking at his father. The northern frontier king's face lit up with evident delight at these words. That is truly splendid. With the assistance of such a powerful venerable master, the entire Tianqi Empire will soon be ours, yours and mine. Ha 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 ha. Watching his father's joyful expression, Lin Xian merely gazed indifferently into the distance, his heart unmoved. Luo Tian, since you are not here, I will take good care of your younger brother for you. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Xian's eyes, a ruthless expression spreading across his handsome face. The burial heavenly king's mansion. The once bustling residence now felt eerily quiet, its gatekeepers vanished without a trace. The wide gate stood tightly shut. Luo Xiu stood silently before the gate, fists clenched tightly, unable to calm himself for a long time. With father and the others gone, this honor now rested upon his shoulders. No one could touch it. He thought to himself. A murderous intent spread through his entire body. He gently knocked on the door of the home he hadn't seen in so long. Moments later, the old steward slowly pushed open the door. Upon seeing Luo Xiu's face, which he hadn't seen in so long, the aged man's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Young prince, you finally returned. Steward Lu said, his voice trembling. Luo Xiu offered a gentle smile and stepped forward to steady the old man's arms. Old Lu, please calm down. Take care of yourself. All right, young prince. Come inside first, then we'll talk. Old Lu remained visibly moved. Luo Xiu nodded and followed the good steward inside. Seeing all the familiar surroundings felt so comforting. Though only a month had passed, it felt like decades had gone by. The longing was overwhelming. Your Highness, please follow me. The young princess is in the inner courtyard. She has missed you terribly. During your absence, she endured so much pressure. Steward Lu said, his voice choked with tears. Along the way, the steward recounted everything that had transpired truthfully. As Luo Xiu listened, his fists clenched tightly, the murderous intent within him surging once more. He never imagined the Prince of Zhenbei could be so utterly depraved. With a heavy heart, Luo Xiu entered the old man's small courtyard. Lifting his gaze, he immediately saw the beloved beauty he had longed for. Qingxue stared intently at the report in her hands. For days now, the assets of the burial heaven prince's mansion had been under relentless pressure from the northern frontier prince's mansion, consistently operating at a loss. Qingxue's face was etched with worry. Not once in all this time had a single smile graced her exquisite features. Old Lu, you've come to report again? Qingxue sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. She had grown accustomed to the constant stream of bad news. Her jade-like hand rested on the stone table as she massaged her temples for relief. My dear. Luo Xiu called softly. Qingxue thought she had misheard, but reflexively whirled around nonetheless. The next moment, the face she had longed for day and night appeared before her eyes. Is this an illusion? How could it feel so real? Qingxue thought perhaps the exhaustion of recent days had caused her to hallucinate. Silly girl, I'm back. Luo Xiu gazed at her, then flew toward her in a single bound, pulling her into his arms. Only when the familiar scent and warmth enveloped her did Qingxue snap back to reality. She quickly broke free from Luo Xiu's embrace, stepping before him to scrutinize his features. Cradling his face in her hands, she stared intently. Tell me this isn't a dream, is it? Qingxue's eyes slowly reddened, the vulnerability she'd hidden deep within suddenly surging forth. Silly girl, this isn't a dream. I'm back. Luo Xiu flashed a warm smile she hadn't seen in ages. Then, he pulled the young woman tightly into his embrace. Woo! Qingxue began to sob softly in his arms. You jerk, where the hell have you been? All this time, didn't you know to come home? Do you have any idea how much I missed you? Wah? I'm sorry, I'm back. Everything will be okay. Whoa whoa. Luo Xiu said nothing more, holding her tightly. After an unknown amount of time, Qingxue seemed to have cried herself to exhaustion and fell asleep in his arms. Don't leave. Luo Xiu didn't wake her immediately, but carefully carried her inside. Silly girl, I'm not leaving. These past days. She'd endured so much for him. It was time for her to rest properly, to sleep soundly. Chapter 31, Assassination of the Northern Prince's Mansion Elite. Luo Xiu sat silently by the bedside, his blood-red eyes dark and terrifying. Seeing his beloved girl so exhausted and worn out was more painful than death itself. Don't worry, silly girl. Everything you've endured these past days, I'll make them pay back tenfold. Luo Xiu's gaze softened, a faint, gentle smile touching his lips as he ruffled Qingxue's hair. As if hearing his words, Qingxue clutched Luo Xiu's hand tightly in her sleep. Feeling the warmth in his grasp, Luo Xiu clasped her hand back tightly. After a moment of tenderness. Prince of the Northern Frontier. What a fine title. When father was alive, you hid like a coward beyond the frontier. Since you want to play, I'll play alone. Wash your own neck. Luo Xiu slowly licked a kiss onto her forehead before retreating from the room. Meanwhile, in another small courtyard, the 15 members of Tianqi had already gathered. Luo Xiu strode slowly before them. Gone was the usual playboy demeanor. Instead, he regarded them with solemn expression. The old steward approached him, bowing slightly. Young prince. Luo Xiu nodded. Old Lu, is everyone present? All are present, but our small force is still no match for the Prince of Zhenbei. Old steward Lu said with evident concern. Earlier, when Luo Xiu had instructed him to gather these Tianqi members, he had been thoroughly puzzled. What exactly was the young prince planning? These powerful figures were all princes, secretly cultivated to guard the prince's residence. Now they were being displayed so openly within the mansion. Wasn't he afraid of prying eyes? Yet just moments ago, Luo Xiu had sent him a telepathic message. The young prince he actually intended to strike first. That's the northern frontier prince's residence. If the prince were present, it wouldn't be an issue. But now, the prince is gone, and the other young prince is gone too. Has this young prince lost his mind? He had assumed Luo Xiu had encountered some great master during his travels, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. But after probing with his divine soul power, he detected no difference in Luo Xiu whatsoever. Could the young prince be losing his temper? The prince of the northern frontier isn't one to be trifled with. With their current strength, they stand no chance against him. No. He must stop the young prince. He couldn't let him act on impulse. If something happened to the young prince, he wouldn't have the face to report back to the duke. Young prince. Just as the old steward Lu was about to speak up to dissuade him, Luo Xiu spoke first. Old Lu, I know what you're about to say. If I dare do this, I have confidence in my decision. Rest assured, I haven't truly lost my mind. Luo Xiu's words rang out with conviction, radiating an aura characteristic of those in positions of power. Such a familiar aura, truly the prince's bloodline. What presence? For a moment, old Lu felt a vague illusion. This young prince was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. Perhaps his previous playboy antics were merely a cover to conceal his true self. Is that truly the case? But why can I still not sense the young prince's cultivation? Never mind. If it comes down to it, I'll risk my old life to protect the young prince's safety. Old steward Lu harbored his doubts but refrained from voicing any objections. Then everything shall be as the young prince commands. This old man has lived a long life. My life holds little value now. Besides, it's been ages since I last stretched my legs. Everything is as the young prince commands. Luo Xiu observed the old steward who had managed the prince's household for over a decade. He had never once witnessed the old man wield his skills. But his father had told him, old Lu was far from as simple as he appeared. Though father hadn't elaborated, old Lu always gave him the gut feeling that this little old man was definitely a revered master-level powerhouse. Moreover, the last time his wife awakened her sacred physique, a revered Xian realm powerhouse cloaked in black had hovered above the entire prince's residence. He seemed rather unfriendly toward those heavenly awakening reverence, which made Luo Xiu connect the dots to the old man beside him. Then I'll trouble you, old Master Lu. I should be the one tending to your needs in your twilight years, yet here I am imposing upon you. Luo Xiu smiled apologetically. Old Lu waved his hand dismissively. Your Highness, you're being too formal. Had the prince not intervened and kept me within the palace, I would have perished at the hands of my enemies long ago. Truthfully, this old life of mine has long belonged to your Highness. Now that you are gone, I pledge it to you, young prince. The old man declared with hearty cheer, his gaunt, aged face suddenly radiating a peculiar vigor. With your assurance, I feel much more at ease. Based on the intelligence you've gathered these past days, this Prince of Zhenbei might not be as straightforward as he appears. A hint of gravity flashed across Luo Xiu's face as he mentioned the Prince of Zhenbei. Indeed. Who knows how much hidden power he possesses? Old Lu sighed in contemplation. Even if he possesses divine abilities, I fear him not. But figuring out how to deal with him was indeed a real brain teaser. Luo Xiu hadn't anticipated that this prince of the northern frontier had once been the late emperor's designated successor. Yet just as he was about to ascend the throne, the emperor's biological son suddenly appeared. It was truly a soap opera-worthy turn of events. Having one's throne usurped would leave anyone bitter. Thus, the prince of the north requested to guard the northern frontier against barbarian tribes, secretly building his power and influence. After years of accumulation, he had formed a vast organization, wielding power that surpassed even the emperor of the Tianqi Empire. He had held back before because his father still stood guard over the Tianqi Empire, a presence that kept the prince of the northern frontier in check. Now that his father is gone, he's rushing to seize the opportunity. His ambitions are as obvious as Sima Zhao's, plain for all to see. This situation promises to be quite troublesome to resolve. But since the Prince of the North seeks to usurp the throne, the ruler of the Tianqi Empire must surely be aware, perhaps even plotting in secret. In that case, all I need to do is stir up some trouble behind the scenes. Putting his thoughts aside, Luo Xiu turned his attention to the power his father had left him, Tianqi. Though none had reached the revered mystic realm, 3 or 4 had already peaked at the imperial mystic realm. If he utilized the resources of the mansion to enhance their strength, each of them should be able to advance to the next tier within a short period. Of course, the focus of cultivation lay squarely on these 3 or 4 individuals. Only by elevating 1 or 2 of them to the revered Xian realm would he gain the strength to confront the Prince of the North. No time to waste. Gentlemen, Luo Xiu said calmly, hands behind his back as he surveyed the group, I trust your absolute loyalty to the royal house. Though we've never met before, and my father is no longer with us, would you still choose to follow me? The group remained silent, not even blinking an eye. Luo Xiu furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled by their reaction. Just say yes or no. Why all the aloofness? Then, one man stepped forward from the group, kneeling on one knee before Luo Xiu. His voice was cold and detached. All members of Tianqi swear undying loyalty to the royal house. Please issue your command, your highness. The members behind him knelt one after another, their voices echoing in unison, please give your command, your highness. Luo Xiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just me being overly sensitive earlier. He'd even considered letting any reluctant members retire honorably. After all, they'd guarded the royal household for over a decade. Forcing them to risk their lives with him now felt downright unkind. But he had underestimated their resolve. Very well. I was being overly sensitive just now. All members of the Heavenly Gate, heed my command. I want all of you to go into hiding around the Prince of the North's mansion immediately. If you get the chance, kill every single one of their strong men, take out as many as you can. But you must only act when you can guarantee your own safety. Remember, kill them all. Leave no survivors. Aye, sir. The group responded in unison. Luo Xiu, however, summoned the 4-peak-level Huangxian realm experts privately. He assigned them to the mansion's cultivation chambers and entrusted them with the last 4 Xianling pills remaining in the mansion. Breakthrough within 1 week. Yes. Chapter 32, Easy on the Wife. After settling all affairs within the mansion, Luo Xiu returned to his small courtyard. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Qingxue rushing out of the house in a panic. Whether from anxiety or something else, the young girl hadn't even bothered to put on her shoes. Only when Luo Xiu came into view did she halt her frantic steps. They locked eyes, frozen for a moment. The atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. What's the matter, silly girl? Why the rush? Luo Xiu couldn't resist teasing her at the sight of her pouting expression. But the next moment, the girl threw herself straight into his arms. Thud. Her entire body hung limply against Luo Xiu. He wrapped his arms tightly around her in return, his nose brushing against her forehead as he inhaled the sweet fragrance emanating from her body. Qingxue clung tightly to Luo Xiu, not uttering a single word. Like someone from a dream, she clung to him as if afraid he might vanish again at any moment. The two clung to each other as the setting sun stretched their intertwined shadows across the ground, while a gentle breeze carried fallen leaves through the courtyard. After a long while. This isn't a dream, is it? Qingxue pulled away from Luo Xiu's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. As if seeking confirmation, she gently cupped his face and asked with trembling care. Luo Xiu gently stroked her nose with a soft smile. Don't worry. I'm truly back. Hearing those familiar words, that familiar voice, Qingxue's heart trembled violently. Thank goodness, this wasn't a dream. He was truly back. Don't believe me? Luo Xiu gazed at the stunned girl and ruffled her hair. But the next moment. Caught completely off guard, Luo Xiu was suddenly kissed by her. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving only the sound of their heavy breathing. Snapping back to his senses, Luo Xiu wrapped his arms around her slender waist and returned the kiss. Qingxue, however, kept her eyes tightly shut, drinking in Luo Xiu's scent. Luo Xiu's hands grew restless, creeping downward. Just as Qingxue saw her most vulnerable spot about to be touched by this rascal, she suddenly bit down on his lips. Ah! Luo Xiu cried out in pain as Qingxue pushed him away. Honey, what was that for? That really hurt, you know? Luo Xiu looked at her with a pout. His lip was already bitten raw, blood staining his pearly white teeth. Qingxue shot him a reproachful glare before fixing him with an angry stare. Where the hell have you been all these days? Luo Xiu covered his mouth, avoiding his wife's gaze as he hadn't yet figured out how to explain himself. Qingxue could see right through his little tricks. Immediately mimicking Ling Yuero's manner, she yanked Luo Xiu's ear. Don't try to dodge the question. Spill the truth. Qingxue demanded, her eyes flashing with displeasure. This bastard was still as heartless as ever. During the time he was gone, she hadn't been able to eat or sleep properly. Yet the moment he returned, all he could think about were these sordid matters. Just recalling Luo Xiu's earlier gesture made her flush with embarrassment. Luo Xiu, however, looked wronged as he cupped her hand, trying to ease the pressure on his ear. But Qingxue only twisted her grip tighter in response. Ouch, honey, my ear's gonna snap. Easy on me. Luo Xiu grimaced in pain. This wifey was even tougher than his own mother. Qingxue paid him no mind, continuing to twist his ear as she marched toward their bedroom. I'm giving you a chance to explain, she said as she walked. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll twist both your ears until you go deaf. There was no way she'd let him off so easily. He'd made her worry for nothing all this time serves him right. Ah. Wifey, is this how a real wife acts? Who does that? Luo Xiu grimaced. This wife had clearly inherited her mother's fierceness. He felt like his ears were about to fall off. Luo Xiu hunched over cautiously. Inside the room, Qingxue sat directly on the bed, her left hand twisting Luo Xiu's ear as she stared at him with a frosty expression, watching his struggles. Begin your explanation. If I'm satisfied, I'll slowly let go. If not, I'll twist it even tighter. Luo Xiu's face darkened. So he began recounting the day he was taken away by the old man. Qingxue tugged at his ear, loosening her grip now and then, tightening it again moments later. Luo Xiu's expressions changed constantly, sometimes grimacing in pain, sometimes acting coy. Qingxue nearly burst out laughing at his dramatic antics. Honey, that's the whole story. I've confessed everything. Can you let go now? After finishing his account, Luo Xiu pleaded with a flattering expression. Qingxue lifted her eyes to look at him. Her face was as cold as frost, showing no sign of emotion nor any intention of letting go. Who was that old man who took you away? Where does he live? Qingxue asked indifferently. Luo Xiu looked at her with some difficulty. He had visited the old man's former residence a few days ago, but that martial arts academy had been destroyed by him, and the old man wasn't there either. How could he possibly answer that? Seeing Luo Xiu's troubled expression, Qingxue's displeasure deepened. Her grip tightened slightly. Ah. Wifey. Luo Xiu grimaced once more. Speak up. I genuinely have no idea where that old man is now. The dilapidated martial arts hall he used to frequent has been destroyed. When I passed by last time, I specifically went inside to check. The old man was definitely gone. You're telling the truth? Honestly, I swear on my life it's truer than gold. Luo Xiu assured her with a fawning expression. After all, he was telling the truth. He wasn't afraid of his wife checking up on him. Only then did Qingxue believe him, her jade-like hand slowly releasing his ear. Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, then shielded his ears, fearing his wife might strike again. Poof. You bastard, I'll settle this score with you slowly. Qingxue huffed at him. She then turned her head away, slowly slipped the ring off her jade-like finger, and placed it into Luo Xiu's hand. It's yours. Take it back. Luo Xiu stared curiously at the ring in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it looked incredibly familiar. Wasn't this the ring his mother had worn before? Honey, what are you doing? Luo Xiu looked at her in confusion. Naturally, it's returning to its rightful owner. This was left for you by your mother. I was merely keeping it safe for her. She said this ring would grant you unimpeded access to the imperial palace of the Tianqi Empire. Qingxue shot him a look and explained. Only then did Luo Xiu recall this ring seemed to be the one the Empress Dowager had given his mother. This thing was a real treasure, and its grade wasn't low either. A true family heirloom. But since his mother had given it to his wife, it meant she approved. So in the end, Luo Xiu declined to take it, placing it back into Qingxue's hand. Qingxue looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? Since mom gave it to you, you should keep it. If she'd wanted to give it to me, she would have done so herself long ago. She was afraid you'd refuse, so she just made up an excuse for you. Luo Xiu shook his head and explained. He knew his mother's personality all too well. Chapter 33, Luo Xiu, a masked senior? Alright, since mom gave it to you, just keep it. Luo Xiu looked at his wife, her brows furrowed, and sighed helplessly. If you think mom meant for me to pass it on to you, then I'll give it to you right now. Consider it our token of affection. He. Qingxue shot Luo Xiu a glare, her cheeks flushing slightly. You're such a goofball. Upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, Qingxue stopped being coy and slipped the ring back onto her finger. Why bother with all that formality? Those postures are just for outsiders. We can relax around family. Luo Xiu said indifferently. He glanced at his wife's small feet, which had been bare earlier and now bore traces of dust from the ground. He gently lifted her delicate foot and brushed the dust away. Qingxue felt slightly uncomfortable and tried to pull her foot back, but Luo Xiu held her ankle firmly. As he wiped them clean, he admonished gently, don't be so reckless next time, understand? Now it's just the two of us relying on each other. If anything happened to you, I'd go mad. Luo Xiu's earnest words filled Qingxue's heart with sweetness. The first time she'd met this scoundrel, he'd been a reckless young master from a prominent family. But now, Luo Xiu was getting closer to the man she truly desired. He was slowly changing for her sake. These are minor matters. Now that you're back, you must have heard about the current situation at the prince's mansion, right? Qingxue's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The ongoing feud between the two royal houses still gave him a headache. Luo Xiu looked at her with an expressionless smile, then gently patted her small foot, signaling for her to relax. Qingxue, however, grew impatient. You bastard. Are you even listening to me? Our situation is dire. I heard the Prince of Zhenbei clashed with His Majesty just days ago. Now the entire court knows of his ambitions. If he plots to usurp the throne, our mansion will be his first target. Luo Xiu listened attentively while lacing her shoes, nodding occasionally in response. After she was fully dressed, Luo Xiu stood up and kissed her forehead. Don't worry. That bastard's treacherous ambitions have been obvious for ages. Someone will deal with him. That may be true, but if the Prince of the North strikes our mansion first, we'll have no power to resist. You know our mansion's current strength, it's no match for the Prince of the North's mansion. Mu Qingxue's worry remained undiminished. Alright, silly girl. Leave these power struggles to us men. You've endured so much suffering these past days, it's already torn at my heart. Leave the rest to me. Luo Xiu stroked her head reassuringly. These days had indeed been hard on his wife. Countless pressures and burdens had weighed heavily on her shoulders. Even with the nourishment of his cultivation, he still felt exhausted. Otherwise, how could she have cried herself to sleep from sheer excitement upon seeing him earlier? It was clear she'd been bearing far more than she could handle these past days. She was only a 17-year-old girl. While that age was considered adulthood in ancient times, expecting them to navigate the power struggles of the court was still a bit much. His wife had done more than enough these past days. Therefore, he didn't want her involved in the matters ahead. You make it sound so easy. Do you even understand the Empire's current situation? Mu Qingxue sighed helplessly. The current situation in the Tianqi Empire was delicate, with conflicts among the feudal lords intensifying daily. The most formidable figure among them was the Prince of the North. He commanded an army of millions in the northern frontier. If he truly sought to seize power, he possessed the strength to do so. I told you to rest properly, so just rest. I've already thought through a countermeasure. Can't you trust your husband just this once? Luo Xiu looked at the young woman, who still didn't believe him, speaking earnestly yet helplessly. Mu Qingxue gazed at Luo Xiu's earnest expression, her eyes drifting into a daze. Just moments ago, this scoundrel had been acting so recklessly toward her, yet now he was so serious. That meant he truly had a solution. After a long moment, Mu Qingxue finally smiled. That's more like it. As my fiancée, you should be all smiles and joy, not walking around with that icy expression all the time. Luo Xiu pinched his wife's cheek playfully, beaming with delight. His wife looked far better when she smiled. Though her cold expression gave her an aloof, elegant aura, it wasn't good for her. She should smile more often. Mu Qingxue brushed Luo Xiu's hand away, gazing at him with utter exasperation. If you'd handle the household affairs properly and cultivate diligently, would I have to nag you constantly and wear this cold expression every day? Men handle external affairs, women manage the household. The household affairs naturally fall to the lady of the house. As for the major matters outside, leave those to us men. You needn't worry about that anymore. I won't let anyone bully us. I hope you keep your word and put away that carefree attitude. All right. Luo Xiu smiled brightly, agreeing wholeheartedly. After a moment of tenderness, the young couple prepared to dine together when Mu Qingxue suddenly remembered something. She turned to Luo Xiu and asked, Xiu, is there an elder wearing a mask within the prince's mansion? Walking side by side, Luo Xiu halted abruptly at her words. A masked elder? He couldn't recall one. In his memory, he had never seen such a person. Honey, why do you ask? Luo Xiu inquired, puzzled. A few days ago, a masked warrior stormed into the northern frontier prince's residence, turning it upside down. It even alarmed the former prince. From what that elder said, he seems connected to your father. He must have heard about our residence being bullied by the northern frontier prince's household and came to stand up for us. Mu Qingxue recounted the story, while Luo Xiu's expression beside her shifted wildly. He was utterly speechless. That was none other than himself. What masked elder? But he kept silent. Given the current situation, it was best to conceal his cultivation. Otherwise, those with ill intent might attempt to assassinate him. If they discovered his formidable strength, the powerful figures they sent would only grow stronger. That would only invite greater trouble. Probably my dad's subordinates. Luo Xiu scratched his head awkwardly. They've been stationed at the frontier for years. There are so many of them, and I haven't met them all. Mu Qingxue harbored no suspicion toward him. After all, the powerful figure who had breached the northern prince's residence was exceptionally formidable. She didn't believe Luo Xiu was responsible. Chapter 34, Sticky and Clingy. Mu Qingxue unexpectedly becomes a mother. You don't know either? Mu Qingxue's brows furrowed slightly. But upon reflection, it made sense. Powerful individuals often had peculiar personalities. It suggested that the masked elder likely wished to protect them from the shadows, unwilling to expose himself to public view. Luo Xiu shook his head. Both fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Luo Xiu felt a bit helpless at his wife's suspicious mind. If he let her keep digging like this, she'd eventually trace it back to him. While he didn't mind revealing his cultivation to her, he certainly didn't want to expose it now. One less person knew, one more layer of protection. Just then, Qingxue shot out of Luo Xiu's Asura divine ring, scurrying up his arm to perch on his shoulder. Qingxue, who had been resting her chin on her hand in thought, froze the moment she saw Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi stared wide-eyed at Qingxue, curiously nibbling on its tiny paw. That adorable sight instantly melted Qingxue's heart. "Little one, how did you get out?" Luo Xiu stared at Chi-Chi in surprise. He hadn't released it himself? The Asura God ring hadn't been activated by him. How had this little one gotten out? "Xiu, what is this?" Qingxue gazed at Chi-Chi with an adorable, curious expression. Girls adore cute things, and the moment she saw Chi-Chi, she couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. Seeing his wife's keen interest, Luo Xiu placed Chi-Chi into her arms. He explained helplessly, "During my time wandering, I suddenly found an egg in a forest. This little guy hatched from it. I have no idea what species it is. Since it can directly ignore spatial laws, it crawled out of my ring on its own." Hearing Luo Xiu's explanation, Qingxue grew even more delighted. The little creature clearly adored Qingxue too. It nuzzled against her, then obediently curled up in her lap. It even licked her hand without a hint of shyness. Luo Xiu's face darkened. How dare this little creature lick his wife's hand right in front of him? Jealousy surged through him. "You little rascal, I'm warning you not to get out of hand. She's my wife." Hearing Luo Xiu's threatening words, Qingxue rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Feeling slightly aggrieved, Luo Xiu turned his glare back to the little creature. "What's this little guy's name?" Qingxue asked, her face beaming with delight. This question left Luo Xiu speechless. How many goodies had this little thing devoured along the way? Everything edible inside his ring had been completely wiped out. "Don't mention it. Just talking about it makes me furious. What's wrong?" "This little guy is incredibly greedy, so I named him Chi-Chi," Luo Xiu said helplessly. "Chu-Chu? That name is so awful." Qingxue looked utterly disgusted. The moment Chi-Chi heard his name, he perked up instantly, as if receiving approval. He licked his little paw. Its short, sleek tail wagged back and forth. Qingxue's face softened with tenderness as she cuddled him in her arms, petting him left and right, utterly captivated. "Honey, do you like this one?" Luo Xiu asked casually. "This little thing isn't exactly harmless. If you're not careful, she might turn against us one day. Better remind my wife about this when I get the chance. Cute as it is, this little one packs quite a punch." "So cute. I absolutely love it." Qingxue nodded with a smile. "Let me tell you, don't be fooled by its cute exterior. This little thing is no pushover. Have you ever seen such a tiny creature swallow an imperial mystic beast whole?" Just recalling that scene sent a shiver down Luo Xiu's spine. This little thing was like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Don't let its deceptively cute appearance fool you. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Qingxue stared at the adorable little creature in her hands, her face filled with shock. "You're not jealous and making this up to trick me, are you? Why would I lie to you? You'll see when it gets hungry." Luo Xiu broke out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, after Qingxue played with Chi-Chi for a while, she heard its stomach growl. Gurgle gurgle. Chi-Chi looked at Luo Xiu with pleading eyes, habitually opening its mouth to signal hunger. "Feed me." Luo Xiu was speechless. Reluctantly, he retrieved a Tianqi beast from another spatial ring weighing a whopping several dozen tons. The little guy perked up the moment he spotted the food. Its energy surged instantly. It leapt out of Qingxue's embrace, landed on a nearby table, patted its little belly, and then a powerful suction erupted from its mouth once more. In one gulp, it swallowed the entire mystical beast whole. Qingxue stared in utter disbelief. She had thought Luo Xiu was just scaring her earlier, but witnessing this scene made her finally believe his words. She turned to Luo Xiu, who shrugged helplessly. "This guy's just like that, like he's possessed by a demon. This one probably isn't even enough to fill his teeth. Last time he ate a royal tier beast." In just a moment, the little creature patted its belly and turned its gaze back to the two of them. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly once more, placing another Tianqi beast carcass before it. Thankfully, he'd collected all these corpses after slaying them earlier. Otherwise, feeding this little one would be a real problem. But even this estimate was a bit too generous, as the number of Tianqi beasts left in his ring was dwindling. "Little one, besides these, what else can you eat?" Luo Xiu asked helplessly. He then laid out a large pile of items imbued with powerful energy before it, letting it choose for itself. To his surprise, the little creature showed no restraint whatsoever, swallowing everything in one gulp. Whether it was metal or energy-infused herbs, it spared nothing. The couple took a deep breath and exchanged a glance. Now fully sated, the little creature hopped back into Qingxue's arms, acting cute. Occasionally letting out a little burp. "You really are no stranger to being greedy, eating everything in sight. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to absorb all this energy?" Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly. He stared at Chi-Chi with utter despair. Whoever wants this thing can have it. He truly couldn't afford to keep it anymore. Qingxue, however, was utterly devoted, clutching Chi-Chi tightly to her chest. "Don't even think about taking it, I'm raising it." Seeing this, Luo Xiu dared not say another word. Looks like he'd have to work even harder at his side job from now on. Just as the two fell silent, the little creature suddenly spoke in human words, "Mama. Mama." The voice was soft and sweet, just like that of a human infant, making it impossible to discern its gender. Luo Xiu and Qingxue thought their ears were playing tricks on them. "Qiqi, was that you speaking just now? What did you say?" Qingxue looked at the child in her arms with delight. The little one nodded obediently, repeating the word in halting human speech, "Mama." Luo Xiu's eyes widened. This time, he was absolutely certain he hadn't imagined it. This little one could truly speak human words. Amazement washed over Qingxue's stunning face as she asked excitedly, "Qiqi, what did you just call me?" "Mama," the little one called out, sounding more confident each time. "Good girl. He. Xiu, did you hear that? It called me mommy." Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu with joy. I heard it. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly. But he had no choice but to accept reality. Chapter 35, Qingxue enters seclusion, then heads to the Prince of Zhenbei's manor once more. With Qiqi's companionship, their days were filled with delightful surprises. Laughter and joy filled their days. Qiqi grew increasingly adept at mastering human speech. The only drawback was that Luo Xiu had never once heard him call him dad, which left him utterly frustrated. Recognizing only his mother and not his father who could bear that. It's not like he hadn't taught him how to say it. He'd droned on and on about it, but this little rascal? All he ever got was, Luo Xiu's face darkened with frustration. Turns out he'd been tricked. He taught the kid to call him dad, only for the kid to end up recognizing him as his father? That day, the family of three was happily enjoying barbecue in the mansion courtyard. Luo Xiu grilled while silently watching Qiqi eat. He couldn't grill fast enough to keep up with his eating pace. After grilling for ages, the kid gobbled it all down in one bite. This kid was getting too expensive to raise. "Little guy, couldn't you spare a couple bites for your mom? If you gobble it all in one go, what are we supposed to eat?" I glared at him, speechless. Seeing Luo Xiu's displeased expression, Qiqi looked a bit aggrieved. Glancing at the tiny piece of grilled meat left before him, he reluctantly offered it to the two of them. "Mommy, eat," he said in a soft, sticky voice. Qingxue watched Qiqi's pouty expression, glared at Luo Xiu, then gently placed the meat back in front of him. "Sweetheart," she said tenderly, "Mommy isn't hungry. Don't listen to your father." She then turned to Luo Xiu with a reproachful look. "Just grill more after we finish eating. Why get angry with a child?" Luo Xiu felt wronged but dared not argue back. He simply turned away and resumed grilling the meat with renewed vigor. Ever since this little one arrived at their home, his status had plummeted. Sigh. Just then, the old steward entered. "Young master." The old steward smiled gently at the harmonious scene before him. "Master Lu, you're just in time. Care to join us for a bite?" Luo Xiu greeted him with a smile. The old steward shook his head, bowing slightly as he approached Luo Xiu and handed him a report. This details the situation in the city over the past few days. "It's not looking good," the old steward sighed as he spoke. Luo Xiu took the report and scanned it. Qingxue leaned in to read it too. The smile on her stunning face froze instantly, replaced by a deep frown. The news shattered the previously cheerful atmosphere. Only Luo Xiu remained unmoved, his expression still calm. That prince of the northern frontier truly has some nerve recruiting talent right under the emperor's nose, and only seeking out martial arts masters from the underworld. Qingxue clenched her delicate fists, her voice thick with hatred. "Don't worry about it. We'll just keep the music playing and the dance going at home. Someone will deal with him." Luo Xiu watched indifferently. Since this fellow was so shameless and audacious, someone would naturally deal with him. Moreover, for the empire as a whole, this news might not be favorable, but for him, it was excellent news. The more enemies this fool made, the better it was for him. He refused to believe that the one in the palace wouldn't be concerned about this guy recklessly recruiting troops. "All right, I've heard it. This nonsense is truly dampening my spirits," Luo Xiu remarked indifferently to the old steward. The old steward shot a glance at Qingxue, nodded, and withdrew. After the old steward left, Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu, utterly speechless. "Don't you have any worries about him doing this?" Luo Xiu tugged at his sleeve, grilling meat as he explained, "This news might be bad for others, but for us, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You think the Prince of Zhenbei is the only one plotting rebellion?" Luo Xiu smiled mysteriously and countered. Qingxue froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. Before Lin Tianhua arrived, the Prince of the Northern Frontier was the first in line for succession. But that didn't mean he could simply claim the entire Tianqi Empire or ascend to the supreme imperial throne. The entire Tianqi Empire was home to countless princes, each desperate to see their own son inherit the throne from his elder brother. Thinking this way, the Northern Frontier King's grand recruitment drive wasn't just causing anxiety for the Tianqi Emperor, it was also driving countless old princes mad with worry. "So what should we do now?" Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu's calm expression, feeling utterly helpless. Perhaps this was simply his nature. But why did seeing this expression make her want to slap him twice? Luo Xiu felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed the strange smile on his wife's face. What else can we do? Focus on strengthening ourselves as quickly as possible. The entire empire's situation is about to shift dramatically, perhaps within these very months. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. I've been feeling the threshold of a breakthrough these past few days. It won't be long before I seclude myself to push through. Qingxue nodded. As her Divine Phoenix physique advanced to the Divine Phoenix Sacred physique, her strength underwent a qualitative leap, and breakthroughs followed one after another. Currently at the 3rd tier of the Imperial Mystic Realm, she was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier. If she succeeded in reaching the 4th tier, she would have the confidence to face a peak Emperor Xian realm expert. Hearing his wife speak thus, Luo Xiu felt genuine joy for her. Then let's take advantage of the time left to go into seclusion. Boost our strength as much as possible, that way we'll have enough power to handle the upcoming changes. Agreed. As night fell, Qingxue bid farewell to Luo Xiu and Qiqi, resolutely entering the cultivation chamber. This breakthrough might take 2 or 3 days at most, a week. You handle things around here for now. Don't get into any trouble. As she stepped into the cultivation chamber, Mu Shiwang couldn't help but remind Luo Xiu. She feared that with her attention elsewhere, this guy might get up to some mischief again. Don't worry, honey. I'll be good. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded solemnly. Only then did Qingxue close the cultivation chamber door with peace of mind. Watching his wife enter the chamber, Luo Xiu promptly left the mansion with his pet rabbit. After spending these past few days with him, Luo Xiu had come to understand the little guy's innate talent and domain. His strength was truly formidable. Even his own wife might not be a match for this little one. The only variable was that the kid's power seemed rather unstable. Little one, you wouldn't want your mother to be bullied by bad people, would you? The bloodthirsty aura emanating from Luo Xiu, now wearing his Asura Mask, made Qiqi shiver beside him. Qiqi shrank back and nodded. No. Excellent. Then tonight, your father will teach you a lesson. Luo Xiu gave the little one a mysterious smile. He then hoisted the child onto his shoulders and vanished into the night. Their destination, the Northern Prince's manor. The imperial city under the night sky shone brightly like a city that never sleeps, a dark shadow streaking across the heavens. It landed not far from the Northern Frontier Prince's mansion. Luo Xiu scanned the surroundings with his divine soul power. He detected the Tianqi members he had deployed, and to the northwest, it seemed someone was being pursued. Trouble. Luo Xiu withdrew his divine sense and immediately flew toward the northwest. Where do you think you're going? You dared to assassinate someone from our Northern Prince's residence, and now you think you can escape? Why waste words? The prince ordered no survivors. 2 Imperial Mystic Realm experts were pursuing a severely wounded member of the Heavenly Gate. Luo Xiu's figure slowly descended from midair onto a city wall, instantly unleashing his Asura domain. A blood-curdling aura permeated the surroundings as the shrunken Asura domain instantly engulfed the 2 Northern Prince's household experts. The 2 were instantly immobilized, frozen stiff in place. Terror filled their eyes. Seeing the 2 frozen in place, the Tianqi member accelerated instantly, vanishing from their sight in a flash. Throughout the entire sequence, Luo Xiu remained standing tall upon the city wall. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The 2 powerhouses of the Northern Frontier Prince's mansion were instantly obliterated, their entire bodies reduced to a cloud of blood mist. The long dormant system chimed once more. Ding, congratulations, host, on slaying 2 human targets at the 7th tier of the Imperial Mystic Realm. You have acquired 30% of their essence blood, automatically converted into 600,000 Asura vitality. After completing this, Luo Xiu's figure once again merged with the night. When he reappeared, he hovered above the Northern Frontier Prince's residence. A chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire Northern Frontier Prince's manor. Chapter 36, First Clash with Lin Xian. The Prince of the North's residence sure is loaded. In just over 10 days, they've restored it to its former glory. TSK. Luo Xiu gazed at the Northern Prince's manor, which had been destroyed by him just over 10 days ago, now restored to its former glory, even more splendid than before, and couldn't help but marvel. After the previous ordeal, the Prince of the North had become considerably more cautious, deploying several times the number of elite guards to protect the mansion. If I were to strike again, I wonder if this mansion could withstand it. Luo Xiu gazed thoughtfully down below, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Having just scanned the grounds with his divine soul power, he sensed that the powerful figures within were deliberately concealing their cultivation levels, clearly planning to ambush him. But Luo Xiu didn't take them seriously. Nothing more than a few extra drops of blood and qi. This young master will gladly accept them. Little one, when the fighting starts, unleash your abilities freely. Devour as many as you can, understand? Luo Xiu turned his head slightly to look at the little creature on his shoulder, instructing it. The little creature patted its belly, ready to pounce. Excellent. That's the spirit I want. Luo Xiu smiled faintly. Turning back, he no longer concealed his aura. As the Asura Divine Realm instantly unfolded, the entire Northern Prince's mansion plunged once more into the same terror as before. Thick blood energy saturated the entire manor. This area seemed cut off from the outside world, presenting a completely different scene. It resembled a purgatory beneath the heavens, permeated with an eerie chill everywhere. The numerous powerful figures within the mansion seemed to have been awaiting this very moment, emerging one after another. 40 or 50 figures appeared in the courtyard of the northern frontier prince's residence, streaking through the air like flashes of light. Powerful auras flared forth alongside their arrival. Scanning the surroundings, their gazes finally locked onto Luo Xiu atop the tower. One of the powerful figures who had previously clashed with Luo Xiu and survived pointed in his direction, roaring with fury, "You bastard! You dare show your face here!" Luo Xiu now wore the Asura Mask, a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he looked down. "Why shouldn't I come? Is the Northern Prince's manor some hell on earth? Am I forbidden to enter?" Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the crowd glared at him with fury, powerful mystical energy gathering in their hands. Yet, surprisingly, none of them attacked, as if awaiting someone's command. As the standoff persisted, a young man slowly pushed open the door of a room on the left. He stepped out, walking toward the courtyard. Dressed in a blue robe, his features were strikingly handsome, though his face bore a layer of icy frost. Reaching the center of the courtyard, he slowly raised his gaze toward Luo Xiu above. "Young prince!" The crowd bowed in unison. The young man did not glance at them, instead fixing his piercing gaze squarely on Luo Xiu. "Are you the mysterious powerhouse from the Tomb King's manor?" Lin Xian asked calmly. His heart remained utterly unruffled, as if he held Luo Xiu in no regard whatsoever. "Here to conduct a survey?" Luo Xiu sneered. "You insolent fool! How dare you speak to His Highness the young prince like that? You're courting death. Given your lowly status, it's a tremendous honor for the young prince to even address you. Answer promptly. Don't get cocky." The young man himself remained unruffled, but the crowd around him immediately began fawning over him. Like a pack of dogs, wagging their tails to curry favor with their master. Clap clap clap. Must say, the dogs bred in the Prince of the North's mansion are well trained. Their master hasn't even spoken, yet these dogs are barking wildly. Luo Xiu clapped his hands and sneered. The faces of the powerful figures below turned ashen. In the darkness, their gazes burned like fiery flames, threatening to scorch Luo Xiu. If looks could kill, Luo Xiu would have died 1,000 times over by now. As the enraged figures prepared to retort once more, they were halted by the young man's spirit form. "What a silver tongue!" Lin Xian remarked indifferently. "I never thought you'd dare return. Last time, the royal palace was caught off guard, allowing your ambush to succeed. How do you plan to handle things this time? This time I'm not ambushing you, I've come openly and fairly. What can you do about it?" As he spoke, Luo Xiu instantly unleashed the might of the Asura divine realm. All the powerful figures below, save for the young man, were instantly forced back by the overwhelming aura. Weaker individuals trembled on their feet, staggering unsteadily. Had it not been for those supporting them, they would have collapsed to the ground long ago. "Enough chatter. Deal with all of you so I can go home and catch up on some sleep." Luo Xiu wasted no more words. His figure vanished like a ghost into the night, his aura disappearing without a trace. The powerful figures behind Lin Xian were all terrified out of their wits, their eyes darting around in panic. Whoosh, whoosh. Sharp whistles pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of throats being slit. In an instant, nearly a third of the elite warriors collapsed where they stood. Lin Xian watched his men fall one by one behind him, clenching his fists as coldness filled his eyes. Then, refusing to be outdone, he instantly unleashed his own domain. Heavenly Thunder Domain, open! With Lin Xian's thunderous shout, 100-meter-wide domain instantly unfolded, forming a smaller realm beneath Luo Xiu's terrifying domain, enveloping everyone within. Bolts of thunder coalesced into a barrier, blocking the demonic sword intent unleashed by Luo Xiu's domain. Clang! 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 Sizzle sizzle. The collision of two domains, the friction between thunder and sword intent, sparked flashes of light. Those protected within Lin Xian's domain remained vigilant, glancing warily left and right. Luo Xiu's divine cultivation domain was simply too formidable. Even Lin Xian's innate domain, no matter how powerful, couldn't shield everyone. They were now like startled birds, their earlier bold declarations long forgotten. All that remained was fear filling their eyes. The two domains continued their clash. Lin Xian's heavenly thunder domain, shrouded within Luo Xiu's domain, glowed like a fiery orb, the sole beacon of light for this group. "I see it, this guy is incredibly powerful. Hurry and help me." Lin Xian, struggling alone to sustain the entire domain, cried out. His words jolted the panicked crowd into action. One by one, they channeled their mystical energy into Lin Xian's heavenly thunder domain. With their full power infused, the heavenly thunder domain slowly expanded outward, finally creating a stalemate between the two opposing forces. "Young prince, what kind of domain is this? Why is it so formidable?" "Indeed, your highness. That fellow hasn't even reached the revered Xian realm yet, so how can his domain be this formidable? It's even completely enveloped the entire prince's residence, and you know that covers over 100 acres. Only realms wielded by cultivators above the revered Xian realm can achieve complete coverage. Even a peak Imperial Xian realm expert couldn't manage this like yourself. Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly. He too had never witnessed such a formidable domain before. Luo Xiu's cultivation was nowhere near his own, so why was the domain he unleashed so overwhelmingly powerful? He refused to accept it. He was the Empire's most formidable prodigy. As Lin Xian's mind raced with confusion, Luo Xiu's ghostly figure reappeared within his domain, gripping a crimson longsword. The aura emanating from this blade was unlike anything anyone had ever witnessed. It was undoubtedly a peerless divine weapon. Before they could process it, Luo Xiu charged forward, sword thrusting toward them. Though they dodged and flickered amidst the thunderous strikes. Slash! He perfectly evaded every thunderbolt within the domain, striking with a single sword thrust that severed the throat, eliminating a royal Xian realm expert before slowly vanishing. By the time the others reacted, Luo Xiu's figure had vanished once more, leaving only the fallen Emperor Xian realm expert lying motionless in a pool of blood. The others were horrified, while Lin Xian's brow furrowed into a thin line. Meanwhile, as the others were distracted, he swiftly devoured the powerful cultivator's corpse in a single gulp. Then, mimicking Luo Xiu's actions, he tore open a rift in space and strode away. No! He has another ally. Lin Xian glared furiously at the direction where Luo Xiu vanished. Then, disregarding all else, he retracted his domain, determined to confront Luo Xiu head-on. Without the protection of the Heavenly Thunder domain, their forms were once again exposed within the Asura divine realm. Panic seized them all. However, Lin Xian paid them no mind. He sacrificed one of his weapons, a long sword covered in azure-colored patterns that contained the power of Heavenly Thunder. Is that all you can do? Dodge like a rat and strike from the shadows? Lin Xian roared in fury. In that very instant, Chi-Chi materialized behind the two powerful figures and swallowed them whole in a single gulp. The crowd was both horrified and utterly speechless. Killing alone was terrifying enough, but this was psychological warfare on top of it. What the hell was that about swallowing someone whole? Not even leaving a corpse behind? How ruthless. Luo Xiu heard Lin Xian's furious roar as his divine form slowly materialized. A fair fight? Do you really think you stand a chance? Luo Xiu sneered. But Lin Xian, seeing Luo Xiu's form, cared not whether he could defeat his opponent. Wielding his long sword like a bolt of thunder, he lunged straight at Luo Xiu. Chapter 37, the strong man of the Northern Prince's mansion strikes, then struts away. Soon, the two were locked in combat. Meanwhile, the other powerful figures were preoccupied with fending off the attacks from the Asura divine realm, paying no attention whatsoever to helping Lin Xian against Luo Xiu. Lin Xian's techniques were fierce and powerful, yet against the battle-hardened Luo Xiu, they proved insufficient. Luo Xiu parried with ease. Even a prodigy like Lin Xian couldn't compare to him. Yet Luo Xiu remained profoundly astonished by Lin Xian's innate talent. Were it not for his own extraordinary abilities, he might truly have been unable to handle this young man. With Lin Xian's innate talent, perhaps only his own brother or his future wife once she matured could truly stand against him. On Lin Xian's side, he was being thoroughly tormented by Luo Xiu's polished combat techniques. He fought timidly, hesitant to commit, and could sense that Luo Xiu wasn't even using his full strength. This infuriated him. Never in all these years had anyone dared to treat him with such contempt. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention, adored by all. The more furious and impatient he grew, the larger his openings became. His once mighty mystical energy slowly drained away, while Luo Xiu toyed with him as if it were nothing. Clang! Boom! Damn it! How dare you mock me? Luo Xiu dodged his attack and slammed a fist into his face. The man was sent flying, crashing heavily into the courtyard wall. After scrambling to his feet, the two men stood a considerable distance apart. Lin Xian touched his cheek, glaring furiously at Luo Xiu. Is this the talent and strength you boast about? It's nothing before me. Luo Xiu sneered. He had been so eager to see this third genius of the Tianqi Empire. Who could have imagined he'd be such a piece of trash? Fine. You forced my hand. Veins bulged on Lin Xian's face. His rage had clearly reached its peak. He burned his bloodline power recklessly, determined to fight Luo Xiu to the death. SSS. The explosive power unleashed by his formidable bloodline shattered his entire green robe. His upper body was suddenly bare, revealing his powerful physique to all present. The meridians throughout his body shattered under the force of this overwhelming energy, first staining his entire form crimson. He charged toward Luo Xiu with reckless abandon. Whoever you are, I will kill you today. Lin Xian roared in fury. Rage clouded his mind, leaving him oblivious to his injuries. Is this all you've got, useless rage? Luo Xiu sneered with disdain. Gripping the Asura divine sword tightly, he charged once more. Lin Xian, burning with the power of his bloodline, piqued his interest. This battle was a back-and-forth exchange. At his current 5th tier of the Imperial Mystic Realm, amplified by the Asura Divine Domain, defeating this Lin Xian should be a breeze. His previous strength was at the 1st tier. Now he had risen significantly. Yet it was Lin Xian who grew increasingly desperate. Even with his bloodline power ignited, he still couldn't kill Luo Xiu. This failure was slowly eroding his sanity. He refused to believe anyone possessed greater innate talent than his own. Even if such a being existed within the Tianqi Empire, it simply couldn't be real. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Who the hell are you? Lin Xian gasped, his sword pointing at Luo Xiu as he demanded angrily. Within the Tianqi Empire, there can be no such powerhouse with such formidable innate talent. You're nothing but a frog in a well. You're too weak. Why don't you call your father out here? Luo Xiu watched him silently, paying no heed to his impotent rage. As the two grappled, Luo Xiu sensed several powerful auras approaching the northern palace. These auras were entirely unfamiliar, likely belonging to elite warriors under the Northern Prince's command. Luo Xiu sighed. Then, with a flick of his thoughts, the Asura Divine Realm unleashed its might once more, reducing the entire Northern Prince's mansion to utter ruin. However, slaying Lin Xian today would prove rather difficult, for those powerful figures were already drawing near. Though he could eliminate him within the limited time available, it would require expending considerable mystical energy, and then escape would likely be impossible. Thus, Luo Xiu ultimately chose to hold back. Today's gains were already substantial. He had slain dozens of powerful figures within the Northern Prince's manor, dealing an undeniably devastating blow to the entire estate. Lin Xian observed Luo Xiu's darkening expression, as if deep in thought, and sensed an opening. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his most devastating technique, a surprise strike to finish him off. Heaven's Thunder Sword summoned the celestial lightning. Countless bolts of thunder gathered above Lin Xian's head, channeling colossal thunderous energy into his heavenly thunder sword. The immense force caused him to spit out a heavy mouthful of blood. Clearly, the side effects of this technique were no small matter. Kill. Soon, the gathered thunderous energy coalesced into a thunderous sword, hurtling toward Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. This strike carried considerable power. A desperate last stand. Asura Divine Sword, killing intent. Luo Xiu dared not take it lightly. More importantly, he couldn't let this strike affect him. Otherwise, if those powerful pursuers caught up soon, escape would be nearly impossible. In an instant, countless sword intents merged into his body, coalescing into countless sword bodies that ultimately infused the Asura Divine Sword. Kill. Luo Xiu charged toward Lin Xian with equal ferocity. The two formidable divine techniques collided violently. Yet, Luo Xiu's killing intent proved superior. Not only did he perfectly deflect Lin Xian's attack, but the residual force sent Lin Xian crashing backward, spitting blood and collapsing unconscious. Luo Xiu dared not approach to check his condition, immediately soaring into the night sky. Just then, the Northern Frontier King arrived with a group of powerful warriors. What on earth happened here? The Northern Frontier King stared at Lin Xian, lying unconscious on the ground. His entire being seethed with fury. The three Zhuanshuan realm experts behind him also frowned deeply. A white-haired elder swiftly approached Lin Xian, hastily lifting him up. Xianer. Shaking the unconscious Lin Xian yielded no response. The elder immediately retrieved a pill from his ring and forced it down his throat. Seeing his disciple suffer such severe injuries, the heavenly spirit venerable was filled with rage. The formidable aura characteristic of a peak venerable realm cultivator instantly enveloped the entire royal mansion. Everyone recoiled in fear, terrified of being caught in the crossfire of this overwhelming pressure. Even the few survivors from earlier now bore injuries of varying severity. The Prince of the North's face darkened to a terrifying shade of grim. He grabbed one of the survivors by the collar. Who did this? The man's face twisted in terror as he stammered, Your Highness, spare my life. Speak. Who was responsible? It was the same person who ambushed the mansion last time. His strength is formidable, and he possesses an incredibly powerful domain. We couldn't possibly stand against him. As the man finished his trembling confession, the Northern Frontier King snapped his neck and tossed him aside. Turning his gaze to the dozen or so men clinging to life on the ground, a fierce glint flared in his eyes. With a single palm strike, the critically wounded men met their end instantly. Honorable Elder, how is Xian? Alas! His injuries are severe, having damaged his very essence. Even if healed, his innate talent will be greatly diminished, the celestial spirit reverend said helplessly. Lin Xian was his most cherished disciple, the one destined to inherit his legacy, with boundless potential for the future. Yet this perfect disciple had been ruined by others. The heavenly spirit revered one's expression was now heavy with murderous intent. Your Highness, send men to investigate. Once we uncover who did this, I shall grind their bones to dust. Rest assured, Reverend. The Prince of the North gazed at his son with heart-wrenching sorrow. Though he had many sons, none could match Lin Xian's exceptional talent. He was truly one of a kind. Far from the Northern Frontier Prince's residence, Luo Xiu removed his mask and drew a deep breath. Had Lin Xian delayed him any longer just now, those powerful pursuers might have caught up. Now that he thought about it, beyond the thrill, all that remained was lingering dread. Ha 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 ha. What a thrill! This is more exhilarating than hunting Xian beasts. Dare to provoke me, Prince of the Northern Frontier? You'd better be prepared to bear the full force of my wrath and retribution. He then slowly curled into a seated position, regulating his breathing before strolling leisurely toward home. All the way home, Luo Xiu whistled non-stop as if nothing had ever happened. Back home, the old butler habitually prepared warm water for his bath. Then, he stretched out comfortably on his plush bed. Meanwhile, the northern frontier prince's residence burned bright all night. The entire household was frantic, like ants on a hot pan. Half of the newly recruited elite warriors had been wiped out by Luo Xiu. Compounded by the severe injuries inflicted upon his own son, the northern frontier prince's fury boiled over. He vowed to uncover the perpetrator and exterminate their entire clan. Chapter 38 Mu Qingxue, Xiu, love me. 3 days later, at dawn. Ha! Another beautiful day. Luo Xiu stretched lazily, flipping himself off the bed with a sudden leap. After tidying up, he slowly pushed open the door and stepped out. The moment he opened the door, he saw the old butler approaching. Luo Xiu smiled. Old Lu, what brings you here? A smile graced the old man's weathered face. Young prince, the young princess has broken through. She's waiting for you in the main hall, the old steward announced the good news. Hearing the old steward's words, Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. His wife had finally broken through. He couldn't wait and hurried toward the main hall. In the main hall, Mu Qingxue was enjoying her breakfast. From afar, Luo Xiu's boisterous voice echoed toward her. My dear. Mu Qingxue watched Luo Xiu sprinting toward her. Setting down her pastry, she took a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. She rose slowly and headed toward Luo Xiu as well, though her ladylike reserve made her slow her pace. Then she would wrap him in a big hug. Honey, you finally broke through. Luo Xiu exclaimed joyfully. I missed you so much. While basking in Luo Xiu's warm embrace, Mu Qingxue said helplessly, it's just a small breakthrough. Why do you seem happier than I am? How could I not be thrilled? My wife is so amazing. He. Give me a kiss. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. We haven't seen each other in years. Luo Xiu shamelessly planted kiss after kiss on his wife's face. Seeing him about to take advantage again, Mu Qingxue hurriedly pushed him away. You rascal, don't push your luck. Mu Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson. She couldn't fathom what was going on in his mind, always harboring these lewd thoughts. She just couldn't do anything about him. It was infuriating, but maybe she should just give in? Otherwise, the sky might just burst from pent-up frustration. With her current constitution and strength, perhaps she could help him break through the barrier preventing his cultivation. Mu Qingxue gazed at Luo Xiu thoughtfully. My dear. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly as his wife pushed him away once more. When would he ever achieve enlightenment? Gazing daily at his wife's peerless beauty yet forbidden to pluck the fruit, this torment was beyond ordinary comprehension. Enough. As if you're the one suffering. Mu Qingxue sighed, tapping Luo Xiu's forehead with her slender jade-like finger. How could I not be aggrieved? Luo Xiu retorted with genuine hurt. Mu Qingxue stared at Luo Xiu's pouting face, utterly speechless. Xiu, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. I just want to strengthen myself as quickly as possible. The stronger I am, the higher the chance I can help you awaken. So please be patient, okay? Mu Qingxue explained patiently. Luo Xiu froze upon hearing his wife's explanation. Ha? So that's what it was about? At the same time, a wave of warmth washed over him. He hadn't expected his wife to be so considerate of him. Seeing Luo Xiu's dazed expression, Mu Qingxue felt a bit helpless and decided to change the subject. I heard from Elder Lu that a few days ago, that mysterious elder visited the Prince of Zhenbei's residence again. Did you know about this? Yeah, I know. Luo Xiu nodded, seemingly absent-minded. His thoughts still lingered on the previous question. He had to quickly figure out a way to claim his wife's first blood. Has that elder contacted you? Mu Qingxue frowned slightly and pressed on. Not yet, but I heard that senior directly stripped Lin Xian, the eldest son of the Prince of the North's household, of his title. Now the Prince of the North's household is scrambling everywhere for doctors. No wonder they don't have the energy to bother with us. Sigh. This situation is getting more and more complicated. I wonder how that senior is doing. Should we try to contact him? No. Better not. Luo Xiu was startled by his wife's suggestion. Ha? Why such a strong reaction? Mu Qingxue's lovely face turned to Luo Xiu, her expression filled with confusion as she asked. Luo Xiu felt embarrassed. Now isn't the right time. If that senior wishes to meet us, he'll make himself known. The entire Prince of Zhenbei's estate is searching for him right now. If we get involved at this point, he'll be exposed even faster. So for now, let's hold off on contacting him. Mu Qingxue nodded in agreement upon hearing Luo Xiu's reasoning. If that senior truly valued loyalty and righteousness, he would surely meet them once they sought him out. But doing so would inevitably lead the Prince of the Northern Frontier to track him down through the slightest clues. Such a move would indeed be counterproductive. Luo Xiu exhaled in relief upon seeing his wife's agreement. Then he heard Mu Qingxue add, the situation in the Tianqi Empire is growing increasingly tense. I hear many feudal princes have already returned to the capital, and the territories they guard are facing immense external threats. Luo Xiu frowned slightly. The Tianqi Empire was in a dire predicament, beset by both internal turmoil and external threats. These feudal lords had no interest in confronting external threats, their minds were consumed with thoughts of usurping the throne. It was time for him to enter the palace and meet this uncle of his. Xiu, are you listening? Qingxue asked, looking at Luo Xiu. I'm listening. Shouldn't we do something for the empire? After all, we're the only non-royal prince in the entire empire. This is an immense blessing. We can't just stand by while the people suffer. Qingxue said, her eyes filled with concern. She learned from Lin Yuero that the ruler of the Tianqi Empire was Luo Xiu's own uncle. Now, numerous feudal lords were plotting rebellion. The situation was far from optimistic. The emperor of Tianqi faced immense pressure. Shouldn't they lend a hand? My dear, you're absolutely right. I certainly won't stand idly by and watch the Tianqi Empire fall into the hands of these vermin. But we can't act rashly just yet. The feudal lords are all rebelling and waiting to see where we stand. Now that we've antagonized the Prince of the North's domain, we certainly won't ally with them. Others might grow restless and seek cooperation with us. For now, it's best to observe and wait. Luo Xiu's reasoning sounded quite sound. Qingxue's expression darkened instantly. For the moment, there was no better solution. There was nothing else to be done. Sigh. But turning back, she saw Luo Xiu's carefree expression and felt a pang of helplessness. Watching this guy act as if nothing concerned him, was this what it meant to be free from cultivation burdens? Then again, what could a powerless mortal possibly contribute to the struggles between royal powers? Should I give it to him? Take a gamble? The two fell silent for a moment. Luo Xiu was contemplating his next move, while Qingxue's face slowly flushed crimson at the thought of the idea forming in her mind. She glanced at Luo Xiu thankfully, he wasn't looking at her. Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief before clenching her delicate fist solemnly and turning to face Luo Xiu. Xiu. What is it, my dear? Luo Xiu, his train of thought interrupted, looked at Qingxue with confusion. Xiu, why don't you take me? Qingxue mustered all her courage to utter those words, then blushed crimson and dared not meet Luo Xiu's gaze. Luo Xiu froze for a moment. Had he misheard? Honey, what did you just say? Qingxue's cheeks flushed even brighter. That damn bastard, was he doing this on purpose? She had spoken so clearly just now, could he really not have heard? Damn it! And nothing. Qingxue simply couldn't bring herself to repeat those words. It was too humiliating. As a young lady, saying it once was already embarrassing enough, and this damn jerk was distracted. Oh. Luo Xiu scratched the back of his head. Maybe he was just horny and misheard. Forget it. Qingxue sighed helplessly, her crimson cheeks slowly regaining their icy pallor. She pushed those thoughts to the back of her mind. If all else failed, she'd just have to force him into it tonight. This bastard was a damn blockhead. When she wanted him to think about it, he couldn't, but when she didn't want him to, his mind was racing. Bastard. Chapter 39, Wu. Ah, Xiu loved me so well. The Prince of the North's mansion. The Prince of the Northern Frontier sat in the Grand Hall, his expression dark and terrifying. 3 days of searching, and still no sign. Even after that bastard left, his aura vanished completely, as if he had never existed at all. Just who the hell is this? Deliberately defying the Northern Frontier Prince's residence. And now, looking down at this bunch of useless fools below him, they couldn't even find a single person. He'd poured resources into them by the bucketful, only to be rewarded with a bunch of useless trash. The Northern Frontier Prince grew angrier by the moment. In a fit of rage, he overturned the tea set on the table. Crash. Damn it. You useless bunch of good-for-nothings. We pamper you with fine food and drink, yet when it matters most, you're utterly useless. You can't even find a single person. What good are you to me? The men below the dais exchanged nervous glances, not daring to utter a word. It wasn't that they didn't want to search. But after days of looking, they hadn't found a single clue. The man seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not a single trace. They weren't gods, how could they possibly find him? Just then, under the protection of the celestial spirit sage, Lin Xian slowly made his way into the Grand Hall. His handsome face was deathly pale, devoid of even a hint of color. Yet beneath that pallor lay a face darkened by an almost terrifying gloom. Father. Lin Xian weakly addressed the Prince of the North seated upon the high dais. Seeing Lin Xian and the celestial spirit reverend arrive, Prince Xiangbai's expression finally softened slightly. Venerable One, Xianer. The Prince of the North sighed and rose to his feet. Bring chairs. 2 servants slowly carried in 2 chairs from outside and placed them behind Lin Xian and the heavenly spirit reverend. The two naturally sat down. Your Highness, still no trace of that little thief, the celestial spirit reverend asked slowly. Only then did the Prince of the North sit down, shaking his head. Seeing the helpless expression on his father's face, Lin Xian clenched his fists. Father, find him at any cost. I will kill him with my own hands. Xian'er, rest assured. Your father will personally take his life. No. Hearing his father's assurance, Lin Xian shook his head instead, a cold glint flashing across his deathly pale face. I will do it myself. Very well. I shall have him bound and brought before you. Thank you, father. These past days, hearing his master say his innate talent would be greatly diminished felt worse than death itself. He also deeply regretted his past actions. A moment of impulsiveness had destroyed his brilliant potential. He was filled with hatred. It was all that bastard's fault. Why should his own innate talent suffer? How could he possibly have harmed his very foundation? He would personally torment that bastard to quench the hatred burning within him. The tomb of the heavenly king. As night fell, the entire imperial city was in turmoil, with panic gripping the populace. As night fell, everyone hurried back to their homes to hide, fearing they might be mistaken for rebels by the imperial guards. The entire mansion fell into a deep silence. Luo Xiu dismissed all the ordinary people without cultivation, unwilling to see them dragged into this war for no reason and lose their lives needlessly. Some deserved death, but others were innocent. He had his principles. In the small courtyard, the young couple embraced tightly within the pavilion, gazing at the full moon rising over the horizon. Today happened to be the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the night of the full moon. If only this peace could last forever. Qingxue snuggled tightly against Luo Xiu's chest, savoring the tranquility of this moment alone. It will happen. I once dreamt of a place where I spent wonderfully peaceful days. In that land, there was no war, no cultivators. Ordinary people bustled about their lives, yet they were truly happy. In that place, Luo Xiu comforted his young wife in his arms, recounting the world he had known on Earth. When his emotions ran deep, he always recalled the little moments of the past. Perhaps those days without war were the happiest moments. This life of constant anxiety truly felt unbearable. Is it truly that wonderful? Qingxue blinked her exquisite eyes, her face filled with longing. Yes. If it were possible, I'd take you there to see it for yourself. Luo Xiu nodded with a smile. Qingxue, however, let out a bitter laugh. Such a world probably only existed in dreams. You said it yourself, it's a dream. Don't take it seriously. This world is cruel. Without strength, you don't even have the right to survive. Honey, stay optimistic. It will happen. Let's hope so. Alright, it's late. Let's head back to rest. After training all day, I'm completely exhausted. As Qingxue spoke these words, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Alright. Luo Xiu nodded. The two headed toward the house. Only under the lamplight did Luo Xiu notice his wife's face was already flushed crimson. He asked with a puzzled look, Honey, what's wrong? Why are you so flushed? Am I? Qingxue turned her head away, avoiding Luo Xiu's gaze. Luo Xiu didn't think much of it. His wife was incredibly strong, there was no way she could be sick. Who should shower first, you or me? Luo Xiu glanced toward the bathroom and asked. Qingxue's cheeks flushed even brighter, but since she'd made up her mind, there was no backing down. Xiu, do you love me? Qingxue's sudden question made Luo Xiu sense something was off. What was wrong with his wife today? She'd been acting strangely all day, fidgeting and saying all sorts of odd things this morning. And now, late at night, why was she asking this? Still, Luo Xiu answered honestly, I love you. Forever. Qingxue's heart swelled with joy. Then, clenching her delicate fists, she looked at Luo Xiu and said, then let's bathe together. Ah! Luo Xiu's mind went blank. This time he wasn't distracted, he heard it clearly. This was definitely not an auditory hallucination. Honey, what's gotten into you today? Luo Xiu asked, furrowing his brow slightly. This was too strange. This proactive attitude from his wife was actually throwing him off balance. Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu's face, which showed not a trace of joy but only a sea of questions, and felt a bit helpless. Xiu, I've made up my mind. Tonight, I'll give myself to you. What? Honey, what's gotten into you? Don't worry about what I said earlier today. I know you were just looking out for me, there's no need to rush this. Luo Xiu was genuinely at a loss. Had his words today upset his little wife? Was she afraid he'd change his mind? No, Xiu. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I'm serious. And now is a critical moment. I want you to grow stronger, to have the ability to protect yourself, because I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Qingxue sighed helplessly, voicing her true feelings. After listening, Luo Xiu remained silent. Instead, he wrapped his arms around his wife and held her close. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Silly girl, are you truly certain? No regrets? Luo Xiu asked softly after a long pause. I've never regretted it. I only feared disappointing your expectations of me. Perhaps we had no feelings for each other at first, and this engagement was rushed. But later, I gradually realized I had truly fallen for you. During the time you were gone, my heart felt hollow and empty. I can't deny my own heart, I've fallen deeply in love with you, Xiu. Do you know how happy I was when you said those words, I love you? Xiu. So, let me help you, okay? Qingxue pressed herself tightly against Luo Xiu's shoulder, pouring out everything in her heart. Luo Xiu breathed in the delicate fragrance emanating from the young woman beside him, his heart swelling with emotion. With his wife speaking so plainly, he felt no need for further hesitation. All right. In my heart, Luo Xiu has only you, Qingxue. I love only you. Without hesitation, Luo Xiu carried his wife into the bathroom and began undressing her with his own hands. His movements were gentle and tender, their breaths both quickening. My dear, you're so beautiful. You bad man. Qingxue playfully tapped Luo Xiu's chest, her cherry lips murmuring a soft scolding. Luo Xiu quickened his movements, gazing at the little white rabbit like a starving tiger. His gaze grew hazy. Until they were completely exposed, Luo Xiu no longer concealed his inner desires. Xiu, love me well. Kiss. I know you don't like reading this, so I'll spare you the details. From the bathroom to the bedroom, they fought until dawn. Separating. Does it hurt? Luo Xiu asked softly. Qingxue shook her head, her face flushed crimson like a blooming blood-red rose, untouched by a single speck of dust. Exhausted, neither could muster words. The room was filled with the sweet scent of love as they embraced and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, during their slumber, their physical constitutions underwent earth-shattering transformations. Chapter 40, Honey, how did you get hooked? After their encounter, they slept for a full 6 hours. When they awoke again, it was already evening. Qingxue awoke first. Just as she tried to rise from the bed, the slightest movement of her leg sent a searing, excruciating pain shooting through her body. Her lips twitched slightly as she glanced over at Luo Xiu, still fast asleep beside her. Her cheeks flushed crimson instantly. That damn bastard, he really knows how to wear a girl out. How am I supposed to face anyone today? Qingxue's stunning eyes glared fiercely at the sleeping Luo Xiu. She attempted to rise again, but the excruciating agony left her body numb. Though she could have used her mystical energy to dispel the pain, she chose not to. This was something she, as a woman, had to endure. Instead, she slowly savored every sensation. Qingxue moved with utmost care, yet Luo Xiu's keen senses detected her slightest stir. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Watching his wife struggle to move her body, and recalling last night's intense battle, a smile inevitably curved his lips. My dear. Ah. Qingxue jumped at the sound of Luo Xiu's voice behind her. Her body, which had been slowly shifting, froze stiffly in place. Did this guy just catch her in such an awkward position? Ah. This is so embarrassing. What should I do? Damn it, why did he have to wake up now of all times? Qingxue froze completely, her face flushed red as an apple. Dizzy and flustered, she dared not turn to look at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu continued to chuckle. Honey, are you getting out of bed? Watching his wife squirm and fidget, she was nothing like the aloof woman he remembered. Now, she radiated a mature charm, her femininity more pronounced than ever. This was a good sign. Indeed, transforming a girl into a woman required a man's touch. That bastard, he totally did it on purpose. This is infuriating. After holding it in for so long, Qingxue finally turned around and glared at Luo Xiu in fury. Still staring? Haven't you seen enough? Qingxue snapped angrily. Truthfully, she was already blushing so fiercely she could barely contain herself. I've seen every inch of you, and you're still embarrassed? Luo Xiu grinned, carefully admiring every inch of his wife's skin. You? Qingxue realized with a jolt that Luo Xiu was staring straight at her and she wasn't wearing any clothes. Oh my god, oh my god. Ah. Ah. A piercing scream echoed through the room, and suddenly, everything went black before Luo Xiu's eyes. An entire quilt was thrust over his face, stuffing his nostrils shut just as blood threatened to spurt from them. Wha? You damn bastard, you still dare to look? Go to hell. Qingxue furiously pounded at Luo Xiu beneath the quilt. Smack. 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 Stop hitting me, honey. You just ask for it. Qingxue didn't care about the consequences, her hands moving freely. Honey, don't hit there. It hurts. Honey, you're going to break it. In an instant, the room was filled with springtime vibes. By the end of the beating, Luo Xiu turned the tables and initiated another round of morning exercises. Wait, it was already night, so it should be called evening practice. An hour later, Qingxue lay tangled in Luo Xiu's arms, her hair a messy tangle, her gaze hazy and unfocused. Her eyes held a mix of rapture and longing. Luo Xiu gently kissed her forehead. You bad man, where do you get all that energy? I'm dying. Qingxue's face was full of reproach, yet the weary tone in her voice sent waves of sensation coursing through Luo Xiu's heart. A powerful feeling surged within him once more. This wife was utterly soul-stealing. Every aspect of her pierced straight to the heart, especially her voice. She was the epitome of a mature, alluring woman. A wife who was both pure and dominant. Who wouldn't love that? Qingxue seemed to sense Luo Xiu's arousal in a certain place, and once again sat down on him in a teasingly ambiguous manner. Luo Xiu was startled. He was genuinely flustered. Honey, are you hooked on this? Qingxue's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. She shot him a glare before resuming her movements with purpose. Luo Xiu could only endure silently, his entire being feeling as though he'd entered a heavenly realm, ecstasy so intense it felt like taking flight. This battle raged on until midnight. Qingxue fell into a deep sleep once more, while Luo Xiu felt utterly defeated. This had far exceeded his expectations. His wife was simply too formidable. The two slept soundly for a full 12 hours. 3 days later. Over these 3 days, the prince of the northern frontier had completely severed ties with Emperor Lin Tianqi of the Tianqi Empire. He formally raised his army in rebellion. But the emperor of the Tianqi Empire wasn't one to be pushed around. He immediately dispatched forces to forcibly suppress the northern frontier prince's residence, capturing all the elite warriors within save for a few powerful individuals who managed to escape. Nearly all were captured, while the prince of the northern frontier fled northward in haste. At Sanlin Pass, a northern stronghold of the Tianqi Empire, an army of millions now awaited the prince of the northern frontier. This force numbered a staggering 3 million, comprising the prince of the north's elite troops, led by fiery generals brimming with martial spirit. 1 million soldiers waited with bated breath. Finally, after an hour, they caught sight of the prince of the north, but he was in a wretched state. With only a handful of guards remaining, he bore injuries of varying severity. "General, look. Is that His Highness?" A scout pointed ahead. The general scanned the distance and immediately spotted the prince of the northern frontier. His eyes gleamed with recognition as he instantly commanded the troops, "All soldiers, heed my order. Follow me to greet His Highness." "Yes, General." A million-strong army surged past the Sanlin Pass and swiftly arrived before the prince of the northern frontier. "Your humble servant leads the 3 armies to pay respects to your highness," the general declared excitedly as he knelt on one knee. The prince of the north surveyed the million troops behind him and finally exhaled in relief. Ignoring the exhaustion from the journey and the wounds on his body, he immediately ordered the army to retreat. "General, withdraw at once." The prince of Zhenbei's expression was grave. The general froze upon seeing the prince's expression. Then understanding dawned, and his expression abruptly changed. He bellowed to the army behind him, "Full retreat." The million-strong army obeyed without hesitation, returning to their encampment at breakneck speed. In the distance, the elite warriors dispatched by Lin Tianqi glared at the prince of the northern frontier with fury. "Damn it! It seems this bastard had been plotting rebellion all along. No wonder he stationed 1 million troops within the Sanlin Pass to guard against internal threats. Since we can't catch up, let's retreat quickly. Don't get surrounded by them." Another powerful figure grabbed the impulsive warrior and whispered urgently. He too felt bitter resentment, but with their current strength, they stood no chance against the 3 million troops. Moreover, the prince of the north's command included countless elite generals. Killing him would be no easy feat. Retreating for now and regrouping was their only option. Oomph. That dog of a traitor got lucky. With that, the 2 pursuers who had been hot on their heels turned and departed. The prince of the north watched the distance. Seeing they did not pursue further, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "General Tianlong, you handled that well." The prince of the northern frontier, still shaken, praised the great general beside him. "It was my duty." General Tianlong replied cheerfully. The northern frontier king nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze coldly toward the direction of the Tianqi Empire's imperial capital. "Well done, Lin Tianqi. Since you still have such powerful allies to aid you, I'll let you enjoy the remainder of your imperial dreams now that I've returned safely. Organize the 3 armies. In 3 months, follow me as we march to destroy the imperial capital." "Yes, your highness." Chapter 41, Ascending the Throne, Crown Asura. Is the pace a bit too fast? Keeps getting stuck in review. The Tomb King's mansion. Within the cultivation chamber. "Xiu, still no reaction within you?" Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu with grave concern. Even with her divine phoenix holy body and their dual cultivation, she still couldn't awaken the bloodline within him? Could it be that Luo Xiu was truly born incapable of cultivation? Luo Xiu shook his head. Qingxue felt a pang of disappointment seeing Luo Xiu show no signs of change. Seeing his wife's dejected expression, Luo Xiu felt a pang of heartache. It wasn't that his body showed no reaction, it was that any inherent response within him had been completely absorbed by the system. With his wife's extraordinary constitution, how could there be no feedback? These past few days of dual cultivation with his wife had brought him immense gains. The 2 practices complemented each other perfectly, pushing the purity of his Asura bloodline to a staggering 95%. It was well known that after his father's baptism, he could only purify his bloodline to a maximum of 80%. Taking it a step further was incredibly difficult. He had tried to advance during this period, but all attempts ended in failure. Yet his wife delivered a tremendous surprise, propelling his bloodline to 95% purity, a feat of undeniable strength. More importantly, the dual cultivation over these past few days had granted him a whopping 3 million Asura Qi in blood. This indirectly boosted his cultivation by 3 tiers, utterly defying the heavens. Consider this, even if he were to slay a Zhuanshuan realm beast now, the maximum Asura vitality he could gain by proportion would be a mere million or so. Yet, absorbing just 3 drops of his wife's essence blood granted him a staggering 3 million Asura vitality. What kind of god-defying bloodline could possibly yield such a harvest? What a steal! With these 3 million points of Asura vitality, he could leapfrog 3 cultivation realms at once. Not only that, but as his Asura bloodline purified, every bodily function underwent varying degrees of enhancement, and his domain's power surged by 90%. If he wished, even powerhouses below the second tier of the Zhuanshuan realm would be powerless against him. They might even be struck down and slain. This wife of mine is practically a cultivation artifact. Looks like he'll have to spend more time getting intimate with his wife from now on. Luo Xiu was overcome with excitement inside. Yet his words offered reassurance. It's okay, honey. Maybe we just need to be a little more ordinary to awaken. Maybe we just haven't accumulated enough yet. Qingxue listened to Luo Xiu's explanation, her cheeks flushing red once more. Yet it seemed quite reasonable. And she really liked it. She really liked that intoxicating feeling of double penetration. Cut it out. You're not touching me without my permission from now on. Though her heart yearned intensely, her lips curled in a prim, cold snort. Suddenly. Buzz. What is this? Why is such violent energy surging within me? In an instant, Qingxue felt the energy within her body grow increasingly restless. Her mystical power seemed to surge uncontrollably, violently colliding with her meridians. Countless hidden meridians were forcibly opened by the overwhelming mystical force. Her cultivation level skyrocketed. 5th tier of the Imperial Mystic Realm. 6th tier of the Imperial Mystic Realm. 9th tier of the Imperial Mystic Realm. Only then did his breakthrough halt. Qingxue and Luo Xiu were both utterly stunned. Honey, did you take some kind of pill? Luo Xiu asked, feigning shock. He knew everything that had just happened might be the result of his wife and himself, well, but he couldn't ask that. He couldn't reveal the truth just yet. I didn't. Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face froze in bewilderment. She too wanted to ask what on earth was going on. Could it be the benefit from our dual cultivation? Mu Shihuang finally grasped the crux of the matter. Ever since her dual cultivation with Luo Xiu, she sensed something new within her. She assumed it was the consequence of not taking precautions that the presence inside her was. Yet today, this thing had erupted unexpectedly. Such overwhelming energy had even propelled her cultivation breakthrough by leaps and bounds. Is that so? Then why didn't I feel anything? Luo Xiu feigned astonishment. You can't cultivate yet, so naturally it doesn't benefit you. Qingxue even turned around to comfort Luo Xiu. Sigh. Luo Xiu nodded along, then sighed helplessly. As long as my wife thinks that, at least she won't suspect anything. Honey, since you've broken through, you should stay here and consolidate your cultivation first. This cultivation place is too stuffy, I can't stand it here, so I won't keep you company. Luo Xiu said helplessly. He sensed the energy within his wife was still unstable and needed further suppression and settling. Moreover, having just broken through several cultivation levels in succession, she needed proper consolidation. Alright then. Don't be too upset. There will be a way. Qingxue watched Luo Xiu's slightly despondent expression and offered cautious comfort. Watching Luo Xiu's retreating figure, Qingxue felt a pang of unease. Perhaps deep down, he too yearned to cultivate. Who wouldn't want to become a powerful expert? Perhaps his usual carefree, unrestrained demeanor was just a facade, concealing a profound loneliness within. Yes, that must be it. Only by appearing utterly indifferent to everything could he mask his true feelings. Xiu must be like that deep down, he's suffering terribly. It seems I must visit him more often. I must help him awaken quickly, I can't let him sink into such despair any longer. Qingxue watched Luo Xiu's lonely retreating figure, a strange ache welling up in her heart. Reflecting on everything, she could understand Luo Xiu's feelings. Yet, upon exiting the cultivation chamber, Luo Xiu shed his earlier gloom, stepping out with a cheerful expression. Just then, the old steward approached him with a grave expression. Young prince, envoys from the palace have arrived. Hearing this, Luo Xiu frowned slightly before turning to look at the group of eunuchs behind the old steward. One elderly eunuch held an imperial edict in his hand. His Majesty commands, Luo Xiu, son of the burial heavenly king, receive the imperial decree. Before Luo Xiu could react, the old eunuch's sharp voice slowly announced. With no choice, Luo Xiu bowed 90 degrees to receive the decree. Why not kneel? That was because of his father's legacy. Long ago, Lin Tianhui, the ruler of the Tianqi Empire, had issued an edict. Those of the burial heavenly king's household need not kneel when receiving an imperial decree, a bow would suffice. Seeing Luo Xiu's bowed form, the old eunuch nodded and continued reading the edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. I, the emperor, recognize the profound merits of the burial heavenly king to the state. Now that the burial heavenly king is no longer with us, it is only right that his son should inherit his father's legacy. Therefore, today I specially appoint Luo Xiu as the prince of the burial heavenly king's mansion, renaming it the Asura Prince's mansion. Receive the decree. Your servant Luo Xiu receives the decree. Luo Xiu took the edict from the eunuch's hands, his expression utterly unruffled. Frankly, he couldn't care less about this damn title. Not only would he have to attend court daily, but the rules were bloody tedious. Yet, an imperial command could not be defied. The old eunuch placed the edict in Luo Xiu's hands, his face plastered with obsequious flattery. Congratulations, Asura King. You flatter me, eunuch. Someone, bring the eunuch his tea money. The old steward stepped forward and placed a bag of silver into the eunuch's hands. Only then did they slowly depart. Luo Xiu watched their retreating figures with utter contempt, muttering under his breath, a bunch of greedy, spineless bastards. After seeing the eunuchs off, the old steward finally turned to face Luo Xiu. He found the young prince looking gloomy, his aged face etched with confusion. Your Highness, he asked, you are now the prince of this mansion. Why do you still look so troubled? Ah, old Lu, you know these matters aren't my forte. And then there's the daily morning court sessions, utterly exhausting. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly. Ha ha ha. This is a throne countless people dream of. To hell with the throne. Let whoever wants it have it. Steward Lu. Chapter 42, The Misery of Morning Court. The next day, before dawn had even broken, the old steward hurriedly called out outside the small courtyard of Luo Xiu and his wife, Your Highness, it's time to rise for the morning court session. The old steward had even changed his previous address to Your Highness. However, Luo Xiu and his wife, who had been up exercising until midnight, had only just fallen asleep when they were both roused by this disruptive noise. Qingxue awoke first and nudged Luo Xiu beside her. Yet Luo Xiu remained unmoved, his eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed. Seeing this, Mu Xiuwang's flushed cheeks turned cold. Hurry up and get up. Today is your first day attending the morning court session. You can't be late. Qingxue said helplessly. Without another word, she flung the quilt aside. Get up now. If you keep pretending to sleep, you won't be sleeping here anymore, you'll have to move to the guest quarters. Hearing his wife's words, Luo Xiu reluctantly opened his eyes. Ouch. What are you doing? He felt utterly annoyed. He'd already been exhausted all night, and now he'd barely slept an hour before being forced to get up. Being an official in ancient times was no walk in the park, having to rise at 4 or 5 in the morning? What kind of nonsense was that? Don't make me repeat myself. Got it. Seeing his wife about to explode, Luo Xiu reluctantly got up to dress. Unaware, he reached for his old clothes, but Qingxue swatted them out of his hands with one swift motion. She shot him a withering glance before. She swayed her lithe figure beneath her nightgown and slowly walked to the wardrobe. She pulled out the prepared noble official's robe, embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. You have to wear this to court. Qingxue flung the garments onto his head. Luo Xiu sighed in resignation but obediently put them on. Moments later, Qingxue watched Luo Xiu's attire with a helpless expression before slowly approaching to adjust it for him. Oh, you. You're an official attending court, now don't be so careless. If you show up looking like this, those ministers will laugh at you. Qingxue admonished as she adjusted his attire. However, Luo Xiu's hands grew restless. While his wife was adjusting his clothes, he kept rubbing oil on her, not letting a single moment go to waste. See? That's why having a woman behind you matters, he murmured with a lecherous grin as his fingers brushed against her curves. You're such a smart aleck. Qingxue shot him a glare, though her heart felt as sweet as honey. What woman wouldn't be delighted to be acknowledged like this? Still, she impatiently swatted away Luo Xiu's wandering hands, fearing he might lose control again. Besides, his touch was making her feel quite uncomfortable. It's been barely an hour since the last time. If she keeps this up, she'll never get any sleep. Honey, what are you doing? Luo Xiu shot Qingxue a displeased look. He just couldn't get enough. Still not satisfied? You'll lose control again soon enough. Then let's see how you manage to attend court. Qingxue pulled away from him, refusing to engage further. Watching his wife lie back down on the bed, Luo Xiu could only sigh and head for the wrong door. Stepping out of the small courtyard, the old steward was waiting outside, several guards trailing behind him. After all, the Asura Prince's residence was quite a distance from the imperial palace. Since Luo Xiu had no cultivation publicly, he naturally needed guards to escort him inside. Though the imperial capital had hidden guards, one could never be certain against powerful assassins. Your Highness, the palanquin is ready, the old steward said with a faint smile. Luo Xiu glanced at the palanquin behind them, yawned, and slowly slipped inside. Soft cushions lined the interior, and the space was spacious enough for him to lie down and catch up on some much-needed sleep. Lift the palanquin, commanded the steward. 4 guards transformed into palanquin bearers, lifting the sedan chair as it began its journey. The imperial palace of the Tianqi Empire. Whether day or night, it remained brightly lit. Maids and eunuchs bustled about, countless figures darting back and forth. Soon, Luo Xiu's palanquin arrived at the square. Beyond this point, only foot travel was permitted. To continue by palanquin would be disrespectful to the emperor. Your Highness, we have arrived. A guard approached the palanquin curtain, kneeling on one knee as he announced. Luo Xiu, still half asleep, heard the voice. Ho, ah. After stretching lazily, he stepped out of the sedan chair and gazed upon the vast imperial square. It evoked a dreamlike sense of returning to the Tiananmen Square of old. After observing for a moment, numerous officials began arriving one after another, all casting puzzled glances at Luo Xiu. The sky remained dim, obscuring his features, yet the five-clawed golden dragon embroidered on his royal robe shone clearly for all to see. In the darkness, the golden dragon slowly shimmered with light. Numerous ministers stepped forward to greet him. "Greetings, Asura King." Luo Xiu glanced back at them, yawned, and nodded. "Today is my first day attending court. How did you recognize me?" Luo Xiu asked in puzzlement. The ministers exchanged glances before a young official stepped forward to explain. "With the empire in such turmoil, who else but your highness, the Asura King, could possibly attend court today?" "Indeed, you are the only one. Of course we recognized you." "MHM." The assembled nobles nodded solemnly. With numerous princes plotting rebellion and refusing to obey His Majesty's commands, let alone attend court. Except, of course, for the newly appointed Asura King Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu sighed inwardly. This morning court was simply too exhausting. Maybe he should just rebel too? No, today he'd discuss it with that old emperor. He wouldn't attend morning court anymore. If all else failed, he'd make the emperor revoke the decree he wasn't going to be a prince anymore. A thought crystallized in Luo Xiu's mind. Just then, the bell summoning the court to morning assembly rang out, and the ministers streamed toward the golden throne hall. Luo Xiu followed along, putting on a show of compliance. Soon, they arrived at the golden hall. Facing them was Lin Tianqi, the ruler of the Tianqi Empire, seated upon the dragon throne. Beyond an air of authority, his expression betrayed no trace of emotion, no joy, anger, sorrow, or delight. As Luo Xiu entered the hall, Lin Tianqi fixed his gaze directly upon him. Once everyone had gathered, the ministers knelt in unison, performing the ritual of 3 bows and 9 prostrations. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Only Luo Xiu stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. "Rise, my loyal subjects!" Swish, swish, swish. Once everyone had steadied themselves, Lin Tianqi picked up the memorial from the table, glanced at it, and then spoke slowly. "My lords, now there are already 6 or 7 rebellious princes. What are your thoughts?" The current situation in the Tianqi Empire was far from optimistic. There were 10 princes throughout the empire, each governing their own domain. Now, 6 or 7 had rebelled. At this mention, the ministers' faces darkened with unease. Some among them were not entirely loyal to Lin Tianqi. When the witness remained silent, Lin Tianqi turned his gaze to Luo Xiu and asked calmly, "As the Asura King, what is your opinion?" Startled by the emperor's direct question, Luo Xiu snapped back to reality. "You're asking me?" Luo Xiu froze in confusion, momentarily forgetting that the figure in the wheelchair was the emperor. Hearing such disrespectful words toward the emperor, the assembled ministers collectively held their breath in anxiety for him. This Asura King was truly audacious, daring to cross-examine His Majesty on his very first day in court. Wasn't he afraid of incurring the emperor's wrath? Yet Lin Tianqi, seated upon the dragon throne, showed no sign of anger. Instead, he nodded. His imperial countenance still bore a questioning look. Luo Xiu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Your Majesty, since they've already rebelled, what else can be done?" "Slaughter them all," Luo Xiu nearly blurted out. At his words, the entire court fell silent for a moment. They thought they had misheard. "Oh? Why?" Lin Tianqi pressed, his imperial countenance brimming with keen interest. "Your Majesty, if they rebel, doesn't that mean they intend to destroy Tianqi? If we don't kill them, what else can we do but let them live? If they intend to destroy our nation, why negotiate with them?" The assembled ministers now heard it loud and clear, their faces instantly turning ashen. Should they call this Asura King hot-headed? Or a reckless fool? Killing these princes? Easier said than done. Not only did each command vast armies, but they were also surrounded by countless powerful warriors. To slay them all was nothing short of a delusional fantasy. At best, they could only be suppressed. Yet Lin Tianqi, seated upon the dragon throne, did not share this view. He wholeheartedly agreed with Luo Xiu's proposal. "Ha ha ha ha. The Asura King speaks wisely. They deserve death. P.S. My debut has barely gotten started, and I'm already struggling to keep going. Please, everyone, shower me with gifts. I'm on my knees begging for your support." Chapter 43, The Damned Old Fox Has Fallen for It. The ministers exchanged bewildered glances, staring blankly at the 2 figures in the throne room. They sensed today's proceedings had little to do with them. His Majesty and the Asura King seemed to be performing a duet entirely for themselves, while they were merely spectators. "Since the Asura King dares to speak thus, have you devised a countermeasure?" Chancellor Xiaoyuan's deep eyes flashed with insight as he looked at Luo Xiu with a faint, ambiguous smile. Lin Tianqi, seated upon the dragon throne, shot Xiaoyuan an appreciative glance. Truly the mastermind at his side. The two exchanged a knowing glance, as if coordinating, before turning their gaze back to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces and inwardly groaned. He'd been outmaneuvered by these two old foxes. Damn it, I've fallen for it. Luo Xiu cursed inwardly, but he couldn't show it now after all, the man above him was the legitimate emperor. But he hadn't prepared any countermeasures. He'd only intended to inform the old emperor he wouldn't attend the morning court session only to find himself walking into a den of wolves. How careless of him. No! Luo Xiu declared decisively. Yet Xia Yuan, the chancellor, persisted relentlessly. We've long heard of the Asura king's noble bearing and extraordinary presence. The burial king often spoke of your exceptional wisdom. Those impassioned words you just uttered must have been carefully considered. If that's the case, you must have a plan. The chancellor speaks wisely. Lin Tianhui chimed in with a knowing smile, the two men seeming to have coordinated their response. Damn it! Luo Xiu felt like cursing. These two had definitely planned this. I didn't. Before he could finish, Lin Tianhui cut him off. Asura king, your earlier words set my entire body ablaze with passion. Now you claim you didn't say it? That constitutes the crime of deceiving the sovereign. Hearing this, Luo Xiu's expression darkened instantly, cursing inwardly. Old fox. Before he could retort, Lin Tianhui's expression turned grave as he spoke again, his tone laden with meaning. Do you know the consequences of deceiving the sovereign? Luo Xiu froze. So his momentary slip of the tongue could lead to the annihilation of his entire clan. But then he realized this old fox really might just do it. Though he doubted the emperor would actually go through with it, judging by his confident demeanor, today might just end with him getting thoroughly crushed. Sigh. Forget it. This old codger's trying to take advantage of me, but since my dad and he have some history, I might as well help him out a bit. With that thought, Luo Xiu sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, just say what you need to say. Why resort to threats? A subject does not fight his sovereign, for it is a battle he cannot win. He was eager to see what kind of trap these two old foxes had set for him. They'd likely been plotting together all along. Today, escape was impossible no matter what. Very well, very well. Truly the son of the burial king, you possess spirit. Xia Yuan regarded Luo Xiu with an admiring gaze, his face twisted into a smug grin of triumph. Spine my ass. Luo Xiu could have slapped him across the face right then and there. Looking at Xia Yuan's aged face, it wasn't that Luo Xiu didn't respect elders, this old bastard just deserved a beating. Lin Tianhui beamed with satisfaction. Truly worthy of brother Luo's lineage. Then let us discuss the empire's current situation, preparation for your campaign in a month's time. Hearing Lin Tianhui's words, not only Luo Xiu froze, but every minister present except Xia Yuan stunned into silence. What the hell was going on? Though Luo Xiu had now ascended to the title of Asura king, it was merely inheriting his father's position. Remember, Luo Xiu had once been a spoiled playboy. The emperor wanted him to lead the expedition? Wasn't this a bit much? Though utterly perplexed, none dared to voice dissent. They waited in silence for further instructions. Luo Xiu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. What the hell is going on? When did he ever say he'd lead troops into battle? Wasn't that a death sentence? He'd only just taken his beautiful bride as his wife, enjoyed her company for a few days, and now this? The thought sent Luo Xiu's temper flaring instantly. Your Majesty, when did I ever say I'd lead troops into battle? That's not up to you. Lin Tian chuckled, his devious plan having succeeded. Truthfully, he hadn't wanted to do this either. After all, his elder brother had asked him to look after this youngster before departing. And while the world claimed this boy was nothing but a spoiled good-for-nothing, he refused to believe it. His sworn brother possessed extraordinary talent and was so dazzling he simply couldn't believe his son would be any less remarkable. Perhaps it was merely a facade for the world to see. Regardless, he had to test him. If the kid really was that useless, he'd secretly assign a few powerful protectors to watch over him. If the kid was putting on an act, he might just be the sharp sword to cut through this crisis. From every angle, this boy was worth the gamble. I had assumed you wouldn't attend court this morning. I intended to consult with the ministers and draft an edict for you to lead the troops into battle. But you came on your own, all the better. At that moment, Luo Xiu's face darkened to a terrifying shade of black. This old bastard pretended to be my father's sworn brother, yet the moment my father was gone, he stabbed me in the back. He's closer than a blood brother. You've got some nerve. Lin Tianhui glanced at Luo Xiu's sullen expression and gave an awkward chuckle. Hey, kid, is it really worth getting this worked up over? The next moment, Luo Xiu dropped all pretense. You're quite the uncle, Luo Xiu gritted out, his voice thick with venom. Not only did you scheme against the entire realm, but you even schemed against your own nephew. No wonder this old fox suddenly appeared and seized the throne with such ruthless force. His cunning truly surpasses all under heaven. He should have seen this coming when he arrived this morning. Damn carelessness. Ah, flattery, pure flattery. Lin Tianhui flashed a rare sly grin. The ministers. Seeing the ministers' mouths twitching uncontrollably, even if they lived 10 lifetimes, they couldn't match this old emperor's cunning. Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu knew that no matter how much he tried to wriggle out of this, he couldn't outmaneuver these power holders. He might as well lay his cards on the table, enough with the nonsense. Just tell me what you want me to do. I've had it today. Good, good, good. That's the spirit. You have a grudge against the Prince of the North, don't you? Well then, this suits us perfectly. I grant you 100,000 troops to march north and suppress him. What do you say? Lin Tianhui first offered praise, then sat up straight, regaining his authoritative demeanor as he spoke sternly. Luo Xiu was stunned at the prospect of commanding 1,000,000 troops. But the thought of the Prince of the North holding 3,000,000 troops instantly made that million seem like a poor deal. 1,000,000 against 3,000,000? Wasn't this a suicide mission? Do you think this is reasonable? You want me to take 1,000,000 troops to fight against 3,000,000? And that old man has countless fierce generals and innumerable powerful cultivators at his disposal. You might as well just chop off my head. Luo Xiu retorted, speechless. Ah, nephew, you jest. You know the nation faces grave peril. This 1,000,000 troops is the absolute limit I can grant you. However. But what? Besides this 1,000,000 troops, I can also provide you with 10 top-tier warriors to escort and protect you. What do you think? Lin Tianhui said meaningfully. These so-called top-tier warriors each possess strength at least at the Imperial Mystic Realm. A single one could suppress 100,000 troops. Combined with the warriors under Luo Xiu's command, this force would be more than sufficient to confront the Prince of the North. After all, the Asura royal house possessed considerable foundations. In fact, during Luo Zhangtian's time, it had even surpassed the Northern Guardian royal house in strength. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu hesitated slightly. In that very instant of hesitation, the system's voice chimed in. Agree to it. This is a golden opportunity to boost our strength. The vital energy of millions, plus the essence blood of countless powerhouses, it'll be a massive windfall for us. That may be true, but putting it into action is another matter entirely. War is no joke. Luo Xiu exhaled sharply before responding to the system. Rest assured, I have a way to ensure your victory, the system guaranteed. Hearing the system's assurance, Luo Xiu's lips curled upward. That was exactly what he needed to hear. I'd been waiting for you to say that. System. The little system seemed to realize it had been tricked, and worse, it had been the one to force itself into this situation. Alright, I'll remember what you said. Luo Xiu agreed immediately. Very well. If it isn't Brother Luo's seed, upon your triumphant return, I shall grant you free access to the Imperial Treasury to select any 5 items you desire. Lin Tianhui slapped the table emphatically. You better keep your word. I'm outta here. No more listening to you old fox's schemes. Don't want to get tricked again. With that, Luo Xiu turned and walked away without looking back. To hell with etiquette, he needed what I had. The ministers exchanged bewildered glances, parting to make way as they watched Luo Xiu stride away with utter arrogance. Oh, right. Isn't there still a month left? I won't be attending court this month, it's exhausting. Luo Xiu called back over his shoulder as he descended the steps. Everyone gasped in shock. They'd never seen such an arrogant prince before. It felt like the entire court would have to dance to his tune today. Yet His Majesty on the dragon throne didn't even utter a peep. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Well. The crowd was about to speak up for Lin Tian. But then. Enough. He's long gone. Still staring? After Luo Xiu departed, Lin Tianhui's expression suddenly darkened. Next up is your turn. It was time to clean up this courtroom. The ministers. Holy crap. His face went completely white. Chapter 44, Reorganizing Tianqi. When Luo Xiu finally returned home, the moment he stepped into the mansion courtyard, 15 members of the Heavenly Gate knelt in unison before him. What's this about? Luo Xiu looked at them in confusion. Now that the Prince of the North had fled the imperial capital, their return was understandable. But this constant kneeling made Luo Xiu feel rather uncomfortable. Young master. The 4 who had been given the Xinling pills for seclusion a few days prior had now emerged. One stepped forward and spoke. They failed to execute the plan flawlessly. We beg for your punishment, young master. Please punish us, young master. Hearing their leader speak, the others echoed in unison. Luo Xiu had thought something major had happened, but it was just this? Alright, I thought it was something major. The person has already escaped, this isn't your fault. Luo Xiu waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Only then did the group rise. Luo Xiu scanned the group, probing their cultivation levels with his divine sense. To varying degrees, everyone's strength had significantly increased. 3 of the 4 who had been in seclusion had broken through to the Zhuanshuan realm, filling Luo Xiu with quiet satisfaction. Now, he commanded a formidable force. Among his 15 elite warriors, 3 were Zhuanshuan realm experts, a presence capable of intimidating an entire region within the Tianqi Empire. This added a measure of confidence to his upcoming campaign in a month's time. The one who had yet to break through knelt on both knees before Luo Xiu. This subordinate failed to break through in time. I beg the young master's punishment. Each wore a mask, making them indistinguishable to Luo Xiu. Are you one of the four? Luo Xiu inquired. Yes, young master. The man dared not lift his head. You've done well. How much longer do you need to break through? With 3 more days, I guarantee I will break through, young master, he assured. Excellent. Request whatever resources you need. As long as they exist within the royal estate, I shall spare no effort to provide them. Thank you, young master. The others cast grateful glances his way. Next, I have a mission to assign you. Listen carefully. Luo Xiu's expression turned serious. The others stood at attention, listening respectfully. 1 month from now, I shall lead an expedition northward. I require your assistance. Those beneath the mask showed slight surprise, though none voiced their questions. After a moment's deliberation, Luo Xiu turned to the 4 men. He looked at the 4 of them and said, especially you 4, you will be my trump card. The 4 instantly stood at attention, awaiting Luo Xiu's orders. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Since we are an organization, we must have a strict hierarchical structure. And since your 4 possess the most formidable strength, I hereby appoint you as the 4 great protectors. Here are your 4 insignia. As he spoke, Luo Xiu retrieved 4 prepared insignia from his ring. They were the left guardian, right guardian, upper guardian, and lower guardian. The tokens were distributed to each of them in order. As astonished glances turned their way, Luo Xiu explained, when others see these 4 tokens, it is as if they see me. Obedience is mandatory. We obey the young master's command. The group bowed with clasped fists. Very well. Now, our numbers are few. If you have candidates to recommend, you may recruit them into our ranks. My only requirement is absolute loyalty. As for rewards, they shall be distributed according to merit. You now have 15 members in total, including 4 guardians. You 3 have already broken through to the revered mystic realm. You may each lead 3 members as your teammates. As for you who have not yet broken through, lead 2 teammates for now. In the future, any members you find will be incorporated under your command. Understood? Luo Xiu swept his gaze around the group, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Understood. The group responded in unison. Now, regarding this merit-based distribution system, over the next month, I will draft a task hierarchy. Upon completion, all rewards will be dispersed simultaneously to the guardian tokens held by each of you 4 guardian masters. You need only complete the tasks as listed. You need only assign these tasks to your respective members. Some involve gathering intelligence, others involve assassination. Completing the corresponding tasks will earn you the points listed. As for what these points can be used for, I will present treasures for you to exchange them for. With sufficient points, you may exchange for anything. Understood? Understood. Good. Now, I assign a mission to you 4 protectors. Lead your teams to the Northern Realm and thoroughly investigate the details of the Northern Guardian King. Luo Xiu commanded. Lower Guardian, since you still need time to break through, you may depart later after achieving breakthrough. The other 3 Guardians, lead your members and depart immediately. Yes, sir. Luo Xiu nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand. The 12 figures vanished from the spot, leaving the Asura Northern King's mansion. As for the remaining squad led by the Junior Guardian, they remained stationed around the mansion. Only after their captain achieved breakthrough would they proceed together to the Northern Realm to complete the mission. Only after completing all these arrangements did Luo Xiu finally exhale in relief. He couldn't suppress the excitement surging within him. Having subordinates handle tasks for him felt incredibly satisfying. No wonder those corporate tycoons in his past life seemed so relaxed and cheerful. Today, he had truly experienced a taste of being a big boss. Upon entering the main hall, the old steward was sipping tea. Spotting Luo Xiu's arrival, he sprang to his feet. Your Highness, the old steward exclaimed excitedly. The 2 then sat down together. Luo Xiu recounted today's events in the imperial court to the old steward. His expression betrayed a hint of resignation. The emperor entrusting you with such a crucial northern campaign task speaks volumes about his esteem for you, the old steward remarked thoughtfully. A ruler would never lightly entrust military authority to anyone unless they deemed them utterly trustworthy. That the emperor of the Tianqi Empire had now assigned such a vital mission to their master clearly demonstrated the sovereign's profound esteem for him. The old steward's weathered face lit up with genuine joy for Luo Xiu, and he smiled warmly. Luo Xiu listened to the old steward's explanation, yet remained unconvinced. Old Lu, I have no such grand ambitions. I only wish to quietly protect this household. Luo Xiu sighed. Your Highness, the nation encompasses countless households. If the nation perishes, how can any household endure? The old steward replied earnestly. Hearing these familiar words, Luo Xiu paused mid-sip, his raised teacup suspended in the air. Old Lu's awareness was remarkably high. If he were on Earth, he could absolutely become a high-ranking official and a particularly incorruptible one at that. However, Luo Xiu merely shook his head and set the cup down again. Your understanding is quite profound, sir. But war is never as simple as we imagine it to be. Though he'd never fought in a war, he knew its cruelty left no room for carelessness. "Ha! Your Highness, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just go with the flow and do your best. Here, old man, let me offer you a toast." The old steward, sensing his inner resignation, chuckled softly before slowly raising his teacup and draining it in a toast with Luo Xiu. Afterward, the two chatted about family matters and discussed the future development of the prince's estate. By noon, Qingxue finally appeared before them, accompanied by her personal maid, Yunxiang. Spotting the two conversing, Qingxue first bowed to Old Master Lu and greeted him. "Greetings, Elder Lu." Old Master Lu promptly rose and excused himself, citing unfinished business to leave them alone. "Since the princess consort has arrived, I shan't disturb you too. There are matters at the mansion that require my attention. I shall go attend to them." "Please do." After the old steward departed, Qingxue glided over with graceful steps and sat down beside Luo Xiu. "Come sit, my dear," Luo Xiu smiled. "How long have you been back?" Qingxue poured Luo Xiu a cup of tea as she asked. "Not very long. What did the emperor say?" Qingxue didn't notice that Luo Xiu seemed to have lost his usual leisurely grace, and his carefree nature appeared to have tempered considerably. Sensing something was troubling him, she pressed further. "Ah, don't even ask." Luo Xiu downed the tea his wife had poured for him in one gulp, his face clouded with displeasure. Chapter 45, the premier martial arts sect of the Jianghu, the Dragon Tiger sect. "That old bastard has gone too far. He ordered me to lead troops against the Prince of Zhenbei. What the hell are we supposed to do about this?" Luo Xiu practically roared in fury. Qingxue was equally stunned upon hearing Luo Xiu's words. "Doesn't His Majesty know you have no cultivation?" Qingxue asked incredulously. "Oof. Do you think that's possible? That old fox clearly did it on purpose. He wants to test the true strength of our Asura royal house. What a cunning old fox." Luo Xiu sneered coldly. Seeing his fury, Qingxue clasped his large hands and rubbed them gently to soothe him. "Don't get too worked up. Given father's relationship with the emperor, he wouldn't send you to your death. Perhaps this is meant to cultivate you?" She refused to believe the sovereign of the mighty Tianqi Empire would commit such an absurd act. If he had assigned this task to her husband, there must be a reason. After all, her husband was his own flesh and blood. Even a tiger wouldn't devour its own cub. Moreover, every prince now coveted the throne. The only person the emperor could truly trust was Luo Xiu of the Asura Prince's mansion. Entrusting this matter to the Asura Prince's mansion was perfectly logical. Moreover, due to Luo Xiu's father's standing, those generals would likely show him some deference. When it came down to the battlefield, they wouldn't actually aim to take his life. Still, this venture carried inherent risks, and Qingxue couldn't help but feel deeply anxious. "Enough. This matter is already settled. Besides, that old fox promised me 10 elite warriors. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Luo Xiu sighed, a fleeting golden glint flashing through his deep crimson eyes. This journey might very well expose his true capabilities. Truthfully, he wasn't worried about the northern prince's strength. What truly troubled him was whether those old foxes in the imperial court would exploit his exposed power for their own schemes. While he trusted Lin Tianhui wouldn't harm him, that group of state elders were no saints. With his parents and elder brother gone, his current limited manpower and strength were hardly enough to stand against them. If it were just himself, it might be manageable. But now he had an entire household to protect. Those old fools already harbored resentment toward his princely residence. If they laid traps in the shadows, things would become truly troublesome. That was the real problem he had to consider. "Should I accompany you?" Qingxue asked, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Even with powerful protectors by his side, as his fiancée, she couldn't help but worry. "Better safe than sorry. What are you thinking, silly girl? This isn't a game. And given the current situation, the household needs you to manage things. Leave the outside world to me. You just stay home and guard our family well." Luo Xiu smiled as he held her delicate hand. "You've only just returned, and now you're leaving again." Qingxue didn't argue with Luo Xiu's words. Instead, she gently rested her head on his shoulder and spoke softly. "Ah. I wish I could stay by your side forever, but the Tianqi Empire is our homeland. It must be protected. Rest assured, I will return to you safely." Seeing his wife's low spirits, Luo Xiu gently rubbed her nose and kissed her forehead. After that, the two clung tightly to each other, silently admiring the scenery in the courtyard, no longer speaking. For the next few days, Luo Xiu made no preparations, simply staying home to accompany his wife. Until the 5th day. The situation within the imperial capital grew increasingly tense. Countless wandering cultivators and martial artists poured into the city, leaving even Lin Tianhui with a headache. The powerful individuals he had dispatched couldn't forcibly capture them after all, they hadn't broken any laws. Forcibly capturing them would only invite more trouble. In the imperial court, Lin Tianhui massaged his temples, trying to ease the pressure of the current situation. But when he looked up and saw the bunch of useless fools below the dais, he felt even worse. These strategists and civil officials were all talk and no action. When a real crisis hit and they were asked to come up with a plan, they just stammered and stuttered, unable to come up with a single damn thing. Chancellor Xia Yuan wore an equally grim expression. He knew full well the ways of these martial artists. Once the empire truly plunged into turmoil, these men would likely not stay put. For a moment, the entire court fell silent once more. Your Majesty, I have a plan. At that moment, the Assistant Minister of War stepped forward slowly and bowed. Lin Tianhui raised his eyes to him. Minister Guo, please speak. Guo Tianming nodded and presented his plan. Since they are martial artists, perhaps we should entrust their management to other martial artists. Guo Tianming's words carried a certain depth of meaning, leaving the others momentarily bewildered. Xia Yuan, however, perked up at the suggestion, convinced the scheme held merit. Minister Guo, continue. Lin Tianhui perked up slightly, straightening his posture. Don't these martial artists revere their own unorthodox ways? Guo Tianming smiled. Now, the Dragon Tiger sect stands as the foremost martial arts faction in our Tianqi Empire. And the fourth prince is its future heir apparent. Why not bring him into the court to organize the grand scheme and intimidate these martial artists? With the Dragon Tiger sect's authority behind him, these martial artists' issues will naturally be resolved. The assembled ministers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, deeming the proposal feasible. Yet, Lin Tianhui on the dragon throne frowned not because the plan was unfeasible. Rather, he and his fourth son had long-standing conflicts, and that young man had already severed ties with him completely. Would he truly welcome him back now? Xia Yuan discerned the emperor's dilemma and stepped forward slightly. Your Majesty, this servant believes Minister Guo's plan is feasible. Moreover, this servant is willing to go to the Dragon Tiger sect to bring back the fourth prince. Hearing Xia Yuan's words, a faint smile finally appeared on Lin Tianhui's face. Are you serious, Chancellor? Absolutely. I am willing to pledge my word. Should I fail to bring back the fourth prince, I shall gladly resign my position as Chancellor. Very well, very well. But there's no need for such extremes, Chancellor. Should the lad refuse to accompany you, do not force the matter. I still need your service. Hearing Xia Yuan pledge his life, Lin Tianhui was startled and waved his hands frantically. He certainly didn't want to lose Xia Yuan. He knew his fourth son's temperament better than anyone. If the boy refused to return, not even 10 oxen could drag him back. He couldn't risk losing his right-hand man over this. Very well. Should I fail to persuade the fourth prince to return, I shall relinquish my position as Chancellor and contentedly serve as an ordinary advisor by your Majesty's side. Seeing Xia Yuan's resolute expression, the assembled ministers looked astonished. The position of Chancellor was a coveted prize. Was Xia Yuan really willing to stake it so lightly? And without any coercion whatsoever? To them, this seemed utterly foolish. Had Xia Yuan overestimated his confidence? Who didn't know about the fourth prince's affair with his Majesty? Only the Empress Dowager could possibly persuade the fourth prince. What utter arrogance! The gods looked at Xia Yuan with pitying sighs, their gazes tinged with a hint of mockery. Why do you act this way? Lin Tianhui was equally exasperated. I humbly request the emperor's approval. Xia Yuan knelt and pleaded. Very well. I grant your request. Thank you, your Majesty. Only then did Xia Yuan withdraw, returning to his seat. Gui Tianming continued, Your Majesty, the Dragon Tiger sect's prestige alone is sufficient to intimidate these minor figures in the martial world. But what about those cultivators? These past few days, not only have martial artists flooded the city, but also numerous wandering cultivators from afar. Their motives remain unclear. The citizens are now in a state of panic. If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. Gui Tianming felt utterly helpless. At this mention, both Lin Tianhui on the dragon throne and the assembled ministers furrowed their brows once more. These so-called martial artists were individuals whose meridians had been damaged, rendering them unable to cultivate. They were typically physical cultivators. Of course, among them were also powerful masters who had perfected their physical cultivation, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. However, despite their numbers, physical cultivators were limited by the constraints of the human body. Few ever reached the pinnacle of power. Those who did become supreme physical cultivators were undoubtedly 1 in 10,000. It was precisely this group of individuals, unwilling to accept mediocrity and choosing the path of physical cultivation, who formed the martial world within the mortal realm. At this moment, they were causing nothing but headaches for the entire court of civil and military officials. Yet, though numerous, they were not entirely without countermeasures. But those formidable cultivators? That's a different story. They were the real trouble. Lin Tianhui was equally troubled. My lords, do you have any strategies? The officials exchanged glances, their expressions filled with unease. This. Seeing this, Lin Tianhui realized he couldn't count on these useless fools. Summon the Crown Prince. Announce the Crown Prince enters the hall. Announce. Chapter 46, The Depth of Crown Prince Lin Ziyu's Reserves. The eunuch's announcements echoed through the palace, layer upon layer. Moments later, Lin Ziyu arrived at the Golden Throne Hall. Father Emperor, you summoned me? Lin Ziyu bowed respectfully. As he bowed, he glanced around at the assembled ministers, each wearing a deeply troubled expression. Clearly, his father's summons today was far from straightforward. Ziyu, rise. Emperor Lin Tianhuai's expression softened slightly as he looked at him. Thank you, father. Ziyu, what are your thoughts on the current situation in Tianqi? Emperor Lin Tianhuai asked casually. Hearing this, Lin Ziyu was so startled he dared not speak. Father. Your son dares not presume to speculate on the nation's destiny. Father. Is he testing me? Typically, while a father still held power, he wouldn't allow his son to interfere in state affairs unless absolutely necessary. But even then, participation was strictly limited. Imperial authority was the most sensitive matter of all. Who could guarantee the reliability of familial bonds? Might they not seize the throne? Crown princes plotting coups. Such incidents were all too common across the continent. Hearing Lin Tianhuai's question, Lin Ziyu's face instinctively drained of color. He had analyzed the nation's situation, but only secretly, preparing for his own future ascension to the throne. Yet now, with the emperor still in his prime, he dared not rashly speculate about the nation's affairs in his presence. Was father suspecting him of plotting to seize the throne? If that were the case, and he discovered that Lin Ziyu had been secretly observing the state of the realm, then, at best, he would lose his position as crown prince. At worst, he would die. At this thought, Lin Ziyu's face drained of color instantly. He dared not lift his head, as if facing a formidable enemy. Lin Tianhuai's deep eyes studied him. No need for alarm. I am not blaming you. I told you to speak your mind. To wear this crown, one must bear its weight. As the crown prince of our Tianqi Empire, the heir apparent, you must understand, the empire is now fractured, with feudal lords carving out their own territories. I alone cannot manage everything. Do you grasp my meaning? Lin Tianhuai spoke with profound meaning. He wasn't testing Lin Ziyu. In his view, though Lin Ziyu harbored ambition, he also understood filial piety. Cultivating him early could prove beneficial. Moreover, the current situation was far from optimistic. He was eager to see what perspective this crown prince held. Could he shoulder the weight of the entire empire in the future? Lin Ziyu remained timid, glancing toward his maternal uncle, the deputy minister of revenue, standing nearby. Tang Guoming met the crown prince's gaze and instinctively nodded at him. Receiving his uncle's tacit encouragement, Lin Ziyu finally exhaled in relief. His heavy expression gradually eased. Your Imperial Majesty, this son is deeply grateful for your cultivation. Enough. State your opinion. Lin Tianhuai waved impatiently. Your humble son believes. Lin Ziyu, his guard lowered, eloquently presented the strategic analysis his advisors had provided. His insights earned considerable praise from many ministers. A faint glimmer of light began to appear in Lin Tianhuai's previously gloomy eyes, clearly indicating his approval of Lin Ziyu's analysis. Very good. However, mere words alone cannot sustain the entire nation. You must translate this into action. Now, father has a task to entrust to you. Are you willing? Amidst his praise, Lin Tianhuai finally broached the subject. He knew better than anyone what his son had been up to these past years. The crown prince had cultivated a network of scholars and strategists around him, secretly recruited numerous cultivators and powerful figures, and even established connections within the martial arts world. Entrusting this task to him was the most logical choice. Crown Prince Lin Ziyu's face lit up with delight. His father's willingness to involve him in state affairs was a tremendous recognition of his abilities. How could he possibly refuse? He answered decisively, your son is most willing. Excellent. The task I entrust to you is to utilize all your connections to monitor and control these outsiders, the cultivators within the imperial city, and uncover the purpose of their visit. Any concerns? Hearing this assignment, Lin Ziyu's expression turned stunned. He understood the immense difficulty of the task. Tracking and observing these rogue cultivators would be no simple feat. The manpower and resources required would be a considerable expense. Yet, determined to earn his father's favor, he gritted his teeth and accepted. Your Majesty, I agree. I have not misjudged you. Should you encounter any difficulties during this mission, you have my permission to seek assistance from the Council of Elders. Emperor Lin Tianhuai promised. Though the Council of Elders wasn't entirely supportive of him, for the sake of the entire Tianqi Empire's future, they certainly wouldn't refuse. Moreover, many among them supported Lin Ziyu and would never stand idly by. It must be said, these masters of imperial power truly left no stone unturned. Thank you, Father Emperor. Lin Ziyu shot him a grateful look. The elders of the council were the pillars of the nation. With their support, he was confident he could handle these matters well. One more thing: make time to spend with your cousin. Gaining his trust and support will smooth your path ahead. Emperor Lin Tian's words carried hidden meaning. The assembled ministers all wore expressions of shock. They could easily discern the underlying meaning in the emperor's words. This was clearly a move to elevate the crown prince to the position of heir apparent. What shocked them even more was that His Majesty held the Asura king in such high regard. Who didn't know that although the Asura king had inherited the throne, it was merely a title without real power? Yet even under these circumstances, His Majesty had defied all objections and entrusted him with the crucial task of leading the northern expedition against the Prince of the North. Was His Majesty intending to cultivate the next burial king? The thought sent ripples of unease through the assembly for a long time afterward. The title of burial king had been a forbidden subject throughout the entire court until now. The burial king never once attended court, never once interfered in court affairs, yet single-handedly repelled foreign invasions. His power was so formidable that even the United Council of Elders could not stand against him. None could fathom what this prince of another clan truly sought. He sought neither real power nor so-called glory and riches. Even when the emperor personally offered him immense wealth, he refused it outright. Yet whenever national crises arose, the burial king remained calm and composed in his responses. Now, His Majesty intends to cultivate a new burial heavenly king. But is the young Asura king truly worthy? Setting aside his unsavory past, his cultivation talent is abysmal. He hasn't even broken through the first realm. Why would His Majesty entrust him with such a crucial role? The assembly was baffled. Lin Ziyu stared wide-eyed in disbelief, utterly baffled by his father's words. Earlier, he had indeed intended to befriend Luo Xiu, but things had ended in unpleasantness between them. Now, to spend more time with him? What on earth did the emperor mean? Though his mind was filled with questions, he still agreed, "Your Majesty, I shall remember your teachings." Enough. Today's morning court session is adjourned. Bring matters to court if needed, dismiss if not. The Crown Prince's residence. Lin Ziyu strode joyfully into his residence. For the first time in years, he felt this happy. Ha ha ha. Attendants. Carry my command, triple the salaries of every servant in the Crown Prince's residence. Now, as long as he handled this one matter well, the position of Crown Prince would be as good as his. Who could possibly challenge him now? Thank you, Crown Prince. The servants' eyes gleamed with excitement. They hadn't lifted a finger today, yet their wages had just doubled. Just then, Tang Guoming, the Vice Minister of Revenue, entered slowly. Lin Ziyu saw him and hurried forward. "Uncle." Tang Guoming's brow furrowed slightly, yet he maintained his decorum. "Greetings, Your Royal Highness." "Uncle, there are no outsiders here. Please speak plainly." "Your Highness, I came today specifically for the Emperor's final words." Tang Guoming stated his purpose directly. In their era, everyone had witnessed Luo Zhangtian's terror. He feared Luo Xiu would become the next burial heaven king. Moreover, the Crown Prince's relationship with him was nowhere near as close as the Emperor's had been with his father. To have a blade he'd personally forged thrust into his own heart that would truly be a death with eyes wide open. What concerns does Uncle have? Lin Ziyu remained oblivious to the dangers, his face still glowing with excitement. "Ah. You weren't born in that era. You don't know the true terror of the burial heaven king." Tang Guoming sighed, shaking his head as he recalled those unbearable memories. Luo Zhangtian had emerged almost out of nowhere. Had he desired it, the entire Tianqi Empire would have fallen into his hands long ago. Yet, he chose to return the throne to Lin Tianhui. He silently stood behind him, never meddling in court affairs or the struggles among nobles, merely guarding him in the shadows. Though puzzled, none dared question him further. "Uncle, please sit." Lin Ziyu perked up instantly at his uncle's words. "All right." The two sat facing each other. "Please elaborate." Chapter 47. Don't. Stop. Don't. Then today I shall tell you about those events of long ago. Tang Guoming sipped his tea, moistening his throat. Back then, when your grandfather was still alive, your father hadn't returned yet. Later, as your grandfather lay gravely ill, Luo Zhangtian hurriedly brought back your father, both of them returning for the throne. At that time, your grandfather had already designated Prince Lin Tianyu of the northern frontier as the future heir apparent. Yet, with the arrival of your father, the imperial succession race underwent a subtle shift. Seeing your father return, your grandfather was naturally overjoyed and intended to pass the throne to him. But the prince of the northern frontier naturally refused to relinquish the throne that was within his grasp. Yet he was not the emperor's biological son. His claim lacked legitimacy and justification. Yet many still supported him. On your father's side, however, few held out hope even though he was the late emperor's biological son because he lacked connections. Do you know what happened next? At this point, Tang Guoming paused, his eyes gleaming with excitement and a hint of reverence as he gazed toward the sky. What happened? Lin Ziyu's curiosity was piqued, his face brimming with eagerness as he pressed for answers. Your father had almost no supporters at the time. The major elders of the Council of Elders didn't stand by him either. In fact, many elders actively opposed his ascension to the throne. Yet then, a towering figure appeared behind your father, the future sole non-imperial prince, Luo Zhangtian. Facing the overwhelming pressure from the major elders, Prince Zhan Tian pulled your father behind him. What happened next is a scene I still vividly remember, no matter how many years have passed. Tang Guoming's eyes shone with admiration and reverence. Uncle, stop teasing me. Just tell me already. Lin Ziyu listened, his blood boiling. His father had never mentioned these events. He said. The scene that day. Luo Xingtian's eyes blazed like torches as he fixed his gaze on the 5 elder statesmen before him. Tianqi, I brought you back here at your mother's request. I am determined to help you ascend this imperial throne. Therefore, I did not come here to consult with you old fools. Your support or opposition means little to me. Hearing Luo Xingtian speak with such arrogance, the elders' aged faces turned ashen with fury. After all, even the old emperor had shown them deference. When did some upstart brat from who knows where get the right to threaten them? You insolent brat! Do you know who you're addressing? The elder of Tianqi Kingdom pointed at him, his voice thick with rage. A wet-beard brat like you, daring to meddle in imperial succession? With just the 2 of you? Absolutely laughable. Today we spare your lives out of respect for the old emperor. Now get out of here. The other nobles chimed in, sneering at the 2 wet-behind-the-ears youngsters. Yet Luo Xingtian remained silent. He turned to Lin Tianhui. Tianhui, I'll ask you once more, do you want to be the emperor of the Tianqi Empire? Feeling the warmth radiating from Luo Xingtian's gentle, large hand, a sense of security welled up within Lin Tianhui. At just 20 years old, he no longer felt fear and nodded firmly. Brother Tian, I want to be emperor. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. A wet-behind-the-ears brat dreaming of being emperor? Eat. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. The assembled nobles all broke into derisive laughter. Yet Luo Xingtian slowly raised his head, his expression cold and menacing as he stared at them. Is that funny? The nobles stared at Luo Xingtian, a wave of inexplicable dread surging within them. Yet in the next instant, their terror expanded infinitely. Xingtian domain open. With his cold command, a formidable domain instantly unfolded, spreading a deathly aura throughout. The sky darkened instantly, as if the very heavens were about to be buried. The entire imperial capital was enveloped without exception. Overwhelmed by the sheer force of this domain, countless citizens found themselves crushed before they could even activate their own domains, unable to lift their heads. Even the thought of resistance vanished. Their cultivation and mystical power seemed swallowed whole, leaving them utterly powerless. Only then did they grasp the young man's power. It had long since far surpassed their own. Deep down, they knew this youth could obliterate them with a single thought. That day, panic gripped the entire imperial city. The heavens were shrouded in darkness, and within the crimson domain, a jet-black qilin emerged. It swallowed every last ray of sunlight and moonlight, leaving none behind. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed such power could emanate from a human. It seemed as though this entire world was about to be swallowed whole, and he Luo Xingtian was like a god. Recalling that day, Tang Guoming still felt a lingering dread, but more than that, he felt profound reverence. Lin Ziyu wore an equally incredulous expression. The scene from that day replayed in his mind. Could anyone in this world truly be that formidable? Enough, your royal highness. I came to speak with you about this matter to remind you, the Asura king must not be antagonized, but he mustn't be allowed to run wild either. Given the friendship between your father and his father, he will show you some degree of deference. Yet one must remain vigilant. His father, Luo Xingtian, may have no interest in the throne, but that doesn't mean he himself is indifferent. Always keep a backup plan ready, strike decisively when the moment demands it. Hearing Tang Woming's words, Lin Ziyu fell deep in thought. Asura King's mansion. The garden. Aren't you worried at all? Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu, who appeared completely at ease as he played with Shichichi, and asked helplessly. Upon seeing his mother arrive, Chi-Chi immediately left Luo Xiu's embrace. Mommy. He scampered over to Mu Qingxue. She slowly crouched down, picked him up, and affectionately stroked his little head. Good boy. Mu Qingxue's face was filled with affection. Luo Xiu watched the mother and son, smiling. What's there to worry about? The people who needed to be sent out have already been dispatched. Now we just wait for the right moment. Besides, instead of worrying, I'd rather spend more time here with you both. Who knows how long I'll be gone this time? Luo Xiu finished speaking and slowly approached his wife, pulling her into his embrace. Mu Qingxue let him hold her naturally. The city hasn't been as peaceful as usual these past few days. Numerous cultivators have stationed themselves here, along with many martial artists. Shouldn't we take precautions? Humph. These people are all gambling on luck, thinking the Tianqi Empire is about to descend into chaos so they can meddle in it. But a great empire like this won't fall into chaos just like that. Don't worry, someone will handle it within days. Luo Xiu chuckled lightly, as if everything were under his control. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Over the next few days, send more people to observe the city's situation. If you spot any promising independent cultivators, try to recruit them. The royal house needs to expand its strength. Luo Xiu advised. Mu Qingxue shared this sentiment. Having witnessed the Zhenbei royal house's superior manpower and resources, he too sought to bolster the Asura royal house's strength. Otherwise, should similar incidents arise in the future, you'll find yourself constrained by others. I'll send people immediately. Mu Qingxue slipped out of Luo Xiu's embrace. Luo Xiu pulled her back. You shouldn't handle this personally. Let Elder Lu go instead. He has more experience in these matters, and his standing speaks for itself. His eye for talent is also excellent, he's the most suitable choice. Additionally, the mansion's holdings within the city could be expanded. You should focus on that aspect. Luo Xiu spoke with effortless eloquence, arranging everything with just a few words. Qingxue stared at him in astonishment. She struggled to contain her excitement. When this guy got serious, any problem seemed to dissolve effortlessly before him. Moreover, his execution remained as flawless as ever, instilling a sense of reassurance without anyone even realizing it. You're just lazy, that's all. With such a grand mansion, if you'd managed it like this from the start, how could things have fallen into such disarray? Qingxue shot Luo Xiu a reproachful glance with her beautiful eyes. Well, I still have you, my dear wife, to take care of things, didn't I? I still prefer doing things behind your back. After 2 sentences, this guy started being irresponsible again. His hands had already ventured into some unknown swampy territory, leaving Qingxue feeling an overwhelming heat throughout her body. Her face flushed crimson with rapture. Chi-Chi, back into the ring first. Mommy and Daddy have business to attend to. Without a second thought, Luo Xiu pulled Chi-Chi back into the spatial ring. Whoosh, whoosh. Forcibly pulled back into the ring, Chi-Chi stood there blankly, gnawing on its own little paw. Chi-Chi. Bad man, it's still daytime. Luo Xiu grinned mischievously, scooping up his wife and diving into the house. Who cares if it's day or night? Just do it. You're so naughty. Moments later, the room slowly filled with the sounds of spring. Mum. Stop, Don't stop. Chapter 48, Envoys from the Xuanwu Empire bribing Luo Xiu? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 3 days, the two lived a shameless life at home. Within the mansion, moans and sighs never ceased. The servants were all fed up. The next day, noon sunlight streamed through the windows into the room. Luo Xiu still lay fast asleep in bed, while Qingxue had already risen slowly and dressed herself. She glanced back at Luo Xiu on the bed with a coy smile. You really know how to wear someone out. But doing this really does boost my cultivation speed. In just a few days, I've already reached the threshold of the Zhuanchuan realm. I should be able to break through very soon. Qingxue pinched her cheeks, trying to compose her blushing expression before stepping out of the room. No sooner had she entered the main hall than the maid Xianyun hurried over to her. Miss, there are several people outside claiming to be friends of the prince. Friends? Qingxue frowned. Take me to see them. Yes, mistress. Led by Xianyun, Qingxue arrived at the entrance of the prince's residence. 2 servants were currently blocking the 3 men outside. Observing their attire, Qingxue recognized they were not from the Tianqi Empire. Her brows instantly knitted together in concern. Could her husband possibly be friends with them? Greetings, your highness. The 2 servants bowed respectfully upon seeing Qingxue. Qingxue gave a slight nod in response, her gaze still fixed on the trio. Beautiful, so beautiful. Like a celestial maiden. The 3 across from her, captivated by Qingxue's exquisite features and graceful figure, stared at her with burning eyes. The greed in their eyes was laid bare, utterly unmasked. A flicker of anger flickered across Qingxue's flawless face, her gaze turning icy cold. May I ask what brings you here? Qingxue forced herself to ask, suppressing the rising disgust within her. She refused to believe Luo Xiu would associate with such people. Though he might be lazy and a bit of a jerk at times, he had his own principles. He couldn't possibly associate with people like this. Moreover, their attire clearly marked them as outsiders likely from another empire. Clearly, they meant no good. Gentlemen, keep your eyes to yourselves. Xianyun snapped angrily, her gaze fixed on the men who were staring intently at her mistress. These 3 were utterly repulsive, staring as if they'd never seen a woman before. How utterly disgusting. Xianyun's face twisted with contempt. Only then did the trio snap out of it, hastily withdrawing the greed from their eyes as they bowed in feigned respect. You must be the Asura queen, right? We've been rude. Qingxue nodded. She could sense that these 3 possessed considerable strength. Do you 3 have business with our prince? Qingxue didn't want to waste words and asked directly. Well. Your highness, if you would kindly summon the Asura king, we have urgent matters to discuss. The trio stammered and stuttered, clearly unwilling to reveal their true purpose unless they saw Luo Xiu. Humph. Qingxue's expression grew even colder. These men were clearly here with ill intent. Woo. Just then, Luo Xiu appeared, his clothes disheveled, his entire demeanor lazy and sluggish, occasionally fighting off bouts of drowsiness as he sauntered over. Who are you? What business do you have with me? He had sensed their presence the moment they approached the royal estate. He was curious to see what these people from the Xuanwu Empire were up to. Seeing Luo Xiu's figure, Qingxue's furrowed brows finally relaxed slightly. The greedy stares from those 3 earlier had truly disgusted her. Xiu, I detest these people. Qingxue slowly approached Luo Xiu, murmuring with obvious displeasure. Clearly, their behavior had angered her. Luo Xiu pinched her cheek, pulled her behind him, and offered a gentle smile, signaling her to relax. Don't worry. Qingxue understood the meaning in Luo Xiu's eyes and promptly ignored the trio. Only then did Luo Xiu turn to them. What do you want with me? Also, don't go around calling yourselves my friends any Tom, Dick, or Harry. My wife finds it disgusting. I won't be happy about it. Luo Xiu's expression was stern, showing them not the slightest bit of courtesy. The trio had initially felt a flicker of joy upon seeing Luo Xiu, only to find their warm faces met with a cold shoulder. This was undoubtedly a brutal slap in the face, leaving their complexions alternating between green and white. But for the sake of the Empire's interests, they forced themselves to suppress the murderous urge welling up inside. The man in the middle smiled at Luo Xiu and flattered him. You must be the Asura King? Truly accomplished at such a young age. Congratulations, Asura King. Congratulations, Asura King. The other two chimed in unison. Yet Luo Xiu remained utterly unmoved, running his fingers through his disheveled silver hair with visible impatience. Spit it out if you have something to say. If not, get the hell out of here. He embodied the very essence of a cynical playboy. Though displeased, the trio knew Luo Xiu's history well. Suppressing their urge to punch him, they forced smiles and asked, Lord Asura, might we speak within your residence? Can't you understand plain speech? This vast palace isn't some place for any Tom, Dick, or Harry to wander into. Spit it out if you have business. If I had time for this nonsense, I'd rather be busy with my wife than waste it on clowns like you. Hearing Luo Xiu's humiliating words, the expressions of the three men instantly turned icy cold, their bodies trembling with rage. They had never endured such profound humiliation. Lord Asura, why such contemptuous treatment? The middleman shed all pretense, his gaze piercing in tone icy. Oof. Can't take a little trash talk? I thought your Xuanwu Empire prided itself on endurance. Looks like your training hasn't been thorough enough. Luo Xiu sneered, his gaze dripping with contempt. You. The two beside him trembled, lunging forward to attack Luo Xiu. Qingxue, standing behind Luo Xiu, immediately released a powerful aura, suppressing the two men, looking for death. The overwhelming aura of a peak Imperial Xian realm cultivator instantly silenced the trio. The man in the middle hurriedly restrained his companions. Hold your ground. Asura King, we come here with no ill intent. We wish to collaborate with you. The man's face turned deathly pale, his tone softening considerably. The other two dared not make another move. Though they too possessed Emperor Xian realm cultivation, the aura Qingxue had just unleashed made it clear they were no match for her. What shocked them even more was discovering another formidable expert concealed within the Asura King's residence. The instant they moved to attack, an even more overwhelming aura had locked onto them. That figure's power was at least that of a Xuanxuan realm expert. They had every reason to believe that the slightest hint of murderous intent in their minds would be instantly snuffed out by this master. Luo Xiu found their proposal for cooperation somewhat intriguing. Interesting. You lot from the Xuanwu Empire come to negotiate with this Tianqi Empire man? Luo Xiu's lips curled slightly, his tone still lazy. Seeing Luo Xiu's interest, the man in the middle finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing there was still room for negotiation. Greetings, Asura King. As you surmised, we are indeed from the Xuanwu Empire. My name is Gu Xian. You've witnessed the current state of the Tianqi Empire. Its feudal lords are rebelling one after another, while the four great empires watch with hungry eyes. Why not look ahead and secure greater benefits for your own royal house? Gu Xian observed Luo Xiu's expression as he spoke. However, Luo Xiu didn't get angry. Hearing their words only piqued his interest even more. Oh? So what benefits does your Xuanwu Empire intend to offer me? Gu Xian, seeing the bait take hold, flashed a hint of delight across his face as he continued, to be perfectly honest, our Xuanwu Empire has already joined forces with the Prince of the North. If you're willing to ally with us, the Prince has promised that any past grievances between you will be forgiven. Moreover, once he ascends the throne, he pledges to grant you even greater benefits. Likewise, our Xuanwu Empire pledges you even greater rewards, elixirs, cultivation techniques, and mystic spirit stones at your asking price. We guarantee no haggling. Wouldn't this be far more advantageous than what you could gain in this chaotic Tianqi Empire? As Gu Xian spoke, a smile gradually spread across his face. He didn't believe Luo Xiu could refuse such an enormous offer. After all, people risk their lives for wealth, and birds risk theirs for food. He couldn't believe Luo Xiu wouldn't be tempted. Chapter 49, The Wealthy and Powerful Xuanwu Empire. Why pass up a free ride? You think you can bribe a prince with money? How dare you even consider it? Luo Xiu sneered coldly at them. Yet his expression held a hint of intriguing charm. Seeing this, people die for wealth, birds die for food. Why be so stubborn, Your Highness? Gu Xian dismissed the notion. In his view, nothing was beyond the reach of money. If it seemed impossible, it was simply because the offer hadn't been generous enough. Even the Prince of the North, commanding millions of troops, hadn't he been bought off with money? Their Xuanwu Empire had lain dormant for centuries. Perhaps they were slightly weaker in military might, but in terms of wealth, they were undoubtedly among the top two of the 5 great empires. Money makes the devil grind the millstone, how much more so when it comes to people? Besides, in his eyes, this Asura king was nothing but a wet behind the ears brat. Could he possibly resist such temptation? Then tell me, what price tag do you place on this king? Luo Xiu observed their smug confidence and asked with keen interest. Still just a wet behind the ears brat after all. Couldn't resist temptation so quickly? Just wait until I scare the living daylights out of you. Gu Xian sneered inwardly. Outwardly, however, he plastered on a smile and said ingratiatingly, if the Asura king is willing to aid us, the Xuanwu Empire is prepared to present you with 100 million Xianling stones as a gift. Additionally, we offer 100 Xianling pills, 10 heaven-tier cultivation techniques and divine abilities, 1 spirit-tier cultivation technique and divine ability, 100 assorted heaven-tier rare treasures and exotic artifacts, and 2 spirit-tier rare treasures and exotic artifacts. What do you think? After Gu Xian confidently listed these offerings, all three wore expressions of smug superiority. They couldn't imagine a mere royal house could resist such an enormous temptation, especially within the perilous borders of the Tianqi Empire. With these treasures, a clan could secure its prosperity for a century. If used to found a sect, these resources alone could establish several second-tier sects. If used to cultivate talent, nurturing 5 or 6 Zhuanshuan realm experts would be a breeze. Wow, we've hit the jackpot. Luo Xiu was utterly stunned. He never imagined the Xuanwu Empire possessed such staggering wealth. To squander such immense wealth merely to bribe a single prince was utterly inhumane. If they could offer such lavish bribes to a powerless prince like him, just how much must the prince of the north have received from them? Luo Xiu couldn't even begin to imagine. Mao Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face likewise betrayed utter astonishment. She had once assessed the Shura prince's household assets. This alone was enough to rival half of the Shura prince's entire fortune. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of this fortune, truly enough to make a devil grind a millstone. Truly, who could resist such temptation? What do you think, Asura king? Gu Xian's face softened into a faint smile, radiating an air of absolute confidence. Luo Xiu suppressed his shock, furrowing his brow as he looked at them. Your Xuanwu Empire truly is deep-pocketed. I'm curious, this Asura king is merely a nominal title, holding neither real power nor military authority. What exactly have you set your sights on? Ha ha ha. The Asura king jokes. Your Asura king's residence holds immense potential. Should we assist the Tianqi Empire in securing the throne of the northern frontier kingdom, I'm certain he'll treat you well. Moreover, what I've mentioned is merely our Xuanwu Empire's pledge. Should you truly aid us, the rewards from the northern frontier king might surpass even ours. In Gu Xian's eyes, Luo Xiu had already taken the bait. No one could resist such an enormous temptation. However, Mu Qingxue behind Luo Xiu also sensed something amiss. Clenching her jade-like hands tightly, she watched him intently, equally curious about how her man would choose. She refused to believe Luo Xiu would betray his own country to aid the enemy. Yet beside her, Luo Xiu sat with furrowed brows, deep in thought. Yet within Luo Xiu's heart, a cold sneer had already formed. Given the northern prince's demonic nature and his vindictive disposition, would he ever let him off? When he made those threats, did he even believe his own words? He was eager to see what this old fox was truly thinking. Why would he expend such immense resources to win me over? What was his true purpose? Luo Xiu was utterly perplexed. Before Luo Xiu could arrive at an answer, Gu Xian urged, Asura king, what are your thoughts? They were also extremely anxious. Right now, the entire imperial city was swarming with golden dragon guard spies. They had lingered far too long already. If this weren't the Asura king's residence, they would have been discovered long ago. They couldn't delay any longer. Luo Xiu observed the trio's anxious expressions, a cold smile curling his lips. Whatever schemes they were plotting, why let such a gift slip through his fingers? Why pass up a free meal? Screw him. I can agree to this. In 3 days, bring the items you promised me to my residence and reveal the purpose of your visit. If you fail to deliver, then all negotiations are off. Luo Xiu observed them, his tone calm. Hearing Luo Xiu's terms, they visibly hesitated. However, the golden dragon guards gave them no time to deliberate. They were already swiftly searching this area, several of them slowly closing in on the Asura king's residence. These were the golden dragon guards assigned to watch over the 3 of them. The trio knew their situation was dire. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. Brother, the golden dragon guards are almost here. The 2 beside him looked anxiously at Gu Xian, their faces darkening. Damn it! Gu Xian clenched his jaw, his mind racing with calculations. They could agree to Luo Xiu's first condition, but revealing their true purpose so early risked unforeseen complications. They couldn't guarantee that wouldn't happen. They didn't know if Luo Xiu genuinely wanted to be bought off or if he was playing a game. But if they refused, they would face utter failure. The consequences of failure were too heavy to bear. For a moment, Gu Xian's mind was in utter turmoil. So there was a catch after all, huh? Well then, I'll make sure to play you all to death. Luo Xiu watched him, a cold smile playing on his lips. Why such anguish? Did I not grant you 3 days to consider? If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave soon. Luo Xiu observed the trio with an amused smile. Only then did Gu Xian snap out of it. He shot Luo Xiu a piercing look before hastily taking his leave. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. We'll take some time to consider this and give you our answer in 3 days. With that, the 3 figures swiftly vanished. Just then, 5 golden dragon guards arrived. Greetings, Asura King. The 5 bowed respectfully. Rise, Luo Xiu said indifferently. He turned to enter the mansion, but the golden dragon guards behind him hurriedly called out, Your Highness. Luo Xiu turned, looking at them in confusion. What is it? Those 3 men were spies from the enemy nation, Long Yi said gravely. If they spoke with Your Highness, we request you report their words truthfully to us. Luo Xiu frowned slightly, his expression displeased as he stared at them. Are you accusing this prince of treachery? We dare not, Your Highness. It is the Crown Prince's order that anyone who has come into contact with suspicious individuals must be interrogated. We beg Your Highness not to make things difficult for us. Long Yi was drenched in sweat, barely daring to breathe. They understood the terror of the former Zhangtian mansion, the predecessor to the Asura Prince's residence. It was far beyond anything they could easily provoke. But the prince's command could not be disobeyed. They could only grit their teeth and ask timidly, Do I need to explain myself to you? If the Crown Prince isn't satisfied, let him come find me himself. Luo Xiu's eyes flashed with displeasure as he spoke in a cold tone. This. Long Yi still looked troubled. Get out. Luo Xiu barked coldly. Yes. Withdraw. The 5 men departed reluctantly, their faces betraying their unwillingness yet helplessness. Swish, swish. Though they belonged to the Crown Prince's Golden Dragon Guard, the Crown Prince's prestige simply couldn't compare to that of the Asura King's mansion. Moreover, the Crown Prince had already warned them explicitly, under no circumstances were they to provoke the Asura royal house. Sigh. This matter should be reported to the Crown Prince first. Let him decide how to handle it. Only after they had retreated did Luo Xiu slowly turn and close the mansion gates. The moment he turned, Qingxue gazed at him with a troubled expression. Luo Xiu sighed inwardly. He knew exactly what was on her mind. Let's discuss this inside. Alright. Chapter 50, Xiu, you're so naughty. The 2 walked into the main hall one after the other. Qingxue waved her hand, signaling Shang Yun to leave. Shang Yun nodded and discreetly withdrew. Watching Shang Yun disappear into the distance, Qingxue turned to Luo Xiu with a puzzled look. You're not seriously going to agree to them, are you? Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu with a complex expression. Finding his wife's suspicious expression rather endearing, Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly. My dear, don't even you trust me? It's not about trust, Qingxue replied with a sigh. You're talking to them so openly. What will the court officials think? Those old farts keep churning out wave after wave of criticism. It's so annoying. Ha 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 ha. Let them think whatever they want. Besides, if they didn't jump to conclusions, how else would anyone believe us and willingly hand over their money? Luo Xiu laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned. Want to report me? Just add them to my blacklist. When I get back, I'll make them copy out their entire family. Luo Xiu couldn't wait for these old fools to file a complaint against him. He'd had it with them for ages, always picking on him. Once this job was done, he'd settle the score with them properly. Besides, if the ministers in court didn't grow suspicious of him, then these 2 big fish might slip through his fingers. He had to maintain this illusion for both sides, only then could his plan succeed. Only when these rumor-mongers' words reached their ears would the Tianqi Empire and the Prince of Zhenbei dismiss their suspicions about him. What do you mean? Qingxue furrowed her brows slightly, her expression puzzled. Why turn down free money? Especially when it comes with such a bounty of cultivation resources enough to keep our royal household living in luxury for quite some time. Besides, didn't we recently send Elder Lu out to recruit new members? That's a significant expense. Let these people cover it for us. Oh, right. Old Lu has been gone for so long, why hasn't he returned yet? Mentioning this, Luo Xiu remembered that old Lu had been away for quite some time. Don't worry. With old Lu's abilities, he won't run into trouble in this city. He's probably still searching for suitable candidates. After all, finding loyal and capable individuals at this critical juncture is no easy task. Luo Xiu nodded in agreement. Stop interrupting. Back to the question, what exactly do you plan to do? Qingxue pressed on. A hint of anticipation flickered across her stunning face. This was the first time she'd seen Luo Xiu act so devious, but since they were enemies, undermining them further would weaken their forces. Seeing the eager gleam in his wife's eyes, Luo Xiu felt a chill run down his spine. This wife of his was surprisingly ruthless. That little thing that guy brought up today? I couldn't care less about that. What I really want is to slaughter that old bastard, the Prince of the North. Luo Xiu's face twisted into a sly grin, the corners of his mouth curling into a fox-like smile. Likewise. Qingxue watched Luo Xiu's sly expression, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. This guy's talent for screwing people over was truly unmatched. If only she had. If she had. Enough. Why dwell on it? It's all in the past now. Qingxue thought to herself, a fleeting trace of unease crossing her lovely face. She snapped back to reality and glanced at Luo Xiu. Thankfully, he wasn't looking at her. Qingxue breathed a silent sigh of relief. I hear the Prince of Zhenbei has amassed quite a collection of treasures in secret. You could casually mention it later, they might just deliver them to your doorstep. Qingxue gently picked up the teacup on the table, sipped it lightly, and said indifferently. Luo Xiu looked at his wife with surprise, silently praising her. Blood is thicker than water. That old codger, the prince of the northern frontier, did indeed hoard quite a collection. This time, they wouldn't rest until they drained him dry. My dear, we're truly on the same page. Though whether that old codger will part with them painfully remains to be seen. Still, compared to those treasures, I suspect he values this imperial throne far more. So our chances of success are quite high. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiu chuckled. Qingxue shot him a disapproving look. She couldn't shake the feeling she was now in league with a wolf, constantly conspiring with him. But then again, if not him, then who else could she team up with? He was her future husband, after all. Sigh. But if such a ruthless scheme were to succeed, wouldn't the northern frontier king of the Xuanwu Empire be driven to his grave? Given his hot-tempered nature, retaliation would be inevitable. How would we possibly clean up the mess afterward? Have you considered this? Such an act would mean completely severing ties with the Prince of the North. Who knows how he might retaliate against us then? Qingxue grasped the crux of the matter, her expression growing grave. Luo Xiu merely smiled lightly. Any concerns his wife voiced, he had already considered thoroughly. In half a month, he would set out to subdue the Prince of the North. That bastard wouldn't be allowed to live. As for the Xuanwu Empire? That would be even easier to handle. Such a thorny matter could be tossed straight to those old fools in the court. He couldn't be bothered to get involved in the strife between two empires. If they sought revenge, they'd be practically begging for experience points. Rest assured, in the eyes of the Xuanwu Empire, this Prince of the North is nothing more than a puppet. Do you truly believe the Xuanwu Empire genuinely intends to prop him up? A cold smile flickered across Luo Xiu's lips. He understood perfectly well what the Xuanwu Empire was after. Seeing the Tianqi Empire beset by internal turmoil and external threats, this bastard wanted to stick his nose in. Did he really think propping up a puppet prince could topple an empire with thousands of years of heritage? That was nothing short of delusional. Never mind the Tianqi Empire's hidden foundations, even if every vassal prince openly rebelled, it would only scratch the surface for the entire empire. It wouldn't be enough to cripple the empire. True, Qingxue nodded in agreement. If the Tianqi Empire turns the tide, the Xuanwu Empire wouldn't dare do anything to us. At worst, they'd retaliate in secret. So what's there to worry about? We just need to fleece these two bastards for all they're worth. As for cleaning up the mess afterward, let the professionals handle it. Qingxue, I'm starting to think you're turning into a shady businessman, a show. You're so sneaky. Who taught you that? Ha ha ha. I taught myself. Besides, if a man isn't a little bad, women won't love him, Luo Xiu declared confidently. He then fixed a wicked grin on Qingxue, his eyes gleaming with a strange intensity that seemed poised to devour the lovely beauty. What are you staring at? Qingxue met Luo Xiu's gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. She glared at him, both embarrassed and annoyed. Could this guy be? His enchanting almond-shaped eyes fluttered, as if planting a tree of seduction in her soul. How could Luo Xiu possibly resist? He swept her into his arms and pressed a fierce kiss upon her lips. Woo! After a long while, Qingxue pushed Luo Xiu away, panting softly. You jerk! You're charming when you're being proper, but once you get naughty, you're just so annoying. Ugh! Qingxue pouted. Luo Xiu gazed at the woman who, just months ago, had been an aloof and ethereal beauty of unparalleled grace. Now she was his stunning fiancée, and they had done everything they should and shouldn't have done. What more could one ask for in life? He couldn't help but gaze toward the horizon and sigh with emotion. This rags to riches story is just so satisfying. You jerk, what are you muttering about? Qingxue wiped the residue from her lips, utterly speechless. This guy was infuriating. He made her whole body ache, her saliva practically forming strings. And, it seemed like, well, bad boy. P.S. Is it too much setup, or is the story just not exciting? So many readers say there's no satisfying climax? Here's how I see it, most of these chapters lay the groundwork for the story's setting, relationships, and stakes. The real excitement is just around the corner because this expedition marks the true start of my main storyline. Honestly, I don't buy into mindless thrill-seeking, and I'm not great at writing it either. To those who've read this far, please bear with me. I promise not to disappoint you later on. The bond between our two little ones will deepen gradually. The main storyline for Qi is finally emerging. Stay tuned. Chapter 51, The Return of Elder Lu. imperial capital of the Tianqi Empire. Wanfeng Tower. In a luxurious private room, Gu Xian was reporting the terms Luo Xiu had offered to their master. Come on, young master. Let's continue our merrymaking. Young master. Behind the gauzy curtains, a towering figure emerged, seated upright on the bed. Two gracefully dancing figures were using every seductive technique they had learned in their lives to tease the man. Behind the faintly visible gauze curtain, that imposing figure now wore a dark, sullen expression. His jet-black eyes pierced through the fabric, fixed upon Gu Xian and his companions. Get out! The man, visibly agitated, brushed away the two dancers' limp, boneless hands from his body. Startled by his abrupt action, both dancers collapsed limply onto the plush bed. Showing no mercy, the man shot them a cold glance before fixing his gaze on Gu Xian and his companions. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. The two dancers gasped for breath. As if they were more exhausted than after a night of serving the man. Did that brat really say that? The man asked coldly after a moment. Gu Xian and his companions were startled as well, kneeling stiffly with their backs straight. Yes, your highness. Gu Xian dared not withhold anything. He recounted Luo Xiu's words to the man in full detail. Upon receiving confirmation, the man's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. An eerie atmosphere filled the room, and no one dared to speak up. All feared provoking the man upon the bed. After a long silence, the man lifted his head slightly, swept his hand, and the curtains instantly parted to reveal his true appearance. He wasn't conventionally handsome, his face marked by several scars. Black and red tattoos covered his entire neck like intricate patterns. His bare chest revealed powerful muscles, inch by inch, like a martial artist's physique, without an ounce of excess fat. His chest, too, bore crisscrossing scars. Several of them were particularly gruesome, running straight across his wheat-colored skin. The man slowly descended from the bed, glancing at Gu Xian and his two companions before making his way to the tea table. Cold sweat broke out on the trio's bodies as they tremblingly turned around, continuing to kneel toward the man. Gulp! The man poured himself a cup of fragrant tea, drank it in one gulp, and then sat down slowly. Rise. Yes. Only upon hearing the man's command did Gu Xian and the others rise to their feet. What do you think? Could this kid be up to something? Observing Gu Xian and the others trembling slightly, the man asked in a hoarse voice. His brown-gray eyes fixed intently on them, as if interrogating them. Your Royal Highness, your servant dares not speculate recklessly. Gu Xian clasped his fists and bowed deeply. This was a life-or-death question. No matter how they answered, it could send them plunging into an abyss. The safest course was silence to feign ignorance. Truly unaware? Or unwilling to answer? Your servant does not know. Oomph. Useless fool. The man's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. Yet moments later, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile that was deeply unsettling. To Gu Xian and the others, however, that smile was utterly terrifying. Ha! Asura King! Asura King! You truly grow more elusive to me by the day. You call yourself a worthless prince. Faced with such immense temptation, you actually hesitate? Ha! This is getting more and more interesting. The man twirled the teacup on the table before his eyes, murmuring to himself. Very well. Then in 3 days' time, we shall meet with him. Clang. After a moment's thought, the man slammed the teacup down on the table, a heavy shadow of gloom crossing his face. Gu Xian and the others all broke out in a cold sweat. Asura Royal Manor. Old Lu entered the mansion accompanied by 5 powerful figures. The aura emanating from each of them unmistakably reached the imperial mystic realm. You're back, Elder. Luo Xiu paused feeding Qiqi upon seeing Elder Lu return and greeted him. Qiqi snatched the half-deer leg from Luo Xiu's hand before vanishing into thin air, retreating into Luo Xiu's ring. However, the terrifying aura was detected by the 5 figures behind Elder Lu, startling them all. Having cultivated to their level, they had seen their fair share of the world. Many nobles kept rare and exotic beasts as pets. That faint aura Qiqi had just emitted, they dared not mistake it. This was undoubtedly a divine beast. What an extravagant display of power from the prince. The trio couldn't help but regard the Asura Prince's mansion with newfound respect. Luo Xiu noticed their stunned gazes but said nothing more. Your Highness. Old Lu, however, remained composed, offering a polite greeting with a smile. You should all come up quickly and pay your respects to the prince. He then gestured to the 5 people beside him, still shaken, speaking in a calm tone. The 5 snapped back to their senses and wisely knelt on one knee, shouting in unison toward Luo Xiu, your subjects pay their respects to your highness. Rise. No need for formalities. Luo Xiu nodded at them, scanning their aura with his divine sense. Not bad at all. Thank you, your highness. He then turned to old Lu with an appreciative smile. Your discernment is truly sharp, sir. These individuals are rare talents indeed. Old Master Lu was taken aback. Did Luo Xiu possess such discerning insight? Doubts began to stir within him. You've noticed their exceptional qualities too? Lu Xiu froze for a moment before quickly recovering. Ha. I trust your discerning eye, sir. Your choice of candidates couldn't be wrong. Old Master Lu looked into Luo Xiu's sincere eyes, feeling a pang of disappointment. He sighed inwardly with resignation. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that Luo Xiu was hiding something. As long as your highness is satisfied. Old Lu let out a wry chuckle. Satisfied, satisfied. Our own people are quite capable, and they're not too old either. They have plenty of room for growth ahead. More importantly, they're not affiliated with any clan, they're all independent cultivators. Old Lu explained, then pointed to them one by one as he introduced them. Wang Tai and Wang Shi are twin brothers, both 30 years old, and both have already reached the third level of the Imperial Mystic Realm. Wang Tai and Wang Shi exchanged a simple, earnest smile, appearing genuinely honest. Old Lu then gestured toward a man standing nearby and said, "This fellow is quite remarkable. His name is Tianlong. He was once a core disciple of the Tianling sect, but later violated some sect rules and was expelled. Now, at only 29 years old, he has already reached the second heaven of the Imperial Mystic Realm." Tianlong possessed a rather handsome face, though his eyes concealed a hint of sorrow, subtle enough to escape most observers. He bowed his fist in greeting toward Luo Xiu. As he lowered his head, Luo Xiu caught that fleeting sadness in his eyes but chose not to mention it, merely nodding faintly in response. The remaining two were women. Elder Lu introduced, these two hail from the same sect, both former core disciples of the ethereal sect. The one on the left is named Mu Yun, and the one on the right is named Yu Sha. Both are only 28 years old and have already reached the first level of the Imperial Mystic Realm. The two women also bowed in greeting. Polite yet elegant. They were indeed lovely, though not possessing Mu Qingxue's peerless beauty still, they were rare beauties. Luo Xiu nodded in response. Your Highness, what do you think? Their strength and talent are commendable. With proper cultivation, they could indeed become invaluable assets. Since you personally selected them, I trust your judgment completely. Luo Xiu replied with a smile. He naturally trusted anyone the old steward recommended. Besides, with their own strength, they posed no threat to these young women. Despite Luo Xiu's reassurance, Steward Lu remained exceedingly cautious. I have imprinted my soul mark upon all five. Should any betray the prince's residence within 3 years, a single thought will suffice to erase them, the old steward stated calmly. A hint of grim resolve flashed across his aged face. Luo Xiu was taken aback upon hearing this. The old man was truly meticulous. Still, this was for the best. It saved him the trouble of investigating each of their backgrounds individually. He then turned his gaze to the 5 individuals. Welcome to the Asura royal house. From this day forward, you are members of the house family. All matters within the house, we share in glory and disgrace together. Though the steward has placed soul marks upon you, harbor no resentment. This is a test of your loyalty. Having said this, Luo Xiu glanced at the master's expression. Seeing no displeasure, he continued, 3 years is neither long nor short. Once these 3 years pass, the soul markings in your minds will naturally dissipate, and your trials will end. However, I now offer you another chance. If any of you wish to be free from constraints and no longer wish to remain in the mansion, you may leave now. I will have Elder Lu remove the soul markings from your bodies and restore your freedom. Old Master Lu looked at the 5 men, and Luo Xiu watched them as well. Not a single one of them stepped forward to leave. They remained silent, waiting quietly for his next words. Very well. Since none wish to leave, from this day forward, you shall abide by the rules of the royal household. As for the rules, the old steward will explain them to you shortly. Simply follow his instructions. Thank you, Your Highness. The 5 bowed in unison. Luo Xiu turned to the old steward and instructed, Old Lu, I entrust the training of these individuals to you. Any resources required, seek them from Qingxue. Leave it to me, old man. Old Lu nodded with a smile. Luo Xiu nodded and prepared to leave. Just as he turned, he heard the old steward's suggestion. Why not assign these 2 maids to the princess consort? She only has Shang Yun to assist her, and she's already overwhelmed with her duties. Luo Xiu pondered this. The royal household's holdings weren't vast, but they weren't insignificant either. His wife truly couldn't manage everything alone. Then I'll leave it to old Lu's arrangement. I'll speak with Qingxue about it later. Alright. P.S. I know my writing isn't great, but I'm doing this to make ends meet. I'll be shameless and ask for your support. Free gifts are fine. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 52, The Crown Prince of the Xuanwu Empire Wu Dalong? 2 days later. The time agreed upon with Gu Xian and the others had arrived. Outside the Asura King's mansion, 5 figures cloaked in black robes appeared. The old steward watched their figures and ushered them inside with a smile. Earlier, Luo Xiu had already briefed him on the situation, so he naturally understood why these individuals had come today. Thus, he greeted them with exceptional warmth. Please come in, Your Highness has been waiting for quite some time. The group paused, glancing toward the towering figure beside them, a burly man cloaked in ornate black robes. The burly man nodded, uttering not a word. Only then did the 4 men escort him into the Asura Prince's residence. Once everyone had entered, the old steward glanced around. Seeing no one else following, he closed the mansion gates. They crossed the small courtyard. "Gentlemen, His Highness awaits you in the main hall," the old steward indicated ahead, his expression still kindly. "Thank you for your trouble." Gu Xian, concealed beneath the black cloak, received permission from the burly man and responded to the old steward. The old steward observed that the others all looked to the leader in black robes for guidance. His gaze toward the burly man grew slightly more respectful. After all, they couldn't jeopardize the prince's important affairs. The five were no ordinary individuals. The moment they entered the Asura prince's residence, they formed a protective circle around the burly man, their eyes darting warily around the surroundings, as if fearing they might fall into Luo Xiu's trap. Yet, after conducting a thorough soul-scanning investigation, they detected no anomalies whatsoever. Only then did they quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Following the old steward's lead, they entered the main hall, where Luo Xiu stood waiting outside the door. At the sight of them, the gloom that had clouded Luo Xiu's face slowly lifted. "Please come in, gentlemen." Luo Xiu greeted them with a smile. The burly man who followed the Taoist narrowed his brown eyes slightly upon seeing Luo Xiu. Then, a powerful divine soul aura surged directly toward Luo Xiu. The old steward, noticing this, immediately released his own formidable aura. "Sir, this seems rather unreasonable, don't you think?" The kindly expression on the old steward's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a flash of ruthlessness. At the doorway, Luo Xiu remained calm and composed, though the smile on his face slowly faded. "You all seem a bit overly cautious, don't you? If this king wished to deal with you, I could have taken you down the moment I entered. Why wait until now? Since we've come to cooperate, show some trust." Luo Xiu's blood-red eyes fixed on the burly man surrounded by the crowd as he spoke indifferently. "The Asura king is correct. Withdraw." The burly man finally waved his hand at the signal. The four men finally relaxed from the tense atmosphere, sheathing their weapons and suppressing their auras. The old steward also withdrew his aura, his face once again breaking into a gentle smile. "Ha! That's more like it." Luo Xiu chuckled, nodding with satisfaction. Seeing this, the burly man beneath the black cloak slowly shed his robes and smiled at Luo Xiu. "Truly worthy of the title Asura King, hearing about you is nothing compared to meeting you in person. I am Wu Dalong, the current crown prince of the Xuanwu Empire." Wu Dalong? Hearing this name, Luo Xiu paused slightly. A peculiar expression then flashed across his face. Noticing this, Wu Dalong asked with some confusion, "Is there a problem, Asura King?" "Ha! Not at all. It's just that the crown prince's name sounds familiar to me. Perhaps it's simply too well known." Luo Xiu chuckled. "Please come in." "All right." The group then filed into the hall together. Luo Xiu and Wu Dalong politely exchanged courtesies before taking their seats. Wu Dalong's four attendants slowly positioned themselves behind him, now shedding their black cloaks. Luo Xiu recognized Gu Xian among them, but the other three were unfamiliar faces. Judging by their aura, each had reached the peak of the Imperial Xian realm to varying degrees. Two of them seemed to be deliberately concealing their energy. They only projected the aura of peak Huangxian realm cultivation, while their true strength had long since reached the Zhuanchuan realm. The old steward positioned himself behind Luo Xiu. "Your Royal Highness, since you've come today, it means you've considered my terms. May I assume that?" Luo Xiu spread his hands and asked with a smile. His blood-red eyes, however, darted toward Gu Xian, standing beside Wu Dalong. "Ha!" Wu Dalong chuckled but did not respond directly. Luo Xiu showed no impatience, gesturing for a maid nearby to pour him some tea. Then he raised his teacup. "Since your highness hasn't made up your mind yet, let's have some tea for now." "Very well." Wu Dalong didn't hesitate either, raising his teacup to clink it against Luo Xiu's. However, after taking a sip, his entire expression immediately darkened as his brows furrowed tightly. "What the hell kind of tea is this? How could it taste so awful?" He nearly spat it out in disgust, but managed to swallow it down for appearance's sake. Luo Xiu observed the slight change in his expression, smiled, and inquired, "Your Highness, what do you think of this tea?" "It's the finest tea from our Asura royal manor, specially reserved for honoring distinguished guests. I haven't had this tea in ages because I haven't had the pleasure of hosting a distinguished guest like your Highness in ages." Luo Xiu's words and demeanor were perfectly measured, leaving no room for criticism. However, the old steward behind him, with decades of cultivation under his belt, nearly lost his composure. He never imagined Luo Xiu would serve this tea to the crown prince of the Xuanwu Empire. This tea was clearly from the lowest grade batch, stored in the warehouse for years. It was likely already moldy. Earlier, several tea-loving maids had secretly stolen some of this tea from the warehouse. After drinking it just once, they suffered severe vomiting and diarrhea. Because of this, the old prince had specifically ordered all such tea to be burned. Where on earth had the prince obtained this batch? At this thought, the old steward's eyes flickered toward Luo Xiu. No change whatsoever. Observing Luo Xiu's perfectly composed expression, the old steward struggled to suppress the urge to laugh. Otherwise, the spiritual discipline he'd diligently cultivated over decades would be lost. Wu Dalong fought back the urge to spit it out, forcing a smile of appreciation for the fine tea as he looked at Luo Xiu. "Excellent, excellent tea. He not only had to suppress the tea leaves in his throat from spilling out but also had to flatter Luo Xiu. His entire face turned ashen. "Your Highness, I'm glad you like it. Xiaoyu, please serve His Highness another cup." Luo Xiu beckoned the maid beside him to pour another cup of tea. The moment Xiaoyu moved, Wu Dalong immediately stopped her. "Asura King, let's put the tea aside for now. We should discuss the matter at hand first." Observing his bitter smile, Luo Xiu feigned surprise. "How could that be? His Royal Highness has graced my residence with a rare visit. If I fail to fulfill my duties as host, others might think me inhospitable. Serve the tea." Luo Xiu's expression turned stern. Xiaoya refilled his teacup. Luo Xiu raised it once more, his voice brimming with righteous indignation. "Your Royal Highness, thank you for honoring me with your presence. This cup here's to our fruitful collaboration." Wu Dalong's face turned uglier than if he'd eaten. Yet, to ensure the plan proceeded smoothly, he raised his trembling hands, picked up the teacup from the table, and downed it in one gulp with the resolve of a man facing death. "Cheers." The four men behind him exchanged puzzled glances. Seeing their crown prince's pallor, they feared the tea might be poisoned. "Your Highness, are you?" One of them gripped Wu Dalong's arm, asking with concern. "Ugh. I'm fine. Ugh." Wu Dalong couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited up last night's dinner. This was a complete loss of face in front of Luo Xiu. The others hurriedly supported him, their worried gazes fixed on him. "What on earth did you put in this tea?" One of them, a powerhouse who had reached the revered mystic realm, finally ceased hiding his strength. In an instant, a formidable aura swept toward Luo Xiu and the others. The old steward, already flushed crimson, caught a whiff of this murderous intent and finally came to his senses. He then stepped forward to confront the powerful figure before Luo Xiu. Yet neither dared to strike first. Luo Xiu continued to smile indifferently at Wu Dalong. These people had seriously underestimated him. Poisoning them might not kill them, but the tea brewed from these expired leaves was disgusting enough to make him sick. After a long while, Wu Dalong finally recovered. Stop, show some respect," he hurriedly restrained the powerful man. His subordinate glanced at him and finally withdrew his aura. Even now, Wu Dalong still believed he simply couldn't stomach this tea. After all, there were regional differences between the two countries, and he'd found many foods unfamiliar before. Therefore, he did not suspect Luo Xiu. "Support me." He looked as though he'd just suffered severe diarrhea, his entire face drained of color. Chapter 53, Demanding the Moon, Doubling the Conditions. It took Wu Dalong quite a while to recover. His burly frame fidgeted restlessly, as if he feared Luo Xiu might pour him another cup of tea. Perhaps for the rest of his life, he'd be allergic to tea leaves? Ha! Luo Xiu nearly laughed out loud at his unnatural expression. After another moment, seeing he had calmed down somewhat. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Luo Xiu asked with a sorrowful expression tinged with apology. "I'm fine." Wu Dalong squirmed uncomfortably, his mouth tasting foul as if he'd swallowed something disgusting. His speech was halting and stammering. He gagged intermittently. Today, he had truly lost face in a big way. "I'm relieved. It was my oversight. I should have anticipated that Your Highness might find our Tianqi Empire's tea unpalatable due to regional differences. This is entirely my fault." Luo Xiu feigned regret, his face twisted in anguish. "Shall I offer you another cup? As an apology?" "King Asura, please don't joke. I truly cannot stomach this tea. You should keep it for yourself. And Your Majesty needn't blame yourself, I'm fine." Wu Dalong's words came in fits and starts, each accompanied by a retch, his entire being utterly ravaged. The old steward behind him couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly turned away. This prince was truly too dark-hearted. How could the crown prince of one of the 5 great empires be reduced to such a pitiful state by his pranks? These 2 cups of tea would surely become the crown prince's lifelong nightmare. The 4 men behind Wu Dalong wore equally grim expressions. The powerful figure who had just assisted Wu Dalong in vomiting felt a foul stench emanating from his entire body, mixed with a whiff of garlic. Every time Wu Dalong vomited, he clamped his eyes shut, terrified he might vomit too. Luo Xiu observed his wretched state before broaching the cooperation. "Since His Royal Highness is indisposed today, let's conclude our partnership swiftly so you may retire to rest." All right. Wu Dalong agreed decisively. Today, he had lost all face. If he couldn't seal this deal now, he'd have no face left to return to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu nodded with satisfaction at this, smiling as he continued, "Your Highness, cooperation is possible but the terms must change." Wu Dalong, who had been feeling miserable moments ago, perked up instantly at Luo Xiu's words. "Asura King, weren't the previous terms already agreed upon?" Wu Dalong frowned slightly, clearly displeased. No. Luo Xiu shook his head. "Those terms were your proposal. This king finds them unsatisfactory." Wu Dalong visibly grew impatient. Hadn't Gu Xian already conveyed his agreement? Had this fellow suddenly changed his mind, or had that bastard Gu Xian deceived him all along? Wu Dalong shot a dark, accusatory glare at Gu Xian beside him. Guxuan, meeting the murderous glare from his crown prince, instantly dropped to his knees. Your Highness, I'm innocent. He agreed to the previous terms. I never deceived you. Even after Gu Xian's explanation, Wu Dalong's expression remained unrelenting, his gaze still fixed on him. Gu Xian's face turned ashen. He immediately turned to Luo Xiu across from him and demanded. Asura King, why did you set me up like this? Didn't you agree earlier that as long as we told you what we wanted you to do beforehand, you'd accept our terms? You can't just go back on your word like this. Gu Xian was so flustered he wanted to curse. By the end of his explanation, everyone was staring at him intently. Luo Xiu merely smiled. What did this man's fate matter to him? Maximizing his own interests was the sole principle guiding his cooperation. He hadn't acknowledged Gu Xian once throughout the entire exchange. Your Highness, you know the current situation. Do you really think what you're offering is worth the risk for me? Luo Xiu turned to ask Wu Dalong. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, even Wu Dalong, as thick-skulled as he was, could grasp their meaning. Get lost. Stop making a fool of yourself. Furious, he kicked Gu Xian aside before glaring at Luo Xiu. Asura King, this doesn't seem quite by the book, does it? Luo Xiu shrugged indifferently. Your Highness, I don't need to be told to know what you're after. You want me to betray my own country? Do you really think such petty benefits could sway anyone? Small gain? Wu Dalong nearly laughed in anger. This is enough to buy half your mansion. Still not satisfied? Ha! You said yourself that these things can only buy half of my prince's mansion. If I really help you, then this mansion of mine will truly be gone. Do you think I'm losing out or gaining? Luo Xiu retorted. Besides, haven't you heard? The current emperor of the Tianqi Empire is my own uncle. He's my dearest relative. How could I not charge a hefty price? Luo Xiu argued passionately, his voice brimming with righteous indignation. His expression was one of fury, as if he truly were betraying his own dearest kin. Wu Dalong and the others froze. For a moment, they actually thought to themselves, this guy does have a point. Snapping back to reality, they cursed themselves silently. This was no time for distractions. A moment of silence fell. Luo Xiu's anger remained undimmed. Only then did Wu Dalong take a step back, his face darkening as he demanded, so, what does the Asura King desire? Before he infiltrated the Tianqi Empire, his father had specifically instructed him to capture this Asura King. After all, the legacy left by the previous Burial King was bound to be formidable. If they succeeded, the Asura King's domain might become a formidable weapon in their assault on the Tianqi Empire. He couldn't abandon this opportunity. Luo Xiu saw that he had taken the bait. A fleeting smile touched his lips before he feigned grief and indignation. Double the previous terms. Of course, I won't question what you ask of me. But I can only help you once. As for the outcome, I won't be held responsible. Double the terms? Wu Dalong and the others behind him stared wide-eyed. This demand far exceeded their expectations. Securing such vast resources in such a short time would be nearly impossible. Asura King, your appetite is a bit too big, don't you think? Wu Dalong sucked in a sharp breath, his face darkening with displeasure. You know very well that if our collaboration is discovered, I stand to lose my entire royal estate. I'm merely taking resources from you. What's wrong with that? Luo Xiu argued logically. This. Wu Dalong frowned slightly. Seeing his reaction, Luo Xiu continued, if you truly overthrow the Tianqi Empire, will you still care about these trifles? Plus, my father left me a game-changing weapon. It'll be your greatest asset. This deal won't leave you shortchanged. Luo Xiu's lips curved into a confident smile. This. Wu Dalong's brows nearly knotted together. This condition seemed extremely difficult for him to accept. Still hesitating? If that's the case, then I see no point in continuing this discussion. Luo Xiu's expression turned cold. Butler, show them out. Hearing Luo Xiu's threat to dismiss him, Wu Dalong instantly tensed up. He absolutely had to secure the Asura King's mansion. Wait. Chapter 54, The Crown Prince's Visit. Luo Xiu looked at Wu Dalong, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. He then slowly sat back down. Has your highness made up your mind? Wu Dalong's face twisted with bitterness. Asura King, is there truly no room for negotiation? Luo Xiu chuckled and shook his head. Your highness, I'm staking my entire fortune and life on this wager. If you were in my position, what would you do? This. Wu Dalong hesitated. If he were in Luo Xiu's shoes, he might have raised the stakes as well. He understood the dilemma, but these resources were simply beyond his immediate reach. And now, his plans were pressing. Asura King, could you grant me more time? These resources are no small sum. I need time. Agreed. However, I can only grant you 3 days. Should you exceed this time frame, our cooperation is null and void. Luo Xiu nodded in consent. Agreed. Wu Dalong gritted his teeth and accepted the terms. As long as he secured the Apocalypse Empire, these resources were insignificant to him. I have one more question, Your Highness. I humbly request your answer. Your Highness, please ask. Why did you agree so readily? Wu Dalong asked curiously. Even now, he remained troubled by his inner doubts. This question held a hidden layer of meaning. He hoped to glean some clues from Luo Xiu's response, to gauge whether he genuinely sought cooperation. After all, for a prince to betray his own nation so completely, how easy could that be? Luo Xiu chuckled, indifferently replying, "Profit comes first." Ha ha ha. Well said. Then here's to a fruitful partnership. In 3 days, I'll send someone to deliver the goods. After that, I won't be visiting again. Wu Dalong nodded with a hearty laugh. In his mind, Luo Xiu was just another greedy man. Putting profit first was the essential instinct of every such individual. This single trait alone convinced him that Luo Xiu was precisely the partner he sought. Then I shan't keep you. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Happy collaboration. After Wu Dalong and the others departed, Mu Qingxue slowly emerged from the room. Do you think he'll trust us? Mu Qingxue sat down slowly, a hint of worry flitting across her face as she asked. Luo Xiu shrugged indifferently. Does it matter whether he trusts us? If he delivers the goods, we take them. If he suspects a trick and refuses to deliver, then it's game over. Luo Xiu had a vague idea of what they wanted him to do. This matter seemed incredibly important to them, perhaps a major event that could alter the entire situation of the Tianqi Empire. This task could only be accomplished by his Asura royal house. Mu Qingxue's face remained clouded with worry. Luo Xiu had just been appointed commander-in-chief of the northern frontier by the Tianqi Emperor. Now, with enemy agents moving freely, she couldn't believe the empire's elite hadn't noticed. Moreover, in recent days, many within the court had publicly denounced Luo Xiu's actions, angrily condemning him for maintaining contact with the enemy amidst such a perilous crisis. Though the emperor of the Tianqi Empire had remained silent, suspicion inevitably lingered in his mind. She now worried about the mansion's precarious position. Luo Xiu watched his wife's furrowed brow, slowly rising to stand behind her and wrap his arms around her slender waist. Don't worry, silly girl. I'm not as foolish as you think. And don't underestimate that old emperor either, he probably figured out my intentions long ago. Luo Xiu murmured in her ear. Hearing his words, Mu Qingxue's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed a little. Do you think what we're doing is worth it? Mu Qingxue slowly turned, burying her face in Luo Xiu's chest as she asked in a low voice. There's no question of worth or not. He's family to me, so this is something I must do. Luo Xiu sniffed the scent of Mu Qingxue's hair, slowly closing his eyes as he spoke. That old man had been influenced by my father to some extent. He placed immense importance on duty. Asking him to abandon this mission would probably hurt him more than death itself. With my mother involved, I have to help him no matter what. Night fell. News of the Xuanwu Empire's arrival at the Asura King's residence had long been uncovered and had reached the ears of Crown Prince Lin Ziyu. He had heeded his father's advice to cultivate a relationship with Luo Xiu, and he had also been tasked with maintaining order and security within the imperial city. Thus, he arrived at the Asura Prince's residence. Whether it was because of the incident that morning or to cultivate a relationship with Luo Xiu, he had to make this visit. Lin Ziyu and several attendants now stood outside the Asura King's residence. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. The old steward slowly pushed open the door, his eyes widening slightly at the sight of Lin Ziyu before promptly bowing in greeting. Steward, kindly inform the Asura King that the Crown Prince seeks an audience. Recognizing the old steward, Lin Ziyu smiled. The old steward nodded and ushered them inside. Your Highness, please come in first. The group entered the mansion's main hall, where Luo Xiu slowly emerged from his chambers. Greetings, Your Highness. Luo Xiu bowed in respect. He had anticipated this. The old emperor had entrusted him with the capital's security, and the people he had met today would likely not escape his notice. He just hadn't expected the guy to show up so early. Cousin, we're family. No need for such formality. Sit down and let's talk, Lin Ziyu said with a smile. Luo Xiu nodded and sat down. Lin Ziyu couldn't wait to ask, Cousin, my men reported that a group entered your residence today. They were quite mysterious. Might you shed some light on this? Lin Ziyu feigned surprise, wary of both angering Luo Xiu and failing to get the answer he sought. Luo Xiu smiled and nodded. Truly, nothing escapes His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's notice. People did come today. Before Luo Xiu could elaborate, Lin Ziyu quickly clarified, Cousin, I'm not here to interrogate you. You know the Empire's current situation. Father entrusted me with maintaining order in the imperial city. I had no choice. A bitter expression crossed Lin Ziyu's face, making him appear particularly troubled to any outsider. Brother, there's no need for such formality. Just ask whatever you wish to know. Luo Xiu remained calm and composed. Whether he concealed it or not, outsiders would learn of this matter sooner or later. Lin Ziyu relaxed a bit at Luo Xiu's prompt response. Those people are from the Xuanwu Empire, right? Correct. They came to discuss a partnership with me. Luo Xiu made no attempt to conceal it, stating it directly. What kind of cooperation? Lin Ziyu furrowed his brow, asking urgently. I don't know the details yet, but I agreed. Their terms are very tempting. Luo Xiu glanced at Lin Ziyu, took a sip of tea, and stated plainly. Seeing Luo Xiu's directness and decisiveness, Lin Ziyu and the others were taken aback. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. They had no idea what Luo Xiu was up to and were genuinely at a loss. This. Chapter 55. Confessing to his wife, Luo Xiu's overwhelming strength. Confessed early, a bit rushed. After a long pause, Lin Ziyu looked at Luo Xiu with a grave expression. Cousin, you don't understand military affairs or current events. By doing this, you're putting yourself right in the eye of the storm. Lin Ziyu didn't know what to say to Luo Xiu. At this critical juncture, if Luo Xiu really did something foolish, he truly wouldn't know how to explain it to his own father, the emperor. In his mind, Luo Xiu was still the same spoiled young master he had always been. It seemed perfectly plausible that he could do something this foolish. Precisely because of this, he found it difficult to associate Luo Xiu with treason and collaboration. He was torn inside. On one hand, his father had instructed him to cultivate a relationship with Luo Xiu. Now, faced with this situation, and as the guardian of the imperial city, he was bound by law to arrest and interrogate Luo Xiu. For a moment, he was torn. If he arrested him, their relationship might be irreparably damaged. So, brother, have you come to arrest me? Luo Xiu asked calmly, observing Lin Ziyu's troubled expression. He hadn't had any conflicts with this man before. He was curious to see how he would handle him now. No. My visit was primarily to express concern. Within this vast empire, the imperial family has only the Asura royal house to rely on. Yet now this incident has occurred, leaving your elder brother in a most difficult position. Lin Ziyu waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing Luo Xiu's words. The Asura royal house was now the sole face of the Tianqi Empire. If he pushed Luo Xiu too far and the latter rebelled, then the entire Tianqi Empire would become a complete laughingstock. Therefore, no matter what, he must not provoke Luo Xiu. Your Highness, I needn't be told. I know why you came today to probe whether I might betray my country, correct? Luo Xiu cut straight to the point. Sometimes, beating around the bush was unbearably tedious. He detested it. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Lin Ziyu's teacup shattered in his hand, mirroring the agitation churning within him. Luo Xiu glanced over but remained silent. My apologies for the rudeness. Lin Ziyu relaxed his grip, his face twisted with bitterness. He hadn't expected Luo Xiu to be so blunt. Caught completely off guard, he was startled. Though it was the very question he'd been wanting to ask, it was also the one he dreaded asking most. It's fine, brother. Didn't I just say? How are we family? Luo Xiu looked at him, seized his wrist, and spoke with earnest eyes. Their gazes locked, silently surveying the worlds reflected in each other's eyes. Both sought to discern the other's true thoughts. After a long moment, both found the answers they sought and shared a knowing smile. Though Lin Ziyu's earlier recruitment tactics had been somewhat underhanded, Luo Xiu could see his true intentions reflected in his eyes. Their objectives in this matter were aligned. Lin Ziyu, too, understood Luo Xiu's intentions. Shocked beyond words, he remained speechless for a long time. He never imagined that this seemingly carefree, unkempt playboy could act with such conviction for the greater good. Suddenly overcome with shame, he felt utterly ridiculous for having doubted someone so carelessly. Lin Ziyu spoke with a touch of shame. Cousin, I misunderstood you. You're far more remarkable than I am. If there's anything you need help with, I'll do everything in my power to assist you. He finally understood why their father had urged him to befriend Luo Xiu and finally grasped their father's true intentions. Indeed, like father, like son, I simply couldn't compare to him. Let things take their natural course, Luo Xiu replied with a smile. Very well. Since that's the case, I shan't disturb you further. Don't take unnecessary risks, prioritize your own safety. Lin Ziyu stood up, patted Luo Xiu on the shoulder, and said meaningfully. All right. Ha. I shan't intrude further. Let's bury the past between us, shall we? Lin Ziyu's gaze was sincere. Qingxue mentioned it to me. I haven't had a chance to thank my cousin yet. If not for you, how could I have gained such a lovely wife? On our wedding day, you absolutely must come and have a few drinks. Luo Xiu smiled back. All right, I'm off. After Lin Ziyu and the others departed, Luo Xiu's expression gradually grew solemn. It was time for him to take action. It was time to strengthen his abilities. He then slowly made his way toward the cultivation chamber. Inside the cultivation chamber, Qingxue's stunning figure sat cross-legged upon a mystical jade spirit stone. A terrifying aura slowly surged from her body. An icy cold Xian ice power spread around her, transforming into strands of formidable Xian energy. The surrounding walls froze solid under this frigid force, turning into ice walls. Luo Xiu pushed open the door and entered. Seeing his wife quietly cultivating, he did not disturb her. He too slowly sat cross-legged. However, Qingxue beside him sensed his presence and slowly opened her eyes. Xiu, why are you here in the cultivation chamber? Qingxue asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Luo Xiu, who had just settled into the lotus position, heard the unfamiliar voice and opened his eyes again. Honey, have you finished your cultivation? Almost. Didn't I tell you? My cultivation energy is too overwhelming and tends to leak out. That's why I asked you not to come in, Qingxue said, sounding a bit displeased. The divine phoenix holy body was exceptionally overbearing. When absorbing mystical energy for cultivation, any intrusion by outsiders could easily trigger a violent backlash. Earlier, when she was cultivating, Luo Xiu had barged in several times and been injured by the Xian ice power within her body. Why doesn't this guy ever learn? Qingxue's eyes held a mix of resignation and reproach. However, Luo Xiu merely chuckled. Instantly, a formidable surge of mystical energy erupted from his body, its overwhelming aura completely dissolving the mystical ice power. The aura of Asura instantly enveloped the entire cultivation chamber. What had been an extremely frigid space now felt like a scorching volcano, its temperature skyrocketing. The bloodthirsty aura of Asura, mingled with slaughter, instantly permeated the entire chamber. A terrifying pressure radiated outward, instantly overwhelming Qingxue. The restless phoenix bloodline within her seemed to be suppressed. This aura. Could it be emanating from a Xiu? Impossible, impossible. Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face froze as she stared blankly at Luo Xiu, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. He has cultivation? No, impossible. If this truly was his cultivation, why had he concealed it before? That aura was so powerful, why did he pretend to be so weak before? Was it to make the world believe he was such a worthless scoundrel? Why? Is this still my Xiu? Is this your true self? But why did you keep deceiving me? Qingxue felt Luo Xiu's aura surging higher and higher, her mind turning into a chaotic mess. Despite spending so much time together and sharing everything, she had never once sensed even a trace of his cultivation. Could this guy really be so powerful that he could conceal his aura? But why? Why did he hide it from me? Did he not trust her? Why? Why? Was she truly so unworthy of his trust? Qingxue's violet eyes were now brimming with tears. As she thought about everything in her heart, a wave of grievance surged within her. She felt profoundly betrayed. I'm sorry, my dear. After briefly revealing his cultivation aura, Luo Xiu instantly withdrew it. His gaze held guilt as he looked at Qingxue. Seeing the moisture in her eyes, he felt a pang of heartache and wanted to pull her into his arms. Why? You're clearly this powerful, so why did you hide it? Watching two streams of tears slowly cascade down Qingxue's exquisite face, Luo Xiu instantly teleported beside her, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. My dear. The moment he reached out, Qingxue's eyes turned icy as she glared at him, slapping his hands away. Let me explain, Luo Xiu tried to speak. However, Qingxue had no intention of giving him that chance. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and coldly remarked, Your Highness thinks I'm some kind of little cutie, huh? Do you think it's cool to hide your strength, play dumb, and then reveal your formidable power in the end? Do you find it amusing? Do you think this will make me worship you endlessly, like some foolish girl gazing at you with adoring eyes? Is that it? Tears streamed from Qingxue's eyes as a sneer twisted her lips in contemptuous mockery. But do you know? The only result of your actions is hurting more people. So many care about you, worry for you. Do you really think this is fun? Luo Xiu listened to his wife's scornful words, his face twisted with bitterness. Childish, liar. After uttering those words, she staggered to her feet, her aura chaotic and turbulent with emotion. Luo Xiu watched her state with deep heartache. He then forcefully pulled her close, holding Qingxue tightly in his arms. Immediately, he gently released his Asura aura, helping to stabilize the turbulent bloodline energy within her. Calm down. Luo Xiu had no choice. This matter couldn't be fully explained in the moment, and he couldn't stand by and watch his wife fall into danger. Liar, you're nothing but a liar. Honey. I didn't mean to hide this from you. Calm down first, and I'll explain everything to you slowly. Luo Xiu said anxiously. Get lost, you liar. Get out, Qingxue struggled fiercely in his arms, tears streaming down her face as she cried. I don't want you anymore. I don't want you. Xiu, you're a liar. I don't want you. You're a bad person. Even you deceived me. Luo Xiu sensed the turbulent energy within her. With no other choice, he used his divine soul power to plunge Qingxue into a deep sleep. Qingxue slowly drifted into slumber. As her eyes closed, 2 tears trickled down her cheeks. Luo Xiu watched her with heartache, then slapped himself twice. He shouldn't have kept it from her. This stubborn little fool must hate him for deceiving her. Silly girl, sleep well. When you wake up, I'll explain everything to you. Luo Xiu gently lifted her into his arms, kissed the tear-stained spot on her cheek, and whispered softly into her ear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Chapter 56, Hard to cheer up. Inside the room. Luo Xiu gazed at the lovely beauty lying on the bed, feeling nothing but a headache. His mind was in turmoil. He knew his wife would definitely give him a hard time once she woke up. He needed to think of a solution quickly while she was still unconscious. But what could he possibly do? Luo Xiu felt nothing but chaos in his mind, growing increasingly anxious. He felt a pang of regret. Damn it! If only he'd dated someone back on Earth, he wouldn't have ended up here without a clue how to placate his wife. Damn it all to hell! Lost in thought, Luo Xiu paced back and forth in the room, feeling like his sharp mind honed over so many years had suddenly gone completely blank. Just as he was at a complete loss, faint sounds drifted from the bed. Qingxue's stunning eyes slowly opened. She gazed around the room in a daze, her mind racing to piece together what had just happened. Her gaze swept the room before settling on Luo Xiu. He remained frozen, still scratching his head. Seeing his comical state, Qingxue felt a surge of amusement. Yet, as yesterday's scene flashed through her mind, the exquisite beauty's expression abruptly turned cold. Luo Xiu watched the change on his wife's face and inwardly knew something was terribly wrong. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned bitterly cold, saturated with Qingxue's icy aura. Luo Xiu felt a chill run down the back of his neck. A bad feeling washed over him. "You, dear, you're awake." Luo Xiu forced a smile. Qingxue stared at his smile, her icy expression showing no flicker of emotion. Instead, she turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Seeing his wife's reaction, Luo Xiu's smile froze abruptly, leaving him utterly at a loss. Gazing silently at her beautiful profile, Luo Xiu felt his heart spin wildly once more. Qingxue turned her head to gaze out the window. She couldn't tell if she felt more anger or more joy right now. Yet the bitter taste of deception lingered in her heart, deception by the man she loved most deeply, her future husband. He had deceived her. He was clearly so powerful, clearly capable of protecting her. Why did he have to hide it? Was he testing her? Did he not trust her? During the time he disappeared, she had been so worried, so desperate to see him. She had feared he was powerless, that he might be bullied or even trafficked. She had cared for him so deeply. Couldn't he see that? Damn that bastard. Why isn't he comforting me? What the hell is he thinking now? Why has he gone silent again? Is he angry too? Does he think I'm being unreasonable? But he's the one who deceived me. He nearly drove me mad. It's clearly his fault. Why won't he speak? Why won't he comfort me? Could he be abandoning me? The moment Qingxue thought this, she was startled by her own train of thought. No, no way. I believe he loves me too. He must just be thick-headed. If he properly comforts me and explains everything clearly, I should be able to forgive him, right? No, I can't let him off so easily. He deceived me of everything. Both my body and soul were stolen by him. He absolutely must apologize properly. They remained silent for a long time, each lost in thoughts about the other's mind. One pondered how to soothe the other, while the other wondered why he hadn't come to soothe them yet. Sometimes love is like this, both thinking of the other, yet afraid the other might misunderstand, hesitating to speak up first. Sometimes a single word could resolve everything, yet as the silence dragged on, their feelings grew tangled and hard to untangle. After staring at her back for a while, Luo Xiu sighed deeply in resignation and carefully sat down beside Qingxue. Feeling the movement beside her, Qingxue's heart began to pound wildly. Was he about to explain? What would he say? He was the one who made the mistake, so why was she more nervous than he was? This guy is definitely going to think I'm being unreasonable. Poof. Luo Xiu slowly raised his hands, about to embrace Qingxue. But with his arms suspended mid-air, he helplessly lowered them again. He feared his physical contact would only make his wife more resentful. In his past life, he'd heard the old uncle next door say that when a wife was angry, one must never touch her. Otherwise, she'd be like a frightened rabbit capable of doing anything. Biting someone was the least of it. If she went berserk, she might even bite him. He was scared. Qingxue's heart was pounding wildly too. She could distinctly feel Luo Xiu's body heat. She thought this guy had finally come to his senses, that he was going to hold her gently and explain everything. But that warmth lingered only briefly before he pulled away? Qingxue's stern face nearly flushed crimson with fury at this blockhead. She hadn't resisted at all. Why did he stop holding her? Damn it, just hold me already. If you held me, I might even forgive you. But if you don't hold me now, I'll only get angrier. Qingxue waited in vain for Luo Xiu's next move, her frustration mounting. Just then, Luo Xiu cautiously asked, "Honey?" Qingxue silenced her inner turmoil and pricked up her ears, eager to hear what Luo Xiu would say next. Seeing Qingxue clearly waiting for his explanation, Luo Xiu hurriedly said, "Honey, first off, I want to apologize here. Hiding my cultivation was deceiving you, and I was wrong. But it wasn't because I didn't trust you. Second, I concealed my cultivation for other reasons as well." As he spoke, Luo Xiu distinctly felt Qingxue's body tremble. He shifted closer, drawing nearer to her. Throughout the movement, Luo Xiu remained cautious, fearing his wife might become upset and start another argument. Feeling Luo Xiu draw near, Qingxue's heartbeat quickened once more. For some reason, ever since her body had grown accustomed to Luo Xiu's scent, her physical response to his closeness grew increasingly intense. Their bodies pressed tightly together. Seeing his wife offer no resistance, Luo Xiu continued, "Actually, I've never been able to cultivate since childhood. Because my mother was injured while carrying me, my meridians have had an inherent defect. At this point, recalling his past struggles, Luo Xiu felt a twinge of inferiority. As a transmigrator, how could he possibly accept a life of mediocrity? Especially in this fantastical alternate world, where power meant survival without it, he'd be cast aside. Ever since learning of his innate defect and inability to cultivate, he had buried this truth deep within himself, fearing that one night his parents might abandon him. After all, this world was ruthless. Without talent or strength, even a biological son could be discarded. Yet, after years of living in constant fear, he grew older. His parents didn't abandon him like in other novels. Instead, they showered him with affection. His older brother, too, didn't harbor resentment, fearing he'd compete for resources like in other stories. Instead, whenever there was something delicious or fun, he'd remember to bring him a share. This warmth was something he had never experienced in his previous life. He had believed his world would continue this way forever. Until 3 years ago. With his past memories and his own words, Luo Xiu finally found someone he could confide in, someone worthy of dedicating his entire life to protect. His tone softened slightly. 3 years ago, I finally saw what I truly desired. It could grant me boundless power, allowing me to stand firm in this world, to stand atop its very pinnacle. Remember that beautiful world I once told you about? Qingxue heard Luo Xiu's words and became slightly lost in thought. Though she had initially intended to ignore him, she found herself nodding blankly. Luo Xiu, seeing her finally respond, chuckled softly and continued, "The people there all fantasize about living in a world like ours. They imagine themselves crossing over to another realm, mastering formidable talents, or possessing powerful support systems." A flicker of shock crossed Qingxue's eyes as she listened, a faint suspicion stirring within her. Heaven rewards those who strive. I too seized an opportunity, discovering my own path of cultivation. In just 3 short years, this path propelled me to where I stand now. Yet my cultivation is steeped in bloodshed and slaughter. To stand atop this world, I must charge forward without hesitation, slaying every demon, ghost, spirit, and devil in my path. A ruthless glint flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes as a murderous aura seeped from his domineering tone. Qingxue felt Luo Xiu's overbearing aura wash over her, leaving her utterly shocked. Enveloped by this aura, she felt as though she stood in hell itself, a hell drenched in blood and evil, where countless demons and monsters stared at her with deathly intensity. Every thread of her soul, every wisp of her essence felt pinned to the throne of hell itself. Only fearless courage could overcome these malevolent entities. This was the sensation Luo Xiu's aura imparted to her. Even those with formidable cultivation would tremble before it. Who would have thought Luo Xiu had trained within this purgatory for 3 years? The way of slaughter? Had he paved this path with flesh and blood over these 3 years? What utter desolation, what profound solitude! Qingxue felt both concern and heartache. She never imagined Luo Xiu would endure such trials. Chapter 57, Luo Xiu at the end of his quest for the way lay a sea of blood. Qingxue's once torn and stubborn heart now hardened with unwavering resolve. She spun swiftly and threw herself into Luo Xiu's embrace. "I'm sorry, I was being selfish." Caught off guard by this sudden embrace, Luo Xiu was still mid-explanation. His hands, raised in defense, now had nowhere to rest. Confused, he whispered, "Honey, does this mean you forgive me?" Qingxue nestled in his embrace, carefully feeling the warmth radiating from his skin. A hot tear fell onto his chest. She wanted to melt into his heart, soothe his ruthless nature, and bring him some peace. She didn't want to be unreasonable, didn't want to add to the troubles of his lonely heart. So this was the agony he'd endured these past 3 years. No wonder beneath that carefree exterior, a trace of disdain had always lingered. Perhaps in this fool's eyes, those so-called geniuses and prodigies were nothing but laughable. In his eyes, these so-called peerless geniuses could be crushed with a single gesture. They relied solely on their family's resources, while he had carved his path through blood and slaughter. Every day was a struggle between life and death, every swing of his sword carrying endless death and vitality. Where the sword struck, there was only death or life. Qingxue could see that Luo Xiu's life would ultimately be more bitter than anyone else's. For this was his path. She saw everything ahead of him, the hellish trials awaiting him. Suffocating, despairing, leaving no hope for survival. Yet she was willing to walk beside him. Even if his path led to a sea of blood, she would remain by his side forever within that crimson abyss. Qingxue gently caressed Luo Xiu's cheek, her hand never letting go. A moment passed in silence. "Continue." Qingxue listened intently to the beating of Luo Xiu's heart, her lips barely moving, her voice trembling. Luo Xiu sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. What was wrong with his wife? Why did she seem more heartbroken than he was? Could his lie truly have wounded her this deeply? Surely not. Oh no, she seemed to be crying even harder. "Honey, please don't cry. I truly regret it. I won't be so stubborn anymore. From now on, I'll tell you everything I do. I'll never hide anything from you again." Seeing his wife so heartbroken, Luo Xiu felt even more frantic than she did. His hands fidgeted helplessly at her side, not knowing what to do with them. He had considered telling her sooner, but he dreaded facing this very moment. The monumental task of comforting his wife felt far more daunting than slaying tens of thousands of Xian beasts. It was too hard. Helpless, he held his wife tightly in his arms, his hands constantly rubbing her robe in an attempt to comfort her. Honey. I promise I'll never lie to you again, okay? Please stop crying. Wah? Wah? Luo Xiu watched his wife. Every time he opened his mouth, she cried even harder, so he decided to stay silent. Sure enough. Moments later, Luo Xiu couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of it all. This woman was truly a marvelous creature. Qingxue wept for a long while, her sobs gradually subsiding. She whispered softly to Luo Xiu once more, I wasn't angry with you. I never imagined the path you've chosen would be so arduous that its very end lies in a barren sea of blood. I can feel how difficult these past 3 years have been for you. I'm sorry, Xiu. I shouldn't have been so selfish. Luo Xiu was utterly baffled by his wife's sudden outburst. What the heck? Had she cried herself silly? Why was she suddenly comforting him? These past 3 years hadn't been that tough for him, just slaying monsters and leveling up, right? And this silly wife of mine, she was mad at me just a moment ago, so why is she apologizing now? Are all girls this mysterious? Well, if that's how it is, then there's nothing to be done. Luo Xiu exhaled and said in a deliberately sorrowful tone, It's okay, my dear. The hardships I endured these past 3 years mean little. But I was fortunate during this time in the prime of my youth, I encountered the most beautiful you. We met by chance. We fell in love with each other. So, my dear, will you forgive me? Luo Xiu's eyes were sincere, his tone earnest, his gaze filled with deep affection. He was truly a hopeless romantic. Qingxue was struck down by his cheesy, sappy words, a tingling sensation spreading through her body. Tears glistened on her lovely face as she pressed her lips tightly against Luo Xiu's. The room instantly filled with an intimate atmosphere. Just as Luo Xiu was about to take things further, a delicate hand pushed him away. Her delicate hand halted his wandering hands, protecting her tender, delicate skin. Eat? Don't push your luck. I may have forgiven you now, but you still have to explain everything clearly to me. If you don't explain properly, I'll still be furious. I hate being lied to, understand? Luo Xiu. Qingxue yanked his wandering hands away, pouting her lips as she spoke with flushed cheeks. Luo Xiu awkwardly withdrew his hands, sniffed at his fingertips, and said with lingering reluctance, So if I tell you everything, does that mean? Seeing his lecherous expression, Qingxue's flushed cheeks flared with anger again. Hurry up and tell me, or you won't be getting into bed tonight. No. I'll talk. Seeing his wife threaten him again, Luo Xiu hastily raised both hands in surrender. He's so disciplined he can go 10 days without eating, but he can't go to sleep without holding his wife. Speak. Qingxue's face remained icy as she crossed her arms over her chest, her expression demanding. Luo Xiu paused to gather his emotions before continuing with resignation. You know well that such a path of slaughter is utterly intolerable to the way of heaven. After all, every living being in the world exists for a purpose. Yet with a single strike, I strip them of their very reason for being a transgression against the greatest principles of the universe. The reason I conceal my cultivation and mask my aura is twofold. First, to evade detection by the laws of other realms. Second, because I possess little innate talent for cultivation. I rely entirely on the knowledge within my mind to overcome obstacles. To those who diligently cultivate, I appear as a monstrous aberration, one that could spark chaos across the world. Luo Xiu drew a metaphor for the system within his mind, refraining from revealing it outright. It wasn't that he wished to conceal it from his wife, the system itself forbade him from speaking of it. Though it was an intelligent entity, it had its own principles. Defy them, and it would be erased. His words came from genuine conviction. After all, every transmigrator was a being who defied heaven and challenged the Tao. Before fully maturing, it was best to avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, excessive rigidity leads to breakage. It wasn't that he didn't want to be arrogant, it was that arrogance required capital. Otherwise, it was mere arrogance and hubris, leading to a death with no place to bury the body. Unlike novels, the world experienced firsthand is this brutal. The reason protagonists in novels are portrayed as invincible is because they survive. In this mass migration, only a handful endure. Every world has its own rules. Once disrupted, chaos ensues. His very existence had already disrupted this world's laws, though it was a disruption this world tolerated. Thus, with the system's aid, he concealed all his cultivation and aura, revealing them only rarely. The system had warned him the world it originated from was immensely powerful, transcending this realm's laws. Only by doing so could it communicate with Luo Xiu. To avoid detection from both sides, he must remain as inconspicuous as possible. Since his strength hadn't grown sufficiently, the system couldn't unlock more permissions, nor could it shield this entire realm, allowing him to act with impunity for too long. Each time they slaughtered to harvest vital energy, it represented repeated expenditures for the system. Though devoid of flesh and blood, it was a high-level mechanical lifeform. It possessed its own beliefs and mission. It was not a cold, lifeless robot. Luo Xiu understood its struggles, which was why he never revealed his cultivation level or compared himself to others. Aside from abnormal beings like his father who could sense it, today marked the first time he had ever openly acknowledged it. This was the highest permission granted by the system on the condition that its existence remained concealed. As for his father, Luo Xiu couldn't speculate. But if he could detect the system's existence, then the world he inhabited must be far stronger than the one the system resided in. Either the system was too weak or his old man was just too damn powerful. So, my dear, can you understand my unspoken words? Luo Xiu's face twisted with bitterness. Qingxue listened to his explanation, a hint of heartache flickering across her exquisite face. She gently raised her jade-like hand to caress Luo Xiu's cheek, her voice soft yet resolute. This time, I forgive you. But no matter how difficult the path ahead may be, it is no excuse for keeping it from me. I am your wife. From now on, only I will walk beside you. I am willing to accompany you to death itself. What hardship could possibly scare me? Xiu, remember this, if you die, I will never live alone. Luo Xiu's eyes snapped open in shock, his gaze locking onto her petite, exquisite face. Willing to die for him, refusing to live alone. Though it sounded tragic and beautiful, it was the truest confession from this stubborn young woman's heart. With such a wife, what more could he possibly desire? Luo Xiu held her tightly in his arms. Silly girl, I'm not as pessimistic as you think. Stop talking about death all the time, it's bad luck, you know? Luo Xiu's voice softened as he comforted her. Then you're not allowed to lie to me anymore, Luo Xiu. Or I'll get mad again. Qingxue pressed her head tightly against his chest, her voice sweet and affectionate. Alright, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Luo Xiu gently kissed her forehead, his promise sincere. Xiu, you haven't finished yet. Qingxue pouted cutely, clearly wanting more. Fine. I'll tell you everything today. Chapter 58. Qingxue's shock transforms her into a little devoted wife. Inside the cultivation chamber. Qingxue gazed at Luo Xiu, seated cross-legged, with a look of deep concern. At this moment, the aura emanating from him was undeniably terrifying. Qingxue could sense that Luo Xiu's cultivation realm was lower than hers, yet the aura emanating from him was several degrees stronger than her own. Moreover, the bloodline within Luo Xiu seemed to suppress the divine phoenix aura within her own body. System, activate the Asura bloodline. Luo Xiu felt the Asura bloodline surging and boiling within him. Received, the system replied. Instantly, a frenzied Asura aura erupted from Luo Xiu's body. Strands of crimson energy, as red as blood, swirled around him, while blood-red glows flickered incessantly in the surrounding air. Luo Xiu focused his entire being on guarding his mind, lest this murderous aura corrupt his sanity. In an instant, a formidable surge of profound energy erupted from his body, dispersing the endless blood aura around him. 3 million points of Asura vitality were effortlessly absorbed. Break! His strength surged wildly, skyrocketing directly from the 5th level of the Imperial Mystic Realm to the 8th level. Simultaneously, the blood energy within his body surged violently, his aura reaching its peak as boundless Asura blood energy coalesced into a formidable domain. It tightly enveloped Luo Xiu. Qingxue witnessed the entire process. Words failed her to describe her emotions at that moment. She could only cover her small mouth with her jade-like hand, trying her best to maintain decorum. The speed of this breakthrough was terrifying. At this level, achieving consecutive breakthroughs without consolidation was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Luo Xiu achieved this without any external aids or even the support of mystical energy. How did he manage it? After absorbing that sacred herb, she had secluded herself for an extended period just to consolidate her consecutive breakthroughs. Recalling that time, Qingxue still felt a lingering dread deep within her heart. She understood the sheer terror involved. If handled improperly, all her hard work could be lost, leaving her utterly crippled. Luo Xiu's actions just now not only made Qingxue hold her breath in anxiety for him, but the shock and admiration in her eyes were beyond words. Under his stunned gaze, Luo Xiu slowly consolidated his cultivation, completely suppressing the demonic aura. The blood-soaked air surrounding him dissipated into thin air in an instant. Luo Xiu rose slowly, glancing at his wife's stunned face with a faint, resigned smile. Blown away, huh? He walked over to her side and pinched her cheek playfully. Qingxue's eyes widened as she nodded in awe. What girl wouldn't want her man to be a bit more formidable? Which girl wouldn't want to be the gentle woman in a man's arms? Xiu, you're so amazing. Qingxue's eyes sparkled, her lips forming a perfect O. Luo Xiu chuckled, gently rubbing her high, delicate nose bridge. Silly girl, my cultivation methods are different from ordinary people. Don't be so surprised in the future. Just get used to it slowly. But this is a bit too insane. Without any warning, you just say you've broken through and you do? Qingxue still hadn't recovered from the shock of what she'd just witnessed. And you didn't even use any heavenly elixirs or spiritual pills. Just relying on the accumulated qi and blood within your body to break through without hindrance that truly defies the laws of heaven. Every cultivator must commune with heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of cosmic energy, the mystic spirit qi, to cultivate and forge supreme divine power. Yet someone like Luo Xiu, who could repeatedly break through relying solely on the qi and blood accumulated within his body, without encountering even the slightest obstacle. He was likely the only one in all of eternity. Qingxue suddenly felt her formidable talent was no longer so enviable. She blinked her eyes at Luo Xiu with a hint of envy. Luo Xiu sighed inwardly at this silly girl. Even her own husband was the object of her envy. It seemed he'd have to punish her later. Enough, he warned. Keep giving me that look, and I might just take care of you right here. Poof. Qingxue gave a light snort. Watching his sulking young wife, Luo Xiu gently rubbed her head and soothed her. Let's go out. This cultivation chamber is too stuffy. The two stepped out of the cultivation chamber and headed instinctively toward the imperial kitchen, where a feast of delicacies had already been laid out. All were their favorite dishes. Though they were cultivators who could go days without food or drink, being in the mortal world meant embracing its earthly pleasures. Such delicious food could delight both body and mind, offering a small boost to their cultivation. Moreover, their cultivation practice was balanced and flexible. Unlike those ascetics who secluded themselves in relentless, year-long retreats, Qingxue only cultivated for 2 or 3 hours each day. The rest of her time was spent either managing affairs within the royal estate or tinkering with novel little contraptions. When time allowed, she often learned cooking techniques from the imperial kitchen's master chefs. With someone to taste-test her creations, the little ones had something to snack on. Speaking of food, the moment the aroma of a meal wafted through the air, he emerged once more from Luo Xiu's ring. His tiny form stood atop the imperial kitchen's jade table, eyes blazing with golden light, his puffed-out little mouth muttering. Clearly, he'd been sneaking snacks from Luo Xiu's ring. Luo Xiu watched the little fellow and tapped him on the head from behind. You little rascal, you sure are punctual for meals. Ouch. Qi whimpered in pain, turning his head and pouting at Luo Xiu. Qingxue gently rubbed Qi's head, her face softening into a motherly smile. Hurry up and eat. Don't pay any mind to your father. Qingxue chuckled. Yes, mother. Upon receiving the command, Qi's petite frame immediately lunged at the pork knuckle, which was 2 or 3 times his size. Over recent days, Qi had observed many human eating habits and no longer wolfed down food like before. Instead, he'd begun mimicking humans by chewing slowly and deliberately. Yet his appetite remained voracious. Within a minute or two, he had stripped the 2 to 3 kilogram pork knuckle down to bare bones. Next, he turned his attention to the roasted chicken, eating with discerning care, selecting only the pieces that were golden brown and crispy all over. Qingxue's gaze never left Qi. She genuinely adored this little bundle of joy. Every so often, she'd take her handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Eats was exceptionally well behaved. Knowing his mother was about to clean him up, he'd pout his little lips and lean in. Finally, he'd say, "Thank you, mother. Such a good boy." Then he'd turn back to dive into the feast. In less than half an hour, 100 or so dishes on the table were completely devoured by Qi. Luo Xiu and the other hadn't eaten much themselves, spending the entire time watching Qi. Just seeing his eating habits filled them up. Mommy, wipe my mouth. After finishing, he obediently offered his face, pouting his little lips. Qingxue, never tiring of this, wiped him with affectionate care. Such a good boy. Before long, the couple instinctively returned to the small courtyard to sit in quiet meditation. Qingxue held Qi in her arms while Luo Xiu held her, creating a scene of pure contentment and harmony. It's already the 3rd day. Do you think the crown prince of the Xuanwu Empire will send the items? Qingxue lay in Luo Xiu's embrace, her eyes half closed as she asked softly. Luo Xiu massaged her temples and stroked her hair. It's hard to say, but whether he delivers it or not doesn't matter. If he doesn't, I'll go demand it from him tonight. It's not up to him. As he spoke, a hint of contemptuous amusement flickered in Luo Xiu's eyes. His motives were twofold. First, to uncover the Xuanwu Empire's true objectives, which he now roughly understood. Second, it was to reclaim the wealth these scoundrels had secretly plundered. They'd been entrenched in the Tianqi Empire for years, committing countless crimes in the shadows and seizing vast resources. They even dared to plunder government property. If not for their formidable cultivation allowing them to vanish after looting, they would have been exposed long ago. These individuals were like a pack of bloodsuckers, perpetually stirring up unrest and leeching the life out of the Tianqi Empire. The reason Luo Xiu had waited until now to take action was to force them to consolidate their plundered resources. Whether they would deliver it voluntarily didn't concern him much. If they didn't bring it, he could simply go and take it himself. Qingxue couldn't grasp the meaning behind Luo Xiu's words. It's time to clean up these bloodsuckers. Luo Xiu offered no further explanation. This time, he planned to bring his wife into the fray for some real combat experience. The girl still lacked battle hardening. These worthless fools would serve as perfect practice targets. Chapter 59, Luo Xiu, honey, I'll explain later. Night fell, and tonight's starlight shone exceptionally bright, dotting the endless night sky. Outside the city walls, 2 ghostly figures streaked across the night sky, hand in hand, gliding through the star-studded expanse. Soon, they came to rest atop a towering peak piercing the clouds. In the darkness, the man's silver hair fluttered like drifting snow as a gentle breeze swept by. In his hand, he held tightly to a long-haired woman. Her aura was ethereal and divine, her eyes as brilliant as stars in the night sky, radiant in the darkness. The two stood atop the peak. Luo Xiu, why did you bring me here? Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu, a hint of confusion flickering in her violet eyes. Luo Xiu surveyed the terrain of the surrounding area. Simultaneously, a powerful divine soul force instantly enveloped the entire region. All living beings within this area slowly materialized in his mind under the scrutiny of his divine soul. A red light flickered in his eyes, revealing everything at a glance. So this is it. Pretty good at hiding, huh? Ha! After his observation, Luo Xiu slowly turned back, pinched his little wife's cheek, and grinned mischievously. Silly wife, didn't you feel something off about this area? Qingxue listened to Luo Xiu's words, her confusion deepening. She then mimicked Luo Xiu's actions, releasing her own divine soul power. She quickly detected the anomaly in this area. Several powerful auras seemed to be lingering here, and all the mystical beasts within the region appeared to have been driven away. Only then did Qingxue realize, Xiu, you wouldn't be eyeing those auras, would you? From her earlier perception, these auras didn't seem weak at all. Two of them even surpassed the revered mystic realm. Ha ha ha. My wife Luo Xiu is indeed clever, figuring out my thoughts so quickly. Luo Xiu chuckled. He had indeed come for these people. Had he not discovered their traces while passing through here recently, he would have found it hard to believe that such a powerful force could be hiding in this desolate jungle. After some investigation, he had uncovered their true nature. They were all spies from the Tianqi Empire. They'd been entrenched here for years, hoarding resources they'd plundered. Likely meant to bribe officials of the Tianqi Empire? Since they were outsiders, he saw no reason to let them continue existing. Moreover, he suspected this hideout was no ordinary place. With the arrival of the Tianqi Empire's crown prince, the vast resources he brought would surely be concealed here. A few days ago, he had the crown prince of the Tianqi Empire promise to store his own resources here as well. Today was the perfect opportunity to seize them. Qingxue stared at Luo Xiu in shock. From the aura, there must be at least 5 or 6 of them. We're only 2, can we handle them? No problem. It's about time you saw what your husband is capable of. Luo Xiu smiled mysteriously, his voice brimming with confidence. He then instructed, wife, your combat experience is still limited. Leave the weaker ones to you. As for those 2 revered Xian realm experts, I'll handle them. Though his wife lacked combat experience, her innate strength and foundation were undeniable. Handling those 3 or 4 Emperor Xian realm opponents shouldn't be a problem. As for those 2 Zhuanchuan realm experts? Luo Xiu didn't even consider them a threat. Hearing Luo Xiu's plan, Qingxue's exquisite face furrowed with concern. Xiu, those are 2 genuine Zhuanchuan realm experts. Are you sure you can handle them? How about I take one of them? While I lack combat experience, their cultivation isn't too high. I should be able to handle one. Hearing his wife's suggestion, Luo Xiu shook his head. These men were desperate criminals whose combat experience far surpassed his wife's. He refused to take that risk. Even if the danger was 1 in 10,000, he wouldn't let his woman face it. Be good. Luo Xiu gently rubbed her nose, his indulgent tone carrying an unquestionable authority. All right, fine. Qingxue was utterly charmed by his doting expression, her heart fluttering sweetly as she reluctantly agreed. Luo Xiu wasted no more time, retrieving a prepared mask from his ring. All right, to avoid exposing our identities, put this mask on. Qingxue nodded and slipped it on. However, after putting it on, she noticed Luo Xiu hadn't donned his own. Aren't you wearing yours? Luo Xiu flashed a faint smile. With a flick of his thoughts, the Asura Mask instantly covered his face, transforming him into a godlike figure in the night. You? Qingxue stared at the mask on Luo Xiu's face, her jaw dropping in utter disbelief. Luo Xiu knew this reaction would come. Earlier, the Prince of Zhenbei had posted his portrait, and his wife would surely recognize him. But time was of the essence now. There was no room for lengthy explanations. The appointed time with the Crown Prince of the Tianqi Empire was drawing near. He had to act swiftly before they arrived. So he covered his wife's mouth with his hand and soothed her. Now is not the time for explanations. Once we've finished this and return home, I'll tell you everything. Qingxue's pouting lips trembled with slight anger. How much more was this man hiding from her? However, Luo Xiu had already begun his actions. Honey, I'll activate my domain to seal off this area. You can pick on the weaker ones if you want. If not, just watch your husband put on a show. By then, Luo Xiu's figure had already appeared in the air nearby, turning back to give Qingxue a dashing silhouette. Qingxue stamped her foot and followed suit. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Luo Xiu ceased concealing his aura. Asura Divine Domain. Open. The Asura Divine Domain, normally spanning 1,000 meters, was compressed by Luo Xiu into a mere 100 meters, sealing off the cave entrance. Yet its power had multiplied several times over. Those within the cave sensed their presence and instantly fled. 6 formidable auras appeared in the night sky in an instant. Mystical energy slowly manifested around them, forming colorful domains that enveloped their bodies. All six fixed Luo Xiu with piercing stares. One Zhuanshuan realm expert barked coldly, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into our base?" Luo Xiu wasted no words. His Asura domain instantly locked onto the two, unleashing waves of Asura sword chi toward them. Strands of aura, resembling blood, slowly condensed. As they approached the group, they coalesced into sharp swords, each incredibly formidable. The group dared not take it lightly, each dodging swiftly. "Damn it! How dare you attack without warning? Kill him!" The other powerful figures, witnessing this, dodged while seething with rage. Golden domain open. Wood domain open. Earth domain open. Earth domain open. The four Peak Emperor Xian realm experts activated their domains first. The two Zhuanshuan realm experts soared into the air, their auras locking onto Luo Xiu. Interesting. 5 elements domains, only the fire domain is missing. Luo Xiu sneered coldly. "Honey, this one's a pushover, you handle him. I'll take care of these two old geezers." "Got it." Mu Qingxue nodded. Divine Phoenix Sacred Domain open. Mu Qingxue activated her own domain as well, her very first time engaging in domain combat. The Divine Phoenix Sacred Domain instantly enveloped the 4 domains of metal, wood, water, and earth. Isolating them, their domains paled in comparison to Mu Qingxue's Sacred Domain, instantly crushed under its overwhelming pressure. "Excellent. Now, you two old fools, it's your turn." Luo Xiu watched his wife suppress the crowd, his blood-red eyes instantly shifting toward the two elders. "Arrogant. A path to death." The two elders stared at Luo Xiu's audacious display, their eyes burning with rage yet filled with utter contempt and disdain. They could clearly sense that Luo Xiu's cultivation was inferior to theirs. To clash with them now was nothing short of courting death. They didn't take Luo Xiu seriously at all. P.S. Fellow readers, if you enjoy this, please consider supporting with free gifts. The gift rankings greatly help authors gain more exposure. Please consider boosting mine a bit. Your support means a lot to this humble writer. Writing is my passion, but my family isn't well off. I want to write while earning some money for next year's tuition. So if it's not good, don't hold back, criticize freely. I'll work hard to improve and deliver a satisfying result for everyone. Chapter 60. Watch closely, wife, your husband's about to look pretty damn cool. Looking for death. The two old men wasted no words. Their pupils suddenly contracted, and the unique aura of the Zhuanshuan realm surged toward Luo Xiu in an instant. Under the relentless pressure of boundless Xian energy, the surrounding air thickened like blood. Weapons materialized in both men's hands. One wielded an ice-attributed spear, its surface gleaming with a piercing cold light. The instant this weapon appeared, all vegetation within dozens of meters around him instantly froze into towering ice sculptures. The other's weapon was likewise a spear, but his was enveloped in terrifying flames. The fire glowed a golden red, and within dozens of meters around him, blazing infernos raged. Standing with hands behind their backs, each held their spear with one hand. The elder wielding the flaming spear pointed it at Luo Xiu and declared, "Boy, this is no place for you. You should never have provoked us. Old fire, why waste words with this brat? Deal with him swiftly. This place must not be discovered by anyone. If any mishap occurs, it's not something we can bear. Execute him swiftly." The elder wielding the ice spear raised an eyebrow, unwilling to waste further words. "Very well. This brat's aura feels peculiar. Let's join forces and finish him swiftly." Agreed. Without hesitation, the two charged at Luo Xiu from both flanks. Though they didn't activate their domains, the suffocating aura of ice and fire radiating from them was overwhelming. The two spears charging toward him radiated waves of murderous intent. Their movements were blindingly fast, appearing as mere streaks of white and crimson light against the night sky. Fire spirit spear, blazing flame. Ice spirit spear, extreme cold. They closed in with blinding speed. As Luo Xiu came within striking distance, they instantly channeled their divine abilities. The twin spears flashed with icy light, their power overwhelming. Luo Xiu glanced at the two figures flanking him, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. Judging by the aura they emitted, they were merely at the 3rd level of the Zhuanshuan realm. "Fine. I've no desire to waste words with two old fools like you," Luo Xiu declared coldly. "Asura Divine Realm, solidify." Luo Xiu raised his right hand, spreading his palms toward the sky. Then, controlling the Asura Divine Realm, he condensed the Asura's vital energy into himself. In an instant, the Asura Divine Realm slowly contracted to a radius of 100 meters. The scent of blood in the air grew increasingly thick as the realm compressed. Within Luo Xiu's body, earth-shattering changes unfolded. As the Asura Divine Realm contracted, countless streams of Asura blood essence coalesced into his flesh. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Though Luo Xiu's cultivation realm remained unchanged, his aura surged violently, faintly surpassing the energy emanating from the two opponents. Both men were startled. Yet, standing mere inches apart, they couldn't withdraw their attacks. This kid is up to something. Too late. We must slay him together. They too sensed Luo Xiu's abnormality. Under the intervention of the Asura Divine Realm and the enhancement from compressing his domain, his overwhelming aura instantly crushed their previous momentum. In the sky, the left wing erupted with endless flames, as if intent on incinerating the darkness that shrouded the heavens. Boom! The right wing flashed with icy brilliance, freezing the surrounding air inch by inch as countless ice crystals and snowflakes drifted down. Both wings attacked Luo Xiu in the center with overwhelming force. You're just in time. Asura Divine Sword, Sword Heart Slaughter. Luo Xiu's intent flickered, and the Asura Divine Sword instantly materialized in his hand from the ring, a bloodthirsty force spreading instantly. Whoosh! Countless sword energies coalesced around Luo Xiu, forming a barrier of sword intent. The next moment, a resounding boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the two reverends flanking him were violently repelled. Flames still blazed on the left, while icy shards remained frozen on the right. Yet Luo Xiu, caught between them, remained unscathed. He maneuvered effortlessly between the two powerful energies, a faint, serene smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Two attacks, and neither could break through his sword energy barrier. How is this possible? The two elders stared in disbelief, their shock impossible to conceal. How could this kid possibly block our combined strike? Both men stared wide-eyed, their aged, wrinkled mouths gaping open. Then, Luo Xiu raised the Asura Divine Sword and with a light flick, effortlessly neutralized the two powerful streams of ice and fire mystical energy. Finished? Then it's my turn. Wasteland Slash. Luo Xiu raised the Asura Divine Sword, and a surge of bloodthirsty energy shot skyward. Countless Asura energies within the domain poured into the sword. In an instant, a crimson light pierced the heavens, and countless streams of blood energy swirled around Luo Xiu's Asura temple, forming a vortex of energy. Slash! Luo Xiu roared. The surging blood essence instantly coalesced into a razor-sharp blade, hurtling straight toward the two figures. Their expressions turned ashen. They scattered to either side, but Luo Xiu had no intention of letting them escape. The Asura Divine Realm locked them in place, leaving them nowhere to flee. Damn it! Xianbing domain open. Seeing the dire situation, the Ice Spirit Sage instantly activated his domain. A frigid domain instantly neutralized Luo Xiu's domain power. Yet, as he attempted to flee once more, that sky-piercing blood splatter had already closed in upon him. The Fire Spirit Sage faced the same fate. Both believed fleeing in opposite directions would evade the attack, yet within Luo Xiu's domain, all attempts to escape proved futile. Mystic Fire Domain open. He dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Having lived this long, he wasn't about to make such a foolish mistake. Luo Xiu's domain was likewise breached, yet the diverging blood sword appeared before him just as swiftly. Though Luo Xiu's attack was indeed formidable, their cultivation levels were what they were. And though aged, their reactions were far from slow. In an instant, he channeled the bulk of his Xin power, forming a wall of fire and a wall of ice to block both assaults. Boom! Boom! Two explosive booms echoed through the air, their reverberations lingering. The wall of fire was instantly dissolved by Luo Xiu's sword energy, scattering into a sky filled with sparks. The ice wall was shattered into a pile of shards by Luo Xiu's sword chi, while the remaining energy surged directly toward the two men. Both bodies were sent flying, crashing violently into the ground. Thud! Thud! Instantly, dust swirled skyward as two massive craters appeared on the ground. The billowing dust completely engulfed their bodies. Luo Xiu remained suspended midair, his blood-red eyes glowing with intensity. He dared not let his guard down for even a moment. With the smoke obscuring his vision, he immediately unleashed his divine soul power to search for their whereabouts. Yet the next moment, his alertness surged, his pupils abruptly contracting. The two old men materialized before him in an instant. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, their once immaculate robes now caked in dust, yet their gazes remained as sharp as ever. "You brat, meet your end!" Their voices rang out in unison as they charged at Luo Xiu, spears in hand, one from the left and one from the right. Luo Xiu was startled. Their attack was far too fierce. Their speed was astonishing. With no time for reaction, Luo Xiu thrust the Asura Divine Sword before him, simultaneously channeling his sword intent to block the onslaught. Clang! 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 The two old men's attacks were lightning fast, exchanging dozens of strikes in an instant. Their powerful mystical energy erupted in the air, unleashing bursts of fiery light and waves of biting cold from their bodies. Boom! Luo Xiu was forced to the ground by the two of them. But it wasn't over yet. His body was sent flying dozens of meters away by their combined assault. Luo Xiu drew a deep breath, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. He had indeed been careless earlier. These two old men possessed considerable skill. Meanwhile, Qingxue had already dealt with the other four opponents. When she snapped back to focus on Luo Xiu's side, she witnessed this shocking scene. A flicker of alarm crossed her exquisite face, her eyes filled with concern as she called out to Luo Xiu, "Xiu, are you okay?" She then rushed over at lightning speed, supporting his body. Seeing her anxious expression, Luo Xiu smiled reassuringly. "Honey, I'm fine." Qingxue released her aura to scan Luo Xiu's body. Seeing he was unharmed, she finally exhaled in relief. Her gaze then turned cold as she fixed it on the two old men. Good. Then let's join forces. Luo Xiu shook his head, giving her a reassuring look. Honey, I can handle this myself. His gaze then shifted back to the two old men, his killing intent reaching its peak. Luo Xiu said coldly, watch closely, dear. Your husband is about to look incredibly cool. Just as Mu Qingxue opened her mouth to warn him to be careful, Luo Xiu's figure had already vanished from her side. He transformed into a crimson blur, charging straight at the two old men. That bastard, always doing this. Mu Qingxue stamped her foot in exasperation. Chapter 61, Overwhelming Annihilation. Is that handsome? The two old men sensed the terrifying aura radiating from Luo Xiu. Already gravely wounded, their breathing grew heavy and strained. How can this kid be so strong? Is this really the Huanshan realm I know? Xuanhuazun's face paled, fear gripping his heart. Now is not the time for such thoughts. It seems our hiding spot here can no longer be concealed. Those useless fools are already dead. We must escape immediately. Xian Bingzun's analyzed calmly. He too feared Luo Xiu. Possessing such power, with a clear target, and coming straight for them, this was likely premeditated. What do we do now? This kid's domain is far too formidable. We're not even on the same level as his domain. Breaking through it in a short time is nearly impossible. As Luo Xiu closed in within arm's reach, both men, despite having lived for centuries, were still shaken to the core, panic evident in their eyes. We have no choice. We must take a gamble. Xianbing Venerable remained relatively composed. Xuanhuazun's glanced at his expression and instantly understood his meaning. The two exchanged a glance. Ice-fire domain fusion. Two aged hands clasped together, simultaneously unleashing their domains. Both channeled every ounce of their mystical power, the blazing ice and fire radiating dazzling light that pierced the heavens. The night sky was instantly illuminated by this dazzling radiance of mystical energy. Fusion. Soon, a colossal domain materialized around them, a dual realm of ice and fire. The terrifying fusion of ice and fire spread across the entire sky in an instant. Ice-fire domain, frozen inferno. Both roared simultaneously. Within the domain, a colossal mystical ice-fire orb instantly coalesced. Its core radiated frigid ice energy, while its exterior blazed with towering flames. Like a celestial meteor, it soared proudly beneath the heavens. After unleashing this strike, both men suffered immense backlash, spitting blood. Yet for their escape, for their survival, they gritted their teeth and persevered. As if fearing they might be cut off at any moment. Luo Xiu, now a blur of movement, closed the distance to less than 10 meters in an instant. Domain fusion. I'm eager to see its true power. Gazing at the colossal black and white fireball overhead, Luo Xiu felt a flicker of astonishment, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Asura Divine Domain, condense. He once again controlled his domain, shrinking it to a 10-meter radius, covering only the three of them. Endless vital energy surged within him once more, significantly boosting his strength. Judging by his aura, his strength had now reached the 6th tier of the revered mystic realm. Vital energy surged from every pore, making him appear like a deity. At the same time, the two old men's ice and fire domain skills had also fused completely. A cold smile flickered across their aged faces. In their eyes, such a devastating strike was absolutely beyond Luo Xiu's ability to withstand. Xian Ice Blazing Flame Explosion. As their voices roared in unison, the Xian Ice fireball beneath the heavens descended slowly, its speed steadily increasing. The terrifying Xian energy it emitted seemed poised to engulf the entire world. Bring it on! Luo Xiu's vital energy surged to its peak as he fixed a cold gaze upon the Xian Ice fireball descending from the heavens. Asura Domain Godslayer. This was the new Asura realm skill he had grasped after breaking through his cultivation realm. Though not yet fully mastered, it was more than sufficient to deal with these two old fools. Beneath Luo Xiu's feet, a blood-red formation materialized. A colossal figure of a divine demon slowly emerged, clad in a purple-gold divine armor shimmering with flowing light, wielding a crimson divine sword. It was the spitting image of Luo Xiu himself. Yet their auras were worlds apart. It stood behind Luo Xiu like a powerful incarnation of him. Mirroring Luo Xiu's attack, Luo Xiu slowly raised the Asura divine sword in his hand, and the divine demon raised its own. The divine demon's colossal blade pierced through the heavens, slowly descending toward the Xian Ice fireball. In an instant, the colossal crimson sword shadow struck the Xian Ice fireball, sending powerful Xian energy scattering in all directions. The two old men controlling the Xian Ice fireball felt the veins that had shriveled up suddenly bulge violently. Their supporting hands trembled uncontrollably. Damn it! How can this brat be this strong? The Xian Fire Reverend was struggling to hold on, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his consciousness began to blur. Hold on. Otherwise, neither of us will survive. Xian Ice Reverend gritted his teeth, his condition no better. Crackle, crackle. Two formidable attacks continued to clash, sparks of fire scattering across the sky. Three brilliant beams of mystical energy formed from their power, locked in a tense standoff. Let's see how much longer you can hold out, Luo Xiu observed coldly as the two struggled to endure. Then, the Asura divine sword in his hand flashed with a crimson glow. At that moment, the Asura bloodline within Luo Xiu surged violently, transforming into boundless Shin energy that surged into the body of the divine demon. In an instant, the offensive shifted decisively. The colossal ice fire orb slowly receded under the pressure, seemingly about to dissipate into the sky. The two old men coughed up blood violently. Within moments, they could hold on no longer. Clang! 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 Boom boom! Whoosh whoosh! The two could not withstand Luo Xiu's formidable mystical power. Above the heavens, the mystical ice fire orb was cleaved clean in two. Countless shards of mystical ice, intertwined with flames, slowly plummeted down, crashing violently into the forest's periphery. Instantly, endless flames spread throughout the entire forest. The two collapsed with a thud, crashing heavily against the towering peak behind them. Luo Xiu would give them no further chance. His voice flickered as he instantly appeared before them, coldly observing their dying forms. Cough, cough. Meeting Luo Xiu's icy glare, the last shred of strength in the mystic ice sage surged as he raised his arm, pointing it at Luo Xiu. You. Before the words could finish, the life drained from him. As the last vestiges of life vanished from both men, Luo Xiu finally exhaled in relief. It must be said, these two old geezers were the strongest opponents he'd ever faced. Rest easy, Luo Xiu murmured with a faint smile. I'll keep your hidden treasures safe for you. At least they could die with peace of mind. Qingxue had followed Luo Xiu here as well. Seeing the two men now utterly lifeless, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes then turned to Luo Xiu with concern as she asked softly, Xiu, are you hurt? Before Luo Xiu could answer, she released her mystical energy to inspect him once more. Finding only minor injuries, she exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Luo Xiu watched her worried expression and couldn't help but pinch her cheek gently. Do I look handsome? The tense atmosphere eased with his words. Qingxue shot him a disapproving glare, exasperated. Don't be so careless during combat. You could have easily finished them off. Though she'd been engaged in combat with those men, she'd also been keeping a close eye on Luo Xiu's fight. Alright, I get it. Luo Xiu sighed helplessly. He then retrieved both of their spatial rings into his own hand. Alright, treasure hunt time, he declared, turning back with eager anticipation. A hint of anticipation flickered across Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face. Seeing this rating nearly made me spit out a mouthful of old blood 5.1. Is it really that bad? Guys, please help out and give it a 5-star review. I'm begging you all. I'll post 2 extra chapters today. Chapter 62, Astonishing Wealth Beyond Measure. Ding, detected 4 deceased Royal Xian Realm 7th and 8th tier cultivators. Absorbed their essence blood and fortune for the host, totaling 900,000. Automatically converted into Asura Vitality. Ding, congratulations, host, on slaying 2 Zhuanshuan Realm Tier 3 powerhouses. Have assisted host in absorbing their essence blood and fortune, totaling 1 million. Automatically converted into Asura Chi blood. Ding, current Asura Vitality stands at 1.9 million. Ding, congratulations, host. Your Asura Divine Realm Emperor Xian Realm Enhancement has reached 80%. The long-awaited system notification sounded, causing Luo Xiu's eyes to light up. What surprised him even more was that now, even without personally killing them, he could automatically absorb their vital energy and essence. This was the system. Was this the reason it insisted he personally venture onto the battlefield to cultivate? If that were truly the case, then with millions falling, absorbing their chi fortune and essence blood, what kind of power would that grant? It was simply beyond estimation. Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Check character panel, Luo Xiu thought excitedly. Host, Luo Xiu. Age, 18. Realm, 8th Heaven of the Imperial Mystic Realm. Domain, Asura Divine Realm. Divine abilities, Killing Intent Sword Intent Tier 3, can be comprehended. Godslayer God Tier Domain Talent, Wasteland Heaven/Heaven Tier Sword Technique, can be upgraded. Requires 10 million Asura Vitality to upgrade. Asura Vitality, 1.9 million. Asura Divine Realm Imperial Mystic Realm Amplification, 80%. After reviewing the details, Luo Xiu closed the character panel with satisfaction and headed toward the cave with his wife, feeling utterly content. Let's go, dear. Luo Xiu chuckled. Alright. They arrived at their cave entrance. At first glance, the interior was pitch black. However, as they drew closer, the square formation those people had set up slowly materialized. A burst of golden light flickered at the entrance, swiftly coalescing into a mountain-defending formation. At the array's center, a colossal black tortoise beast materialized, its surroundings swirling with powerful streams of light. Any living being that dared to approach was immediately repelled by these surging beams. The moment the two approached, they were immediately repelled by an attack unleashed by the Xuanwu within the formation. Fortunately, it was merely a defensive array, and the assault wasn't particularly fierce. They've set up a restriction, Qingxue murmured, her brow furrowing at the sudden manifestation of the formation. Luo Xiu studied the intricate inscriptions etched into the formation, his brow furrowing in frustration. These people were incredibly cautious, leaving behind so many powerful individuals and still setting up this formation. Damn it! Luo Xiu cursed inwardly. Neither of them had studied formations, nor did they know if forcibly breaching this grand array would automatically destroy whatever lay within. Neither dared to advance recklessly again. Luo Xiu asked the system, if we force our way through this formation, will it destroy the things inside? This is merely a defensive formation. Forcibly breaching it from the outside won't destroy the items inside, the system replied. Luo Xiu's heart lifted with relief. He turned to Qingxue and said, honey, it's just a defensive formation. We can break through it together. Alright, Qingxue nodded. Then, both of them mobilized all their mystical energy, and a powerful aura once again emanated from their bodies. Luo Xiu once again summoned the Asura Divine Sword. In Qingxue's hand appeared an equally exquisite sword. Its blade was shrouded in a biting cold aura, engraved with a vividly lifelike glazed phoenix. Qingxue channeled all her strength into the blade as well. Moments later, their auras reached their peak. Luo Xiu hesitated no longer. Wifey, attack! Qingxue thrust her sword forward without hesitation. Her immense mystical energy transformed into a streak of light, striking directly at the head of the black tortoise. A thunderous crash echoed from the formation. The streaking light created ripples upon impact, and cracks slowly spread outward from the center of the formation. Seeing this, Luo Xiu soared into the air, gathering his energy and focusing his mind. Asura Domain, condense! The ultimate Asura Divine Realm instantly coalesced within him. A formidable aura erupted from Luo Xiu's body before slowly infusing into the Asura Divine Sword. Hovering mid-air, Luo Xiu raised the Asura Divine Sword with both hands and brought it down in a single strike. God Slayer! A thunderous roar echoed. A formidable surge of mystical energy coalesced into a crimson crescent moon attack, only to be cleaved apart by Luo Xiu. A thunderous explosion followed, boom! In an instant, the already cracked Xuanwu Great Formation shattered completely, releasing countless energies that surged wildly upward. Boom! The cave walls were instantly reduced to a pile of rubble. The surrounding mountains trembled violently, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. Qingxue watched Luo Xiu's ferocious attack and couldn't help but worry if the cave would collapse. That blockhead is still so impulsive. Sigh. Moments later, the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a narrow opening slowly appearing before the two. Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, they transformed into two streaks of light and shot inside. Whoosh, whoosh. Outside the cave, the darkness was impenetrable, yet within lay a world of its own. The interior was remarkably spacious, yet filled to the brim with countless mystical spirit stones. Countless immortal herbs and spiritual medicines thrived with vibrant vitality, all nurtured to perfection. Countless divine weapons and blades were arranged in orderly rows throughout the chamber. Both men stared in stunned silence. They never imagined the Xuanwu Empire would hoard such vast resources within the Tianqi Empire. If they truly succeeded in breaching Tianqi, this very place would likely become their vital supply base. Cold sweat broke out on both their backs. Xiu, what should we do now? Qingxue had never seen such vast resources before and felt momentarily at a loss. Luo Xiu took a deep breath, unable to contain his excitement. This much stuff could easily equip an entire million-strong army. Looks like these guys had it all planned out. But since we've discovered them, we can't let them keep it. Pack it all up and take it with us. Qingxue nodded, her stunning face shifting from astonishment to delight. We've struck gold. The two of them transformed into little money grubbers. Honey, take these. He reached into his spatial ring and pulled out more storage rings, placing 4 of them into Qingxue's hand. Qingxue understood Luo Xiu's meaning and happily accepted the rings. Golden light sparkled in both their eyes. After exchanging a glance, they split up to carry out their respective plans. Qingxue strode toward the piles of mystic spirit stones, waved her hand, and countless stones vanished into her spatial ring. Within mere seconds, tens of millions of Shanling stones filled a single spatial ring. Luo Xiu, meanwhile, approached a pile of spiritual herbs. These herbs were nurtured within individual cultivation arrays resembling miniature greenhouses, each plant thriving in its own independent space, radiating boundless vitality. Among them were heaven-grade herbs, while earth-grade herbs were countless. In a larger space tucked away in the corner, were spirit-grade herbs, each containing powerful Shanling energy, were slowly being enveloped by restraining arrays. Luo Xiu was so thrilled he nearly burst into laughter. While he personally didn't need these cultivation resources, his wife and the faction he planned to build in the future certainly did. With such bountiful treasures, he would cultivate a legion of formidable warriors. Well, it seems the Xuanwu Empire truly understands my needs. Leaving me such a vast treasure trove, I won't hesitate to take it all. Luo Xiu grinned as he stowed all these treasures into his Asura Divine Ring. Ordinary rings couldn't preserve living things, but luckily his Asura Divine Ring could nourish them. He swept everything clean. After a careful inventory, he counted a full 16 heaven-grade spiritual herbs, a staggering 153 earth-grade ones, and countless mortal and mystic-grade herbs, at least 2,000 in total. Of course, the most precious were the 4 spirit-grade herbs. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. If a peak Mystic Emperor realm expert possessed even one, advancing to the revered Mystic realm would be remarkably easy. Such was their extraordinary value. After gathering the herbs, Luo Xiu turned his attention to the weapon's hiding place. P.S. Thank you all for the gifts and 5-star reviews. I just got back from school today and rushed to write this chapter for you. Another chapter will follow a bit later tonight. Chapter 63, The Broken Sacred Weapon, the Soul-Severing Spear. Rows upon rows of weapons stood neatly arranged, at least 100 or two. Though most were ordinary Xian-grade artifacts, among them were also Earth-grade and Heaven-grade weapons. The dazzling array of diverse weapons left Luo Xiu speechless. Holy crap, how long have these guys been infiltrating? I bet they seized these weapons from the Tianqi Empire's elite fighters too. Even so, this young master won't hold back. With a sweeping gesture, Luo Xiu instantly summoned the dazzling array of weapons into his ring. Yet, tucked away in a corner, lay a single, damaged weapon, a spear. Dust covered it, yet the intricate patterns along the shaft remained distinctly visible. Luo Xiu slowly approached, coming to a stop before the weapon. A defective piece, huh? But judging by the patterns, it seems decent enough. Luo Xiu reached out and picked it up. The next instant, a mysterious light enveloped him, and the patterns on the spear shaft began to glow. This. Before his astonishment could fully register, a stream of mysterious runes surged into his mind. They detailed the gun's former owner and his glorious deeds in life. Moreover, the gun still possessed a gun soul consciousness. Luo Xiu gasped in shock. The soul-severing gun, the exclusive weapon of the ancient great sage, the soul-severing great saint. The moment the child prodigy swiftly invaded his mind, a spectacular scene suddenly unfolded. A man stood slowly before him, facing a thick fog where dust and sand swirled wildly across the sky. The man wore armor, a tattered cloak draped over his shoulders, drenched in blood. Yet he stood proudly, the soul-severing spear at his back. The soul-severing spear ignited with a crimson glow in his grasp, as if it had come to life. At that very moment, kill! A battle cry echoed from the swirling dust ahead. Moments later, countless soldiers burst forth from the sandstorm. A dark, overwhelming tide, as if intent on shattering the very heavens and earth. Yet, facing this scene, the great saint Soulbreaker stood tall and sorrowful, his eyes brimming with boundless killing intent. Soulbreaker, are you afraid? The great saint glanced at the spear in his hand, finally letting a faint smile cross his lips as he spoke calmly. As if understanding his words, the spear roared with a thunderous rumble, its entire body trembling violently. Ha 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 ha. As if receiving confirmation, the great saint of broken souls chuckled. Then let us fight side by side and leave not a single one of them standing. The soldiers ahead continued their rapid charge. Clang! 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 Luo Xiu felt his blood boil with excitement, but in the next instant, his consciousness snapped back into his body. Blackout! Speechless, Luo Xiu glanced at the soul-severing spear in his grasp. Yet the once radiant weapon had dimmed once more. Hey, big bro, at least let me finish watching. The soul-severing spear trembled, as if expending its last ounce of strength to transmit a beam of light into Luo Xiu's mind. Please. The terse 3 words left Luo Xiu utterly baffled. Please? Please what? Spit it out clearly. Are you playing riddles with me? Luo Xiu was speechless once more. Forget it. He couldn't be bothered with it anymore. Since the soul-severing spear was so formidable, he might as well stow it away in his ring. After all, it was an ancient sacred artifact. If he could repair it, it would become a formidable divine weapon. If it couldn't be repaired, he'd simply melt it down and recast it. After gathering all the weapons, Luo Xiu turned his attention to a jade box inlaid with gold characters in the corner. Countless inscriptions and arrays were engraved upon it. Luo Xiu touched it lightly, only to have his hand instantly repelled by the energy erupting from the array. What on earth is inside? Luo Xiu wondered. But judging by the box's formidable aura, it wouldn't be easy to open anytime soon. He decided to stow it away in his ring for now. Scanning the surroundings, it seemed he had looted everything. These guys really had a lot of stuff. Luo Xiu couldn't help but marvel. Meanwhile, Qingxue had also finished clearing out her assigned area. Her stunning face wore an equally astonished expression. Luo Xiu approached her, pinched her cheek playfully, and asked, "How's it going? All cleaned up?" Qingxue nodded, her eyes still wide with astonishment. "Xiu, do you know how many Xianling stones I found this time?" Luo Xiu looked at her curiously, then guessed, 100 million? Qingxue shook her head and smiled, her eyes lingering meaningfully on Luo Xiu once more. 200 million? Luo Xiu continued his guess, his voice steady. It couldn't possibly be less than 100 million. Other places had collected so many treasures. Seeing he couldn't guess, Qingxue stopped hiding it and blurted out, over 500 million. Holy! Luo Xiu blurted out in astonishment. Qingxue shot him a disapproving look. No swearing. It's unrefined. Luo Xiu nodded vigorously, though the grin on his face was impossible to suppress. Over 500 million spirit stones? That was 6 or 7 times more than his entire royal estate. Blown away, huh? These people are terrifying. Where did they even gather so many cultivation resources? With just these spirit stones alone, they could buy 10 spirit veins. Luo Xiu took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. Then, turning to Qingxue beside him, he said in a low voice, "Honey, this isn't a place to linger. Let's head back and talk about this." Qingxue instantly understood his meaning. Nodding, the two of them dashed toward the exit. Outside, dusk had already fallen. Daring not to linger, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, heading straight for the Asura King's mansion. With such vast resources gone, if the people of the Xuanwu Empire discovered the theft, they would undoubtedly search relentlessly. 1 hour later, Wu Dalong and his group arrived at the location carrying the final batch of resources. Yet the scene before them left them dumbstruck. The trees in this secluded forest lay toppled, and the mountainside was completely shattered. No! Wu Dalong's eyes flashed with terror as he immediately sprinted toward the cave entrance. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he saw that the protective barriers had been destroyed, and the guards stationed there had vanished without a trace. He nearly collapsed on the spot, but 2 guards by his side caught him just in time. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" With their support, Wu Dalong managed to stand once more, though his entire body felt as limp as a pile of mud. "It's over. It's all over." His face twisted in despair as he stared at the cave entrance. It was clear the contents had been completely looted. You! Go investigate immediately. Who did this? I'll tear them limb from limb." But suddenly, Wu Dalong's rage overwhelmed him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet his voice remained furious as he roared. The thought that this was a hiding place the Empire had painstakingly built up over decades, only to be looted overnight, was unbearable. How could he possibly explain this to the Empire and to His Majesty? It's over, completely over. His status as Crown Prince of the Xuanwu Empire is surely lost. This is worse than death itself. Leave me be. Hurry up and search. If you don't find him, bring your heads. Yes. His subordinates were also startled by his outburst. Aside from the 2 men supporting him, the rest scattered in different directions to pursue the target. They too understood the gravity of the situation. While Wu Dalong might lose his crown prince status, they themselves faced certain death. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu and his companion had long since returned to the imperial capital, back to the Asura Prince's mansion. Chapter 64, The Heavenly Revelation Empire dispatched 10 elite warriors. The 2 arrived at the Asura Prince's mansion. Luo Xiu exchanged a glance with Qingxue, and then they headed toward the secret cultivation chamber. Moments later, inside the cultivation chamber, both produced rings brimming with treasures. Qingxue's 4 rings were packed to the brim. As she released their seals, countless mystical spirit stones instantly flooded the entire chamber. Gazing at the mountain of spirit stones, both of them couldn't help but gasp. "Xiu, how do you plan to handle these cultivation resources?" Qingxue took a deep breath and asked Luo Xiu in a serious tone. After a moment's thought, Luo Xiu replied, "My dear, these resources must remain known only to you, me, and the old steward. Under no circumstances can outsiders learn of them. Otherwise, it would inevitably invite unnecessary calamity." Qingxue understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. With their current strength, they were no match for the Xuanwu Empire. If the Empire uncovered any trace of these resources, they would pursue them relentlessly even if it meant severing ties with the Tianqi Empire. Luo Xiu continued, "So, how should we handle these things?" Luo Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before declaring, "We should use them to cultivate our influence. Resources are lifeless, but people are living assets. With the current chaotic state of affairs, we truly need to build up our forces to navigate this shifting landscape." The first faction Luo Xiu considered was the Tianqi. They were his father's former subordinates and held unwavering loyalty to him. Moreover, they had silently guarded the royal mansion for years and were utterly trustworthy. With that thought, Luo Xiu turned his attention to the 15. He wondered if they had recruited new members. If they had, and if these new recruits were sufficiently loyal, these resources would be more than enough to cultivate them. Qingxue nodded in agreement upon hearing Luo Xiu's words. After all, the strength of just the 2 of them was limited. It was indeed time to cultivate their own forces. She turned to Luo Xiu and asked again, "So what do you propose to do?" "I do have some, but I need to wait until I've subdued the Prince of the North and returned. In the meantime, keep these items with you. If old Lu needs anything, just give it to him." "All right." Deep within the forests bordering the Tianqi Empire, dozens of powerful figures had gathered. They released their auras without restraint, each having reached the imperial mystic realm or higher. Among them, 3 or 4 had even attained the revered mystic realm. Yet now, their faces were clouded with worry. Each kept their head bowed, expressions grim. Surrounded by them stood none other than Wu Dalong, Crown Prince of the Xuanwu Empire. After a long silence, an elderly man slowly approached him. Lifting his eyes to meet the despair on Wu Dalong's face, he sighed and offered a comforting tone, "Your Highness, there is no need for such despair. Since this was an act of human design, it likely bears no connection to the Tianqi Empire's royal family. Right now, their feudal lords are all preoccupied with their own ambitions for power, and they've all been expelled from the imperial capital. Few factions possess the capability to eliminate 2 revered Xian realm experts and 4 imperial Xian realm experts in such a short time. Should we send someone to investigate? Hearing the elder's words, the others nodded in agreement toward Wu Dalong. Wu Dalong, hearing the elder's words, lifted his weary, bloodshot eyes. The anxiety and exhaustion etched on his face were impossible to conceal. He shook his head. There's no need to investigate the Tianqi Empire. The 3 reverends have reported that their powerful figures never left the imperial capital. I see. Then the only possibility is... As he spoke, the old man's gaze suddenly darkened. Everyone knew exactly who he was referring to. The Heavenly Wolf sect, only they possessed such power. Yet the old man's words gave Wu Dalong a glimmer of hope. Great Elder, you are correct. Within a 1,000-mile radius, few factions possess the capability to silently eliminate 2 revered Xian realm experts in such a short time. However, we cannot completely rule them out. Wu Dalong's face darkened as he stared toward the northwest. Within a 1,000-mile radius, aside from the imperial family of the Tianqi Empire, only the Heavenly Wolf sect in the northwest possessed such power. Moreover, he had just learned from the third elder that the Tianqi Empire's royal family's elite forces had never left the imperial city. That left only the Heavenly Wolf sect as the sole possibility. Great Elder, have we gathered clear intelligence on the Heavenly Wolf sect? The elder addressed as the Great Elder by Wu Dalong shook his head, a hint of resignation in his voice. The Heavenly Wolf sect is no pushover. With our current strength, we'd be hard-pressed to stand against them. If they are indeed behind this, we'll need to deliberate further. The elder had already investigated the Wolf clan. On the surface, they boasted 5 revered Xian realm experts, while secretly harboring an ancient ancestor who had been in seclusion for years. Moreover, all 5 were formidable, and even the clan leader's strength rivaled his own. Gathering complete intelligence on their inner workings was exceedingly difficult for them at present. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Wu Dalong seethed with rage. In his mind, the more powerful the Wolf Star sect appeared, the more likely they were the culprits. Grand Elder, we must uncover the truth about the Celestial Wolf sect at all costs. If they are indeed responsible, I can summon more powerful warriors from the Empire. You know this treasury is the result of years of accumulation. Losing it would be an immense loss for the Empire. Wu Dalong declared with grim determination. The Emperor of the Xuanwu Empire was still unaware of the vault's loss and must remain so. He must recover these resources before His Majesty learned of the theft. Otherwise, there would be no place left for him in the Xuanwu Empire. Your Highness, rest assured. I shall pay a visit to the Heavenly Wolf sect shortly under the pretense of a courtesy call to sound them out. The Grand Elder nodded. Thank you for your efforts, Grand Elder. After Luo Xiu and his companion finished inventorying all the resources in the cultivation chamber and completed their reclassification and consolidation, they stepped out of the chamber. They exchanged a knowing smile. The old steward watched their affectionate exchange from a distance, his expression filled with quiet satisfaction. Just then, a shrill cry echoed from outside the mansion, Imperial Edict arrives. The old steward frowned slightly upon hearing this, then turned to look at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu gestured for him to open the door. The moment the door opened, 3 eunuchs entered, each holding an Imperial Edict. Behind them followed 10 powerful cultivators cloaked in black robes. The senior eunuch at the head held high and back straight, slowly unfolded the edict in his hands and proclaimed, by the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, Asura King, receive the Imperial Edict. Luo Xiu and his men bowed slightly, your servant receives the edict. The old eunuch glanced at them before continuing, in light of the Asura King's impending northern campaign against the Prince of the North, the Emperor must grant him 10 Imperial warriors. They shall arrive today. It is hoped that the Asura King will proceed to the Northern Realm in 15 days to reclaim lost territories and subdue the Prince of the North. After a long while, the old eunuch finally finished reading the entire edict. Your subjects receive the edict. Luo Xiu stepped forward slowly to receive the edict. The old eunuch smiled, then withdrew behind the 10 black-robed warriors. Your Highness, the 10 warriors promised by His Majesty have been delivered. May you return victorious soon. With that, the eunuch turned and departed. Lu Lao, standing beside him, nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Luo Xiu turn his gaze to the 10 warriors, his brow immediately furrowing. These warriors appeared to have soul imprints implanted within them, effectively turning them into servants. Luo Xiu then glanced at the Imperial Edict in his hand. There, he discovered a control incantation for these servants. Chapter 65, The Wretched Wu Dalong. Luo Xiu observed the 10 figures clad in black robes. Their eyes were vacant, devoid of any trace of their own consciousness. They were utterly controlled. Following the soul incantation inscribed on the edict, Luo Xiu commanded the 10, follow the old steward. He will assign your quarters. Do not leave without my explicit order. The 10 men acknowledged the order with a slight nod toward Luo Xiu. Their faces remained expressionless, their gazes cold and bloodthirsty, terrifying to behold. Luo Xiu turned to the old steward. Old Lu, entrust these men to your care for now. They shall join us only when I set out for battle. The old steward smiled and led them toward the rear courtyard. After everyone had departed, Qingxue slowly approached Luo Xiu, her voice tinged with concern. Are all of them under control? They seem to have lost their own divine consciousness. Luo Xiu nodded. They're all controlled by powerful soul imprints. They've completely lost their own divine consciousness, nothing but killing machines now. At these words, a hint of astonishment flashed across Qingxue's exquisite features. These were all top-tier powerhouses. Manipulating them must be incredibly difficult, as a Wenchuan realm expert could never achieve it. Yet they were utterly controlled. The one capable of implanting such a formidable soul mark must be at least a saint-level cultivator. A look of shock swept across Qingxue's exquisite face as she instantly grasped the situation. With such a formidable power at work, it seems these feudal lords won't be able to stir up much trouble. Qingxue remarked in a solemn tone. Luo Xiu nodded thoughtfully. An ancient empire that had endured for thousands upon thousands of years, how could it be so easily seized? I fear the old guard behind the empire hold these individuals in utter contempt, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Or perhaps, since they all hail from royal bloodlines, they wish to grant them a chance at redemption. This way, the Tianqi Empire's reputation could be preserved. Otherwise, those old fools could rely on their formidable foundations to sweep away all obstacles with thunderous force. Or perhaps they too were dissatisfied with Lin Tian's corrupt rule and sought to replace him? At this thought, Luo Xiu shook his head. Whatever their motives, it's none of his damn business. If he hadn't given Lin Tianhui face, why should he care about the fate of this so-called Tianqi Empire? Let them be. Pushing the thoughts aside, Luo Xiu turned to Qingxue and advised, don't let these matters trouble you. How they choose to rule or handle things is their business, not ours. We should just focus on cultivating and living our peaceful little lives. After hearing Luo Xiu's words, Qingxue pondered and realized he was right. The throne wasn't theirs anyway, there was truly no need to meddle in such matters. Just then, a voice called out from outside the door, is the Asura king present? Both turned toward the entrance, their gazes following the sound. They both recognized the voices, it must be those people from the Xuanwu Empire. A cold smile flashed across Luo Xiu's lips. Then, turning to Qingxue beside him, he said, honey, you go ahead and take care of your business. I'll handle these people. Qingxue nodded and headed toward the back courtyard. Open the gate, welcome our guests. Luo Xiu immediately had the servants open the mansion gates. Wu Dalong and his entourage were escorted by the servants into the main hall. Luo Xiu looked up at them, slowly rising to his feet as he greeted them warmly, Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. I've been waiting for you. If you hadn't arrived, I was beginning to think our partnership might fall through. Wu Dalong and his men met Luo Xiu's warm gaze with slightly evasive eyes before returning his greeting with feigned warmth. What nonsense are you spouting, Asura King? Wu Dalong chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Right, it's not this king's fault. Luo Xiu feigned self-reproach before striding over to Wu Dalong and pulling him to a seat. Come, don't stand there. Everyone, come in and sit down. All right. Everyone felt somewhat flustered by Luo Xiu's warm hospitality. After all, during their first visit, they had been met with nothing but cold stares. Even their own crown prince had suffered vomiting and diarrhea after drinking just 2 cups of tea. Why was he being so hospitable this time? Wu Dalong and Luo Xiu took their seats. Luo Xiu then called out to the servant standing nearby, What are you standing around for? Pour the tea. The maid hesitated for a moment before snapping out of it and hurrying forward to pour tea. Wu Dalong, seeing this, quickly interjected, Lord Asura, I appreciate your hospitality, but surely tea isn't necessary? The maid before him paused, glancing at Luo Xiu, awaiting further instructions. Luo Xiu chuckled inwardly. It seemed this fellow had learned his lesson from the last time he'd played tricks on him. But this time, he hadn't prepared any moldy tea leaves. The tea on the table was all top quality. You all saw it, he refused it himself. I certainly didn't neglect him. Fine, don't drink it. Outwardly, however, Luo Xiu smiled and said, It's all my fault. I forgot that after His Royal Highness drank my tea last time, he suffered from vomiting and diarrhea. At these words, Wu Dalong's already low spirits sank further. His haggard face darkened instantly, though outwardly he forced a smile. Luo Xiu nearly burst out laughing, and the maid beside him was equally amused, one hand clutching the teapot while the other covered her mouth, trying her best not to be too rude. In that case, there's no need to pour tea for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Just pour for me. Since His Royal Highness dislikes tea, we won't force him. The maid immediately poured Luo Xiu a cup of the finest tea, its fragrance instantly filling the air. Wu Dalong inhaled the tea's refreshing fragrance and swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu's expression grew increasingly blissful before him, and finally, he delivered the killer blow, a heart-wrenching remark. It's delicious. The people behind Wu Dalong watched his blissful expression and could barely resist the urge to slap him. They couldn't shake the feeling he was doing this on purpose. The tea last time hadn't carried such a distinct fragrance. But with the crown prince still seated there, they dared not be too bold. They gritted their teeth instead. After savoring a sip of the exquisite tea, Luo Xiu slowly set down his cup. His expression cheerful as he looked at Wu Dalong, he inquired, "Your Highness, are all the preparations complete?" The question instantly flustered Wu Dalong, leaving him at a loss for words. "Asura King. I haven't gathered everything yet." After a long pause, Wu Dalong spoke weakly, like a deflated balloon. Though Luo Xiu had anticipated this outcome, he maintained his composure. The serene smile that had graced his face moments before instantly darkened. Wu Dalong and the people behind him watched Luo Xiu's shifting expression, their hearts tightening involuntarily. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall turned eerily tense. Everyone held their breath as Luo Xiu, feigning anger, declared, "Your Royal Highness, this joke is not amusing." He then picked up the tea on the table and downed it in one gulp. "Attendants! Show them out!" After finishing his tea, he stood up abruptly, not even acknowledging them as he spoke. Wu Dalong. His entire demeanor instantly turned anxious. Chapter 66, Is this guy, different? Wait, Asura King. Wu Dalong hurried over to Luo Xiu's side. Luo Xiu chuckled inwardly. He'd already cleaned out this guy's entire fortune. Could he possibly have any treasures left to bribe him with? But wait, he was the crown prince of a nation. How could he possibly not carry any treasures? Maybe there'd be an unexpected windfall. Seeing his frantic expression, Luo Xiu paused slightly, turned around, and looked at him. But the warmth from before had vanished from his face. Instead, he spoke coldly, "Since your highness hasn't prepared the items, I see no point in continuing this collaboration." With that, he swiftly walked forward again, paying no further attention. Hearing this, Wu Dalong grew frantic and quickly grabbed his sleeve. Wait. Asura King. The items promised to you were prepared long ago. But last night, they were snatched away by some mysterious force. We truly had no choice. Otherwise, we would never have broken our word. Wu Dalong's face was bitter. These resources were meant to bribe officials of the Tianqi Empire. If he could persuade Asura King now, he could surely turn the tide and remain the high and mighty crown prince of the Xuanwu Empire. That was precisely why he had abandoned the resources and sought out Luo Xiu. Now, only Luo Xiu could save him and stabilize his position. Luo Xiu stared at him, clutching his sleeve, refusing to let go, utterly speechless. Outwardly, however, he feigned confusion. "Your Highness, do you think this king is so easily deceived? I may be a bit of a playboy, but I'm no fool. Your Xuanwu Empire has so many powerful agents embedded within the Tianqi Empire. How could anything be stolen?" Luo Xiu's lips curled into a cold smile, perfectly gauging Wu Dalong's current state of mind. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Wu Dalong gave a bitter laugh. "Asura King, that wasn't my intention. It's just that the items really were stolen." He never imagined anyone would be so audacious as to steal from the Xuanwu Empire. Originally, they had numerous powerful defenders stationed there. However, in order to quickly transfer and consolidate resources, they had dispatched many strongmen to transport supplies elsewhere. The resources had been moved out, and upon their return, this incident had occurred. In his mind, he cursed the thieves' ancestors 18 generations back. Luo Xiu watched his impassioned display and felt a surge of amusement. "Asura King, every word I've spoken is the absolute truth. Not a single lie. I swear it." Wu Dalong, seeing Luo Xiu still unconvinced, raised his finger as if to swear an oath to the heavens. Luo Xiu watched him, feeling somewhat speechless. If he hadn't snatched the items himself, he might have actually believed this fellow. Still, appearances must be maintained. Luo Xiu quickly grabbed his hand and exclaimed urgently, "Your Highness, why would you do such a thing? You are a precious treasure. How could you make such a reckless oath?" Before Wu Dalong could respond, Luo Xiu's genuine concern moved him to the brink of tears. Asura King, he wiped his eyes with his sleeve, nearly throwing himself into Luo Xiu's arms. Seeing the tears welling in his eyes, Luo Xiu pulled back slightly with a look of disgust. "Ahem. Your Highness, men should not touch each other." Everyone. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly dumbfounded. Sorry. I was just so touched by what you said. I've never been cared for like this before in my whole life." Wu Dalong finally snapped out of it, realizing he'd been downright rude. He quickly straightened his clothes. Luo Xiu nearly gagged. He couldn't stand this guy anymore. Was there something wrong with his orientation? Right. Your Royal Highness, we're getting off topic. Luo Xiu reminded him. Oh. Wu Dalong finally snapped out of his daze, looking rather sheepish. His followers behind him immediately covered their faces, unable to bear the sight. Embarrassing. So damn embarrassing. Seeing him return to normal, Luo Xiu continued, "Your Highness, even if I were to believe your story that your goods were stolen, it doesn't mean you can pull a fast one on me. Got it?" Wu Dalong nodded vigorously. Then he explained, "Rest assured, Asura King, we absolutely won't let you work for nothing. Sweet promises are easy to make. I'll say it again, unless I see what I want, I won't lift a finger to help you." As if As someone who traveled through time, he wasn't about to be fed empty promises. Wu Dalong watched Luo Xiu remain unconvinced, feeling utterly helpless and hopeless. Asura King, since you believe my words that our items have been stolen, you must also understand I have nothing to offer you right now. Wu Dalong said weakly. He looked like a child who'd done something wrong. His men behind him gritted their teeth in frustration. They'd lost both the battle and the war. What could they possibly offer now? And what the hell was this crown prince business? He was the high and mighty crown prince of the Tianqi Empire. When had they ever seen this crown prince act so lowly? Clearly, even he was at his wit's end. Sigh. That damned thief better not let them catch him. Luo Xiu gazed at Wu Dalong's pitifully pleading eyes, then glanced at the seething crowd behind him. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I won't interfere. But since your possessions were stolen, accepting equivalent compensation isn't out of the question. Rare treasures, divine weapons, this prince will accept them all. Wu Dalong and his followers, hearing Luo Xiu's words, instantly felt a glimmer of hope. Asura King, are you telling the truth? Wu Dalong's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. He lunged toward Luo Xiu again in excitement. The sheer size and ferocity of his massive frame made Luo Xiu's anus clench. He genuinely wondered if this guy had some twisted psychological issues. Damn it, does he lunge at men too? Luo Xiu scrambled out of the way. Wu Dalong lunged into thin air. Watching Luo Xiu retreating into the distance, he scratched his head awkwardly and offered a clumsy excuse. Sorry, I got too excited. Then he added, I'm not usually like this. Luo Xiu watched him, drenched in sweat. This guy definitely had some serious issues with his orientation. But he couldn't be bothered with that. As long as he didn't set his sights on him, who cared what type he preferred? But right now, he needed to get rid of this guy fast. He really couldn't stand it. His face darkening, he said, Your Highness, I've given you an opening. Whether you can gather up all my scattered belongings and account for every single one is entirely up to you. Wu Dalong nodded vigorously, though a flicker of hesitation still crossed his eyes. Chapter 67, Sacred-grade Elixir, the Ice Lotus Sacred Fruit. Luo Xiu watched his pained expression. This guy might actually possess something comparable to the conditions he'd listed. His interest was instantly piqued. Your Royal Highness, you've already broken one promise. If you deceive me again this time, then there truly will be no possibility of cooperation between us. Luo Xiu said, his expression serious as he looked at him. Seeing Luo Xiu's apparent distrust, Wu Dalong hurriedly assured him, Asura King, rest assured. I absolutely won't break my promise this time. His expression grew solemn as he jogged over to Luo Xiu. Seeing his posture, Luo Xiu thought he was about to hug him again and took several steps back. Whoa. Your Highness, let's talk this out. Luo Xiu hurriedly interjected. He was genuinely scared of this guy. One wrong word and he'd. Ugh. Wu Dalong watched Luo Xiu's reaction and sighed wryly. Don't worry, I won't be rude again. It's just that this item is extremely valuable. Absolutely no outsiders can know about it. So, Asura King, do you have a private chamber or something? How about we discuss this inside? Is that really the case? Luo Xiu was skeptical. Wu Dalong nodded firmly. Seeing that this fellow didn't seem to be lying, Luo Xiu finally felt certain this guy really had something. Luo Xiu smiled. Since it's something valuable, naturally the fewer people who know about it, the better. Your Highness, please follow me. He then led the way toward the inner courtyard. Watching Luo Xiu's retreating figure, it was clear he intended to lead him to a secret chamber for discussion. Wu Dalong hesitated for a moment before turning to his companions. Wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. But the group behind him didn't share his optimism. A look of grave concern flashed across each of their faces. An elder stepped forward and said, Your Highness, your status is too exalted. We cannot feel at ease leaving you alone with a stranger. Indeed, Your Highness. Who knows what this so-called Asura King has in mind? What if he lures you into the secret chamber only to imprison you? What then? Your Highness, perhaps I should accompany you? That way, we'd have some assurance. Indeed, Your Highness. The others chimed in agreement. Their duty was to protect His Highness the Crown Prince. If he were truly captured, they might face the punishment of having their entire clan executed. However, Wu Dalong shook his head. You all wait here. Then he followed Luo Xiu's footsteps. Seeing this, the others could only wait helplessly in place. The two entered the secret chamber. Luo Xiu asked curiously, Your Highness, now that we're alone and no outsiders remain, might I see the treasure you mentioned? Wu Dalong nodded. He wasn't one to be coy. However, this treasure seemed exceptionally precious, so he double-checked with Luo Xiu. Asura King, are you certain we are truly alone here? Luo Xiu nodded. This is my personal secret chamber. If Your Highness doesn't trust me, you may scan it with your divine soul power. This chamber had always been reserved solely for his wife and him to cultivate. Normally, only the two of them could enter. Even the old steward wasn't allowed in without his permission. Now that his wife wasn't here cultivating, naturally, no one else was present. I trust the Asura King's word, of course. Wu Dalong nodded with a smile. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, and a beam of light flashed from the ring on his finger. A delicate treasure box materialized in his hand, drawing Luo Xiu's curious gaze. The wooden surface was now covered in frost. Even with his mystical energy enveloping it, he couldn't suppress the chill emanating from its contents. Moments later, the once mild cultivation chamber plunged into bitter cold. Wu Dalong chuckled, waving his hand to dispel the spreading chill. Your Highness, what is contained within? Luo Xiu was both stunned and deeply puzzled. Observing Luo Xiu's curious expression, Wu Dalong chuckled with a hint of smugness. Ha ha ha. Asura King, this contains a rare treasure whose value absolutely exceeds 500 million Xinling stones. Wu Dalong declared triumphantly. 500 million? Luo Xiu found it hard to believe. Your Highness, you wouldn't be taking advantage of my lack of worldly experience and trying to fool me with some random treasure, would you? Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Wu Dalong reacted as if deeply insulted, his entire demeanor instantly turning heated. Asura King, insult me all you want, humiliate me however you please, but this treasure is absolutely a priceless rarity. He clutched the treasure box tightly, as if it held his father's ashes. Luo Xiu watched his reaction and gave an awkward chuckle. Your Highness, no need to get so worked up. If it's such a treasure, why not show it to me? Besides, aren't these things meant for me anyway? At Luo Xiu's words, Wu Dalong's previously proud expression instantly twisted with pain. Indeed, he had hoarded these items for so long, intending to use them when he broke through to the next realm. He never imagined they'd change hands so soon. But for the sake of his position, for the Empire's interests, he ultimately chose to bite the bullet and part with them. Sigh. Wu Dalong sighed softly before slowly opening the exquisitely crafted wooden box. The moment the box opened, an intense chill instantly enveloped the entire cultivation chamber 100 times more potent than the previous wave. Luo Xiu and the others couldn't help but shiver, each using their mystical energy to shield their meridians, guarding against the chill that threatened to corrode and wound them. Luo Xiu gazed at the ice-colored lotus blossoming within the wooden box and gasped in astonishment. The sacred fruit of the ice lotus, he exclaimed involuntarily. Wu Dalong, surprised that Luo Xiu recognized it, asked, You know this, Asura King? Luo Xiu nodded. I encountered this in an ancient text. The sacred fruit of the ice lotus is said to only appear in the deepest reaches of the frigid northern realm. It takes 10,000 years to bloom and another 10,000 to bear fruit. Judging by this treasure of yours, it must have borne fruit some 30 or 40,000 years ago. Luo Xiu nearly blurted out in excitement. He'd heard his wife mention this item before. It was undoubtedly a sacred medicinal herb. It was especially beneficial for cultivators specializing in the way of mystic ice. Consuming it not only awakened the ultimate power of frigid ice but could even enhance one's innate talent and bloodline. A veritable divine artifact. The very thing his wife had been longing for, and now it had arrived. Ha ha ha. With this in hand, tonight he'd make sure she rewarded him handsomely. Luo Xiu's heart surged with wild joy. Wu Dalong watched Luo Xiu's excited expression and felt a pang of regret. He timidly said, Asura King, this ice lotus sacred fruit should be worth all those resources, right? Ha ha ha. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is a sacred herb, after all. Are you truly certain, Your Highness, that you wish to give me this sacred herb? Seeing his pained expression, Luo Xiu genuinely feared he might be reluctant. But he had underestimated this fellow's ambition. Wu Dalong promptly handed the entire wooden box to him, declaring, You have to give to receive. A single sacred herb, how could it compare to an empire that commands all power under heaven? Take it. Hearing this, Luo Xiu couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. One had to admit, this fellow's ambition was truly immense and his spirit of sacrifice was worthy of praise. But what did any of this have to do with him? Getting his hands on the goods was what truly mattered. Chapter 68, Silly Girl, even if you wanted this world, I'd fight for it for you. Luo Xiu gazed at the ice lotus sacred fruit in his hand, his face beaming with a smile. Wu Dalong, standing beside him, grimaced and turned his face away, refusing to look any longer. Your Royal Highness, this ice lotus sacred fruit is truly remarkable. The profound spiritual energy it contains is utterly overwhelming. Even through the specially crafted wooden box, Luo Xiu could feel the oppressive force emanating from it. If an ordinary person were to grab it with bare hands without any protection, they would instantly be frozen solid. Asura King, the item is now yours. I expect you to honor the promise you made to me when the time comes. Wu Dalong watched Luo Xiu's delighted expression and reminded him with a hint of reluctance. That was the Crown Prince's most cherished possession, obtained only by sacrificing two of his most formidable subordinates. And now, it's gone like that. Ah, my heart. Rest assured, Your Highness. Luo Xiu replied casually. Luo will not fail in his duty. But inside, his thoughts were quite different. We'll see how I feel when the time comes. If I don't deliver, what can you do about it? Heh, people in this fantasy world are so naive, so easy to deceive. No wonder those web novel writers make it sound so effortless and fun. There's a reason for that. Little cutie. Well then, thank you. After chatting idly for a few more moments, the two of them walked out together. The crowd waiting outside finally breathed a sigh of relief the moment they spotted Wu Dalong. Since matters are settled, we shan't trouble the Asura King any further. Wu Dalong bowed his hands respectfully once outside. Luo Xiu couldn't wait for them to leave so he could take the items to his wife. Now that he had the item, these guys were just getting on his nerves. Let me see you out, Luo Xiu offered with a smile. Wu Dalong and the others nodded. Luo Xiu escorted them to the gate, and once they were out of sight, he swiftly shut the mansion's doors. He then hurried over to Mu Qingxue's side. Finding her seated with dignified composure, handling the mansion's official documents, Luo Xiu lifted her up from behind. Ah! Startled by the sudden embrace, Mu Qingxue struggled to break free. Only when she recognized Luo Xiu did she relax, then scolded him with a hint of annoyance, "You rascal." Before she could finish, Luo Xiu leaned in and captured her lips with a kiss. Mum. Caught completely off guard and utterly defenseless, Mu Qingxue toppled backward onto the large, plush bed beside them. After a passionate kiss that left her slightly breathless, she gently patted Luo Xiu's chest, urging him to let go. Luo Xiu wasn't overly aggressive. He gently lifted her and sat her down on the bed. He grinned triumphantly. Want a gift? Mu Qingxue, who had been struggling in his arms, froze slightly at his words. A gift? What kind of gift? Luo Xiu didn't answer her question. With a mysterious smile, he carried her toward the cultivation room. The two arrived at the cultivation room still in each other's arms. Along the way, several servants caught sight of their affectionate display and quickly covered their mouths. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Mu Qingxue buried her face tightly into Luo Xiu's chest. You rascal, if you don't have a gift that satisfies me, just wait until I get my hands on you. Soon, they arrived at the cultivation chamber, where Luo Xiu gently set her down. He then retrieved a box containing the sacred ice lotus fruit from his ring. An icy chill instantly permeated the entire cultivation chamber. Feeling the chill emanating from the box, the icy energy within Mu Qingxue's body stirred uncontrollably. What is this? Mu Qingxue stared at the box in Luo Xiu's hand, surprise evident in her eyes. Luo Xiu opened the box, revealing the sacred ice lotus fruit inside. It slowly came into view before Mu Qingxue. Her entire body froze in shock as she covered her small mouth, staring at Luo Xiu in disbelief. Ice lotus sacred fruit. Xiu, where did you get this? Mu Qingxue struggled to contain her excitement. This was the sacred cultivation artifact she'd longed for. She'd only mentioned it casually back then, never expecting this little cutie to actually find it. Luo Xiu watched her reaction, gently teasing her by lightly scraping her nose with a smile. Do you like it? After all this time together, this was the first time Luo Xiu had ever given her a gift. He felt a pang of guilt in his heart. Seemed he needed to pay more attention to these little details from now on. Mu Qingxue's starry eyes sparkled, tears of emotion welling up. She knew the value of this item. It was absolutely no less precious than that immortal phoenix grass, both legendary supreme sacred herbs. Xiu, where did you get this? Mu Qingxue struggled to contain her inner excitement. Such treasures were rare and hard to come by. Oh, this little cutie. Had he sacrificed something significant to obtain it? Just because of a casual remark she made, he went and procured something this precious for her. How foolish. Mu Qingxue looked at Luo Xiu with a touch of emotion, a wave of bittersweetness rising from her heart to her nose. Seeing tears welling up in her eyes, Luo Xiu hurriedly reassured her, silly wife, don't worry. This little cutie gave it to me as a gift. I didn't lose anything. Mu Qingxue stared at Luo Xiu's utterly unconcerned expression, finding it hard to believe. Who would be so foolish as to give away something so precious? Unless they were completely out of their mind. Alright, forget about this tiny ice lotus fruit. Even if you wanted the entire world, I'd conquer it for you. Luo Xiu gazed at her adorably flushed little face, finding it utterly charming. He leaned in to pinch her cheek playfully before declaring grandly. Mu Qingxue watched this guy, now looking even more disheveled than usual, spouting nonsense about conquering the world for her. Did he really think there were no powerful beings left in this world? Talking big like that, he must be afraid of straining his back. Yet she could still feel Luo Xiu's overflowing affection, filling her heart with deep contentment. How many people in this world could truly cherish another like this? Mu Qingxue accepted the sacred ice lotus fruit from Luo Xiu's hand with contentment, then slowly planted a kiss on his cheek. Luo Xiu felt the warmth spread across his face, thinking Wu Dalong was nothing short of a divine assist. His face radiated bliss as he gazed at Mu Qingxue. Honey, is one kiss all it takes? Luo Xiu's dissatisfaction prompted him to demand more, his expression now feigning hurt. Wifey. Then she leaned in, pouting her lips. He was about to kiss her. Mu Qingxue quickly pulled away, her cheeks flushing slightly as she said, okay, no more flirting, okay? Luo Xiu lunged forward, only to grab air. He looked at Mu Qingxue with a pout, his voice dripping with longing. Oh, honey, just once in the cultivation room? Don't you think it'd be thrilling? Mu Qingxue understood exactly what he meant. Even though she'd experienced this many times before, her face still flushed crimson. She instinctively glanced around the dim, cold cultivation room, feeling utterly embarrassed. She firmly refused, no, absolutely not. Not here, and it's still daytime. Let's wait until nightfall. The thought of performing those unspeakable acts here was utterly beyond her. It was too shameful. Oh dear, why did I even think of such things? No, I must forget it. Forget it all. That damn bastard. It's all his fault. Oomph. Qingxue banished the wicked thoughts from her mind, turned around, and glared fiercely at Luo Xiu. Her expression screamed, "It's all your fault." Luo Xiu looked at her flushed face, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This girl's mind was still far too conservative. He hadn't even shown her most of his moves yet. Tonight, he absolutely had to try a few more moves. Otherwise, this sacred treasure would be wasted. Sigh. But he dared not hope for more now. After all, it was daytime, and this girl was naturally shy. If he forced himself on her now, he'd lose his chance tonight. So everyone, please tune in again tonight. Bye for now, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 69, An Indescribable Gesture. Above the heavens, in the realm of the gods. At the heart of its most bustling center, a towering golden palace pierced the clouds. Looking up from below, layer upon layer of multicolored clouds enveloped each tier of the structure, its peak utterly obscured. At the very pinnacle of this golden palace, Luo Tian sat slowly upon the golden throne, his weary gaze fixed upon the multitude below. Clad in purple gold armor and crowned with a dragon-adorned diadem, his handsome features swept slowly across the assembly below. Below stood dozens of elders clad in golden robes, each with snow-white hair and beards. Every one of them radiated an extraordinary aura, resembling fallen immortals. After a long silence, Luo Tian spoke slowly, "Honored elders, is all well within the borders of the divine capital?" His voice boomed like a thunderous roar, reverberating throughout the golden hall. The echo lingered in everyone's ears. Above the heavens, the sacred divine lamp flashed brilliantly at the very moment of his words. The divine lamp shines bright, the celestial deity returns to his seat. The elders below all looked upward toward the divine lamp above, their faces lighting up with joy. He had returned, the supreme divine being had returned. And with the divine being's return, the divine sovereign had also returned. Amidst the collective joy, an elder stepped forward solemnly. "We congratulate the divine being on his return. The divine capital stands in perfect peace. Welcome the divine god back to his rightful place. The divine capital is at peace." As the elders' words fell, the crowd echoed in unison, their faces beaming with joyful smiles. Luo Tian surveyed the crowd, nodding slightly, a peculiar pride flickering in his expression. Having spent too long in the lower realms, accustomed to constant combat, this sudden return felt utterly foreign to him. His emotions seemed harder to control than before. He even found himself missing his younger brother now, and his sister-in-law. Wondered how far things had progressed between them. Had they given him a big, healthy son yet? When he next saw that kid, he'd better bring his son along to cheer his old man up. Otherwise, all this grueling work here, facing this bunch of old farts? He was utterly unwilling. Annoying. But what could he do? Who was to blame but that good-for-nothing father of his, always shirking his responsibilities? And Mom, because of the reincarnation, hadn't regained her memories yet. She was completely incapable of handling such a big situation. Thinking of this, Luo Tian felt utterly frustrated. That damnable younger brother, next time he shows up, I'll be the one to wash my hands of it. Let him taste the exhaustion of being a god. A flicker of anger crossed his face. That single spark of emotion instantly darkened the entire sky over the divine capital. All the auspicious clouds abruptly transformed into thunder-streaked black masses, as if the entire divine capital had been struck by a colossal catastrophe. The citizens of the divine capital wore expressions of terror, panic spreading like wildfire. They offered up their devotional power, praying, "Holy heavenly God, please withdraw your wrath. Holy heavenly God." Meanwhile, within the palace halls, the elders below frowned in concern, approaching to ask, "Does the heavenly God have troubles weighing upon him?" All eyes turned to him with concern. The deity's mood dictated the fate of their entire realm. Now, with the divine capital in turmoil, could there truly be anything to trouble the heavenly God? Only then did Luo Tian recall this fleeting thought: being too powerful wasn't necessarily a blessing. Even getting angry required restraint. Ah! Brother, oh brother! You've truly put your elder brother through hell. Then, he extinguished that fleeting trace of frustration within his heart. His mind once again became utterly still, his emotions perfectly balanced. To cast aside all attachments, this was the duty of every celestial deity, for it concerned the very survival of all divine beings. This is the divine being, the supreme existence, a sovereign ruler embodying both wisdom and power. In the blink of an eye, they could lay waste to an entire realm. In the blink of an eye, the skies over the entire divine capital returned to their original tranquility, and the celestial deities slowly recovered from their tension. Observing the worried expressions of the elders below, Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Go back to your duties. Headache. A real headache. This. The lower realm. Asura King's mansion. Night had already fallen, yet the couple still basked in the joyful, mundane atmosphere of mortal life. Qingxue remained as adorable as ever, happily munching on the large pork knuckle Qingxue had prepared herself, her face beaming with delight. Qingxue watched her eat, a smile spreading across her face. After finishing her meal, Qingxue returned to Luo Xiu's ring to rest on her own. Luo Xiu simply looked at Qingxue with a meaningful expression, his face spread with an indescribable smile. Qingxue shot him a fierce glare. How could she not know what this guy was thinking? But considering the grand gift he'd prepared today, she'd let him get away with it just this once. Unfazed by the cold stare, Luo Xiu casually suggested, "Honey, it's getting late. Why don't we call it a night?" He'd been waiting for this moment for so long. All day, nothing had gone his way, leaving him inexplicably irritable. His wife was simply too captivating. Tonight, he would definitely try something new, something they'd never attempted before, and fully experience the magical scenes from the movies. Qingxue turned away, slightly embarrassed, then whispered softly, "Go run the bath water first." She knew this guy had been thinking about it all day. Truthfully, she hadn't been able to feel comfortable all day either. Seeing his wolfish gaze made her feel irresistibly. Watching Luo Xiu skip and dash back to the room, Qingxue pressed her legs together slightly, already imagining what would unfold tonight. A short while later, Luo Xiu rushed back to her, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Honey, the bath's ready. Shall we?" Qingxue snapped out of her gaze toward the sky. The fiery passion that had just been extinguished suddenly flared up again. Her face flushed crimson, and she nodded instinctively. He. Luo Xiu, burning with impatience, immediately understood. With a mischievous grin, he scooped Qingxue up and dashed toward the bedroom. Inside the bathroom, Luo Xiu slowly undressed her. Even though he'd seen his wife's exquisite figure and her proud assets countless times before, it still wasn't enough. His movements slowed deliberately as he admired every inch of her skin, planting gentle kisses. Qingxue's face flushed crimson as she met his gaze. Her mind was solely focused on speeding things up. No resistance. Ah. My dear, you are truly beautiful. If not for this reality, I would have thought I was living in a dream. Luo Xiu whispered softly into her ear. The waves of heat emanating from him sent shivers through Qingxue's heart, her entire being overwhelmed by his sweet words. What a rascal. Her entire body went limp as she collapsed into Luo Xiu's arms. "Xiu, you're so bad." Luo Xiu quickened his movements. Soon, they were completely exposed to each other. Luo Xiu lifted her up. Luo Xiu hesitated no longer. Then, a beautiful melody began to play. Their movements shifted like shifting clouds, each inventing new, unexpected techniques. Slowly, they progressed from awkwardness to familiarity, until finally, they became masters. Chapter 70, The Celestial Wolf Sect. 1,000 miles northwest of the imperial capital of the Tianqi Empire, a mighty sect nestled within a labyrinth of crisscrossing mountain ranges. Soaring peaks encircled the entire sect, each summit crowned by a colossal formation. These formations were interconnected, each seamlessly linked to the others. A formidable powerhouse presided over each peak. Combined, they formed a formidable protective array. The Wolf clan boasted countless disciples, tens of thousands in number. At this moment, an elderly man, leaning on a golden staff, slowly approached the heavenly wolf sect. This figure was none other than the Grand Elder of the Xuanwu Empire. Along the wide, muddy path, the old man's hunched figure moved step by step, radiating an overwhelming aura. Though the ground beneath him was thick with mud, not a speck of dirt clung to his body, as if each step he took were suspended in midair. A splendid robe draped his gaunt, weathered frame. As he reached the mountain gates of the celestial wolf sect, the 4 or 5 disciples guarding the entrance immediately spotted him. They drew their swords from their scabbards, eyes fixed warily on the elegantly dressed elder. "Who goes there?" demanded one disciple, stepping forward. The old man slowly raised his head from his hunched posture to look at him. A serene smile spread across his face as his aged voice carried an air of authority. "Young friend, is this the heavenly wolf sect?" The disciple scrutinized him briefly before nodding slightly. "Good, very good," the old man said, his smile still in place. Hearing the old man's words, the disciple immediately grew wary once more. He had guarded this mountain gate long enough to have seen all manner of powerful figures pass through. This well-dressed elder was clearly no ordinary person. But was he here to seek out relatives, or to seek revenge? Thus, the disciple cautiously inquired, "Old gentleman, have you come to our heavenly wolf sect to seek relatives?" With his suspicions confirmed, a faint smile touched his previously guarded face. The disciples of the heavenly wolf sect were no strangers to the offspring of high-ranking officials and nobles. Seeing this elder dressed in fine robes, his face glowing with health, could he be the elder of some inner sect disciple or core disciple? If he was here to find relatives, it might be possible to curry favor with the senior brothers and sisters of the inner or core disciples. Under no circumstances could he be treated with disrespect. The Grand Elder observed his courteous demeanor and couldn't help but admire the sound character and intelligence of disciples from the major powers of the Tianqi Empire. Had this been in the Xuanwu Empire, those people would have been strutting about with their noses in the air, acting high and mighty on the strength of their status. If the imperial princes of the Xuanwu Empire could emulate their conduct, how could the empire not flourish? It seems the gap between the two empires is still quite significant. No wonder the Heavenly Wolf sect survived when the Heavenly Empire expanded its territory by 4 li. It seems the rulers within this sect are no ordinary figures. With a smile, he nodded and said, "Young friend, I am indeed here seeking someone, though not for family ties. Might I trouble you to summon your sect master for an audience?" Hearing the old man's words, the disciple grew even more astonished. He wasn't here to find relatives, but to seek out the sect master. Good heavens! Word has it the sect master is only in his 30s or 40s, and rumors once circulated that he was the top disciple from some great clan. Whoa! Could this old man be one of the sect leader's elders? The disciple's mind raced with speculation, drawing in a sharp breath of awe. Regaining his composure, he greeted the old man with a smile and said, "Please wait here for a moment, sir. I'll go report this immediately." The Grand Elder nodded. The disciple immediately summoned others to attend to the Great Elder. "What are you all standing around for? The old gentleman must be weary from his journey. Quickly clear a seat for him to sit and have some tea. I'll go report to the sect master first." The others, who had been frozen in shock, finally snapped out of it. They immediately rushed over to the old man, fawning over him as they helped him toward the nearby table and chairs to rest. The disciple then dashed swiftly toward the inner courtyard of the east gate. Moments later, at the heart of the Heavenly Wolf sect, an elder hurried toward the sect's main hall, a look of urgency etched upon his aged face. "Master! It's terrible news." Lin Tianlang, the sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect, looked at the flustered outer sect elder with a hint of displeasure on his face. "What is so urgent that you've forgotten the rules?" The Wolf clan was a sect governed by strict rules, with rigorous management of its disciples. Seeing this outer sect elder barge in so rudely, Lin Tianlang was naturally displeased. If the elder did not provide a satisfactory explanation, punishment would be inevitable. However, as an outer sect elder of the Wolf clan, how could the old man be unaware of the sect's rules? His frantic rush inside stemmed from a report by one of his disciples. A relative of the sect master had come seeking him. Such momentous news demanded urgent attention. He was confident that once the sect master learned of this, he would not only refrain from punishing him but would likely bestow generous rewards instead. For they all knew how exalted their sect master's status was. He was a prince of the Tianqi Empire. Had the ancient patriarch not taken him as his final disciple, and had he not devoted himself entirely to seeking the Tao, he might well be the ruler of the Tianqi Empire today. At this thought, a hint of joy flashed across the old man's face. If a relative of the sect master had come seeking kin, they must surely be imperial kin of the Tianqi Empire. Could such an important person be visiting for anything less than a matter of utmost importance? Important matters demanded important treatment. Wasn't it only reasonable to bend the rules a little? The outer sect elder reassured himself inwardly. "Master, an elderly man outside the mountain gates claims to be seeking you." The outer sect elder spoke with a hint of a smile. Lin Tianlong's expression visibly shifted with surprise upon hearing this. Seeking him out? Could it be someone from the Tianqi Empire's royal family? But hadn't he explicitly stated he would never return? Then, Lin Tianlang recalled the recent news from the Tianqi Empire. It was said that the situation within the empire was extremely dire, and his brothers had all gone rogue. Could it be that Lin Tianhui was seeking his help? At this thought, Lin Tianlong's brow furrowed slightly. He had long since resolved to stay out of these imperial struggles, seeking only to quietly pursue the pinnacle of dominance. Yet witnessing his brothers locked in conflict, he couldn't bear to remain indifferent. Besides, though Lin Tianhui wasn't his blood brother, their bond was strong. With Luo Xiu absent, perhaps he could only rely on himself now? Sigh. Lin Tianlang turned to the outer sect elder and said helplessly, "Please bring him in." "Yes, sect master." Receiving the order, the elder immediately dashed back outside, his pace even quicker this time. After another long while, the Grand Elder of the Xuanwu Empire suddenly arrived in the main hall of the Tianlang sect. He observed everything along the way, the sheer prosperity of the sect, every disciple wearing a faint smile, seemingly quite content with their sect. Deep within, he grew increasingly convinced that this sect's leader was no ordinary man. He was undoubtedly a benevolent and righteous leader. But why would someone like him resort to theft? Moreover, the sect's thriving appearance hardly suggested a lack of resources. Could it be that they too had discovered that batch of resources belonged to the Xuanwu Empire? This thought sent a chill through the great elder's heart. If his suspicions were true, this batch of resources might truly be lost forever. But having come this far, he had no choice but to steel himself and investigate. Stepping into the sect's main hall, he saw Lin Tianlang sitting majestically in the seat of honor, his posture straight and imposing. That unique aura of a supreme ruler was something the Grand Elder had only witnessed in his own emperor. He never imagined that the master of the Tianlang sect would also possess such regal and commanding presence. Thus, the great elder set aside his pride, bowed slightly, and respectfully declared, "This old man greets the master of the celestial wolf sect." Lin Tianlang scrutinized him carefully, then furrowed his brow slightly. This old fellow was clearly not from his Tianqi Empire. Nevertheless, he politely said, "Old gentleman, please rise." Only then did the Grand Elder rise with a faint smile. Chapter 71, Your Excellency, to arrive on a whim and declare it a misunderstanding, doesn't that seem rather unreasonable? The Grand Elder appraised Lin Tianlang. Seeing his imposing bearing and the faint imperial aura hidden between his brows, he couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. Typically, those with such features were either nobles or destined for great wealth and prestige. Such individuals usually moved in the halls of government or on the battlefield. How could one like him become the overlord of a regional power? The Grand Elder was not only the Grand Elder of the Xuanwu Empire but also a great mystic, possessing the abilities to observe celestial phenomena and discern destiny. Lin Tianlang frowned as he met the old man's piercing gaze, which remained fixed upon him. "Old master, what brings you here?" Lin Tianlang met the Grand Elder's gaze and inquired. Listening to his resonant, powerful voice, he finally withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. Realizing his behavior had been overly presumptuous, he hastily apologized. "This old man has been rude." But upon seeing the sect leader's destiny, it seems she is destined for far greater heights than merely leading the Heavenly Wolf sect. The Grand Elder spoke bluntly, for he could discern the extraordinary nobility of Lin Tianlong's destiny. Indeed, the imperial aura emanating from her body was even more potent than that of the emperor of the Xuanwu Empire. This was unmistakably the destiny of an emperor. Could it be that the Xuanwu Empire's plans to raise an army against the Tianqi Empire would come to naught? With two individuals possessing imperial destinies guarding the Tianqi Empire's borders, success for the Xuanwu Empire would be exceedingly difficult. Hearing the elder's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Tianlong's eyes. For her master had also told her that she possessed an imperial destiny. However, due to Lin Tianhuai's arrival, his imperial destiny shell was being countered. He absolutely could not remain in the Tianqi Empire to participate in court affairs. Otherwise, the two individuals with imperial destinies would inevitably clash, leading to mutual destruction and possibly even the demise of both. That was why he had withdrawn from the struggle for the throne. "Old master," Lin Tianlang avoided answering directly, instead shifting the focus of his words, "your visit to me must be concerning this matter, correct?" The Grand Elder realized he had spoken too much today and laughed bitterly. "I have been too talkative. I beg your forgiveness, sect master." The Great Elder felt a chill of dread. Everything he had observed today must be relayed back to the Empire without delay, so the Emperor of the Xuanwu Empire would be informed. Otherwise, all his efforts would become someone else's gain. He felt this matter growing ever more perilous. An empire harboring two imperial destinies, such a phenomenon had never occurred throughout the ages. Once manifested, it would usher in endless warfare, indirectly leading to the nation's decline and leaving hundreds of millions of subjects displaced. For two individuals bearing the imperial destiny could never coexist peacefully like two tigers unable to share the same mountain. In the near future, they would inevitably clash, either through open conflict or covert intrigue. It seemed the Tianqi Empire was destined for chaos, its fate to shift, and its decline inevitable. A flicker of secret delight flickered in the Great Elder's heart. Perhaps these two individuals with imperial destinies would fight each other, allowing their Xuanwu Empire to reap the benefits of their conflict. Suppressing his secret delight, the Grand Elder turned to Lin Tianlang and said, "I've heard that the Tianlang sect flourishes tremendously within the Tianqi Empire. I've come specifically to pay my respects." How could Lin Tianlang fail to sense the Great Elder's immense power? A powerhouse of such magnitude claiming to visit merely to observe the sect, who would believe that? How could he fail to grasp the meaning behind the old man's words? "Old gentleman," Lin Tianlang replied coldly without hesitation, "regardless of which faction you represent, it would be wise to abandon such schemes. The Wolf Clan will not stand idly by. This man might be employing a strategy of courtesy before force. Their ultimate target could be the Wolf Clan sect, or even the entire Tianqi Empire." However, he couldn't yet discern their true intentions, so he refrained from speaking too harshly. Seeing that Lin Tianlang had no intention of playing games with him, the Grand Elder saw no need to continue the charade. He cut straight to the point. "Sect master, are you admitting that you were the ones who seized that shipment?" The Great Elder's expression darkened, yet not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Though he sensed several formidable auras within the Tianlang sect locking onto him, he remained utterly unafraid. "What things?" Lin Tianlang feigned utter bewilderment. The Heavenly Wolf sect had no inclination toward plundering and pillaging. Observing his feigned ignorance, the Grand Elder felt a surge of irritation. "Master of the Heavenly Wolf sect, do you intend to keep playing dumb with this old man? Within 10,000 li, aside from the Tianqi Empire, only your Heavenly Wolf sect possesses the strength to have plundered that shipment. I have already spoken plainly. Why persist in this charade?" The Grand Elder braced his cane, straightening his gaunt frame as his piercing gaze locked onto Lin Tianlang. He seemed to be searching for the slightest hint of deception in his eyes. Yet, seeing the bewildered and confused look in Lin Tianlong's gaze, he began to doubt his own suspicions. Could it be that this batch truly wasn't stolen by them? Impossible. Besides them, what other faction could have touched those individuals? Lin Tianlang met the elder's questioning gaze with growing irritation. His wolf clan operated with unwavering integrity, adhering to rules as strict as the imperial palace protocols of the Tianqi Empire. Their creed was to take not a single thread from the people, striving for development. Their disciples would never stoop to such underhanded deeds. Moreover, the sect was never short of resources. The monthly provisions distributed to disciples were several times greater than those of other sects, fully sufficient to support their cultivation. Why would anyone risk so much to engage in robbery? Under such ironclad rules, he absolutely refused to believe anyone would commit such an act. Besides, given how powerful this old man was, whoever robbed them must have been one of the sect's senior elders, right? But aside from Elder Wu, who was currently outside the sect, all the other elders were in seclusion. So this old man was here to slander someone? The thought instantly ignited Lin Tianlong's fury. While the old man's aura was formidable, making such baseless accusations? Did he really think the Heavenly Wolf sect was a pushover? Old gentleman, I respect you as a senior and have spoken reasonably. But your words deeply offend me. Our Heavenly Wolf sect acts with integrity and openness. If you continue to slander us, don't blame us for being impolite. As Lin Tianlong's cold words fell, four powerful figures materialized around him, the four great elders of the Wolf clan. Judging by the aura radiating from them, each had already reached the revered mystic realm. They stood tightly around the old man, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Their overwhelming pressure completely locked onto the Grand Elder. The slightest movement on his part would guarantee he wouldn't escape the onslaught of the world. The Grand Elder glanced at the four, his aged brow furrowing slightly. He then turned to Lin Tianlang and asked without fear, Master of the Wolf clan, can you guarantee that batch of goods wasn't stolen by your people? However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than an impatient elder snapped at Lin Tianlang. Why are you wasting words with him, sect master? This old fool is just stirring trouble. Does he really think our Tianlang sect is easy to bully? As he spoke, the elder's aura surged violently. Mystical energy coalesced into fiery tendrils, blazing across his body. A pale blue flame materialized in his hand, coalescing into bolts of thunderous fire. The flames crackled at its core, while lightning flashed around its edges. Seeing the elder about to strike, Lin Tianlang hurriedly intervened, shouting, Third Elder, stand down. Sect Master. Third Elder turned anxiously to Lin Tianlang, about to speak. However, an elderly man beside him immediately spoke up, Third Elder, step back for now. It was the Grand Elder of the Tianlang sect, appearing roughly the same age as the Great Venerable. Yet his hair was jet black. And he didn't carry the same aged appearance as the Great Venerable. Nevertheless, he radiated an aura of profound stability and immense power. Third Elder had no choice but to withdraw the flames in his hand. Old gentleman, though we know not what you claim to have lost, we maintain we took nothing. Should you harbor grievances against the Wolf clan, we stand ready to address them. No need to see us off. Lin Tianlang glanced at the First Elder before addressing the Great Elder. The Great Elder observed his expression, which remained utterly unchanged, his demeanor remarkably composed. His mind had undoubtedly reached its own conclusion. Perhaps it really was a misunderstanding. Ah! Perhaps this old man has indeed misunderstood. I shan't trouble you further. The Grand Elder sighed helplessly, preparing to turn and leave. Yet, the Grand Elder, who had stood there with unwavering composure, suddenly spoke coldly, Sir, you come here and dismiss it as a misunderstanding? That seems rather unreasonable, doesn't it? The other three elders, seeing this, immediately gathered around. Chapter 72, The Overbearing Heavenly Wolf Sect. The Great Elder's gaze darkened instantly as he faced the four elders, their expressions thick with hostility. My friends, I merely came to verify certain matters. Your actions. Before he could finish, the senior elder beside him interjected coldly, Humph. Verify matters? Why does it feel more like you've come to lay charges? In all his years as Grand Elder of the Celestial Wolf sect, he had never encountered such an arrogant individual. If every visitor to the sect behaved like this, how could the sect possibly maintain its standing? Did he really think they were made of clay? Humph. The other elders also shot the Great Elder a look of contempt, anger flickering across each of their faces. If they let this man leave today, word would spread, and it would become a disgrace for the Wolf clan. They had lived these many years, having spent decades navigating the treacherous waters of the Tianqi Empire. Within the borders of the Tianqi Empire, no major power dared to treat the Wolf clan this way. The Heavenly Wolf sect didn't even fear the imperial family of the Tianqi Empire. At times, the imperial family had to act according to the Heavenly Wolf sect's wishes. He couldn't fathom who had emboldened this old fool to single-handedly storm the Heavenly Wolf sect to demand justice. And concocting all these baseless accusations, only to dismiss it as a misunderstanding and try to sweep it under the rug? How could it be that easy? Within the Wolf clan, such brazen slander and then expecting to walk out unscathed? Not so easily. The Grand Elder, seeing their displeased expressions, couldn't help but turn to Lin Tianlang beside him. Sect Master, do you share this view? He hadn't expected the Wolf clan to be so overbearing. He'd thought his strength might intimidate them, and if they had indeed taken certain things, perhaps he could demand their return through negotiation. Lin Tianlang blinked, as if deep in thought, then gestured to the elders. Elders, please withdraw your auras for now. Upon hearing his command, the elders exchanged glances and withdrew their auras. Yet their eyes remained as cold and piercing as ever. The Grand Elder, seeing this, finally exhaled in relief. Just as he turned to thank Lin Tianlang, the young man spoke again, "But this old gentleman, you must give our wolf clan an explanation for today's events." Lin Tianlang knew full well that this old gentleman was a formidable powerhouse, one whose strength might even surpass that of the Grand Elder by a significant margin. But today's incident had indeed dealt a severe blow to the wolf clan's prestige. Without a reasonable explanation, the clan risked becoming a laughingstock among the major powers of the Heaven-defying Empire. Upon hearing his words, the Grand Elder carefully weighed the situation in his mind. He had indeed acted rashly today, overlooking the consequences this incident might bring. It was less negligence than sheer impatience. He knew these major sects valued face above all else, and that he ought to give them a way out, a face to save. I admit I was in the wrong today. However, I've heard that the Heavenly Wolf sect is among the most prominent sects in the Tianqi Empire. Might I have the opportunity to witness your prowess? The Grand Elder nodded. As a figure of some standing, he would never bow his head. Thus, he calculated in his mind. Hearing his words, the four elders standing nearby felt their anger flare up instantly. The hot-tempered third elder instantly refused to back down. Thunder flames slowly reappeared in his hand as he sneered, "Esteemed Taoist, allow this old man to demonstrate." Ignoring all attempts at restraint, the third elder charged forward, forging a thunderous longsword in his grasp. It shot toward the great elder like a lightning bolt, its speed so blindingly fast that the naked eye could scarcely track it. The air around him was saturated with countless bolts of thunderous flame, the crackling of lightning slicing through the atmosphere like a piercing roar. Whoosh! The three elders and Lin Tianlang, seeing this, hurriedly stepped back, clearing space for the two combatants. Feeling the powerful and violent aura of the third elder surge toward him, the great elder's lips curled into a faint smile. He gently tapped his golden scepter against the ground 3 times. Instantly, countless eerie runes appeared beneath his feet. Golden light coalesced into rings of light, enveloping his body and forming a barrier in an instant. The third elder's attack struck true, a thunderous blade piercing toward the golden circle. The overwhelming force of thunder instantly enveloped the Grand Elder. Clang! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire hall. It resonated like a colossal golden bell struck with brutal force, emitting a deep, reverberating hum. Lin Tianlang and the others, having retreated, swiftly formed dazzling protective barriers with their mystical energy to shield themselves from the collateral damage of the two combatants' clash. Not only that, the four joined forces to envelop the entire interior of the hall in a protective barrier. The battle between these two peak-tier powerhouses was potent enough to obliterate an entire region. They feared the hall itself might be destroyed by their attacks. They dared not let their guard down for even a moment. At the very center of the hall, the collision unleashed thunderous explosions. Golden light surged wildly, and dazzling beams of light and lightning flashed outward in all directions. The shockwaves slammed into the four standing at the outer perimeter. Yet he, standing within the golden circle, remained unscathed, his demeanor as composed as ever. Impressive, impressive. 7th tier Zhuanshuan realm, and one who has grasped the true essence of thunder and flame. The Grand Elder cast an approving glance toward the third elder. Yet the third elder dismissed his praise with utter disdain, snapping coldly, "Esteemed Taoist, my warm-up is complete. Beware what follows. True intent of thunder and fire, heavenly fire and thunder." The third elder instantly enveloped himself in his domain, transforming into a thunderous pool. Terrifying lightning crackled around him, while twin flames danced between his palms. Merge! The two flames rapidly merged within his palms as countless bolts of thunder crackled and gathered toward his hands. Soon, a terrifying thunderball coalesced completely. The sphere's exterior was enveloped in a terrifying flame, as if it could incinerate everything in its path. Having completed the power gathering, the third elder hesitated no longer and unleashed this attack immediately. Explode! The thunder-infused fireball shot forth in an instant, leaving an endless trail of misty spiritual energy in its wake. The great elder watched this formidable attack with utmost caution. His aged pupils abruptly contracted, a flash of golden light darting through his eyes. Well timed. Slowly raising the golden scepter in his hand, he closed his eyes slightly. Golden light surged from his body, and the intricate runes covering the scepter activated simultaneously. Rings of golden light flashed as all his mystical power converged upon the golden scepter, forming a terrifying golden orb above it. Go! The terrifying golden orb, radiating divine brilliance, hurtled toward the fiery sphere. Chapter 73, Imperial Aura emerges, the overwhelming Lin Tianlang. In an instant, the two formidable attacks collided at the center of the Grand Hall. Boom! A piercing roar echoed, the blinding light stinging everyone's eyes. Instantly, the mystical energy unleashed by the dual assaults engulfed everything around them, blasting a 100-meter deep crater directly into the palace floor. Yet the great elder's attack proved superior. His golden energy sphere swallowed the fiery orb whole, hurtling directly toward the third elder. Seeing this, "No!" The Grand Elder outside the arena cried out in alarm. His figure vanished from his original spot, dashing directly toward the third elder. As the golden orb closed in, the third elder was utterly spent. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and shock filled his eyes. Third elder, dodge! Watching the third elder freeze in shock, unable to react, the first elder burned with anxiety. The usually taciturn second elder also looked at the third elder with concern. However, the attack was simply too overwhelming. The first elder couldn't intercept it in time. Just as the rooster was about to pierce through the third elder's body, an incredibly domineering force instantly seized control of the attack. Lin Tianlang had intervened. With a single palm thrust forward, the imperial aura within him coalesced into a formidable attack, halting the great elder's strike. Destroy! Lin Tianlang, standing outside the arena, blocked the attack. Clenching his fist, he let out a cold snort. The great elder's attack dissolved instantly under his grasp. Moments later, the arena fell into complete silence. Only the heavy breathing of the third elder remained, along with the blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The second elder glared at the grand elder with a dark expression. Though usually taciturn, the murderous intent within him had reached its peak. A dark aura surged from his body, his eyes hollow and pupils as black as ink, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. The fourth elder, too, was consumed by murderous intent, but he remained focused on guarding the main hall, leaving him no room to spare. Seeing this, the first elder hastily escorted the third elder out of the arena, then turned to glare at the grand elder, his own heart equally filled with murderous intent. Lin Tianlang withdrew his attack and leapt before the grand elder, locking eyes with him. His gaze was complex. From their earlier clash, he deduced this elder possessed peak Xuanchuan realm strength and had grasped the legendary sacred true meaning, a truly terrifying powerhouse. Even with this realization, Lin Tianlang remained unfazed, speaking calmly, "Old gentleman, how about I exchange a few moves with you?" Imperial aura surged from his body, mingled with a formidable presence. The great elder remained serene, as if everything that had just transpired had been within his expectations all along. With a smile on his face, he replied, "Very well." Yet beneath this calm, amiable exterior lay a ruthless heart. Had Lin Tianlang not blocked that earlier strike, the third elder might have perished. Such ruthlessness ignited a blazing fury within Lin Tianlang. Facing Lin Tianlang's aura, bolstered by the emperor's qi, the great elder felt a hint of pressure. He could clearly sense that Lin Tianlang's cultivation was inferior to his own, having only recently ascended to the 9th level of the Xuanchuan realm at most. Yet, bolstered by the imperial aura, the opponent's presence faintly suggested the potential to stand against him. Beware! After locking gazes for a moment, Lin Tianlang's eyes grew icy cold. The imperial aura within his body surged to its peak, driven by the old man's imposing presence. Seeing this, he hesitated no longer. A domineering aura instantly enveloped the area, and within his formidable domain, a golden phantom abruptly materialized. The moment the great elder saw the golden phantom, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. An imperial phantom? He never imagined his domain could project an imperial phantom. The great elder sighed inwardly. The fact that an imperial aura could be projected here was proof enough of the immense power possessed by this individual. Within the domain of their own Xuanwu Empire's emperor, only a human emperor's shadow had manifested a projection vastly inferior to this imperial emperor's shadow. Seeing the opponent delay revealing their domain and showing no restraint, Lin Tianlang, Emperor's seal. With his cold shout, the projection of the emperor's shadow instantly struck out with a palm toward the great elder, its terrifying aura and pressure slowly bearing down on him. Only then did the great elder snap out of the shadow's intimidation and immediately retreat. Boom! The colossal phantom palm struck the ground, instantly imprinting a massive palm print upon the temple floor. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the floor solidified once more. The grand elder retreated to the side, the shock in his eyes slowly fading. Angelic Sanctuary, six-winged angel. The grand elder held nothing back. Even if he couldn't leave the heavenly wolf sect today, he would severely cripple Lin Tianlang. He knew all too well the terrifying potential of one who possessed the aura of an emperor. If allowed to grow unchecked, this youth could threaten the very foundations of the Xuanwu Empire. This youth must not be spared. Thus, he no longer concealed the killing intent within his heart. Beneath the sacred aura, boundless murderous intent enveloped him. The once holy six-winged angel instantly transformed into a demonic emissary, his previously bright and clear eyes gradually turning a blood-red hue. The elders watching from the sidelines sensed the thick aura of murderous intent and were instantly filled with dread. That old fool actually dared to harbor murderous intent, the fourth elder thought anxiously. However, the Grand Elder's formidable angelic domain held them at bay. They couldn't even take a single step forward. The gap in power was simply too vast. For now, they could only hope Lin Tianlang could hold his own. If the sect master truly proved no match, they would have no choice but to summon the retired old sect master from his seclusion. The thought crossed their minds. Has the old gentleman finally run out of pretense? Lin Tianlang sneered coldly. He felt no fear whatsoever toward the Grand Elder's fierce killing intent. The Great Elder's gaze locked onto him, a trace of ferocity flickering across his aged face. If you survive today, he growled, your future achievements will certainly not be confined to this Tianqi Empire. Even if I perish here, I shall crush your imperial arrogance. Dark Angel Slay. The Grand Elder's form abruptly vanished within his domain, merging directly with the Dark Angel. Instantly, the entire Dark Angel seemed to come alive. Dark wings slowly unfurled behind it, while the cold gleam of the Dark Holy Sword flared in its grasp. It charged toward Lin Tianlang at blinding speed. Has that old man grown this powerful? He can actually fuse with the soul of a domain, the Grand Elder exclaimed in shock. The ability to fuse souls with a domain signified that his power had reached the Great Saint realm. No, his cultivation hasn't broken through yet. He can only sustain the fusion for 100 breaths at most, and afterward, he'll enter a period of extreme weakness. That old fool is trying to fight to the death. The second elder frowned slightly, his voice aged and cold. Fourth elder, go summon the patriarch. Though the old man couldn't achieve complete fusion yet, he was already invincible within the Zhuanshuan realm. Can the sect master truly handle this? They couldn't help but feel anxious for Lin Tianlang. Chapter 74, The Great Elder's Defeat. Lin Tianlang gazed at the Great Elder, now fully merged with the Dark Angel, his eyes holding not a trace of fear. The imperial aura within him surged, ignited by the challenge. You're just in time. This sect hasn't had a chance to stretch its legs in ages. Lin Tianlong's lips curled into a cold smile. Imperial domain, suppression. He too unleashed his domain. A majestic realm instantly enveloped both figures, a golden dragon soaring above it, its fury directed at the Dark Angel. Roar! It then stood tall opposite the Dark Angel, as if scornfully looking down upon all living beings, showing not a trace of fear. Imperial energy manifests as a dragon? Very well, very well. Then let this old man fully appreciate your imperial domain. The Dark Angel spoke slowly, an aura of evil slowly surging toward the imperial dragon. Gripping the dark sacred sword, the Dark Angel swung directly at the colossal dragon. Oomph! Lin Tianlang snorted coldly, commanding his own domain as the dragon charged toward the Dark Angel. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Angel and the golden imperial dragon had already exchanged dozens of blows in the sky. Dark Angel Nether Eye. After several exchanges, the two pulled apart. The Dark Angel's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, golden light flickering within them before gradually turning blood red. Mystical energy swirled within his eyes, gathering into a formidable attack. A black beam flashed within his eyes, then erupted into a devastating attack, hurtling straight toward Lin Tianlang. The overwhelming force forced Lin Tianlang to evade, yet the Dark Angel's eye attack was relentless, sweeping furiously in pursuit of his every movement. The protective formation upheld by the fourth elder was torn open by a massive breach. Unable to withstand such overwhelming force, he was instantly overwhelmed by the backlash, spitting blood. Seeing this, the second elder immediately rushed to his side, reactivating the formation to shield him before supporting the fourth elder. Fourth elder, are you alright? The fourth elder shook off the second elder's arm, wiped the blood from his lips, and once again channeled his mystical energy. Together with the second elder, they braced against the relentless onslaught. Seeing this, the second elder's brow furrowed slightly as he said with concern, Fourth elder, don't push yourself. I can handle it. Second brother, this old bastard's attacks are still incredibly powerful. None of us four can match him alone. Let's both hold up this grand formation together, so the sect master has no worries about us. Hearing the fourth elder's words, the second elder said nothing more. He turned his full attention to unleashing his formidable mystical power, and together they finally repelled the Dark Angel attack from the Great Elder. Meanwhile, Lin Tianlang, who had been relentlessly pursued, realized there was no chance of victory if this continued. He ceased evading and stood directly facing the formidable assault. Emperor's Domain, Guard. The golden dragon once again transformed into a formidable shield, standing before Lin Tianlang. The Dark Angel's nether eye slammed directly into the golden shield. The aura of darkness instantly began to corrode the entire shield, as if intent on devouring all the light within it. Lin Tianlang gritted his teeth. He knew that if he couldn't withstand this attack, there would be no chance afterward. Yet the Dark Angel's voice, aged and hollow, echoed once more, surrender your resistance. Having fused with the Dark Angel, even 100 breaths of time are beyond your power to withstand. In his current state, even a mighty saint-level Grand Saint who descended could be challenged. Hearing these words, Lin Tianlang offered no reply. Instead, his gaze turned cold as he fixed the Dark Angel with a look of unwavering resolve. One who possesses the aura of an emperor cannot simply surrender at a word. Without even this measure of courage and resolve, one is unworthy of wielding the imperial presence. Seeing him remain unmoved, the Dark Angel's blood-red eyes darkened instantly. He spoke coldly once more, stubborn and obstinate. I originally only intended to strip you of your imperial aura, but it seems now I have no choice but to kill you. Dark Angel Nether Slash. The words barely left his lips as the Dark Angel slowly raised the Dark Blade in his hand, striking toward Lin Tianlang. The darkness surged to its peak, engulfing Lin Tianlong's imperial domain as if swallowing it whole, leaving not a single glimmer of light to escape. The underworld descended steadily, its corrosive aura instantly engulfing Lin Tianlang. The Great Elder, now fused with the Dark Angel, let out a cold sneer. This strike channeled his entire power. He couldn't believe Lin Tianlang could withstand it. In both cultivation realm and prowess, Lin Tianlang lagged far behind him. What could he possibly use to fight back? Yet the dark aura surrounding him slowly dissipated with this final strike, reverting to light once more. The Angel of Day was stripped from the angel within the domain. The Grand Elder clutched his chest, his gaze fixed intently ahead. If this strike could slay Lin Tianlang, then even in death, his sacrifice would be worthwhile. What a pity! That domineering imperial aura, if it could be stripped away and grafted onto his own emperor, it would undoubtedly allow him to tower above all rivals and dominate the 5 great empires. But now, that was clearly impossible. He could only shake his head helplessly, abandoning the notion. But at that very moment, the area ahead, completely shrouded in darkness, suddenly erupted with a blinding light. Amidst the darkness, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire hall. The 4 elders, who had been worrying about Lin Tianlang, instantly lit up with hope. Their eyes fixed expectantly on that area. Ha! Suddenly, a cold shout pierced the darkness. In the next instant, countless shadows were swallowed by an endless radiance. A golden dragon slowly burst forth from the shadowy realm, soaring majestically overhead as it unleashed a series of furious roars toward the Great Elder. Impossible, impossible. The Grand Elder stared at the golden colossus in the sky, utterly incredulous, stumbling backward. Then, Lin Tianlang emerged slowly from the darkness. His entire body radiated a powerful aura, completely impervious to the encroaching shadows. As he approached the Great Elder, the latter recoiled in terror, collapsing backward and spewing a pool of blood from his mouth. "You? How could you possibly withstand my full power strike?" he gasped, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Tianlang. As if he had seen a ghost. "Ha!" Watching the Great Elder scramble backward, Lin Tianlang seized his throat and hoisted him upward, declaring with domineering authority, "It seems your Xuanwu Empire still lacks understanding of imperial aura. No wonder your cowardly emperor could never possess such formidable imperial presence." From the dark aura earlier, he knew this elder hailed from the Xuanwu Empire and held a position of considerable status. Therefore, he saw no need to hold back. Whoa! Chapter 75, Release him? Can I not? The Grand Elder gasped for air as his throat was gripped, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Lin Tianlang. He never imagined the imperial aura could be this powerful. Even his full-strength attack fused with the Dark Angel was effortlessly nullified. Is this what imperial aura feels like? Ha! Regardless of the imperial aura of the one in the Tianqi Empire's palace, the strength and imperial aura of the Tianlang sect's leader alone were enough to overwhelm the Xuanwu Empire. Could it be that the Xuanwu Empire truly had no chance? A trace of desolation flickered in the Great Elder's eyes before he burst into a resigned laugh. Ha ha! Since you've recognized this old man, then kill or torture me as you please. He had come to terms with it. This was all he could do for the Xuanwu Empire. Want to die? It won't be that easy. Lin Tianlang, observing the old man's death-defying resolve, tossed him before the Grand Elder and declared, "Lock him up first. When the master emerges from seclusion, have him perform a soul search on this old codger." Yes. The Grand Elder helped the third elder to the side and settled him down. Then, with a look of hatred, he picked up the Great Elder from the ground and headed toward the celestial prison. The other 3 elders tidied up the main hall while Lin Tianlang made his way toward the cave where his master was in seclusion. 1,000 thoughts swirled through his mind at that moment. He never imagined that the Heaven's Awakening Empire had infiltrated so many powerful figures from other empires. Even the weakest of the 5 great empires, the Xuanwu Empire, had managed to infiltrate so deeply. Lin Tian, you fool! Are you truly this incompetent? Once Luo Xiu left, you were utterly defenseless? Soon, he arrived before a simple cave entrance. A large formation stood erected before it. Lin Tianlang gazed at the cave mouth, bowed deeply, and said, "Master, your disciple seeks an audience." Moments passed, yet no sound came from within the cave. However, the grand formation guarding the entrance had been withdrawn. With his master's permission, Lin Tianlang stepped inside with heavy footsteps. Inside, he saw an elderly man dressed in simple robes, seated cross-legged like an immortal, his eyes tightly closed. Approaching cautiously, Lin Tianlang knelt directly before him. "Your disciple greets you, master." Hearing Lin Tianlang's words, the seated elder finally opened his eyes. In that instant, a golden light flashed within his gaze, piercing through everything as if it could see through all things. He then rose with a gentle expression, slowly approaching Lin Tianlang and helping him to his feet. "Master, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but there is an urgent matter requiring your assistance." Lin Tianlang stated his purpose immediately upon standing. Just as he was about to continue, the old man gestured for him to stop speaking. Lin Tianlang immediately fell silent. The old man smiled at Lin Tianlang, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled leisurely toward the cave exit. Lin Tianlang followed behind, utterly bewildered. He knew his master possessed immense power, but he hadn't even mentioned what the matter was yet? Did he really know? Watching his master's retreating figure, he didn't dwell on it, simply following his master straight into the main hall. Master. After seeing his master sit down, Lin Tianlang prepared to approach and speak. But the old man spoke first. Tianlang, how long have you been my disciple? What? This question caught Lin Tianlang completely off guard, but he answered honestly nonetheless. Master, it's been 15 years. Indeed, it had been 15 years since he first became his master's disciple. Such a long time had passed. A faint smile touched the old man's face as he nodded, seeming pleased. I know what's on your mind. All these years, I've been disciplining you. Have you ever harbored any resentment? Yet the old man's words left Lin Tianlang bewildered once more. What exactly was his master trying to say? Why was he acting so strangely today? And he seemed gentler than usual too. Normally, he either beat or scolded him. Lin Tianlang was truly baffled. Master, I shall never forget your kindness in recognizing my potential and raising me. Ha! The old man chuckled softly, saying nothing more. Some matters must be faced. In the next instant, his figure vanished from his seat and instantly materialized before the celestial prison holding the great elder. Still wearing that smile, he turned his gaze toward the disheveled grand elder. With a wave of his hand, the prison gates swung wide open. The great elder, his hair disheveled and tangled, slowly lifted his head as the old man gently stroked his hair. His expression remained calm as he looked up. Turing, we meet again. The old man's words carried the casual ease of two old friends reuniting. The great elder, recognizing the familiar tone, slowly lifted his head to look at the old man. Yet, upon seeing the familiar face, his eyes widened in shock. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed in shock. Lin Yuan. The old man he called Lin Yuan smiled faintly, then waved his hand, removing the shackles binding his wrists and ankles. Never imagined we'd meet this way. Junior brother. Turing, seeing the shackles on his hands and feet gone, looked at Lin Yuan with confusion. What trick are you playing now? He certainly didn't believe Lin Yuan would be so kind as to let him go. But now he could no longer sense Lin Yuan's aura, indicating that his power far surpassed his own. It seemed that over the years, he had finally reached that realm. Lin Yuan sighed helplessly, his heart aching at the sight of his once comrade now in such a pitiful state. They belonged to different empires, their stances were ultimately incompatible. Turing, you should go. Take the people from your Xuanwu Empire with you. Lin Yuan sighed, seeing the puzzled look on his face. Yet upon hearing his words, Turing felt no relief. Instead, he stared back with utter bewilderment. What trick was this old fox playing now? He was already in his clutches. Why would he be so kind as to send him back? Why? There is no reason. Lin Yuan answered before slowly walking away. Turing was left standing in the celestial prison, utterly bewildered. Senior brother. When Lin Yuan returned, Lin Tianlang was still waiting in the main hall. Looking at him, Lin Yuan sighed helplessly, let them go. Lin Tianlang was equally perplexed. Why, master? After all, this was the grand elder of the Xuanwu Empire. After finally capturing him, how could you just let him go? However, Lin Yuan saw no need to elaborate further. Even in war, envoys are not slain. His status in the Xuanwu Empire is immense. Keeping him in the Tianqi Empire would only escalate tensions. Killing him would create even greater complications. Hearing his master's words, Lin Tianlong's brow furrowed slightly. He knew his master had always disapproved of his involvement in imperial struggles, and all these years, he had followed his master's guidance. But this time, Lin Tianlang clenched his jaw and knelt before Lin Yuan. Master, is it truly impossible to spare him? Lin Yuan lifted his eyes slightly to look at him. Enough, enough. The child has grown up and now makes his own judgments. Seeing the resolute expression on Lin Tianlong's face, he said no more, turning to continue walking toward his cave. Chapter 76, I raised you from a pile of piss into an old man, and now you're trying to kill yourself? Lin Tianlang watched his master's lonely retreating figure and couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Sigh. He resolved to investigate the heavenly prison first, turning to head toward it. Inside the heavenly prison, Turing remained immersed in Lin Yuan's earlier words. In just this short while, he seemed to have aged decades. His brows were tightly furrowed, disheveled hair obscuring his eyes. His entire being resembled a street beggar, stripped of his former radiance. He never imagined that the Heavenly Wolf sect had been founded by his senior brother, whom he hadn't seen in years. As memories of the past flooded back, his aged face was etched with profound sorrow. Just then, footsteps echoed through the dungeon once more. Turing suppressed his sorrow, adopting a different expression as he looked outward. The shadow outside the door lengthened as Lin Tianlang slowly entered. Tu Ling's brow furrowed slightly. During their earlier battle, he hadn't noticed the similarity between Lin Tianlong's cultivation techniques and his own. Now it seemed likely that this man was his senior brother's disciple. Soon, Lin Tianlang approached, standing silently outside the iron bars and gazing at him. His mood didn't seem particularly cheerful either. But the memory of his master's lonely silhouette made him feel a pang of pity. Ha ha ha. Before he could make a decision, Turing inside the prison suddenly burst into loud laughter. He carefully sensed the mystical energy within Lin Tianlong's body. It was indeed the same as that passed down by his senior brother. His heart felt both comforted and resigned. He never imagined that as a senior disciple, he couldn't even defeat his own junior disciple. It seemed that over the years, preoccupied with the affairs of the empire, his cultivation had strayed from its original purpose. Lin Tianlang watched his desolate smile, his eyes first filled with complex scrutiny, then flickering with a trace of confusion. He couldn't fathom what was so amusing. What are you laughing at? Lin Tianlang narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on him as he asked. Turing scrutinized him carefully before speaking slowly. I never imagined it. I never imagined it. That I, too, would one day fall at the hands of my own junior disciple. Disciple's nephew? Lin Tianlang stared at the look of relief on his face and the mention of this term, his own expression shifting to utter shock. Seeing the confusion in Lin Tianlong's eyes, Turing first nodded with satisfaction, then shook his head wistfully, his expression a mix of joy and sorrow. The two stared at each other, sinking into silence. Time passed, its duration unknown. Ha ha ha. Boy, grant this old man a swift end. Turing, facing death with resignation, suddenly burst into loud laughter. He didn't bother explaining to Lin Tianlang, nor was there any need to. Perhaps upon hearing Lin Tianlong's surname, he should have guessed the connection. Lin Tianlang pretended not to hear his words, instead frowning and demanding, Who exactly are you? Why are you calling me your junior disciple? You brat, don't ask. Some things are better left unknown. Knowing the answers might cloud your judgment. Turing chuckled, shook his head, and said. Since his senior brother hadn't revealed their relationship to Lin Tianlang, he saw no need to do so either. He swore allegiance to the Xuanwu Empire, while Lin Tianlang belonged solely to the Tianqi Imperial family. That was likely why his senior brother hadn't revealed it. Seeing his reluctance, Lin Tianlang fixed him with an intense stare before taking a deep breath and unlocking the celestial prison. Whoever you are, go. I hope you can lead all the Xuanwu Empire agents infiltrating the Tianqi Empire out of this land. Though I no longer hold court, I remain a son of the Tianqi Empire. I cannot bear to see its people displaced and suffering the ravages of war. Though Lin Tianlang didn't know the exact nature of this man's relationship with his master, the look in his master's eyes and his words just now allowed him to conclude they were likely genuine master-disciple brothers. Even though this elderly man who might be his master's uncle was from the Xuanwu Empire and now fell into his hands, he didn't wish to exterminate him completely. If the old man could lead him to the spies lurking within the Tianqi Empire, sparing his life might be a viable option. Yet upon hearing Lin Tianlong's words, Tu Ling showed no gratitude. Instead, his face twisted with fury as he snapped, You brat! Don't betray your master's good intentions. As one possessing imperial aura, you must be decisive in killing, no hesitation. Faced with this predicament, he had no face to return alive to the Xuanwu Empire. Death was his only true release. Lin Tianlang might spare him out of respect for his senior disciple, but expecting him to let someone who had infiltrated the Xuanwu Empire for years leave? That was utterly impossible. Moreover, the Xuanwu Empire would never consent. No matter how high his standing, for a mighty empire, imperial interests always came first. You are my senior. I also do not wish to disappoint my master. Seeing his stance, Lin Tianlang tossed out one final remark before departing. Turing watched his retreating figure and sighed helplessly. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. He raised his palm, poised to strike the crown of his own head. But at that very moment, a powerful aura surged toward him, seizing his wrist in an instant. Turing, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, sensed this overwhelming aura and the sensation on his arm. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Master! Recognizing the figure, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the arrival with intense emotion. Smack! An unkempt old man, seeing his state, wore a look of exasperated frustration. Without a word, he delivered a sharp slap across his face. As if to snap him out of it. 5 finger marks instantly appeared on Turing's aged, pallid face from the blow. Yet when Turing turned back, instead of anger, his face was filled with excitement as he looked at the disheveled old man. Senior brother. Ignoring the stinging pain spreading across his face, he grabbed the old man's arm like a child. The unkempt old man shook his arm free, unwilling to engage. If Luo Xiu had been present, he would have recognized this old man immediately. For this was the same old body cultivator who had brought him to the desert wasteland before. You're such a loser. Trying to kill yourself over something this trivial? The unkempt old man wiped the grease from his hands, glaring at Turing with obvious impatience. Seeing him like this, Luo Xiu couldn't help but think the old man seemed to be regressing with age. Yet, hearing his accusatory words, Turing's face twisted with hurt, his aged eyes brimming with tears. Then, his voice breaking, he managed to say, Senior brother, don't call me senior brother. I don't have a disciple as foolish as you. The unkempt old man glared at him fiercely, his scolding merciless. I raised you from a wet, helpless baby into an old man, and now you want to die before you've even fulfilled your filial duty? Turing shut his mouth once more, overcome with hurt. Seeing this. Poof. Where's Lin Yuan? Where's that good-for-nothing brat? The unkempt old man scanned the area, his face equally twisted with resentment as he cursed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Yuan's aged voice echoed from the doorway. Senior brother. Lin Yuan's ethereal figure appeared before the two. The disheveled old man shot him a displeased look. Beside him, Turing hung his head in shame. Lin Yuan looked at the two of them and said with a bitter smile, Senior brother, I sensed your presence earlier. Did it have to be at this moment before you could come out to meet me? The unkempt old man erupted in fury at these words. Smack! Then, he delivered a sharp slap to Lin Yuan's pale forehead, snapping, If I hadn't shown up, would you have actually let him kill himself right here? Senior brother. Lin Yuan was momentarily speechless, equally at a loss for words. Before this unkempt old man, the two of them looked like children who had done something wrong, unable to meet his gaze. Junior brother. Lin Yuan glanced at Turing, who kept his head bowed, his eyes filled with helplessness. Chapter 77, Stop trying to make me look good, I'm not here to see you. Not long after. The three figures had arrived at a secluded bamboo grove within the heavenly wolf sect. Deep within the grove, before a wooden hut. The three sat around a stone table. The table was laden with exotic fruits and delicacies, along with 5 or 6 roasted chickens, a request, of course, from the unkempt old man. At this moment, he paid no heed to his two junior disciples watching him wolf down his food. He shoveled one succulent chicken leg after another into his mouth, his lips glistening with grease. He didn't even bother to wipe them, simply using the stained corner of his own robe. Turing and Lin Yuan sat on either side of him, watching him eat, faint smiles playing at the corners of their mouths. As if no unpleasantness had ever occurred. After a long while, he had devoured every last piece of roast chicken on the table. Seeming slightly choked, he grabbed the large jug of fine wine on the table and began gulping it down. Burp! Only when his throat felt clear did he let out a satisfied belch. He then drifted toward the two little old men on either side, catching their eyes fixed intently on him. He felt a bit embarrassed, but as the senior disciple, how could he lack authority? He immediately snapped at them, What are you staring at? If you don't want to eat, then don't. Lin Yuan. Turing. Hearing their senior brother's scolding, not only did they feel no discomfort, but the smiles on their faces grew even brighter. If the senior disciple didn't scold them, that would be the real shock. Seeing this scene, it felt like they had returned to the past. The senior brother remained exactly as they remembered him, not a bit changed. Senior brother, have you had enough to eat? If not, I'll have more sent over. Lin Yuan picked up the wine jug on the table and poured him another cup. At his words, the little old man's eyes suddenly lit up. Just as he turned to ask for 2 more, he glanced at the scattered chicken bones littering the table and felt a pang of embarrassment. Whoa, he'd eaten that much already? Ahem. Enough. Do you think I'm a glutton? The old man puckered his lips, picking at the last bits of meat stuck between his teeth before rising, still seemingly unsatisfied. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan dared not argue. If the senior disciple said no, then no. After a long silence, Turing turned to the senior disciple and whispered, Senior brother, I. But before he could finish, the little old man cut him off. What do you want? Get lost. I won't save you this time. Turing. The old man's words silenced both of them instantly. They both understood and fell silent. They knew this senior brother's temperament well. He was already furious about today's incident. If they said another word, they might just earn themselves another beating. Never mind, I'll just answer whatever the senior brother asks. The little old man stood up and loosened his belt. He seemed to have eaten a bit too much today, and he twisted his waist uncomfortably. Then he stretched lazily, glanced at the small bamboo hut, and addressed the two beside him, Spit it out already. I'm sleepy. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Yuan glanced at Turing beside him before slowly asking, Senior brother, where have you been all this time? I searched for you for quite a while but couldn't find you. Looking for me? What for? The little old man leaned against the stone table, his voice laced with laziness. We've found a lead on that matter. Lin Yuan's voice grew solemn. Hearing this, not only did the little old man's expression change, but even Turing beside him furrowed his brow. The old man's previously indolent expression instantly sharpened. He sprang to his feet and grabbed Lin Yuan by the collar. What did you say? The old man's eyes widened, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan's eyes, a cold glint flashing within. A powerful aura erupted from his body, its fierce energy sweeping through the air and bending rows of bamboo to the ground. Fortunately, the bamboo possessed sufficient resilience, otherwise, it would have been completely destroyed. The old man's formidable aura sent a chill down the spines of the two men, yet their eyes held no trace of fear. Senior brother had grown even stronger. This was good news for them. Elder brother. Lin Yuan gasped for breath, nearly suffocated by the pressure. Only then did the old man notice, releasing his grip on Lin Yuan's collar. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. Lin Yuan sighed helplessly, I picked up their signal again recently, but that aura vanished in an instant. I couldn't track it accurately. But the direction of that aura should be from the Tianqi cliff. Are you certain? The old man asked urgently, his eyes pleading. Lin Yuan nodded emphatically. This matter had always been a sore point for the three disciples. After all these years, they had finally caught their trail again. Turing, standing nearby, also flashed a murderous glint in his eyes. If that incident hadn't occurred, they might have already. The old man clenched his fists beneath his robe hem, glancing at his two disciples before the intensity in his eyes slowly faded. Leave this matter to me for now. Keep reporting any new information to me. The old man instructed earnestly before turning to Turing with exasperation. And you good-for-nothing brat. Stay put here for now. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a while. If I don't see you here, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Turing Z felt a chill run down his spine. He had every reason to believe his senior brother meant what he said. After all, having experienced trauma before, he still felt a fresh sense of dread. Understood. The three brothers then shifted the conversation, unwilling to dwell on this painful memory. Some things were better kept silently in the heart. Speaking of them too much only added to the sorrow. Lin Yuan was the first to steer the conversation elsewhere. Stroking his snow-white beard, he chuckled. Senior brother, did you come here specifically because you know about us? At that mention, the little old man instantly bristled. Stop flattering yourself. I didn't come looking for you too. The two fell silent once more. They never knew when their senior brother's temper might change. Otherwise, every meeting would end with a scolding. That was precisely why they both wanted to see him and dreaded it. When apart, they missed him. But seeing him meant getting yelled at. He knew both were within the Tianqi Empire, but this trip wasn't specifically to find them. Suddenly, another figure flashed through the old man's mind. He turned to his two junior disciples and said, Enough. Mind your own business. Once I've finished what I'm doing, I'll come find you guys. Now I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me. With that, the old man slowly rose, stretched lazily, and headed toward the wooden hut. His two junior disciples watched his shuffling retreat with a touch of resignation. That was just how the senior disciple was. He always seemed unreliable, yet somehow, he was also incredibly reassuring. Only after the little old man's figure disappeared completely into the cabin did Lin Yuan turn to Turing beside him, sighing helplessly. Don't blame me, brother. Seeing the senior brother is just too difficult. Tu Ling understood perfectly, nodding with a smile. Chapter 78. On the eve of departure, the little old man steals wine. Days passed one after another, and the day Luo Xiu would lead his troops into battle drew ever closer. 3 days before departure, Luo Xiu accompanied Qingxue on a tour of the imperial city as usual. After a busy day, they returned to the prince's mansion at dusk. The moment they stepped through the gate, the old steward hurried toward them. Seeing the old steward's flustered and anxious expression, Luo Xiu couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Old Lu, has something happened? Why are you so flustered? Qingxue, observing the steward's flustered state, also found herself frowning. Usually, the old butler gave her the impression of being incredibly steady. No matter how big the matter, it seemed to make no waves in his presence. Yet today, this unusual demeanor was something they had never seen before. Could something truly be wrong at home? Both of them couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Could it be that the Prince of Zhenbei had sent men to cause trouble? Old Lu, please calm down. Hearing their soothing words, the old steward finally steadied his flustered emotions. Your lordship, a formidable martial artist has arrived at the estate. A disheveled old man. His strength is beyond my comprehension, but the pressure he exudes is unlike anything I've ever encountered. He surpasses even those at the revered mystic realm. I have no idea what his purpose here might be. The old steward sighed inwardly as he looked at the two. That disheveled old man had left him with an overwhelming impression of immense power. If he truly came to cause trouble, the steward must find a way to get the prince and his wife out of here immediately. A scruffy old man? Luo Xiu pondered for a moment. Qingxue's expression tightened upon hearing the old steward's words. If even the old steward was no match for him, then this was truly dangerous. A flicker of worry crossed Qingxue's mind. She turned to look at Luo Xiu, who was deep in thought, wondering what was on his mind. Moments later, Luo Xiu snapped out of his thoughts and asked the old steward, Old Lu, was that old man's clothing ragged and tattered? Like a beggar on the street? After hearing Luo Xiu's question, the old steward thought for a moment before slowly nodding. The old man's attire was indeed indistinguishable from that of a street beggar. Had he not seen him face to face and felt the oppressive pressure emanating from his eyes, he would never have believed this old man was a formidable powerhouse. But how did the prince know? Luo Xiu finally relaxed, letting out a slight sigh of relief before smiling and saying, It's fine. You all go back to your duties. Nothing to worry about. Could it be that His Highness knew him? Are you truly fine, Your Highness? That man threatened your safety. I would have sacrificed my life to ensure your escape. The old steward frowned slightly, his expression still grave. Luo Xiu waved him off with a smile. He had already guessed who the visitor might be. Besides that scruffy old man who had tricked him before, who else could it be? Old Lu, no need to worry. He won't threaten us. He then turned to Qingxue and said, my dear, remember what I told you before? That time I left the prince's residence. I suppose that old man must have come looking for me. As he spoke, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Where had that old man gone after abandoning him back then? He'd searched relentlessly since returning, yet found not a single trace of him? Hearing his words, Qingxue felt reassured. If it's that senior, then it should be fine. We should hurry over to meet him. Qingxue said. Luo Xiu nodded and turned to the steward beside him. Old Lu, relax. Withdraw the men watching him. If he wants to act, none of us stand a chance against him. Upon arriving, Luo Xiu had naturally sensed the guards the old steward had deployed. While they might suffice against ordinary powerhouses, that old man was a body-refining saint. They weren't even enough to fill his teeth. Your Highness, are you truly certain it's fine? It's fine. Tell them to go back to their duties. I'll go meet that old man. With that, Luo Xiu took Qingxue's hand and strode toward the courtyard where the old man resided. After taking just 2 steps, Luo Xiu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Damn it, we have to hurry. Luo Xiu cried out in alarm, then sprinted toward the courtyard. Qingxue watched Luo Xiu's expression, tense as if facing a formidable enemy, and felt puzzled. Hadn't he just said the old man meant them no harm? Why was he so tense now? However, Luo Xiu's concern wasn't about that. It was the courtyard where the old man was staying, his own wine cellar, where he kept his treasured vintage wines, carefully stored for years. Don't you dare let that old geezer drink it all. Damn old man, you've already ruined me, and now you're going to ruin my fine wines too? I'll never forgive you. As Luo Xiu sprinted along, curses raged in his mind. He knew all too well what kind of character that old man possessed. Soon, the two arrived at the small courtyard housing the wine cellar. The moment he stepped through the door, Luo Xiu saw 2 empty wine jars slowly rolling toward him. The very thing he feared had finally happened. Damn you, you old bastard! Luo Xiu roared, his rage boiling over as he saw the gaping hole torn in the cellar floor. He didn't even notice Qingxue beside him, his mouth spewing curses. Qingxue stared blankly at the caved-in cellar, instantly grasping what had transpired. Yet, nestled within that very cellar lay a carefree old man, sipping fine wine while reclining in a soft hammock. Though called a hammock, it was really just a rope tied between 2 pillars, with the old man stretched out on it. The old man's blissful reverie shattered instantly at Luo Xiu's roar. Caught completely off guard, he tumbled headfirst from the hammock. Even as he fell, he instinctively shielded the precious wine jar clutched in his arms, a testament to the virtue that one might die for wine, but never let it spill. By the time he scrambled back to his feet, Luo Xiu had already closed the distance between them. The young man's eyes blazed like fire, his overwhelming fury threatening to consume the old man entirely. You old bastard! Luo Xiu clenched his fists, glaring at the old man with each word, his eyes blazing with fury. This wine cellar held treasures he'd hoarded for years, treasures he'd never brought himself to drink. And now, in less than a day, this old man had ruined it all? Uncle could endure it, but Auntie couldn't. The little old man met Luo Xiu's murderous glare, his body trembling slightly. Then, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he beckoned to Luo Xiu. Ahaha. Long time no see. Long time no see? You think I wouldn't just send you to the other side? Luo Xiu heaved a heavy sigh, his heart aching as he surveyed the floor strewn with empty wine jars. Qingxue stood above the cellar, observing the two. He knew this place had a wine cellar, but why was Luo Xiu so furious? It was just a few jars of wine, after all. Seeing him like this, it felt like he was ready to fight that scruffy old man to the death. The little old man lowered his gaze slightly, unable to meet Luo Xiu's eyes. He'd thought they were fairly familiar with each other by now, and besides, he'd just gifted the kid a tremendous fortune. Drinking a few jars of wine seemed perfectly reasonable. He'd only intended to drink 1 jar, but never expected the kid's cellar to hold so many fine wines. He couldn't resist. Then, seems like he got a bit too drunk. He. Young man, don't be angry. Truth be told, these wines aren't exactly rare treasures. I did this to help you discern their quality, fearing you might be duped by counterfeits. The little old man blinked his eyes innocently. His righteous expression almost had Luo Xiu believing him. Counterfeit booze, huh? Luo Xiu laughed bitterly through gritted teeth, his rage boiling over. He wanted nothing more than to slap the old man across the face. Counterfeit booze, my ass? You've even made a dark-faced ghost blush, and you tell me this is fake? MHM. The little old man nodded in response to Luo Xiu's mocking smile. You think I don't know my liquor? Would I keep counterfeit stuff here this long? Do you have any idea how long I've treasured this collection? You're going to blow it all in a single day. Clang! Luo Xiu kicked the empty wine jar beside him, not a single drop remained. Regardless of whether this old man was a master or not, Luo Xiu grabbed the hem of his robe with one hand and yanked him up. Today, I'll settle this score with you. The little old man cowered into a ball, lips pressed tightly together as he savored the lingering taste of the wine. Qingxue stared dumbfounded at the pair. Could this scruffy old man truly be the master Luo Xiu had spoken of? How could he look like this? This so-called master completely shattered her perception of what a martial artist should be. Chapter 79, The Wronged Little Old Man, Fiddling with Parchment. Luo Xiu carried the little old man over to the small pavilion as if he were a little chicken. He casually tossed him onto a nearby haystack, glaring at him accusingly. The little old man turned away, unable to meet Luo Xiu's gaze. Luo Xiu shifted his position to face the old man again, then crouched down. The old man tried to turn his head away, but Luo Xiu wouldn't give him the chance. He pinned the old man's shoulders down firmly, preventing him from turning. Old geezer, explain yourself. How do we settle this wine? This. The old man kept his head strategically lowered. After all, the liquor was already in his belly. If he had to pay for it, he couldn't afford it. He simply gave up and refused to answer no matter how Luo Xiu pressed him, mumbling incoherently as if deeply wronged. To anyone unaware of the situation, witnessing this scene might lead them to believe Luo Xiu was disrespecting his elders and bullying the old man. Finally, Luo Xiu had no choice but to give up. The old man's face was thicker than his own. Enough already, old man. You're making it seem like I'm picking on you. Do you even know how much that liquor was worth? I don't have any money. Before Luo Xiu could even mention the price, the little old man cut him off with two decisive words. Luo Xiu was instantly rendered speechless by those two words. You damn well believe I'll slap you. Go ahead, hit me. I'll scream so loud everyone can see how a prince bullies a defenseless old beggar. Hearing brother Luo's threats, the little old man remained stubborn. He even lifted his head, pressing his face right into Luo Xiu's palm, daring him with a look that said, go ahead and hit me. Standing nearby, Qingxue nearly burst out laughing at the two of them. She covered her mouth, trying desperately not to make a sound. Luo Xiu's emotions churned violently. This old man seemed to be his personal nemesis, utterly beyond his control. Yet the mere thought of those treasured bottles of fine wine he'd hoarded for years felt like a knife slicing through his heart. The pain was excruciating. The little old man kept his head bowed, his withered fingers poking at the haystack, tracing circles over and over. Silence fell between them. Qingxue watched them helplessly. After a long while, Luo Xiu looked at the disheveled old man reeking of alcohol and shook his head in resignation. Forget it, forget it. Just tell me why you came looking for me. You couldn't have followed the scent of my wine here just to steal it, could you? The moment Luo Xiu refused to accompany him in drinking, the old man perked up instantly. You really don't need me to keep you company? The little old man lifted his head slightly, asking tentatively. Luo Xiu's mouth twitched slightly as he asked, his expression clearly annoyed. If I made you pay for it, could you even afford it? I can't afford it. The little old man shook his head vigorously. Then what are you wasting time here for? Spit it out, what do you want from me? He was nearly driven mad by this old man's silence. How on earth had he cultivated to such a level? Was his head filled with nothing but nonsense? Oh. The little old man finally rubbed his drunken head, struggling to think. It was as if the alcohol he'd just consumed had scattered his memories. Luo Xiu showed no impatience. Instead, he mimicked the old man's posture, sitting cross-legged on the grass and watching him quietly. After what seemed like an eternity of contemplation, the old man's dazed eyes suddenly brightened. Luo Xiu thought he'd remembered and asked, go on, what is it? Ha. But the little old man only awkwardly picked at the corner of his mouth. Just speak up already. Why keep grinning like that? Luo Xiu sighed in exasperation. I forgot. Forgot? Hearing his words, the anger that had just been extinguished in Luo Xiu's heart flared up again instantly. You forgot that? Is your brain only good for drinking? The little old man nodded, then shook his head. Luo Xiu glared at him through gritted teeth, unwilling to waste more words. He grabbed the ragged hem of the old man's robe and hoisted him up again. This time, Luo Xiu's movements were slightly rougher. The little old man clung nervously to his arm, cautiously asking, what are you doing? His heart raced with anxiety. Hadn't the kid said he wouldn't hold it against him? This move was a bit rough. A grimace twisted Luo Xiu's sullen face into a smile uglier than crying. What do you think? The old man's heart sank. The next moment, Luo Xiu gathered his strength and hurled him straight outside. Damn it! The little old man traced a perfect arc through the air, successfully clearing the walls of the Asura king's mansion. Then, these two words slowly escaped his lips. Luo Xiu glanced in the direction he'd tossed the old man, relieved to see him flying far away. Turning around, he saw his wife staring at him with a dazed expression. Luo Xiu gave an awkward chuckle. He quickly explained, honey, it's not that I don't respect elders or care for the young. That old geezer really deserved a lesson. But don't worry, with his strength, he probably won't die from the fall. Qingxue was speechless inside. Outside the prince's mansion, the little old man slowly rose from the wide dirt path. His drunken haze seemed to lift as he clutched his rear end, belatedly realizing, so, someone tossed me out? Wait a minute? That brat's got some nerve. Making me waste a chance to help him out for nothing. What's wrong with having a drink? Miserly bastard. The little old man muttered as he shuffled back toward the mansion gates. Earlier, he'd been a bit dazed and couldn't think of what to say, but now it came back to him. Knock knock knock. Open up. Open up. Upon reaching the gate, the little old man leaned against it and knocked. The old steward, who had just been watching a figure leap over the mansion's wall, hadn't regained his composure when he heard the knocking at the gate. Half reluctantly, he opened the door. The sight of the scruffy old man standing outside left him utterly dumbfounded. Elder. The old steward stared in utter bewilderment. Help me up, and let the music and dancing continue, the little old man mumbled dazedly. What the hell? Hearing the incoherent mumbling, the old steward felt utterly speechless. Just then, Luo Xiu slowly walked over and kicked the old man out again with a single kick. Old geezer, remember now? At Luo Xiu's words, he finally stood up again, though his demeanor remained sluggish. You brat! Don't you know to respect your elders? Kicking me like that, watch out, I'll report you to the authorities. The little old man brushed the dust off his clothes, speaking with obvious displeasure. Luo Xiu crossed his arms, watching him calmly. You want to report me to the authorities, huh? Then let's go have a nice little chat with them. We'll see who ends up getting arrested for stealing my fine wine. The little old man jolted awake. Forget it, forget it. This old beggar has his principles too. Hearing his nonchalant words, not only Luo Xiu but even the old steward couldn't suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. This too shattered his image of the supreme powerhouse. How utterly shameless. Alright, if you remember something, just spit it out now. If you don't say it now, don't ever mention it again. Luo Xiu sighed. He couldn't shake the feeling this old man was mentally unstable. He really didn't want any more contact with him. Low IQ was contagious. The little old man first yawned, stretched lazily, then reached his pitch-black hand into his robe. Moments later, he pulled out a scroll of parchment. He then handed it to Luo Xiu. The parchment, once pale white, was now deeply blackened and gleaming with oil. Luo Xiu was utterly speechless. Still, he took the scroll and asked slowly, what the hell is this? The little old man picked his nose, flicked it away, and said proudly, Kid, take this and be glad. It's a map of the northern realm and the troop deployments there. You're leading an army into battle, aren't you? With this, you'll live a lot longer. Luo Xiu listened to his explanation, his brow furrowing slightly. Then, he eagerly unrolled the parchment scroll. Sure enough, it contained not only detailed topographical annotations but also meticulously recorded troop deployments across various tribes and the garrisons of the Prince of the North. After studying it closely for a moment, Luo Xiu noticed something amiss with the map. Several unidentified red crosses had been added. What do these marks mean? Luo Xiu asked, pointing at the symbols. The old man shrugged, his expression turning mysterious. You'll find out soon enough. Luo Xiu. Damn. But he didn't press further. Truth be told, this little old man had been a tremendous help, and his earlier outburst had cooled considerably. Just as he turned to thank the old man, the little guy vanished right before his eyes. Gone again? Old Lu, did you catch a glimpse of how he left? Luo Xiu frowned slightly and turned to ask the elderly butler beside him. The old steward shook his head helplessly. His attention had been fixed on the map earlier, so he hadn't seen clearly either. Moreover, the old man had vanished without a trace, leaving no aura behind. Truly difficult to track. Never mind. We won't hold him accountable this time. This time, it was the old steward who was speechless. He knew full well the importance of that map. It was far more precious than any of His Highness's wine collections. My dear prince, just be content. Sigh. P.S. Everyone, please join the fan group. This book has no traffic left, and the previous spoilers got caught again. I'm numb. Chapter 80, Deployment. Northern Lian Mountains, imperial capital of the Tianqi Empire. Your Royal Highness, a letter from the Grand Elder. A subordinate hurriedly approached Wu Dalong, holding a letter. Wu Dalong, who had been sitting under a tree with his eyes closed, instantly stood up and snatched the letter from the man's hand. The others resting nearby gathered around as Wu Dalong read the contents, his brow furrowing slightly. After reading every word, he slowly crumpled the paper in his hand into a tight ball. A subordinate standing nearby asked in confusion, Your Highness, the Great Elder. Before the subordinate could finish, Wu Dalong clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, a surge of anger brewing within him. The subordinate dared not speak further. Withdraw. After an unknown period, he slowly opened his eyes once more. The blazing fury within his heart had been forcibly suppressed, and only a single word escaped between clenched teeth. But his men were utterly baffled by the word. Seeing them still staring blankly, Wu Dalong's rage flared up instantly. I ordered you to retreat. Can't you understand human speech? He roared furiously at his men. Yes. Seeing the fury in his eyes, his men dared not ask further questions. They hurriedly gathered their belongings, while he slowly sat down, clenching his fists tightly and punching repeatedly at a large tree. He was filled with bitter resentment. If they returned empty-handed like this, his position as crown prince would be lost. Yet the message from the Great Elder stated the item hadn't been intercepted by the Heavenly Wolf sect and ordered them to retreat immediately. Though he didn't grasp the meaning, he had no choice but to obey. Clearly, another faction had set its sights on them. He knew that lingering any longer would only lead to the annihilation of his entire force. Damn it! Who the hell is it? His men watched him vent his fury on the tree, a chill running down their spines. No one dared approach to console, and they knew all too well the temperament of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. An hour later, they withdrew entirely, destroying every trace of their hiding place. Asura Palace. Luo Xiu, Qingxue, and the old steward sat in the main hall. Luo Xiu pulled out a map for examination. Your Highness, this map is crucial for us. Who would have thought that Elder possessed such a thing? Judging by the markings, it might be clearer and more detailed than what the palace spies uncovered. The old steward examined the strategic deployments on the map, sucking in a sharp breath before musing thoughtfully. The markings on this map were exceptionally clear. Whether detailing troop deployments or personnel assignments, every aspect was recorded with meticulous precision. Take the mountain pass captured by the Prince of Zhenbei. The map indicated 500,000 of their mercenaries garrisoned there, while the remaining 600,000 troops lay in ambush 300 li ahead. It was undoubtedly a trap waiting for Luo Xiu to walk straight into. Without this map, Luo Xiu might have lost half his forces before even reaching data. It also detailed the circumstances of each tribe, even clearly noting which tribes had connections to the Prince of the North. Luo Xiu stared at the map in utter astonishment. This thing was more powerful than GPS in his previous life. Qingxue's face was equally stunned as she studied the map's contents. Xiu, you must keep this map safe for now. With it, you'll be able to handle many hidden matters. She addressed Luo Xiu with equal gravity, her tone earnest. Luo Xiu nodded firmly in response to their warnings. It had to be said, though the old man was a bit scruffy, he certainly possessed quite a few valuable items. Whether this map was his own creation or obtained from someone else remained unknown. With this in hand, he had an 80% chance of defeating the Northern Guardian King in this battle. It was truly a godsend. Seems the wine in the cellar wasn't free after all. Luo Xiu slowly folded away the map. His departure was drawing near. He might enter the palace as early as tomorrow. I'll be heading to the palace tomorrow. The household is in your capable hands. Luo Xiu said to the old steward and Qingxue. Rest assured, the household is in good hands. Qingxue gave him a reassuring look. The old steward nodded in agreement. Despite their assurances, Luo Xiu still felt uneasy. Over the past month, more and more cultivators had been entering the imperial capital, and numerous martial artists had also arrived. He wondered how the one in the palace would manage. It's not that I don't trust you with the household, it's the entire imperial capital that troubles me. So many powerful figures have appeared out of nowhere lately. This is not a good sign. Luo Xiu stood up, gazing into the distance with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing his words, Qingxue and the old steward's expressions darkened slightly. They understood his concerns well. Indeed, numerous powerful figures had settled in the imperial capital recently, creating some trouble. If the Tianqi Empire and the various feudal lords were to fully engage in war, who knew what motives these outsiders might harbor? Xiu, you needn't trouble yourself with these matters. The palace will handle it. Besides, these individuals won't be able to stir up much trouble. At most, they might cause some minor friction. Qingxue rose slowly, stepping beside him to offer reassurance. Yet, upon hearing her words, Luo Xiu shook his head. After observing them for several days, he had noticed they infiltrated in a patterned manner. Clearly, someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Throughout the entire Tianqi Empire, only the Asura royal house remained loyal to the empire. If these intruders were truly sent to target the empire, it was unlikely they would attack the imperial palace. Instead, his own Asura royal house was far more likely to become the target of their retaliation. This was Luo Xiu's greatest concern. He had to devise a plan immediately. My dear, once I leave, try to stay indoors as much as possible. I have a feeling these people are targeting us. Luo Xiu said solemnly to Qingxue. Really? We haven't made any enemies in the martial world. Perhaps they're just trying to profit from the chaos in the Tianqi Empire? Qingxue found it hard to believe Luo Xiu's words. Luo Xiu felt a pang of helplessness at her words. He truly hoped his suspicion wouldn't prove true. Besides, his wife had a point. Was he overthinking this? Regardless, caution was essential. Honey, we absolutely cannot let our guard down. If they truly target the royal residence, we must be prepared. Qingxue nodded in agreement. Luo Xiu turned to the old steward and said, Old Lu, once I arrive there, I'll send a squad of Tianqi members to guard the place. You'll handle the arrangements then. Your Highness, you are in dire need of capable hands. We can manage the household affairs ourselves. You should keep them for your own use. The old steward was genuinely concerned for his safety. After all, war was no laughing matter, and every additional strong ally meant a greater chance of victory. Luo Xiu shook his head. My instincts won't fail me. These people won't be as docile as they appear. If they truly come for them, show no mercy, kill every last one. The murderous intent in Luo Xiu's eyes spread like wildfire. Anyone who dared harm those he cared about would be ruthlessly eliminated. Very well. Seeing Luo Xiu's resolve, the old steward no longer objected. Chapter 81, A Million-Strong Army. Early the next morning, Luo Xiu arrived earlier than usual. When he drove up to the palace, dawn had yet to break, but officials attending the morning court session were already arriving one after another before the palace gates. Spotting Luo Xiu, they approached to greet him. Luo Xiu merely nodded in response, continuing on toward the palace without pause. By the time the morning court session commenced, the officials stood solemnly on either side. Before long, Lin Tianhua emerged slowly from behind the screen, clad in an imperial dragon robe. The moment the ministers saw him, they all knelt down. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" they cried in unison. Luo Xiu merely bowed his head slightly, echoing their words. "Rise!" Lin Tianhua then motioned for them to rise. His gaze then swept toward Luo Xiu, who stood at the center. He began by asking, "Asura King, tomorrow is the day of departure. I truly didn't expect you to attend the morning court session today." His words carried 2 parts teasing and 7 or 8 parts warning. How could Luo Xiu fail to understand? He responded with a slight bow. "Since your majesty is aware of the date, why not hold a military review today? It would allow this humble subject to witness the might of the formidable army you have granted me." His purpose in coming today was precisely to see what kind of troops this old man would assign him. If he were given only the old, weak, sick, and crippled soldiers, he would not be pleased. After all, that old bastard, the Prince of the North, commanded over 100,000 troops in the northern frontier, all of them fierce warriors. If the troops he received were weaker than those of the old bastard, he'd simply refuse to serve. Lin Tianhua, seated upon the dragon throne, could easily discern his petty thoughts. A faint smile touched his lips as he said, "You young rascal, rest assured. I would never give you a bunch of crippled soldiers and weak troops." Truth be told, his million-strong army had been assembled days ago. He'd long wanted to summon Luo Xiu to witness it. But the young man had been holed up indoors, ignoring even multiple imperial edicts sent to summon him. "Then tell me, your majesty, what kind of troops are you giving me?" Luo Xiu asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. The Tianqi Empire's military comprised numerous units. Some formidable troops could even form massive formations with tens of thousands, capable of holding off an entire million-strong army. Others possessed unique bloodlines. Hundreds linked by shared heritage could unleash scorching flames that incinerated everything in their path, making them formidable forces on the battlefield. Still others possessed the power of ice. Tens of thousands could form a grand formation, channeling the power of heaven and earth to transform a 100-mile radius into an endless ice plain. Observing Luo Xiu's inquisitive tone, the assembled ministers all gave him a thumbs up. Who else but the Asura King's household would dare converse so casually with the emperor? It seemed they truly were the only ones. "Ha!" Lin Tianhua burst into laughter. Luo Xiu's personality was indeed strikingly similar to his father's. Only brother Tian's son would dare act so brazenly. Anyone else would likely not even dare lift their head in his presence. At this tense juncture, everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit, yet this youngster appeared remarkably relaxed. He hadn't misjudged him after all. "Don't worry, kid. I'll take you to see the person soon. Alright then, you guys go ahead with your meeting. I'll catch some shut-eye." Hearing the old emperor's promise, Luo Xiu relaxed and leaned against a nearby pillar, drifting off to sleep. The assembled ministers stared at him in utter astonishment. To sleep so soundly within the imperial palace halls, this Asura king must be the first in 1,000 years to do such a thing. Yet Lin Tianhua, seated upon the dragon throne, uttered not a word. Instead, a trace of indulgent affection flickered in his eyes. His tone during the morning court session with the ministers was also slightly softer, as if they feared disturbing Luo Xiu's slumber. 2 hours later. The sky had cleared, and the sun slowly rose in the east. Within the vast plaza of the Tianqi Empire's imperial palace, 1,000,000 soldiers from all branches of the military had long since assembled. Alright, that's all for today. The morning court session concluded, and Luo Xiu stretched lazily. "Done, right?" he asked, scanning the assembled crowd. "Everyone. Only you, Asura King, could sleep so soundly. Why are you all staring at me? At home, I absolutely must sleep until noon, otherwise I get drowsy." He was a highly disciplined individual, particularly demanding when it came to sleep quality. If he didn't get 5 or 6 solid hours a day, his entire body felt off. Ha ha ha. The Asura King is still young. Sleep is a blessing. Indeed, indeed. With the Asura King waiting to welcome outstanding talents, the Tianqi Empire shall prosper forever. The mood among the crowd eased, and they began flattering Luo Xiu. "Enough, enough. Everyone, let's proceed to the plaza. Today we shall hold a grand military review to further enhance the might of our Tianqi Empire." Lin Tianhua waved his hand dismissively, then led the crowd out of the grand hall. Outside the hall, on the vast plaza, 1,000,000 troops had already assembled. They were divided into 20 formations, each comprising different military branches. Each branch numbered roughly 50 to 60,000 soldiers, stretching as far as the eye could see, all clad in fluorescent armor. Upon seeing Lin Tianhua clad in the imperial dragon robe, the soldiers knelt on one knee in unison, performing the military salute. "Your Majesty! Moments later, a deafening roar echoed throughout the grand hall, its towering morale slowly rising to the heavens. The dark clouds above the heavens gradually dispersed, and dawn's light slowly filtered through the clouds, bathing the imperial palace in its glow. All soldiers, dismiss your bows. Lin Tianhui surveyed them with satisfaction before turning to Luo Xiu beside him. Asura King, what do you make of this army of mine? Luo Xiu surveyed the diverse array of troops below and couldn't help but be struck by their impressive sight. With such a formidable force, balanced in both offense and defense, what more could he possibly desire? Your Majesty is truly magnanimous. Are you not afraid I might deplete this entire elite force? Luo Xiu remarked with a hint of teasing. Within this million-strong army, the dazzling array of troop types was evident, and every soldier radiated high morale, a clear result of being well-rested and prepared. He hadn't expected the Tianqi Empire to field such formidable forces under these circumstances, a testament to its formidable foundations. He. Do you know where this army came from? Lin Tianhui smiled mysteriously. Luo Xiu looked utterly perplexed. Chapter 82, The Military God Luo Zhangtian and the Burial Heaven Army. Ha ha ha. Seeing Luo Xiu's puzzled expression, Lin Tianhui burst into loud laughter. He no longer held back, revealing the origins of this army outright. Looks like you've got a long way to go, kid. As a descendant of a military god lineage, you don't even recognize the army your own father cultivated? Do you know this army was forged entirely by your father's hand? A look of pride flashed across Lin Tianhui's face. Yet whenever this army was mentioned, a tinge of melancholy would cloud his expression. Back when he first ascended to power, his path had been far from smooth sailing. He had no men to command, no army to lead. Even a random feudal lord plucked from the empire would have been stronger than him. Yet, under these dire circumstances, Luo Zhangtian personally laid out strategies for him, cultivated his army, nurtured talent, and step by step, helped him ascend to the supreme throne. Recalling those days, an unmistakable softness softened his stern features. The numerous great generals standing nearby also fell into a melancholy reverie, their gazes fixed intently upon the million-strong army arrayed upon the plaza. This was an army capable of miracles. It would not be an exaggeration to call them a divine force. Memories of scenes from over a decade ago flooded their minds. It was this very army, led by this military deity, that had subdued all the other feudal lords of the Tianqi Empire with just 1 million soldiers. They vaguely recalled that the Tianqi Empire once had two formidable feudal lords, the Prince of Huainan and the Prince of Zhenbei. At that time, the Prince of Huainan was undoubtedly the most powerful. While the Prince of Zhenbei commanded numerous elite warriors, the actual size of his army paled in comparison to that of the Prince of Huainan. The Prince of Huainan commanded a formidable force of 4 million soldiers and was a prominent contender for the imperial throne. He was also the greatest rival to Emperor Lin Tianhui for the throne. True to expectations, the moment the old emperor declared Lin Tianhui as heir, he raised his banner in rebellion without hesitation. Arrogant in his belief that his formidable forces could crush any opposition, the outcome proved otherwise. They never even came close to the imperial capital. At the Battle of Huainan Pass, the burial king Luo Zhangtian repelled the Huainan king's 4 million troops with just 1 million of his own. All expected a devastating war, yet surprisingly, the campaign ended swiftly. Within a mere 3 months, Luo Zhangtian crushed the Prince of Huainan with overwhelming force. The 10 great warriors under the Prince of Huainan were all at least at the peak of the imperial mystic realm. Yet, with a mere glance, Luo Zhangtian annihilated all 10 of them. The Prince of Huainan was utterly stripped of his right to contend in that battle. This victory not only defeated him but also dealt a severe blow to the other feudal princes who had been contemplating rebellion. Even the restless Prince of the North was cowed by his display. Upon Luo Zhangtian's return, the Prince of the North recognized his own inferiority to this formidable opponent and voluntarily requested to lead troops to the northern frontier to guard the northern borders. For over a decade thereafter, as long as Luo Zhangtian remained, the Tianqi kingdom enjoyed peace and prosperity, steadily advancing toward its current flourishing state. Looking back, when the people saw this army once more, an overwhelming sense of pressure gripped their hearts. This was an army capable of creating legends. Little did they expect that this very elite force would now once again fall into the hands of the Luo family. Who could say what new legends he might forge? All were equally curious. Could Luo Xiu truly continue his father's legendary legacy? Hearing the emperor's words, Luo Xiu felt a profound shock himself. This army had been forged entirely by his father's hands. Moreover, the reverence in everyone's eyes as they looked at the troops spoke volumes. What kind of army was this? Father never spoke of these matters to me, Luo Xiu replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. He only wished for me to live a peaceful life. He supposed that back when he hadn't awakened his system and lacked power, his father's words might have been sincere. He likely only wished for him to live a peaceful and joyful life. Gazing upon this formidable force, their spirited demeanor reflected his father's former vigor. If this army were truly entrusted to him, he would never dishonor his father's legacy. Lin Tianhui, noticing Luo Xiu's pensive gaze, patted his shoulder. A man's ambition lies in conquering the world. Since your father could forge this legendary army, you will surely create miracles anew. I believe in you. Luo Xiu nodded. Lin Tianhui smiled with satisfaction, then resumed his stern expression as he addressed the troops below with commanding authority. Soldiers, our nation faces peril. Are you ready to fight? Fight! 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 Without hesitation, the million-strong army below roared with fierce resolve. Good. You are the legend forged by General Luo. Are you willing to return to the Luo family's command and continue that legend? The soldiers seemed particularly sensitive to the name General Luo. An unusual gleam appeared in their eyes, and their fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. We'd die 10,000 times over. We will die 10,000 times over. We will not hesitate to die 10,000 times. Excellent. Now, lift up the pride that belongs solely to the mythical army. Look closely at the young general beside me. He is General Luo's son, the current Asura king. He will lead you once more to defend our nation. Lin Tianhui pushed Luo Xiu forward, presenting him for the soldiers to behold. Hearing his words, the soldiers fixed Luo Xiu with fervent gazes. Seeing his striking resemblance to Luo Zhangtian, their hearts surged with emotion. They knelt on one knee in unison, roaring in unison, "The Zhangtian army salutes the general." Seeing their spirited demeanor, Luo Xiu was also swept up by their fervor. At that moment, he felt a lump in his throat if he didn't speak. He no longer held back, gazing at them with a steady gaze as he declared, "Soldiers, greetings. I am deeply honored to see you all gathered here today. Yet, I sincerely hope there will never be a day when I must call upon you again. For your mobilization would signify that our nation once more faces a perilous crisis, a situation none of us wishes to witness. But the grand scheme of the world, long divisions inevitably lead to reunification, and long reunifications inevitably lead to division. This is an outcome that the course of history will inevitably produce. We cannot choose it, so let us choose to overcome it and reclaim our destiny. Will you join me in punishing the traitorous scoundrel?" Luo Xiu's voice rang out, passionate and resonant, echoing long across the Grand Plaza like the command of a true divine general. "We are willing. We are willing. We are willing." Not a single soldier uttered the word lightly, each voice was almost a roar. Witnessing this, the assembled ministers felt their hearts surge with emotion. Though they were civil officials and strategists, they could not conceal their inner excitement. With such an army, how could the empire ever face division? What a blessing of heaven's favor! This was the profound realization stirring within them. Perhaps at times they had underestimated these frontier commanders, but now, in this moment of peril, they truly understood. When the nation hung in the balance, it was these soldiers who would hold it together. Some bowed their heads in shame. Chapter 83: The Mysterious Military Formation. The military review lasted for a long time, with each formation and military unit displaying their unique battle array before the assembled crowd. Firebrand Army, the vanguard force for storming cities and capturing strongholds, comprising 100,000 soldiers. Harnessing the power of their bloodlines, they unleash formidable flames, striking fear into enemies on the battlefield. Icebound Army, a legendary force of the vast scorched plains. Harnessing the power of their bloodlines, they can transform a 100-mile territory into an icy wasteland, instantly freezing all enemies within that range. They too numbered 100,000. Divine Archer Corps, harnessing their own frenzied bloodline power, they draw their bows with an effective range 2 to 3 times that of enemy forces, making them a nightmare for ranged armies. Also comprised of 100,000 soldiers. Shield Army, shields in hand, they shatter all defenses. Swords are useless against them as they bulldoze through everything. A formidable offensive and defensive force, also comprising 100,000 soldiers. Medicine and Poison Corps, harnessing the power of their bloodlines, they swiftly heal wounded soldiers on the front lines. When absolutely necessary, they can transform into a toxic barrier, sacrificing themselves to destroy the enemy in a mutual annihilation. Naturally, this is only activated when the entire frontline force is wiped out. This bloodline is extremely rare, numbering only 10,000. The remainder comprised soldiers of diverse bloodlines, each fulfilling specialized roles, all equally nightmarish foes on the battlefield. All these soldiers were handpicked by Luo Zhangtian from various military camps. To find such individuals with unique bloodlines among tens of millions of soldiers highlights just how rare they truly are. Only such a unique force could truly be called a divine army. After Lin Tianhui granted Luo Xiu the military insignia, the million-strong army gradually dispersed for rest and recuperation, while the officials, still reluctant to leave, were also dismissed. Luo Xiu, who had also intended to leave, was called back by Lin Tianhui. "You brat, the Empress Dowager wishes to see you. Come with me," Lin Tianhui said, grabbing him by the arm. Luo Xiu froze for a moment, but ultimately followed Lin Tianhui into the Eastern Palace. Soon they arrived at the Empress Dowager's Hall of Tranquil Mind. After being ushered through by eunuchs and palace maids, the two came before the Empress Dowager. The moment the Empress Dowager saw Luo Xiu, the worry on her face instantly gave way to joy. Supported by 2 attendants, she slowly approached him, gently stroked his cheek, and said affectionately, "Little Xiu, you've lost weight." Her face filled with heartache, the Empress Dowager gently rubbed his head as Luo Xiu crouched slightly. "Grandmother, your little grandson has grown taller. You might not be able to reach me anymore." Luo Xiu chuckled. She had always favored him above all others. While others visited her with ulterior motives, Luo Xiu truly came only to keep her company. Hearing his words, the Empress Dowager couldn't stop smiling. Oh yes, our little Luo Xiu has grown up. But once you grow up, you won't come see your imperial grandmother anymore. It breaks my heart. Nonsense. Didn't you just visit a few months ago? Luo Xiu retorted softly, still wearing that mischievous look from his childhood. The old lady couldn't bring herself to scold him, instead saying with indulgent affection, "It's been months now. When little Xiu was young, he used to run over to grandma's place all the time." Grand. Lin Tianqi watched the old woman and young man chatting animatedly. He didn't interrupt, choosing instead to sit quietly by and listen. Ever since the Empress Dowager learned of the Empire's dire situation, she'd been gloomy day after day. Now, having someone to cheer her up was truly a blessing. She was but a mortal, and her health was declining day by day. He was deeply concerned. "Tianqi, I hear you intend to appoint young Xiu as commander-in-chief?" After a moment, the Empress Dowager turned to Lin Tianqi and inquired. Lin Tianqi smiled at her and replied, "Mother, the child has grown up. He must eventually face these responsibilities. Rest assured, he is Brother Tian's precious son. I won't let anything happen to him." Hearing his reply, the Empress Dowager seemed slightly displeased, her aged face creasing ever so slightly. Yet she said nothing more. Though aged, she was far from senile. At this point, only the Luo family might be willing to aid her foolish son. "Tianqi, you are now the emperor. I do not oppose your choice and support your decision. But Xiao Axio must not come to harm. Do you understand?" The Empress Dowager's expression was stern, her tone broken no doubt as she addressed Lin Tianqi. "Very well. I promise you." Lin Tianqi offered no rebuttal. He understood Luo Xiu's importance. Even if he were to lose his imperial throne, he would never allow harm to come to him. Certain things held heavier weight in his heart than anyone else could comprehend. Moreover, he understood the reason Tianqi had kept this boy by his side. Luo Xiu remained silent, listening quietly to their conversation. Very well, very well. Since you understand, this empress will not detain you further. Young Xiu, you should return and prepare yourself properly. War is no child's play. The Empress Dowager understood the weight of responsibility on both their shoulders and did not insist on their prolonged company. She was already deeply gratified that Luo Xiu had come to see her today. Moreover, seeing him grow into a responsible young man filled her heart with profound satisfaction. "Very well, mother. We shall take our leave now. Rest well. Grandmother, I shall take my leave as well. Rest well. Go, go." The Empress Dowager smiled and waved them off, but when she turned away, her expression turned bitter. Lin Tianqi led Luo Xiu out of the Hall of Tranquil Mind. Halfway down the corridor, he suddenly asked, "Do you have confidence?" Luo Xiu, walking behind him, paused in surprise before replying calmly, "Didn't your majesty already prepare for this? If not for wanting to train us younger generations, wouldn't you have intervened long ago?" Hearing this, Lin Tianqi halted abruptly. Turning to face him, he studied Luo Xiu for a moment before smiling faintly. "You're quite the shrewd one, lad. But since I've entrusted this matter entirely to you, I shall not interfere. The fate of the empire rests wholly in your hands and those of the crown prince." Luo Xiu had a point. Had they intervened, they could have quelled this long ago. But what would be the point? This realm would still fall to them to govern. Without ample training now, facing similar crises later would only make things harder. Luo Xiu listened to his words, somewhat speechless. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being groomed to inherit the throne. "Your Majesty, please don't think that way. Training me is one thing, but as for who governs the Tianqi Empire in the future, you can hand it over to whomever you wish. I have no interest in it." Given his relationship with his father, if he truly desired the throne, the old man might actually consider it. He must extinguish this spark of ambition before it grew any larger. "Ha!" Lin Tianqi nearly chuckled, saying nothing more. He asked no further questions, and the two walked out together once more. After leaving the Eastern Palace, Luo Xiu departed the imperial grounds and returned to his own residence. Chapter 84. If you marry me, I want you to bear me 10 children. Night fell. Tonight, the Asura King's mansion was unusually quiet. Everyone in the mansion remained silent, as if by unspoken agreement. In the vast hall, an enormous wooden table stood conspicuously. It was laden with an array of dishes, and all the household members had gathered, seated around it. Yet all sat in quiet stillness, their expressions somber. Luo Xiu and Qingxue had yet to take their seats, and all eyes turned expectantly toward the entrance. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance, dressed in their finest, holding hands tightly. Seeing them approach, the crowd. Ahem. The old steward, observing the somber expressions, cleared his throat twice. Only then did the guests manage to force smiles. They all understood that after tonight, the prince would be departing for battle. They should smile more. Over 30 servants throughout the mansion rose as one, forcing faint smiles. "Your Highness, Your Grace." The couple paused briefly at the doorway. Shielding them, smiled as well before they stepped inside. Luo Xiu observed the scene with a resigned smile. Alright. Sit down, everyone. Haven't I already told you? Within this mansion, we are family. There are no ranks among us. Please, sit down. Yes. The others obediently took their seats. Though the prince himself had spoken thus, in their hearts he remained the exalted sovereign. They still treated him with reverence. It was their duty, their obligation. Seeing everyone settle down obediently, though their eyes still betrayed unease, Luo Xiu was about to say something more. But before the words left his lips, Qingxue tugged gently at his sleeve beside him, and he reluctantly held back. Once the two were seated, all eyes fell upon them in silence. As the matriarch of the royal household, Qingxue spoke first. As you all know, the purpose of gathering for this meal is to properly host a farewell banquet for His Royal Highness. So tonight, everyone needn't feel constrained, just relax as if dining at home. Luo Xiu chimed in. Qingxue is right. I rarely manage this mansion myself. It's thanks to everyone's united efforts that this vast estate is run so well. All credit goes to you all. To that, I raise my cup. As he spoke, Luo Xiu slowly raised the wine cup before him. Seeing this, the others rose as well, each lifting their own cups. Some were cultivators guarding the mansion, others mere mortals. Yet in this moment, their hearts brimmed with joy. Their prince not only showed no disdain for them but had even hosted this banquet, making them feel a warmth unlike any they had ever known. We toast to the prince. The crowd chanted in unison toward Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu smiled, then drained his cup in one gulp. The others followed suit, emptying their own cups. Alright, everyone, take your seats. Swish, swish, swish. Thank you all for your dedication over the years. Don't be too formal today, just treat us as friends. Eat and drink to your heart's content. With that, Luo Xiu picked up his chopsticks first, placing a large lion's head meatball into his wife's bowl. My dear, thank you for being by my side these past days. Eat well, you'll need to give me a big, healthy boy. Luo Xiu beamed, his words tinged with playful teasing. Ha ha ha. His words drew hearty laughter from the crowd, and the atmosphere quickly warmed. Without hesitation, everyone began eating. Qingxue, her face flushed with embarrassment, shot Luo Xiu a glare but didn't refuse the meatball he offered. She popped it into her mouth and began eating with relish. After that, everyone chatted casually, their joyful demeanor making them look like a group of close friends gathering for a party. After 3 rounds of wine, some maids who couldn't hold their liquor flushed crimson. The men nearby urged them to drink less. Their gazes held an unusual tenderness. Witnessing this scene, Luo Xiu and his wife couldn't help but widen their eyes. It seemed the couple knew very little about their own mansion. The old steward watched them with a smile. He had observed everything all along, but chose not to reveal it. Most of the people at the estate were young, as the elders had been sent back earlier by Luo Xiu and his group to enjoy their retirement, with ample provisions provided for their livelihood. Moreover, most of the young people at Lake Lu were their descendants, introduced by them to varying degrees, so Luo Xiu could feel at ease. Suddenly, Luo Xiu instinctively reached out and took Qingxue's small hand. She looked at the stunned crowd, her bright smile abruptly halting. Turning her head, she found Luo Xiu gazing at her with deep affection. Then, Luo Xiu stood up and said to the old steward, Old Lu, you watch over things here. I'll take Qingxue out for a walk. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. Let loose and have fun. With that, he took Qingxue's hand and left the banquet, the two of them heading to the back garden. They walked in perfect harmony, exchanging few words as they strolled through the spring garden. As they approached the pond, Luo Xiu paused, his expression wistful. My dear, do you remember that day? Qingxue froze for a moment, then, bathed in moonlight, her cheeks slowly flushed crimson. Recalling that day, she still felt unbearably shy. Back then, she hadn't known why. Seeing her silence, Luo Xiu continued, that day, in the imperial palace's rear courtyard, also by a small pond, you slowly approached me. I was distracted then, unaware you'd come to my side. Perhaps it was fate, perhaps destiny's arrangement, it felt so natural. I still remember you. Even in my cold, distant state, the moment I first saw you, I felt you were a fairy descended from the heavens. No, calling you a fairy would be an understatement. Your beauty defies description, yet it seeps so deeply into my very soul. Want to know what I thought then? Luo Xiu turned back, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Qingxue lifted her delicate chin, her face brimming with curiosity as she looked at Luo Xiu. She too was deeply curious if she had captivated him so profoundly, why had he rejected her marriage proposal back then? Recalling her own behavior that day, she twisted Luo Xiu's arm fiercely. Ow ow. Luo Xiu winced with pain while laughing. Speak up. A hint of menace flashed across Qingxue's flawless features, her tone tinged with warning. You really want to know? Luo Xiu feigned mystery once more. Upon hearing her affirmative response, Luo Xiu slowly released her hand before taking a few steps back. Qingxue's face showed confusion and bewilderment. What was this guy up to? Only after putting some distance between them did Luo Xiu shout out loud, Wifey, listen up. This is what I was thinking back then, little beauty, if you marry me, I want you to give birth to 10 children for me. His voice echoed throughout the entire royal mansion. The guests still in the banquet hall froze at first, then recognized their prince's voice and burst into hearty laughter once more. Qingxue's face darkened with fury. Without another word, she immediately gave chase after Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu took off running without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 85, Wifey, be a good girl and wait for me at home. Stop right there, or tonight. Qingxue scolded shyly as she chased after him, but then she remembered something and the words in her mind abruptly halted. Luo Xiu glanced back over his shoulder, grinning mischievously at his wife. What's going to happen tonight, my dear? It had been ages since he'd seen his wife act so adorably. Who knew how long it would be before they met again after this parting? Seeing him pause, Qingxue quickened her pace and caught him. Gotcha. See if you can run away now. A triumphant smile spread across her face as she reached to tug at Luo Xiu's ear. But before her fingers could touch his skin, Luo Xiu seized her hand. He pinned her against the nearby tree trunk with force, gazing at her with eyes brimming with affection so intense it seemed to overflow. Under the bright moonlight, Qingxue saw his reflection in her own eyes, and her gaze finally softened. Huff. They gazed deeply at each other in silence for a long time. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, rustling softly. Moonlight spilled down, casting their silhouettes into the small pond beside them. Until their breaths grew heavy. Luo Xiu spoke first. My dear, wait for me at home, okay? Luo Xiu's words were gentle. Qingxue instinctively nodded shyly, then turned her head away. Without hesitation, Luo Xiu leaned in and kissed her. Qingxue's body trembled violently at his kiss. Their love intertwined, and their gazes gradually grew hazy. Only when the next gust of wind arrived, rustling the leaves on the trees, did they finally pull apart. Qingxue gently rested her head against Luo Xiu's shoulder, closing her eyes tightly as she savored every trace of his scent, refusing to miss a single nuance. Luo Xiu cradled her head gently as they remained immersed beneath the moonlight, reluctant to part. They gazed silently at their reflections in the nearby pond, their minds strangely distracted. Yet beneath those mirrored images, their hearts remained tightly bound together. After a long while, Qingxue murmured softly in Luo Xiu's embrace, Xiu, no matter what happens on this journey, you must protect yourself. Promise me, okay? Her gaze was tender and sincere, yet rippled with a faint, lingering worry. She loved this man deeply now, whether he was the formidable Luo Xiu or the carefree playboy who spent his days amusing her, she cherished him profoundly. As long as he remained by her side, all was well. But the mere thought of separation sent inexplicable panic through her heart. It felt as if her very soul had become grafted onto his, never wanting to be apart for even a moment. Listening to her soft, boneless words, Luo Xiu found himself momentarily reluctant to leave. He didn't want to part from her either, not even for a single moment, not even for a single second. Sometimes he wondered how wonderful it would be if this were Earth. At their age, they should be attending school together, studying together, and getting into mischief together. What a delightful scene that would be. But not in this world. This was a world that devoured its own, just like the one described in Mr. Treeman's writings, perhaps even more brutal than that world. If he were truly just an ordinary mortal, without such a family background or connections, he would likely be wandering aimlessly like those others. He didn't harbor grand ambitions, but he couldn't bear to witness the suffering of humanity. After a long silence, Luo Xiu softly replied, all right. Qingxue's lovely lips curved upward slightly. She then embraced Luo Xiu tightly. With just that one word from him, her heart was already filled with contentment. When love reaches a certain depth, it often becomes clearer than any promise or vow. A single smile or frown from the other is enough. Xiu, look. The moon tonight is so beautiful. Qingxue gazed at the moon on the horizon, her eyes sparkling with delight. Luo Xiu followed the direction of her finger and found himself momentarily lost in the sight. Indeed, tonight's moon was exceptionally large, exceptionally round, exceptionally bright. Though far away in the sky, it seemed as if it were just a stone's throw away. Luo Xiu clasped Qingxue's fingers tightly. Their hands intertwined as they talked about many things. It felt as if they were pouring out every experience they'd ever had, yet time itself seemed to stretch endlessly. After an unknown span of time, the moon gradually drifted away from them. What had once been as large as a boulder now shrank to the size of a marble as the sky slowly brightened. As they talked, Qingxue's voice grew softer and softer. Soon, she nestled obediently into Luo Xiu's embrace and drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Luo Xiu fell silent too, retrieving a blanket from his ring and gently draping it over her. He then gently rested his head against hers and kissed her lightly. Wait for me. He murmured, his face radiant with affection. Tianqi calendar, 18th day of the second month. Tianqi Imperial Palace. On the vast palace square, a million-strong army stood ready for battle. Over 100 manned flying vessels were docked nearby. Tomorrow, with a single wave of his hand, the civil and military officials would stand upon the elevated platform. Below, Luo Xiu stood before the million-strong army clad in marshal's armor, towering like a war god. The moment he donned this armor, he ceased to be a tender youth and became an iron-blooded general poised for battle. Admiring gazes swept over the crowd on the platform. Some murmured inwardly, truly worthy of the Luo lineage no matter what, that unmatched pride was beyond compare. In this youth, they seemed to see the former Luo Xingtian. Once, he too had stood before a million men clad in marshal's armor, radiating unmatched majesty. Lin Tianhui on the high platform seemed to glimpse Luo Xingtian's figure too. Though always aloof, his eyes grew slightly moist in that moment. But it vanished in an instant the majesty he must maintain as the supreme ruler. Soldiers, I shall say no more today. I await your triumphant return, when the entire city shall cheer for you. Lin Tianhui declared with fervor. Charge! The soldiers roared in unison. You brat, don't disgrace the Luo family. Don't disgrace your father. I promise you this today, on the battlefield, fight with all your might. Whatever the consequences, I will bear them for you. Lin Tianhui turned his gaze to Luo Xiu and spoke solemnly. Thank you, your majesty. Luo Xiu knelt on one knee and bowed his head deeply. Go forth, my most elite warriors of Tianqi. At his command, 1,000,000 soldiers boarded the flying vessels bound for the battlefield. All hands on deck. The ship slowly sails northward. Chapter 86, Watered Down Liquor. 2 days later. Look. What is it? What? What the hell are you staring at me for? He's pointing at the sky, not me. A dignified noblewoman, embarrassed by the attention, blurted out a curse. Startled, the crowd abruptly shifted their gaze toward the horizon. Mrs. Li, your belly band's showing, the last burly man chuckled as he glanced back. They quickly dispersed. Widow Li snapped back to her senses, gasped, and dashed home. 100 of the largest flying vessels slowly traversed the sky, gliding over city after city. In an instant, the entire sky was densely covered in dark shadows. Residents in the cities looked up at the sky, their faces filled with curiosity. These were small cities near the northern realm, and many common folk had never seen such enormous flying vessels before, their expressions filled with astonishment. Yet amidst the stunned gazes, an old man slowly stroked his snow-white beard and declared with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha! Do you know what these are?" Hearing the old man's words, the crowd snapped back to attention and turned to look at him. Seeing this disheveled old man, whose mouth was practically twisted into a sneer, many young people flashed looks of contempt. "Old beggar, you recognize these colossal things?" a rough-looking man said with a mocking tone. "Ha ha ha! This old beggar's about to start bragging again. Even we've never seen these things, how could a beggar like him have? Ha! How can you say that? The old beggar has wandered the world begging. He might have seen more than us. Old beggar, tell us what these things are." The crowd teased and questioned him. Though unsure if the old beggar truly knew, it was good entertainment. Seeing everyone eager for a show, the old beggar stepped inside the inn. He picked up the wine jug on the table and took a couple of swigs. "Hey, you're deliberately teasing us to get free drinks, aren't you?" The diners at the table shot him a displeased glare. Then, they gathered the remaining jugs of fine wine close, as if afraid the old beggar might snatch them again. The old beggar pursed his lips, savoring the wine's flavor. He narrowed his eyes, smacked his lips, and remarked with a hint of disgust, "This proprietor is unscrupulous, he's actually watering down the wine." Hearing this, the waiter and shopkeeper nearby instantly darkened in expression, their earlier amusement vanishing. They immediately approached the old beggar, their faces full of contempt. "You old beggar, what do you know? You think you can judge wine? Get out of here." The waiter and proprietor began shoving him toward the door. The emaciated old beggar, of course, was no match for the two of them. Half pushed, half dragged, he found himself at the shop entrance. Ha ha ha! The patrons inside watched the old beggar being pushed out without intervention, slowly settling back into their seats to continue drinking. But once at the doorway, the old beggar bellowed, "What a load of crap! I may be down on my luck, but I've never sold my soul. If I say your wine's watered down, it's watered down." The shopkeeper's face darkened, but with so many witnesses present, he couldn't very well make a scene. Besides, the crowd didn't seem to take the old beggar's words seriously, so he decided to let it go. The old beggar shook his head helplessly at the crowd's indifference. Still, having accepted their wine whether watered down or not, he felt compelled to enlighten them. "This old beggar here," he began, having drunk the nobleman's wine, "must now reveal heavenly secrets to his honor." The old beggar, thick-skinned as ever, plopped himself down on the inn's threshold, leaning lazily against the doorpost before continuing, "Honored guest, listen well. This heavenly treasure is a manned flying vessel. Though I, the old beggar, may be unkempt, I have many disciples. I hear the Tianqi Empire has dispatched 1,000,000 troops to subjugate our northern domains, Prince of the North, and the commander is none other than a prince himself." This news was common knowledge, having spread like wildfire across the empire a full month prior. However, this enormous man-flying vessel was something they had never heard of or witnessed before, and it sounded quite novel to them. So, a patron from another table picked up a jug of wine and slowly approached the old beggar, eager to learn more. "Old beggar, old gentleman," the man inquired curiously, "since you know of this colossal vessel in the sky, do you also know how many people such a massive craft can carry?" He poured wine into a cup while watching the old beggar, then handed the cup to him once it was full. Old gentleman, this is fine peach blossom wine. Taste it and see if it's been watered down. Without so much as a glance, the old beggar took the cup and drained it in one gulp. He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. This time, his grimy forehead didn't crease in disapproval, though he showed little sign of delight either. After a moment, the old beggar slowly handed the cup back to the man and said, "This wine is decent enough. You may drink it with confidence, sir." Neither disparaging nor praising, it seemed to him the wine was nothing special. The shopkeeper, still watching quietly from behind the counter, felt his face darken once more. He feared this old beggar would ruin his shop's reputation today. But the customer pouring the wine seemed no ordinary man. Judging by his luxurious attire, he was clearly someone of importance. Since the man was still asking questions, the shopkeeper dared not interrupt. "And what does the gentleman think of this peach blossom brew?" the man asked, his smile unchanged. "Substandard." The old beggar rose slowly, uttered the word indifferently, and walked off into the distance. But the instant he turned, a powerful surge of spiritual energy instantly flooded the man's mind. The man's expression instantly darkened. He hurried to the wine table, exchanged a meaningful glance with his companions seated there, and their faces immediately grew grave. They placed a silver ingot on the table and swiftly departed. As if drawn by the immense pull of that soul fluctuation in their minds, they swiftly pursued the direction the old beggar had vanished. Yet, after chasing for a long time, they saw no trace of the old beggar. "Young prince, he's vanished. Are you certain what you saw was real?" Once they reached a secluded spot, the man accompanying him changed his address. "That information is too significant to ignore. This old beggar is no ordinary man. We must hurry back and report this to His Majesty." The man's face darkened as he spoke. "Agreed." With that, the group swiftly departed, racing north toward the domain of the northern frontier king. Behind them, four shadowy figures slowly materialized. "Captain, they've fallen for it." "Ha! Young master has arrived. We'll spare the brat's life today, but the news he delivered will cost them dearly." "Ha! You've got quite the knack for impersonating a beggar, didn't you? Even detecting watered-down wine?" It turned out the old beggar from earlier was actually the captain, disguised by one of his subordinates. Not only did he possess formidable disguise skills and the ability to mimic powerful auras, but more importantly, he was highly proficient in cultivating soul power. The message relayed earlier had been transmitted through this very ability. "Ha ha! That kid should be thanking me. Otherwise, they'd have lost their lives today." The man scratched the hood of his black cloak and chuckled. "Enough, enough. The young master has summoned us. We must hurry to meet him. Put away your playful grins. As assassins, we cannot afford such frivolity, especially in the presence of the young master." "Yes, sir. Let's go." Then, like ghostly apparitions, their figures coalesced into a shadowy mass and vanished from the spot. Chapter 87, The Burial Heaven Legion, 10 Undead Generals. Tianqi Empire, Northern Realm. Mountainous plains. 100 massive flying vessels descended slowly onto this desolate, uninhabited plain. Soldiers disembarked in orderly fashion from the vessels before establishing camp on the spot. By evening, campfires blazed across the sprawling encampment stretching for tens of miles, illuminating the night sky. Within the main command tent, Luo Xiu sat upright in his armor at the head of the tent. Having removed his helmet, his white hair fell slowly. The sword bestowed by the emperor hung at his waist. His eyes, sharp and focused, scanned the 100 generals gathered within the screen. After arranging their troops, the commanders gathered before him. Now, nearly all had assembled. Luo Xiu nodded with satisfaction. The fact that 1,000,000 men could swiftly erect tents and set up fences within a single day demonstrated the army's strict discipline. "Generals, you have worked hard," Luo Xiu said calmly. His tone was calm, yet the authority within his words remained unwavering. "I have gathered you here today to outline our strategic plans in advance and to get to know each of you better." Luo Xiu's gaze swept across the assembly, committing each general's face to memory. The generals remained silent, yet the sharpness and killing intent in their eyes were impossible to conceal. They had been honing their skills for over a decade. His gaze finally settled upon the 10 undead generals. These 10 radiated the heaviest aura of slaughter. Each had slaughtered at least 1,000 men, a testament to their formidable prowess on the battlefield. First Necromancer General, Burial Soul. Your servant is present. Second Necromancer General, Burial of Life. Your servant is present. Third Necromancer General, Soul Burial. Your servant is present. Fourth Undead General, Buried Sea. Your servant is present. After mustering all 10 generals, Luo Xiu scrutinized each one. Every one of them had reached the Imperial Mystic Realm, battle-hardened warriors whose killing intent ran thick. Their combat prowess far exceeded their raw strength. Truly worthy of the title of the 10 great necromancer generals, the name alone carried a certain excellent, excellent. One general's rise leaves 10,000 corpses in his wake. This phrase embodies you perfectly. I have faith in you. I now appoint you as the 10 vanguard generals. In 3 days, I require a victory to boost morale. Can you deliver? Luo Xiu asked with a stern expression. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the 10 undead generals' lips curved into faint smiles. They had long anticipated such a battle and responded without hesitation. Rest assured, General. We shall not fail in our mission. The Grand Marshal once declared them the most perfect soldiers, born for battle. This was the highest praise they could receive. Excellent. On such a vast plain, only blood and flesh will decide the outcome. I look forward to your performance. Luo Xiu smiled faintly. The Shamlin Pass plains were a crucial stronghold he must capture. On such a vast expanse, the enemy would struggle to deploy effective defenses. Moreover, the deployment map indicated only 300,000 enemy troops across the plains. The 10 undead generals already commanded 200,000 elite soldiers, all special bloodline units. This should pose no problem. However, after securing this plain, the subsequent passes would require careful consideration. Not only did the terrain shift to rugged mountains, but many areas were naturally fortified, difficult to attack yet easy to defend. They were also prime locations for setting up various magical formations. This was no place for the all-out, bloody battles suited for the open plains. The rest of you. Luo Xiu turned his attention to the remaining generals, assigning each of his pre-planned strategies to them one by one. That night, Luo Xiu spent a long time making arrangements and soliciting the generals' opinions. After all, they were seasoned veterans returning from the battlefield, and their insights from actual combat were invaluable to him. He couldn't rely solely on theoretical planning. It wasn't until dawn that everyone finally dispersed. After everyone had retired for the night, figures from the heavenly gate appeared like ghostly specters before Luo Xiu's tent. The 2 guards outside the tent remained completely unaware. Greetings, young master. 15 figures knelt in perfect unison before Luo Xiu. Rise, Luo Xiu commanded. Report all intelligence gathered this past month and the powerful figures targeted for assassination. Yes, sir. For squad leaders then stepped forward one by one to report to Luo Xiu. Over the past month, they had not only assassinated over 10 Imperial Xian realm experts within the Northern Protectorate King's encampment but also gathered crucial intelligence. They discovered that the Northern Guardian King commanded not only 3 million troops, but had also secretly rallied numerous barbarian tribes. These tribes possessed not only formidable warriors, but also ancient masters. With tribal chieftains at their helm, these ancient masters and chieftains would join the fray if necessary, invariably siding with the Northern Guardian King's faction. Not only that, but the Northern Frontier King had also colluded with the Xuanwu Empire. With the Northern Frontier backed by the Xuanwu Empire, just a month prior, the Xuanwu Empire had stationed 2 million troops along the Northern Frontier's border. They could intervene at any moment to assist the Northern Frontier King. This means the Northern Guardian's current forces exceed 3 million. Combined with the Xuanwu Empire's 2 million troops and the scattered forces of various tribes, the total easily surpasses 6 million. A million against 6 million, this was an immense challenge. Though the Burial Heaven Legion carried the legendary reputation of the Tianqi Empire's mythical legions, and each soldier possessed a special bloodline allowing them to fight multiple foes, such a staggering numerical disadvantage made victory exceedingly difficult. Yet this was not what troubled Luo Xiu most. The third squad had uncovered a crucial piece of intelligence: the Northern Guardian's forces might harbor a Saint Xian realm powerhouse. This information had been extracted from an assassin they had killed. While its reliability remained uncertain, it demanded vigilance. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu's brows furrowed deeply. If the Northern Frontier King truly had such a formidable ally, the situation would be far worse than it appeared on the surface. Even if they achieved complete victory on the main battlefield, these hidden powerhouses in the background were opponents they simply lacked the strength to confront. Holy Shan realm experts were the pillars of every empire. Even a mighty empire like the Azure Dragon Empire possessed only 2 such beings. And here was the Prince of the North, a mere minor prince, receiving aid from such an unparalleled powerhouse. Sigh. Didn't I assign each of you a task? I told you to recruit loyal subordinates. How has your progress been? Luo Xiu took a deep breath and asked. Young master, we in the left command have recruited 5. 2 have reached the Imperial Xian realm, while the other 3 possess the strength of the King Xian realm. The left commander stepped forward to report. The right envoy then stepped forward. Young master, we recruited 5 as well. 3 have reached the Imperial Xian realm, while the other 2 are at the King Xian realm. The upper envoy reported. Young master, our branch focuses primarily on intelligence gathering. We recruited 15 individuals, none of whom have reached the Imperial Xian realm, but each possesses the strength of the King Xian realm. The upper envoy handled intelligence gathering and identifying assassination targets, so their recruitment standards were considerably more lenient. Luo Xiu nodded, then turned his gaze to the junior envoy. Young master, we only recruited 4 individuals, and only 1 has reached the Imperial Xian realm. The subordinate envoy lowered his head, looking somewhat remorseful. Luo Xiu did not reprimand him. Instead, he offered reassurance. You've all done well. In 3 days, you 2 shall join the battlefield. Target the powerful figures within the enemy ranks and minimize casualties among our soldiers. Yes, sir. That's all for today. Use these 3 days to rest and recuperate, bringing yourselves to peak condition. The The group nodded before slowly departing. Luo Xiu exhaled deeply, a weight settling heavily upon his heart. This challenge was truly no small matter. Chapter 88 Confusion. Northern Domain. North Wasteland City, the most prosperous metropolis in the Northern Realm, had now fallen under the control of the Prince of the North. Within the city Lord's mansion. Led by the Prince of the North, several figures sat solemnly in the main hall, listening intently to the news being relayed. Father, we received significant intelligence in Tianlin City a few days ago. The young man was the same one who had been gathering intelligence from beggars days prior. Now restored to his true appearance, he was the third prince of the Northern Frontier King, Lin Nan, who had long been stationed in the Northern Realm. Several individuals dressed in peculiar attire sat within the hall, their eyes fixed intently upon Lin Nan. What news? Prince Lin Tianyu of the Northern Frontier inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. He had already received word that Luo Xiu had led a million-strong army to the plains of Shanlin Pass, likely preparing to launch an attack within days. This matter weighed heavily on his mind. Though he had made preparations, he had heard that Lin Tianhui had dispatched the Tianqi Empire's strongest legion, the Burial Heaven Legion, to Luo Xiu. He knew full well the terrifying might of this army. Moreover, it had been personally forged by Luo Zhengtian himself. To the Luo family, they would obey absolutely. Had any other legion been sent, he might have found a way to bribe them into submission. But with this particular force, defection was utterly impossible. Lin Nan swept his gaze across the assembled figures, his expression awkward and hesitant. He seemed afraid that once he revealed the secret, these people might betray him. Lin Tianyu noticed his hesitation, but now they were allies. We're all on the same side. Just say it. With his father's encouragement, Lin Nan set aside his reservations and relayed the intelligence he'd obtained from the old beggar days prior. Father, several days ago we encountered an exceptionally powerful old beggar in an inn. He transmitted this message to me through his divine soul power. He said assassins have already been dispatched from Tianqi to kill you. Their strength remains unknown. And that old beggar also mentioned spies have been planted among your entourage. What? Hearing this news, Lin Tianyu was utterly shocked. His shock stemmed not from Tianqi sending assassins, but from the fact that someone had been planted among his own people. Is this information reliable? Lin Tianyu's expression grew grave as he stared intently at Lin Nan. If someone had truly been planted among his inner circle, especially someone extremely close, then his previous plans might already be exposed to Luo Xiu. Faced with his father's sharp questioning, Lin Nan dared not take it lightly. Father, I'm not even close to that old beggar. I merely offered him a cup of peach wine. After that, he transmitted this information to me through his divine soul power. I tried to chase after him to verify it, but after pursuing him for a long time, I still couldn't catch up. Lin Nan shook his head. He understood the gravity of this intelligence and had desperately tried to catch up with the old beggar for clarification. Yet after the old man vanished, he seemed to have evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving no trace whatsoever. Prince of the Northern Frontier, if what this young prince says is true, then all our previous deployments may have been compromised. A man clad in the uniform of a general of the Xuanwu Empire stood up, his face dark with displeasure. The Xuanwu Empire had deployed 2 million troops along the border. If the lives of these soldiers were lost due to the Prince of the North's careless oversight, their emperor would never tolerate it. Great Luo Heavenly King, rest assured. My arrangements are meticulously planned. Only a few trusted confidants by my side know of them, no one else. Hearing the Great Luo Heavenly King's questioning tone, Lin Tianyu hastened to explain. Losing the 2 million troops of the Xuanwu Empire would make defeating Luo Xiu's million elite soldiers far more difficult. He knew full well the terrifying strength of that army. Though he commanded 3 million troops himself, they might not be a match for them. Better safe than sorry. Until you've thoroughly investigated this matter, the Xuanwu Empire's forces will absolutely not be deployed to assist you. Yet after hearing his explanation, the Great Luo Heavenly King of the Xuanwu Empire merely shook his head. He dared not gamble his empire's 2 million troops on this man. The Xuanwu Empire was already relatively weaker. Losing another 2 million troops would make it even more difficult to contend with other empires. Alright, Prince of the Northern Frontier. Once you've investigated this matter thoroughly and uncovered the traitor among your ranks, we'll discuss cooperation again. De Luo Tianwang tossed out the words before rising to his feet and departing with his men. Now only 5 people remained in the hall. 3 were tribal chieftains from the northern regions. Though they had submitted to the Prince of the Northern Frontier, they would not hesitate to switch allegiances if someone more powerful appeared. After all, their tribes were inherently weak. They couldn't risk their very existence on an unknown entity. They too rose to their feet and addressed the Northern Frontier King. Handa, our stance aligns with Great Luo Tianwang's. We too urge you to root out the traitor among your ranks. Otherwise, collaborating with you would be nothing short of perilous. We shall take our leave now. With that, the 3 men rose and departed. Now, only the Northern King and his Grand General remained in the hall. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Tianyu clenched his fists and slammed one palm hard onto the sand table. Bang! The heavy sand table shattered with a loud crash, sending miniature flags and sand flying everywhere. Two soldiers outside the door heard the commotion and peered inside. Startled by the sight, they quickly averted their gaze, their bodies trembling as they resumed guard duty. Father. Lin Nan watched his father's face, consumed by rage, his own expression grim. He wished he had spoken to his father privately earlier. That had been his intention, but his father's words had left him no choice but to obey. I'm fine. You may leave now. Lin Tianyu took a deep breath and waved his hand at the two men beside him, signaling them to depart. The general and Lin Nan exchanged a glance before discreetly exiting. Once everyone had left, the entire hall was left empty except for Lin Tianyu. The rage and murderous intent in his eyes were impossible to conceal. Furious, he muttered curses under his breath. Lin Tianhui, you bastard. Lin Tianhui. I never imagined you'd have this up your sleeve. Very well indeed. If you really did plant someone close to me, I'll personally wring his neck and present it before you. Who could it be? After calming down, he carefully considered everyone who had joined him in recent years, as well as those recruited in the past few days. Yet after running through every possibility, he still found it hard to believe. He had thoroughly investigated everyone's background. There simply couldn't be a problem. Could this information be unreliable? Chapter 89, Poisoned or Just Sick? Within the city. Inside an inn bearing the emblem of the Xuanwu Empire. The great Luo Heavenly King and his entourage from the Xuanwu Empire were staying here, having returned to this inn. The great Luo Heavenly King hurried into a luxurious room. Inside, a young man with a commanding presence sat in meditation on the bed. His complexion was slightly tanned, his features exquisitely refined, and his posture remarkably upright. He stood significantly taller than the average Tianqi Empire citizen. Such height was only noticeable in regions with significant geographical variations. The great Luo Heavenly King approached cautiously and whispered, Your Highness. The young man slowly opened his eyes. His brown-gray irises mirrored Wu Dalong's exactly. The instant his eyes flashed open, a steady aura flowed into his complexion. Behind this calm demeanor, however, lay a hint of ruthlessness. The young man glanced at the great Luo Heavenly King, slowly withdrew his meditation posture, rose to his feet, and walked to the tea table, pouring a cup of tea for each of them. De Luo Tianwang followed behind him, seemingly afraid of the young man. Each step he took was cautious, his fear and reverence coming from deep within. Speak. The young man placed the teacup into the great Luo Heavenly King's hands. After taking a sip, he spoke slowly. The great Luo Heavenly King smiled, his hands fidgeting nervously, unsure whether to drink first or speak first. The young man noticed his hesitation. Uncle, please have a sip of tea first. You've been working hard. His words were respectful, yet carried an unmistakable undertone of command. Gulp, gulp. As if obeying a command, the great Luo Heavenly King gulped down the tea. The fist-sized cup emptied into a large ladle-like pool. As if this sip of tea were some immense favor bestowed upon him. The young man watched his obedient demeanor, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Holding the teacup, the great Luo Heavenly King spoke slowly, Your Royal Highness, it seems there's a traitor among the Northern Guardian King's entourage. I heard it reported by his son just moments ago. He relayed everything he had overheard earlier to the young man before him, word for word. Hearing De Luo Tianwang's words, the young man's hand twitched slightly, and the teacup froze mid-air. This sudden movement froze the great Luo Heavenly King in place, too terrified to move. After a moment of stunned silence, a cold smile flickered at the corner of the young man's mouth. Watching the young man's cold smile, great Luo Heavenly King felt a chill run down his spine as if a bitter wind had swept over him, piercing to the bone. Your Highness, what shall we do now? The young man took a leisurely sip of tea, as if he already knew the whole story. No rush. Regardless of whether this is true or false, it's time to clean house around that guy, the young man said mysteriously. De Luo Tianwan was left utterly dumbfounded. What exactly do you mean, Your Highness? Do you truly believe everyone around that man is completely loyal to him? The young man countered, meeting the great Luo Heavenly King's puzzled gaze. By now, it was no secret that the Prince of Zhenbei had formed an alliance with their Xuanwu Empire. That entire 3 million strong army hailed from the Tianqi Empire. He didn't believe for a moment that every single one of them was utterly loyal to Lin Tianyu. Moreover, the border commander of the northern frontier in the Tianqi Empire was rumored to have once served under Luo Zhangtian. He had heard the legends surrounding Luo Zhangtian that soldiers who served under him held him in profound reverence, though he couldn't verify the truth of it. But the fact that the border commander had so readily defected to the prince of the northern frontier suggested there might be more to it than met the eye. That's true. An empire that was once peaceful suddenly faces a rebellion, one that seeks to rally others to its cause. Naturally, it won't win the allegiance of everyone. Great Luo Heavenly King nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Hearing the great Luo Heavenly King's words, the young man regarded him with a look of amusement, asking with a cold smile, if uncle were faced with such a situation, how would you choose? The question caught the great Luo Heavenly King off guard for a second. He then stood bolt upright, his face filled with terror as he explained, Your Highness, I am utterly loyal to you. My heart is entirely devoted to you. Seeing the great Luo Heavenly King's terrified expression, the young man looked quite satisfied. Patting his shoulder, he spoke with a gentle expression. I trust your loyalty, uncle. But whether the people around that fellow are as loyal to him as you are to me, well, that remains to be seen. Our forces will hold their positions for now. Once those who understand that fellow have been sufficiently worn down, we'll assess the situation and decide whether to intervene. If that fellow proves incapable, I wouldn't mind forcing him to surrender the Tianqi Empire. The young man spoke with apparent nonchalance, yet inwardly he sneered repeatedly. His original goal had never been to aid this so-called Prince of the North. His true plan was to leverage his own abilities, combined with the Prince of the North's strength, to seize the Tianqi Empire in one decisive move. Success would mean claiming the northern domain for himself. Then, using that territory as leverage, he could continue requesting reinforcements from the empire. Even if he couldn't swallow the entire Tianqi Empire whole, seizing the territories of other feudal lords was certainly within reach. Upon hearing his words, the great Luo Heavenly King suddenly understood. He stared at the young man in astonishment, his heart filled with both fear and admiration. At the same time, he felt profound relief that he had supported this master back then, rather than the crown prince. On the mountainous plains, the soldiers were still struggling to adapt to the climate of the plains. Some were already showing signs of exhaustion. General, it's only been a single day, yet thousands of soldiers are vomiting incessantly. A battle inspector knelt on one knee before Luo Xiu, reporting with grave concern. The climatic disparity between the two regions was immense. The vast, open atmosphere of the plains was incomparable to the inland climate of the Tianqi Empire. Though the soldiers possessed special bloodlines that allowed them to endure, this was a time for rest and recuperation. While they could barely hold on by relying on this unique heritage, maintaining it during actual combat would prove exceedingly difficult. Take me to see it. After hearing the report, Luo Xiu took a deep breath and said. He had probed the climate of this region. While it differed from the Tianqi Empire's interior, the disparity should not be this extreme. The soldiers' condition likely stemmed from other causes. Soon, the two arrived at the tents housing the stricken soldiers. The sight of the general's arrival stirred excitement among the soldiers. One by one, they struggled to their feet, though some too gravely ill could only offer glances that nonetheless shone brightly. As if they had seen a savior. Hail the general! Stay still and rest properly. Yes. Luo Xiu waved his hand, signaling them to continue resting. Medic, how are they doing? Asked the medic beside Captain Luo Xiu. The medic's face was equally troubled. The soldiers appeared to be suffering from homesickness, yet the medical records suggested otherwise. With their limited medical knowledge, it was truly impossible to discern anything. General, I am at a loss. The medic first knelt down, shaking his head as he spoke. Luo Xiu slowly helped him up, frowning as he said, Rise and speak. Thank you, General. Enough. Tell me what you've discovered. General, the soldiers' symptoms don't seem climate-related. I've treated soldiers suffering from water and soil incompatibility before, and their conditions are completely different. These soldiers' symptoms resemble those of a contagious plague. The military doctor spoke with trembling voice. Even before the general, they dared not speak lightly. Whether it was a contagious plague was merely their conjecture. Plagues typically present with severe symptoms, yet these soldiers only showed weakness without signs of contagion. They couldn't offer a definitive diagnosis just yet. Seeing their perplexity, Luo Xiu nodded encouragingly. Your guess is spot on. The climates of the two regions aren't vastly different. Judging by their condition, they might indeed have been drugged. Order all kitchens to test every water source used. Yes, sir. Chapter 90, Setting aside the facts, is he really blameless? Returning to his own tent, Luo Xiu summoned the 4 captains of the Tianqi squad. Soon, the 4 arrived at his tent. Young master, did you summon us? The right envoy stepped forward respectfully to inquire. Luo Xiu nodded. I now entrust you 4 with a mission. Young master, please give your orders. The 4 stood at attention, their gazes fixed respectfully upon Luo Xiu. Many soldiers in the army have been vomiting, suffering from water and soil incompatibility. However, the climate here differs little from the Tianqi interior, so this should not be occurring. I now order you to go to the water source and inspect it thoroughly to see if you find anything. The military provisions they brought from the Imperial Armory should be fine. The problem must lie with the water source. Although they had surveyed the water source upon arrival, it was possible someone had tampered with it during an unguarded moment. After all, a water source was vital to an army's survival. Such an incident occurring just one day after their arrival seemed too coincidental to be believed. Yes, sir. The 4 men responded with a resounding yes, before streaking out like 4 afterimages. Luo Xiu remained seated inside the tent, addressing the system. System, we've now reached the northern realm. Surely you can speak freely now? Should combat erupt, there will be heavy casualties among the soldiers. How exactly do I collect the essence blood from their bodies? Luo Xiu's heart raced with excitement. Casualties were inevitable in battle, and he could harness the vital energy of these fallen soldiers to enhance his own power. Originally, he had intended to elevate his cultivation to the revered mystic realm before departing, but he hadn't known where to obtain such a vast quantity of essence blood in such a short time. Moreover, he'd been too preoccupied with other matters to address it. Now that he was here, it was time to carefully consider his plans and make his arrangements. The system, silent for over a month, finally spoke. Host, you haven't engaged in combat or cultivation for over a month. This state is highly detrimental. I advise you to first restore your aura to its peak condition and maintain it. Otherwise, in your current state, even if you acquire vast amounts of essence blood, breaking through to the revered mystic realm will be difficult. This realm demands not only cultivation breakthroughs but also the condensation of your domain soul spirit. To forge a more powerful soul spirit, you must transcend your own limitations. However, according to the system's analysis, your current physical condition no longer meets the requirements for peak performance. Therefore, you must engage in combat immediately to reactivate your Asura bloodline. After the system finished speaking, Luo Xiu froze for a moment before finally comprehending. Indeed, he hadn't engaged in much combat recently, and his physical condition seemed to have declined. It was like an athlete on Earth. If you skip a day of training, your physical abilities rapidly deteriorate. To maintain peak form, systematic training is essential. For the past 3 years, he had been constantly engaged in combat, keeping his body at peak condition. Yet, after just 1 month without fighting, the system had determined his body was no longer at its peak. Though Luo Xiu felt a twinge of regret, he knew he had to take this seriously. He'd heard that in this cultivation world, if one's foundation was unstable, advancing further would become exceedingly difficult. What should I do now? Luo Xiu asked, his expression grave. Continue the battles, of course, and the sooner the better. The Asura bloodline is born for slaughter. Once the killing ceases, it ceases to be a pure Asura bloodline. Besides, host, didn't you recently plan a battle? You'd be wise to participate. These soldiers may be weak individually, but their sheer numbers make them formidable. Though these soldiers were weak, they too carried bloodlines within them. Only boundless blood energy could awaken the Asura bloodline and restore it to its peak state. The Asura bloodline itself burns ceaselessly, strengthening through combat and igniting its innate bloodlust. My soldiers not only ignite his fighting spirit, but through slaughter, they absorb their blood essence. Using this as a catalyst, I can swiftly unleash the Asura bloodline's innate nature, bloodlust. Luo Xiu nodded in understanding. It seemed this battle was one he would inevitably have to join. The system hadn't mentioned the Asura bloodline or this requirement earlier. I understand, Luo Xiu replied, his voice tinged with confusion. But how exactly do I absorb the vital energy generated by this slaughter? Previously, the vital energy he absorbed had to be generated through his own combat. Now, with both sides' soldiers clashing, could he absorb it if he didn't personally slay them? This was Luo Xiu's greatest concern. If he couldn't absorb it, it would be such a waste. No matter how powerful he became, he could only kill a few thousand or tens of thousands in a single battle at most. These numbers were insignificant. The majority of casualties stemmed from the soldiers' mutual slaughter. That's not your concern. Absorbing vital energy is our system's job. Hearing Luo Xiu's concern, the system replied with unabashed confidence. After all these years of collecting vital energy, it was second nature to it. Moreover, as Luo Xiu's strength grew, the system's capabilities expanded dramatically. It could now absorb vital energy on a massive scale. While Luo Xiu fought, the vital energy generated around him was swiftly absorbed by the system. Thus, even in large-scale battles, the system could absorb over 90% of the vital energy for him. You mean there's such a perk? You're finally proving useful. Hearing the system's response, Luo Xiu couldn't help but tease it. How is that my fault? Host, haven't you ever reflected on yourself? Have you been diligently engaging in fierce combat lately? Have you been actively seeking out those prodigies to battle, absorbing their essence, blood, and fortune? Stop spouting nonsense with your eyes wide open, okay? The system has always operated this way all these years. The system's retort left Luo Xiu speechless. And why did those words sound so familiar? Had the system gone rogue too? Fine. You're just a robot. Whatever you say goes. Can't be bothered arguing with you. Luo Xiu felt utterly ashamed by his own words. He had indeed been wallowing in comfort lately, and he found himself longing for the days of relentless combat. But he couldn't entirely blame himself. Setting aside the facts, didn't this system have its own issues? Still, the thing had a point. It seemed this battle was one he couldn't escape. Fine by him. As the ultimate boss, he'd give the Northern King a surprise. A wicked smile flickered across Luo Xiu's lips. Chapter 91, The culprit is actually a villager? Nightfall. A single day slipped by silently, yet the soldiers within the camp showed no signs of recovery. Worse still, tens of thousands more had fallen victim to the infection within that brief span. The entire camp echoed with wails of agony, while generals paced anxiously before Luo Xiu's tent. Luo Xiu was deeply troubled. General, we must find a solution immediately. If we let this disease spread any further, forget about launching an attack on the Prince of the North. Our soldiers won't even make it out of camp before the illness renders them utterly useless. Indeed, General. And now several generals have been infected too, all formidable warriors. Clearly, this is far more serious than we imagined. General. These generals had lived and fought alongside their soldiers for years, sharing meals and battlefields, long since becoming as close as brothers. Watching their brothers suffer from this affliction was more agonizing than enduring the pain themselves. The 10 undead generals stood silently by, awaiting Luo Xiu's orders. Their composure was slightly steadier, though their own soldiers had also been affected. They weren't as agitated as the generals. Yet the deep furrows between their brows betrayed their own mounting anxiety. Generals, return to your camps first and calm your men. Until I give the order, no one is to drink water. Luo Xiu listened to their pleas and issued the order without hesitation. Very well, you may withdraw for now. By first light tomorrow, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. General. Some generals were about to speak further, but Luo Xiu commanded, obey orders. Yes, sir. With the final discussion yielding no resolution, they reluctantly returned to their respective camps to calm their troops. As they departed, Luo Xiu called out to the 10 undead generals. The 10 undead generals remain. Luo Xiu had other plans for them. The other generals were momentarily stunned, but since Luo Xiu had issued the order, they had no choice but to obey. In the end, only the 10 great undead generals and Luo Xiu remained to face the battle. General, you called us to stay. Is there a specific task? Asked Zhang Huan. Luo Xiu nodded. Indeed, there is an urgent task for you now. Tonight, the 10 of you will accompany me to guard the water source. Through the reconnaissance of the Tianqi quartet, they had discovered villagers lurking suspiciously near the water source. Luo Xiu suspected these people were up to no good, but since they were local villagers, fetching water was understandable. They had no grounds to chase them away, so tonight he intended to stake out the water source himself. He wanted to see if these villagers were indeed up to no good. General, you've detected a problem? Could it be that the water source itself is compromised? Zhang Ling heard Luo Xiu's words and was slightly shocked. He immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind it. After all, they had brought all their own food. Aside from the water source being the problem, he truly couldn't think of any other aspect where such an incident could occur. Exactly. Who would be so audacious? Daring to poison the Imperial Army. If this is the work of the Prince of the North, that would be utterly despicable. How could the Prince of the North be so vicious? Poisoning soldiers' water? Doesn't he fear harming nearby villagers too? Exactly. There are over 100 villages within 100 miles of here. If this river is poisoned, it won't just be our soldiers who suffer, the nearby villagers will be affected too. The generals all clenched their fists in righteous indignation. However, observing their fury, Luo Xiu shook his head and remarked, it likely wasn't the Prince of the North's doing. Moreover, the water source they chose is quite a distance from their own territory. If he truly sent men to poison it, we would have detected it long ago. Then what do you suggest, General? A more level-headed commander stepped forward, sharing the suspicion that the Northern Frontier Prince's men were unlikely responsible. The most likely culprits were locals nearby. Most water sources were guarded by soldiers, leaving only villagers able to approach. Villagers? Could it be? The general looked at Luo Xiu with sudden realization. Luo Xiu nodded at him, then addressed the assembly. General Zhang Ming has already reached his conclusion, and your suspicion is correct. This was likely the work of those villagers. Mentioning this matter, Luo Xiu felt a sense of helplessness. Clearly, these villagers were not welcoming the arrival of this army. Perhaps because the Northern Frontier King had guarded this northern region for so many years, these people had all benefited from his benevolence to some extent. Evidently, the villagers did not wish for the army to take action against the Northern Frontier King. He had underestimated the Northern King's influence in these northern lands, yet he couldn't help but admire the man's magnanimity. If it was those villagers, what can we do? They share the same water source as us. If they sneak things into it under the guise of fetching water, there's nothing we can do about it. Another general pinpointed the crux of the problem, speaking with some frustration. The other generals realized this too. It was indeed a major problem. Even if the villagers were responsible, there was little they could do about it. They couldn't very well arrest every villager within a 100-mile radius, could they? Noticing the suspicious looks among the 10 generals, Luo Xiu explained. Gentlemen, do not worry. I have already devised a countermeasure. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the generals all turned their eyes toward him, looking at him expectantly. Luo Xiu continued, these villagers likely just dislike our presence. The substance they've released only causes temporary discomfort among our soldiers. I've examined their symptoms. They'll recover on their own within days. But we cannot allow this to persist indefinitely. We still have marching and battles ahead. I've learned the substance they're using is a common herb called powerless grass. When added to water, it's colorless and odorless. But once ingested, it causes extreme weakness throughout the body over the next few days, along with dizziness, vomiting, and other symptoms. It's a fairly common local herb. Its antidote is a plant called Soul Awaken herb. If we gather this herb and brew it for the soldiers to drink, it will build immunity within their bodies. Even if the villagers continue spreading the weakness herb, it won't have any effect. The 10 generals' eyes lit up upon hearing Luo Xiu's words. If they could gather this Soul Awaken herb, the current problem would be easily solved. Moreover, it wouldn't harm the villagers, truly an excellent solution. However, Luo Xiu's next words delivered another blow, but the villagers have already harvested all of this herb. Clearly, they were prepared for this. How are we supposed to acquire it from them? That's another major problem. This was Luo Xiu's greatest headache. These villagers were stubbornly determined to oppose them. How could it be easy to purchase anything from them? Moreover, even after consuming this herb, recovery still required a day or two. Therefore, the most urgent task now was to secure the water source and prevent further soldiers from becoming infected. If the infection spread widely and was discovered by the enemy forces, it would be disastrous. Our immediate task is to secure the water source. I've learned these villagers only come out at night to contaminate it. Tonight, all 11 of us will guard the water source to ensure its purity. Understood. We'll follow the general's orders. Chapter 92. I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. Soon, under Luo Xiu's guidance, the group arrived at the water source. General, is this the water source we've been drinking from? The general surveyed the overgrown weeds and the significantly reduced flow compared to downstream, their doubts growing. Luo Xiu nodded. Ahead stood a massive snow-capped mountain. This water formed an underground river from its melting snow. Without the villagers' interference, it would be exceptionally pure. Generals, follow this stream downstream on your patrol. If you see villagers dumping anything into the water, stop them immediately but avoid conflict to prevent unnecessary trouble. Numerous villagers lived nearby. Resorting to force could provoke them to unite against the patrol, making the situation far worse than the problem it aimed to solve. Understood. The 10 generals obeyed the order, dispersing to different sections of the stream. Several villagers crept toward the water source. This particular stretch happened to be under Luo Xiu's watch. Hearing their faint voices approaching, Luo Xiu did not rush forward. Instead, he listened from within the grass to overhear their conversation. Hurry up, everyone. We're running out of time. Hey, what's the rush? There's still plenty of time before dawn. How can we not hurry? The water here flows extremely fast. If we don't act quickly, by the time we slow it down, those people will have woken up. The water they collect won't have the powerless grass toxin anymore. Ugh. This is truly torturous. When will these people ever leave? Are we to endure this day after day? If they persist without backing down, how long will this drag on? Several villagers crept up to the water source, one of them muttering discontentedly. To keep adding the paralyzing grass to the water, they hadn't slept properly in 2 days. All they wanted now was for those soldiers to leave quickly. Moreover, the herb's presence contaminated the villagers' water supply. Now, no village dared draw water carelessly, fearing their water might be laced with the paralyzing weed. Stop complaining. Once those people drink the water laced with the herb, they'll be bedridden for days. That's when His Highness will strike, capturing them all at once. Then we can sleep soundly and get back to our lives. The leader, sensing the growing impatience among the villagers behind him, spoke up to calm them. This man was named Lian. He had once served as a soldier under the Prince of Zhenbei. Had it not been for his injury, he might still be in the army today. His time in the army had left him utterly in awe of the Prince of the North. Not only did he pay higher monthly salaries than other princes, but during peacetime, soldiers could return home to visit their families whenever they wished. It was a remarkably easy life. Now that war was looming again, and right in his own homeland, how could he possibly stand idly by? He was determined to make these soldiers from the Tianqi Empire's interior taste their own medicine. Having served as a soldier himself, he knew well that once they drank this poisoned water, they would lose their combat effectiveness. Thus, this war could be resolved without a single shot fired. This thought filled him with pride at his own ingenuity. When he reported this to the Prince of the North, he might even receive commendation, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. His confidence soared. Yet just as they prepared to toss the powdered poison ground from the powerless herb into the water, rustling stirred from the nearby grasses. What's that sound? Who's there? The group looked toward the noise, their voices tinged with wariness. Luo Xiu slowly pushed aside the grass in front of him and stepped out. You! Luo Xiu's towering figure materialized before them. The darkness seemed to vanish in his presence, his blood-red eyes particularly unsettling against the pitch-black night. His sudden appearance startled the villagers. Before he could utter a word. Ghosts! 5 or 6 villagers collapsed on the hillside, their bodies tumbling down several times before finally landing on the ground. Ignoring any injuries they might have sustained, they staggered to their feet and fled back the way they came. Ugh! Luo Xiu watched their receding figures in speechless disbelief. He'd been planning to grab a few of them for a lesson, but they'd actually been scared off like this? Such cowards, yet they dared to poison the drinking water of others? However, as their figures vanished from sight, Luo Xiu didn't pursue them. Even if he caught up with these villagers, it wouldn't accomplish much. Forget it, forget it. I need to figure out a solution to this problem quickly. Otherwise, if these guys keep coming every day, we can't possibly have someone guarding the water source forever. Luo Xiu muttered helplessly to himself. Stationing guards here was not a long-term solution. Moreover, once war broke out, it would be difficult for anyone to spare attention for this water source. If they sent men to guard it, the target would be far too obvious. Should the Northern Prince's forces detect their poisoning, the toxins they employed would be far more lethal than the mere weakness-inducing herb. The night passed without incident as the 11 of them guarded the water source. Each general encountered villagers attempting to poison the water, but they merely drove them away without taking action. Yet by morning, a sense of helplessness had settled in their eyes as well. Luo Xiu fared better, his presence alone scared off the villagers. But the other generals didn't have it so easy. Though the villagers saw them guarding the water source, they remained brazen. Some even openly feigned necessity, using the pretext of fetching water to poison the supply. Had the generals not intervened promptly, who knew how many soldiers would have suffered the next day? Even after being stopped once or twice, the villagers persisted relentlessly, devising new methods. Early the next morning. Inside Luo Xiu's tent. General, this can't go on. These villagers are determined to oppose us. Do you know how I got through last night? 10 times. 10 times. Those bastards kept changing their tactics and excuses to poison us. The section I was guarding was under constant attack, and I nearly fell victim to their schemes. Zhang Ling, known for his fiery temper, poured out the details of last night's ordeal before Luo Xiu, on the verge of breaking down. He'd served in the military for over a decade and had never encountered villagers so determined to oppose the national army. Could the Northern Prince's brainwashing really be that effective? Why were these villagers acting in his interests? Even going so far as to oppose the national army? This was blatant treason, aiding the enemy. If they were soldiers, he'd have smacked them senseless. The situation for the other generals was no better. Some villagers had even managed to contaminate the water supply with poisonous herbs. Had he not managed to divert that section of the water source, the poisoned water would likely have reached the military camp by now. Luo Xiu listened to their reports, took a deep breath, and addressed them. Generals, I understand your urgency, but please hold your horses. Chapter 93, Persuading the Village Chief? Commander, have you thought of a solution? The generals turned their gaze toward Luo Xiu after hearing his words. They were all rough soldiers from the camp, and these petty tricks of the villagers were proving difficult to handle. There is a way in many, in fact. Luo Xiu nodded. His words instantly lifted their spirits. They were utterly exhausted from guarding the water source day and night. The villagers couldn't be touched, couldn't be killed, their tongues were nearly worn out from trying to reason with these stubborn fools. They were dead set on opposing them. A solution now would be a blessing. General, if you have a plan, speak up already. You're driving us mad. Zhang Yuan, a rough-and-tumble sort, hid boundless murderous intent beneath his simple, burly exterior. It seemed as though if Luo Xiu couldn't come up with a solution, he would slaughter every last one of those villagers. That's right, General. Even if you put us facing 1,000,000 enemy soldiers, we wouldn't flinch. But these villagers? We can't curse them, we can't kill them, it's infuriating. Not only that, but these people turn around and accuse us. They say we came here and seized the water source, denying them access. But the moment we let them pass, they pull packets of powdered medicine from their robes and dump it into the water. I've nearly lost my temper several times and slapped one of them. Who says it isn't so? If it were just a few men, that'd be one thing. But those village louts and their wives have joined the fray. Last night, they started rolling around and throwing tantrums the moment they arrived. If it weren't for my thick skin, they'd have scratched me to shreds. The generals all voiced their grievances. Even when sent into battle with severe injuries, they felt no fear. But facing these villagers? They were genuinely terrified. These villagers were utterly ignorant and foolish. Who knew what kind of mind-numbing potion the Prince of Zhenbei had fed them? Luo Xiu watched their aggrieved expressions and the comically exaggerated demonstrations, nearly cracking up. Was it really that exaggerated? Ahem. All right, generals. The demonstration ends here. Mind your dignity. The villagers' issue is easily resolved. The first solution is to find some soul-awakened grass, brew it into a decoction, and have the soldiers drink it. That will solve the problem in no time. The second option is to keep stationing guards at the water source. But after reading your reports, I doubt any of you would agree with that approach. So we'll shelve that idea for now. Luo Xiu paused, observing the assembled men. Resignation washed over their faces. They were utterly opposed to this solution. Even they, seasoned generals, couldn't stop those villagers, let alone ordinary soldiers. Wouldn't that just lead to utter chaos? They nodded in unison. Reading their expressions, Luo Xiu understood. He continued, as for the final approach, we must identify the leader of these villagers, their village chief, and negotiate with them. They might trust the prince of the northern frontier more than they trust us. But I don't believe these village chiefs are so lacking in sense of duty. I believe they're likely just acting out of self-interest, afraid this war will affect them. That's why they've come up with these schemes to stop us, hoping we'll back down when faced with difficulty. That way, war won't break out, and they won't have to live in fear. But this war is inevitable. Before launching it, we must certainly placate them first. And what is our struggle against those traitors for? Isn't it precisely to let you and the common folk live in peace and prosperity? If even they cannot trust us, then there is no point in continuing this fight. Luo Xiu refused to believe these villagers were ignorant fools. But could their village chief, their leader, truly be blind to the bigger picture? As subjects of the Tianqi Empire, they likely didn't wish to oppose their own army, but they feared the war would engulf them. Still, every situation has its worst-case scenario. If these villagers truly proved so unreasonable, he wouldn't hesitate to act ruthlessly. General, what do you suggest we do now? The villagers have gathered all the antidote herbs, and the second option is unfeasible. That leaves only the third option. Yet at the thought of the villagers' attitude, none of the generals dared to agree. Enough, generals. This matter will be resolved swiftly. Find these soldiers skilled in diplomacy. I intend to send them to each village to invite their chiefs here for negotiations. Yes, sir. Luo Xiu waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Shortly after the generals departed, over 100 soldiers arrived at Luo Xiu's camp. These soldiers were known for their eloquence within the camp. Luo Xiu looked at them, a sharp gleam in his eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. I have an important task for you to undertake. Are you willing? Luo Xiu addressed them. At your command, General. Without a hint of inquiry, they responded in unison. In their minds, the general's words were commands, not to be refused. This made Luo Xiu feel a bit awkward. After all, he had never led troops into battle nor served as a soldier himself. He felt he should at least ask for their input. His gaze swept over them before he stated directly, I am now sending you to persuade the village chiefs of nearby settlements. It would be best if you could bring them here to meet me. Is this feasible? Yes. The men answered almost without hesitation, though a hint of confusion still flickered in their eyes. Persuade the village chiefs? What on earth did that mean? Very well. Depart immediately. Luo Xiu nodded with satisfaction and gave the order. Yes, sir. After the soldiers dispersed, Luo Xiu noticed several of them gathered around one soldier, asking questions. Hey, what does sleep them into submission even mean? Yeah, second, does the general mean we should sleep with those village chiefs? Then bring them back after sleeping with them? The soldier nicknamed Heir, who was surrounded by the cotton quilts, stared at them speechless. Are you guys stupid? When the general says persuade, he means persuade. Got it? Heir explained proudly, chin lifted. Ah, so persuade just means persuade. I thought it meant sleeping with them. Ha ha ha. What were you thinking? Those village chiefs are older than us, after all. Why would you sleep with them? Plus, they might even be men. Heir burst into laughter upon hearing the remark. A faint blush spread across everyone's faces, for that very thought had crossed their minds too. That's why I'm asking you. Big brother isn't well educated, so he can only consult you, the military encyclopedia. The burly soldier gave a sheepish grin. All right, big brother. We should hurry and carry out the task the general assigned us. Oh. All right. Everyone understood the implication and began heading toward their respective destinations. Chapter 94, Fearless of Life and Death, Only Fear Abandonment. After dispatching all the soldiers, Luo Xiu returned to the sick soldiers' camp. What these troops needed most now was a morale boost. Otherwise, morale would be sapped before the battle even began, a grave mistake in military campaigns. Luo Xiu approached a camp tent housing 10 sick soldiers. Luo Xiu slowly pulled back the curtain and strode inside. General! Brothers! The general has come to see us again. The soldiers, who had been barely clinging to life, instantly turned their gaze toward Luo Xiu. Many of them rose to their feet, overcome with emotion. Even moments before, their bodies had been weak and limp, yet Luo Xiu's arrival seemed to infuse them with immense courage, enabling them to rise to their feet. Moreover, the despondent aura that had hung over them vanished completely in that instant. Watching the soldiers weakly rise from their beds one by one, Luo Xiu hurried over and gently pushed them back down. Brothers, you've endured much hardship. It's my failure as your general that brought this calamity upon you. But rest assured, my brothers, your ailments will soon be cured. Trust me. Luo Xiu patted each soldier on the shoulder in turn, offering sudden reassurance. The soldiers nodded repeatedly in response. They were veterans hardened by war. Such ailments were but minor inconveniences to them. Deep down, their greatest fear was that the generals would bar them from the battlefield. General, it's nothing. This minor ailment is nothing compared to the life and death struggles on the battlefield. Brothers, our only fear now is that you might not let us fight. For soldiers about to enter battle, that would be a tremendous disgrace. Please trust us, we still have strength left. That's right, General. We've all faced life and death on the battlefield together. Please don't send us back. General, please don't abandon us. We all served under the old general. To fight once more under the Luo family's command, we've all walked through the gates of death. It was the old general who led us step by step to where we are now. Trust us. The soldiers' faces were deathly pale, appearing weak, yet their hearts burned with resolve, their eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. It was as if they were declaring their resolve, and Luo Xiu sensed it. Having endured countless battles, their hearts remained unshaken, utterly unmoved and fearless. Now, faced with mere illness, he feared they might beg him to send them back to recover, pleading tearfully. A wave of warmth surged through Luo Xiu's heart. Though he hadn't spent much time with these soldiers, he could feel their fervor and their recognition of the Luo family. Seeing them pleading with him one by one, Luo Xiu felt deeply moved. He assured them, "Brothers, rest assured. Even under my father's command, he never abandoned you. As a junior, I have no right to do so either. You are all my seniors. This war is exceptionally difficult, and I still need to rely on you. So be at ease, your lives matter more to me than my own. I won't abandon you. If we must die, we'll die on the battlefield. Besides, these are just some insignificant, powerless herbs." Hearing Luo Xiu's words of esteem, the soldiers' hearts ignited with boundless passion. One by one, they perked up, their pallid faces suddenly flushing with color. "General, you flatter us too much. I cannot speak for others, but every soldier who fought under the old general's command was utterly captivated by his charisma. In our hearts, he was like a god. Now that you, young general, have taken up the banner of this army once more, we will charge into battle for you with all our might, slaughtering the traitors. We shall not dishonor the great general or tarnish the glory of this army. Long live the burial of heaven army. Long live." The crowd's hearts surged with emotion as they shouted, "Long live the burial heaven army." This was perhaps the unique charm of soldiers fighting solely for the faith in their hearts. Luo Xiu sensed the strength within their hearts, comforting them one barracks at a time. Their hearts were united, they feared death not, but abandonment. Over 2 hours passed as these soldiers came to understand Luo Xiu's true appreciation for them. They were the ones the world should truly revere. With flesh and blood, they built wall upon wall, guarding the vast lands stretching for thousands of miles. Evening. The soldiers sent out returned, bringing with them the village chiefs from each settlement, some 50 or 60 in total. Upon their arrival, Luo Xiu did not immediately gather them for questioning. Instead, he ordered the kitchen to prepare a lavish dinner and personally hosted the feast. The group gathered in the main camp, sitting in 2 rows on either side, with a variety of delicacies laid out in the center. Most of these village chiefs were elderly men. Seeing the soldiers standing behind them, they endured both psychological and mental torment. Some had even begun to tremble uncontrollably. After all, some of the poisoners came from their own villages. The thought made them feel as if they were trapped in a dungeon. The food laid out before them was their final meal before departure. Soon, Luo Xiu arrived at the camp entrance, accompanied by the king of Coercion's undead army and the second undead general. All were clad in heavy armor, appearing formidable and imposing. The two slowly pushed aside the curtain, with Luo Xiu stepping inside first, followed closely by the others. As the trio entered, the village chiefs rose uneasily, their faces etched with deep-seated terror as they stared at them. The sight of the 2 undead generals beside Luo Xiu, with their fearsome, demonic expressions, nearly sent them reeling into unconsciousness. Luo Xiu watched their trembling, shivering forms with a hint of resignation. He softened his stern expression, replacing it with a smile as he addressed the village chiefs. "Welcome, chiefs. Rest assured, we're not here to harm you today. We simply wish to share a meal and discuss the lives of the people in the northern realm." He then walked slowly toward them, picked up a jar of fine wine, and filled each of their cups one by one. Soon, every cup before them was filled to the brim. Only then did Luo Xiu return to his seat and sit down. Dozens of village chiefs watched Luo Xiu's actions, somewhat perplexed. Yet, seeing the young man's amiable demeanor, the fear in their hearts eased slightly. "Please, village chiefs, don't stand. Have a seat." Luo Xiu invited them with a warm smile. All right. Chapter 95, Shame. Once everyone was seated, Luo Xiu enthusiastically raised his wine cup and addressed them. "Honorable village chiefs, as this is a time of military campaign, I cannot offer you lavish feasts or fine wines. I humbly ask for your understanding. You are all my seniors, and I am the junior here. Today, I raise this cup to you." He raised his cup and extended it toward them. Seeing this, the others felt a twinge of suspicion. After glancing around uneasily for a moment, they reluctantly picked up their own cups and awkwardly clinked them with Luo Xiu's. After the first cup emptied, the icy atmosphere seemed to thaw slightly. The fear on their faces was washed away by the fiery liquor. They began whispering to each other, some praising the wine's intensity, others marveling at its quality. Though their voices were still low, Luo Xiu was pleased that the atmosphere had finally warmed. He then addressed them again. "Now, village chiefs and elders, this second cup is for the peace of our nation, our empire. Only with peace can the people live and work in contentment. It is through your leadership under such harsh conditions that we have enjoyed years of peaceful, prosperous life. The empire thanks you." Luo Xiu poured himself a cup without waiting for others, while soldiers standing behind the village chiefs began pouring drinks for them as well. Once the cups were all filled, the village chiefs no longer hesitated, lifting their cups with ease. The northern frontiersfolk were naturally fond of wine, and this was their first taste of wine from the heartland of the Tianqi Empire. Finding it novel, they naturally did not hold back. In that moment, they seemed like ordinary drinkers enjoying their wine, all restraint gone. "General, we raise our cups to you." Warmth spread across their faces, as if they were about to turn the tables and take charge, ready to engage Luo Xiu in conversation. Little did they know that Luo Xiu's earlier words had already placed them in a moral bind. Yet they continued to drink heartily, seemingly oblivious to the pressure. Luo Xiu smiled and downed his cup in one gulp as well. The purpose of this second cup was already achieved. Conversation would flow easily soon. "It's been ages. This is far superior to the brews we make back in our village, truly warming to the heart. Ha ha. This wine is truly unique. Compared to our northern region brews, it has its own distinct character. Both are excellent. After all these years of brewing, I've never made anything this good. Shame on me. Old Hank, you call that stuff you brew wine? It's got no flavor at all. You." After the second cup went down, the mood lifted again. This time, the village chiefs were chatting and laughing. Though some remained stiffly reserved, their innate warmth shone through. Luo Xiu waved his hand again, and the soldiers behind him promptly refilled everyone's cups. "Ha ha ha. You elders are all such generous souls. If you all find this wine to your liking, each of you may take a jar home with you later. Here, this third cup is to our meeting across such vast geographical distances. Though I am young, to have the honor of knowing so many elders makes this journey worthwhile." Without hesitation, they eagerly reached out and drained the third cup in one gulp. After the third cup went down, the fiery spirit began to take hold. Though these men were seasoned drinkers with decades of experience, they were starting to feel its effects. Their normally dark skin began to flush with a rosy glow, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. An old village chief, an ardent wine enthusiast, heard that Luo Xiu would receive a jar of wine upon their departure and instantly whitened his eyes. "Is the general speaking truly? Upon our return, each of us will receive a jar of this wine?" Hearing his words, the others turned to look at Luo Xiu, their faces equally expectant. Luo Xiu, of course, wouldn't disappoint them. He smiled and nodded. He had plenty of this liquor to spare. What were a few dozen jars? "Village chief, rest assured there will be plenty for all of you." His assurance brought smiles of delight to many faces. Whispered conversations resumed, filled with quiet praise for Luo Xiu's generosity. Luo Xiu merely smiled faintly at the sight. The purpose of these 3 cups of wine had been fulfilled, and now it was time to get down to business. Ahem. He cleared his throat softly, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Everyone knew Luo Xiu had something to say. "Village chiefs," Luo Xiu asked, looking at them, "do you feel our arrival has caused any inconvenience to your lives?" The villagers were taken aback at first, then fixed their eyes intently on Luo Xiu. "Why do you say that, General?" inquired the elderly man who had been so engrossed in his drink earlier. His village lay farther away, which was precisely why it hadn't participated in the poisoning scheme. Naturally, he didn't grasp the meaning behind Luo Xiu's words. The village chiefs from the villages that had participated in the poisoning, however, did not look so pleased. Their expressions shifted subtly in that moment. Though uneducated, they had lived long enough to grasp the implication in Luo Xiu's words. Luo Xiu didn't respond to the village chief's question. His gaze swept around the room, finally settling on the village chiefs whose eyes darted nervously. It seemed as if he were questioning them, yet without any hint of threat. His tone was utterly matter-of-fact, as if merely inquiring. The atmosphere fell into silence. The village chiefs, unaware of the situation, were left scratching their heads. They could sense Luo Xiu's warmth, and his troops hadn't caused them any trouble. One village chief, uninvolved in the poisoning, offered a faint smile. "General," he said, "your arrival brings us nothing but welcome. It was we who were awkward earlier, mistakenly assuming you were a ruthless man. Your warmth now makes us seem petty." "Indeed, General. We understand your mission is to quell the Prince of Zhenbei's rebellion. While we remain neutral, we certainly don't wish to see the empire torn apart." Those unaware chimed in agreement. Their village had remained untouched, and since this was their own army, the uninformed truly had no clue what old Xiu meant. "Ha ha ha. No need to worry. I merely wish to ask you all, if there are any shortcomings in our conduct, please do not hesitate to offer guidance. After all, the Empire's soldiers exist to safeguard the people's security. If we have caused you any inconvenience, it would be our fault." Luo Xiu smiled faintly. His words weren't just for the crowd's ears, their deeper meaning served as a warning to the villages involved in the poisoning. The implication was clear: their mission was to quell the turmoil and restore peace. They were not here to oppose them. He trusted these people would understand. They had lived decades. If they couldn't grasp the meaning behind his words, they truly would have lived in vain. The village chiefs of the complicit settlements understood perfectly well. Some bowed their heads in shame. Chapter 96, Apology. After scanning the crowd, Luo Xiu had a good idea which villages were responsible. However, he didn't call them out directly. Instead, he intended to offer them a way out. After all, if things escalated to a standoff, these people would only intensify their hostility toward them. Village chiefs, if our arrival has caused you trouble, I offer my sincere apologies here. As the saying goes, soldiers and civilians are one family. I believe you care about this family and wish to protect it. So let's put the past behind us, shall we? Luo Xiu raised his wine cup once more, his words ending with a radiant smile. General, you're too kind. Indeed, General. We are all ordinary villagers. We will certainly advise our people to avoid interfering with your affairs. With such warmth from you, Kara village will certainly cooperate with you. Villages not involved in the conflict quickly voiced their support. For one, these soldiers hadn't caused them any trouble. For another, they hadn't received any favors from the prince of the northern frontier. Many of these villages lay near the northern frontier. Though situated there, they were rarely managed or cared for, surviving largely on their own. If war broke out, it might not even reach them. Thus, their daily lives remained largely unaffected. However, the village chiefs of those villages involved in the poisoning remained seated, silent. Hearing the majority of villages declare their support, their hearts now felt like ants on a hot pan. First, their villages lay directly on the periphery of the battlefield, dangerously close to the conflict. Should the two armies clash, their settlements would almost certainly be caught in the crossfire. This was the very outcome they dreaded most and precisely why they had so vehemently opposed Luo Xiu's campaign against the northern commander. In truth, most of them understood that the Prince of the North had bestowed such great favors upon them precisely to exploit their status as civilians. This would allow him to use them as pawns to restrain the armies of the Tianqi Empire. Once war erupted, after preparations were complete, they could use these villages to pin down the Heavenly Awakening Empire's heavy cavalry, deterring them from reckless action. Otherwise, if harm came to these civilians and sparked an uprising, the cost would far outweigh any benefit. Yet, in the end, they couldn't resist the temptation. Having lived so many years and served as village chiefs for so long, how could they not understand the northern commander's subtle scheme? The blame lay solely with their own greed. Now they were to become human shields for two opposing armies. As village chiefs, this prospect filled them with anguish. Luo Xiu observed the struggle etched on their faces, yet he did not press them urgently. Instead, he granted them ample time to deliberate. Meanwhile, the other unsuspecting village chiefs toasted and reveled together. They no longer feared Luo Xiu in the slightest, some even sought him out for drinks. Luo Xiu accepted every invitation, and the atmosphere quickly reached its peak. Only a few sat silently, drinking in solitude, clearly troubled by something weighing on their minds. As dusk settled over the land, the revelry drew to a close. Luo Xiu ordered his soldiers to bring out over 100 jars of wine from the barracks to present to the village chiefs. He then watched them depart. Yet a dozen or so village chiefs lingered, halting their steps. Only after Luo Xiu had seen the others off did he return to face them once more. Under the cover of night, the expressions on the village chiefs' faces grew increasingly somber. After much deliberation, they realized their earlier decision had been a mistake. They had considered only their own interests, neglecting the welfare of the nation. If the Prince of the North succeeded in winning this war, then in the ensuing struggle for the throne, even more common folk would be displaced. They could not be so selfish. Just as they braced themselves for Luo Xiu's rebuke, he said little instead, inviting them once more into the military camp. Village chiefs, I imagine you have matters to discuss with us as well. It so happens I wish to show you something. Please follow me, Luo Xiu said in a tone devoid of emotion, revealing no trace of joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. Hearing his words, the dozen or so village chiefs clutched the hems of their robes tightly, unable to relax their grip. Soon, guided by Luo Xiu, they arrived at the barracks where the poisoned soldiers lay. Gently pulling back the curtain, they saw only weak, lifeless soldiers. Their entire bodies seemed drained of every ounce of strength, yet beneath the night sky, their eyes burned with an intense, fervent light. Upon seeing Luo Xiu and his companions arrive, they all attempted to rise and pay their respects. Luo Xiu waved his hand, signaling them to stay put. A wave of warmth washed over the group. Seeing these gravely ill soldiers confined to their beds, the village chief's heart sank to the lowest depths. They had only wished to prevent this war. Yet the current situation was far from ideal. If these weakened soldiers were sent into battle, all that awaited them would be slaughter at the hands of a single man. This was the very outcome they dreaded most. Luo Xiu observed them silently, saying little. He then led them to inspect the other infirmaries one by one. Every soldier inside was in the same pitiful state. Hundreds of barracks were like this, each soldier lying weakly in bed, their faces deathly pale. Yet, after touring every camp, the village chiefs' faces turned deathly pale. They never imagined their actions would bring such immense trouble upon them. They dared not imagine what would happen if these soldiers were actually sent into battle. If these old men were to encounter soldiers so utterly drained of strength, they could probably handle them with ease. Much less stand a chance against the northern commander's elite troops and fierce warriors. Seeing the soldiers suffer from this illness once more, Luo Xiu's heart was equally wrenched. Village chiefs, Luo Xiu observed them calmly, after witnessing the soldiers' condition, do you have anything to say? Truth be told, a surge of anger still simmered within him. Had these men not been powerless civilians, he might have eliminated them without hesitation. But alas, they were just ordinary civilians. And it was precisely these ordinary civilians who repeatedly wounded the heroes sworn to protect them. How utterly ironic. Hearing Luo Xiu's question, the village chiefs felt as though their hearts had been struck hard by something, shattering their once fiery resolve into pieces. Thud. Instead of offering immediate explanations, the dozen or so elderly village chiefs knelt before Luo Xiu and his companions, their faces etched with profound guilt. Luo Xiu and the two generals behind him hurriedly helped them up. Ah! Elders, what are you doing? Luo Xiu sighed helplessly. Seeing that Luo Xiu held no blame toward them, the guilt in the hearts of the dozen elders only deepened. General, we were foolish. Kill us now. Yes, General. We old fools made them do these things. Kill us instead. Seeing these young soldiers suffer such harm because of our selfishness, we deserve 1,000 deaths to atone. The village chiefs wept bitterly, finally realizing the immense harm their actions had inflicted upon these soldiers. Chapter 97, Who said I had no cultivation? Harming thousands upon thousands of soldiers, even slaughtering every last person in their villages, wouldn't be enough to atone for it. They were now gripped by fear. If the Apocalypse Empire came looking for someone to blame, it wouldn't just be these dozen or so old folks who'd suffer. The entire village would be doomed. How could this happen? Why did this situation turn out so different from what they had originally envisioned? They had only intended to drive these people away, ensuring their village remained untouched by the ravages of war. But so many people, so many soldiers had suffered such immense harm because of their petty selfishness. The faces of the dozen elders had turned completely ashen, the flush from their earlier drinking now completely faded. Luo Xiu looked at them, their eyes filled with fear, and said helplessly, Elders, you misunderstood my meaning. This matter isn't as serious as you think. Yet, Luo Xiu's words reignited their hope. They slowly lifted their bowed heads, their aged eyes now glimmering with renewed light. General, what do you mean by that? An elderly village chief, still confused, asked eagerly. If there was a way to reverse this situation, they would naturally be willing to cooperate in every conceivable way. Indeed, General. Seeing these children suffer so terribly because of our despicable actions, our hearts ache unbearably. We deserve 1,000 deaths for our sins. General, just tell us what you need. We'll go through fire and water for you. Nothing is beyond our reach. As long as you spare our village, we will obey your every command. The other village chiefs turned their eyes toward him, solemnly declaring their resolve. Luo Xiu smiled inwardly, secretly relieved. Thankfully, these village chiefs understood the bigger picture. It seemed today's banquet had been well worth the effort. With the situation now clear, he saw no need for further pretense. He addressed them directly, Village chiefs, please do not panic. Fortunately, when you administered the poison, it was only the weakening herb. The situation can still be reversed. We could have avoided such elaborate measures, but unfortunately, when we sought the antidote, the soul awakened herb, we learned it had already been completely harvested by your villages. This general had no choice but to resort to this extreme measure. I hope you will hand over any soul awakened grass you've dug up. This will allow our soldiers to recover swiftly. Are you willing? Luo Xiu's gaze fixed firmly upon them. Hearing Luo Xiu's earnest plea, they felt no remorse whatsoever for the harm their ignorance had caused the soldiers. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief, only then recalling the matter of the antidote to the powerless herb, the soul awakened grass. One after another, they eagerly declared, General, rest assured. I'll return immediately and bring every soul awakened herb from our village. That's right, General. We'll go back immediately. That soul awakened grass isn't some precious herb, it grows everywhere in our village. Whatever amount you need, we'll provide it. And us. And us. Our village has some too. Us too. Us too. The crowd's earlier despondency vanished as they scrambled to offer their services, eager to earn favor. Luo Xiu nodded with satisfaction. This unexpected complication was finally resolved. He did not disappoint the village chief's honesty. Once more, he ordered the soldiers to each take 2 extra jars of wine to present to them. As dusk deepened, Luo Xiu even dispatched soldiers to escort them home, as if fearing they might encounter danger along the way. More importantly, he instructed the soldiers to retrieve the soul awakened grass immediately upon returning with the village chiefs. For the time he had to launch his attack was running short, and he could not afford any further delays on this matter. Once all this was settled, he could focus his full attention on confronting the Prince of the North. The moonlight was as dark as ink. Across the vast grasslands, the sparse birch trees echoed with the intermittent chirping of cicadas. Wolf packs on the steppe howled to the heavens from time to time. Within the main camp, Luo Xiu once again summoned all the generals for a meeting. Once everyone had assembled, Luo Xiu addressed them with grave expression. Generals, the poisoning incident has been resolved. Proceed with the previously assigned deployments. Remember your duties. Once the 10 undead generals breach the first line of defense, the second echelon must strike with lightning speed to capture the second line. These strategic deployments had been thoroughly explained by Luo Xiu before. His intent was to swiftly eliminate these frontline forces with thunderous force. By firmly controlling the front lines, he could secure supply routes to the rear, preparing for the main assault against the Prince of the North. The tactic he employed was the Iron Chain strategy, a series of interconnected links where even the slightest lapse in one would undo all previous efforts. These generals understood Luo Xiu's careful planning. As seasoned veterans of the battlefield and invincible commanders, they would not take this lightly. General, rest assured. We've rehearsed this maneuver countless times these past days. Though we encountered a minor hiccup, it's nothing to worry about. General, rest assured. We who once followed the old commander in securing this empire for His Majesty, and who have maintained its stability, isn't this mere northern frontier prince a trifling matter? What is there to fear? Indeed. Every battle we fought before, wasn't each one earth-shattering? Hundreds of generals pounded their chests in solemn assurance, unwavering in their faith in their troops and their brothers in arms. Their confidence was unwavering. Luo Xiu observed their confident expressions and nodded in satisfaction. Proud yet humble, invincible in 100 battles. Proud yet humble, invincible in 100 battles. Good but not arrogant, victorious in 100 battles. Hundreds of generals shouted their motto in unison, their voices echoing across the entire plateau. Soon, the soldiers, hearing their commander's cries, joined in with equal fervor. Very well. Generals, retire for the night. The assault commences at noon tomorrow. Luo Xiu issued the command. Yes, sir. The generals departed one after another. Luo Xiu summoned the Tianqi forces once more. While the tasks assigned to the generals remained unchanged, he adjusted the mission for the Tianqi troops. Originally, he had no intention of participating in this first battle. However, upon hearing the system's prompt, he had no choice but to join the fray. His original plan was to oversee the battle from the sidelines. Firstly, to prevent the powerful forces under the Prince of the North from maliciously intervening and causing casualties. Second, to test the capabilities of the 10 undead generals. Now that he would be participating in the battle himself, the role of overseeing the operations would have to be handed over to the Tianqi forces. Soon, the 4 squad leaders arrived at the command tent. "Young master, you summoned us?" asked the left envoy. Luo Xiu nodded. "There's a change to your plan for tomorrow's battle. I will personally take the field. You will assume my role of overseeing the battle." What? All 4 were taken aback. They had always known Luo Xiu was incapable of cultivation. For a young master without cultivation to enter the battlefield tomorrow, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? What? Do you have something to say? Luo Xiu pressed. After a moment's deliberation, they clenched their jaws and replied, "Young master, you have no cultivation. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to personally enter the battlefield?" "Yes, young master. We cannot disobey your command, but please grant us this request, allow the 4 of us to protect you. Leave the task of overseeing the battle to the other members." Luo Xiu froze at their words, then burst into laughter. "Who said I have no cultivation?" The 4 froze, casting unfortunate glances at Luo Xiu. With a sigh of resignation, Luo Xiu wasted no words and immediately released his aura. Whoosh! An overwhelmingly tyrannical aura instantly crushed down upon the 4, its oppressive force descending like a thunderclap. What was this? Young master, how could such terrifying pressure exist? We can't move." The 4 instantly turned deathly pale as a hellish terror swept over their hearts. This overbearing aura left them without even the thought of resistance. They couldn't even muster a shred of their own mystical power. "Young master. I can't hold on any longer. Young master." Seeing this, Luo Xiu slowly withdrew his suppression and spoke calmly to the 4, "Any further doubts?" The 4 remained silent and silently departed. Chapter 98, What Gives Them the Right? The next day, the sun rose in the east. Led by the 10 great undead generals, 100,000 troops stood in perfect formation upon the mountainous plains. War drums were set upon the hillside, ready to beat the charge. Buglers stood in perfect formation around the drums, radiating an air of solemn authority. Serious expressions hardened the faces of the soldiers. Not a trace of cowardice was visible, many even wore looks of excitement. This sharp blade had been concealed within the Tianqi Empire for over a decade. For soldiers, the absence of battle was a sorrow, a stagnation. Though they had done everything possible to prevent their nation from being violated, as soldiers, the battlefield was the only place where they could establish their authority. Now, with the likes of Xiao daring to bring chaos to the empire, they had the opportunity to take the field, to kill enemies, and to earn merit for their country. How could this not make their blood boil? The soldiers detested traitors and betrayers above all else. In this first battle, they would unleash thunderous fury to teach these treacherous scoundrels a brutal lesson. A gentle breeze swept across the desolate northern frontier, where waves of yellow sand rolled endlessly like desert tides. The sand lashed against the soldiers' armor, producing a constant rumble of clanging metal. After a long wait, Luo Xiu convened a brief meeting with the generals about to enter battle. Once concluded, he stepped before the ranks of soldiers. Luo Xiu inspected them clad in gleaming silver armor, radiating formidable authority. Among them were soldiers who had only been freed from poison the night before. Seeing their revitalized spirits now, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel moved. These men were truly worthy of awe. Just yesterday, they had been too weak to sit up, yet now they stood tall and imposing before the enemy, defiantly showing their strength. What incredible resilience and spirit had brought them to this point. Soldiers, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Over these past 3 days, we encountered a few minor setbacks, though none of consequence. Now, you are about to follow me into battle to punish the traitors. I ask you, is there any fear in your hearts? Luo Xiu slowly ascended the platform, his expression solemn as he asked in a deep, resonant voice. The moment Luo Xiu finished speaking, the soldiers below the platform fixed him with intense, burning gazes. We fear nothing. A thunderous chorus of voices boomed across the land. Their spirits were higher than ever, and the killing intent on their faces was impossible to hide. Good. I trust you are all seasoned veterans of the battlefield. I shall spare you unnecessary words. This is our first battle since entering the Northern Realm. We must fight with the spirit that defines our burial heaven army. Let those traitors harboring treasonous thoughts witness the scenes from 11 years ago will be reenacted here. Kill! 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 Soldiers drew their swords and weapons in unison. The clanging of steel echoed across the land, as if declaring war upon the heavens themselves. What if we defy the heavens? They named themselves burial of heaven. What did they fear in this world? Besides, though the Prince of the North commanded vast armies, he was no god. What was there to fear? Beat the drums. Boom! 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 Soon, the sound of horns and drums echoed across the northern skies. The swirling dust and sand slowly dispersed at that moment, as if clearing a path for these soldiers. At the northern frontier's most forward defense line, Shanxigmen Pass, soldiers heard the cries from ahead and panic spread across their faces. A month earlier, when they learned they would face the legendary Burial Heaven Legion, every nerve in their bodies had been on edge, tightly coiled and perpetually taut. Yet this day had arrived so swiftly, and they were filled with dread. Back when they still served the Tianqi Empire, their officers and drill sergeants had constantly drilled into them that as imperial soldiers, their ultimate goal should be to defeat the Burial Heaven Legion. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general is no soldier at all. In the hearts of these soldiers, the Burial Heaven Legion was like a myth, a legion they yearned to join through all manner of hardship. Yet today, this legendary force, this very goal, stood starkly before them as their adversary. They're coming, they're really coming. Among the white-clad soldiers, one trembled as he pointed forward in fear. All eyes followed his gesture. A curtain of yellow sand swirled like a screen, and behind it emerged an army radiating murderous intent. They moved like ghosts across the desert, their speed so swift that each blurred figure gradually sharpened into focus. The killing intent radiating from them was impossible to conceal. Especially for these battle-hardened soldiers, such an aura was all too familiar. The army charging toward them now radiated a killing intent not merely several times stronger than their own, it was 100-fold more intense. Though they held the only high ground on the plain, fear gripped their hearts. Facing the seasoned veterans charging toward them with murderous intent, they couldn't even lift their weapons. Only the sound of trembling hands gripping weapon hilts could be heard, weapons rattling clangingly within their scabbards. Just like the soldiers' hearts, they trembled wildly. One by one, they swallowed hard, an indescribable dread creeping onto their deathly pale faces. At that moment, the 10 undead legions of the Burial Heaven army were less than a mile away. What's the panic? They're soldiers, but aren't you? How many battles have you fought on these frontiers? How many foreign tribes have you slaughtered? Are you weaker than them? Shake yourselves awake. If His Highness ascends the imperial throne, you will all be founding generals and receive rich rewards. The commander of the northern frontier, known as the third fiercest warrior of the north, his face twisted with ferocity, roared at the soldiers behind him. On the eve of a great battle, nothing was more disastrous than such wavering morale. Watching the soldiers tremble, their hands unable to grip their weapons firmly, Wild felt a deep frustration at their lack of resolve. The prince had sent him to guard this crucial first pass precisely because of his wild, unruly troops. Yet now, before a single arrow had been shot or sword drawn, these battle-hardened soldiers were already cowering in fear. How could this be tolerated? The soldiers, meeting his fierce gaze, quickly composed themselves, though the fear in their hearts remained undeniable. Qingxue shook his head in resignation, then turned to the archers behind him. Archer Corps, prepare. The moment the enemy crosses that ravine, you need not await orders. Empty every quiver on your backs immediately. Yes, sir. The rest of you, follow my command. Once the divine archers have emptied their quivers, you will join me in facing the enemy. He refused to believe this legendary Burial of Heaven Legion was truly that formidable. How could a mere force of less than 100,000 men hope to devour his 300,000-strong vanguard? What gave them the right? Chapter 99, Unstoppable, Crushing Overwhelm. The 10 undead generals, led by Luo Xiu, charged at the forefront. Not only Luo Xiu, but the other 9 undead generals had likewise forged their paths through slaughter, tempered in the crucible of battle, their blades cutting through flesh and bone. The blood-soaked aura emanating from all 11 of them surged skyward. The moment the soldiers guarding the pass for the Prince of the North saw that crimson, blood-soaked aura rising from them, they all swallowed hard. These were soldiers who had guarded the frontier for years, no strangers to battle. Yet in all that time, they had never witnessed a general whose bloodthirsty aura could rival that of these men. The commander of the Divine Archery Corps was already trembling with fear. Watching the 11 men close at hand, nearly crossing the ravine, he hesitated to issue orders. For the blood-soaked aura emanating from those 11 had already solidified into a crimson wall of blood. The general sensed that even if every arrow in their quivers were fired, they would be completely blocked, unable to harm the soldiers behind them. "General, what should we do?" The commander was now in a panic, utterly at a loss and having forgotten the general's earlier instructions. Even if he ordered all soldiers to unleash their arrows now, it might halt the 11th's advance but would yield little effect. These arrows could never wound such formidable beings, at best merely slowing their charge. They still had enough strength to deal with the soldiers, but even that was becoming a struggle. Wild frowned deeply. How could he not see this situation? Yet now, he too was at a loss. He had fought countless battles over the years, earned innumerable military honors, and witnessed the rise of countless new generals. But he had never encountered such a fierce assault led by a general. Weren't generals supposed to command from the center of their forces? How the hell did they all suddenly charge to the very front? Damn it! Do they truly believe their army is invincible? Do they genuinely think their own bodies are indestructible? How dare they charge headlong like this? What are you waiting for? His wild pupils suddenly contracted, yet his crimson eyes stood out starkly, bloodshot veins spreading around his irises as if pushed to the absolute limit. He barked orders. Since these men had charged ahead, was he supposed to care about their lives? Moreover, he refused to believe these men dared act so recklessly simply because they were legendary generals of the empire. Charging into battle for their soldiers, did they truly fear no death? Hearing the general's command, the commander of the Divine Archer Corps hesitated no longer. He barked out the order decisively, "Fire!" The soldiers, with arrows already knotted, released their taut hands without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the command. Tens of thousands of arrows shot skyward like a torrential downpour, tracing a wide arc before plunging straight down. The clear sky instantly darkened as a torrent of arrows poured down, obscuring the sun and sky. Luo Xiu and his men at the forefront halted instantly, faint smiles tugging at the corners of their mouths. This was the moment they had been waiting for. Though every soldier of the 10 undead generals possessed formidable physical strength, even they could not withstand such overwhelming force unscathed. That was precisely why the generals had devised the strategy to use their own bodies to withstand the enemy's initial assault and disrupt their ranged attacks. This would drastically reduce casualties among their troops. "General, here it comes." Zhang Hun spoke calmly, as if the tens of thousands of fierce arrows raining down before him were mere drops of rain, utterly insignificant. Luo Xiu, clad in full Asura armor, slowly raised his head to gaze at the sky. His eyes gradually turned a blood-red hue as a torrential surge of blood slaughter aura erupted. Countless threads of this aura coalesced like a net, poised to sweep away the entire volley of arrows. The other 10 undead generals refused to be outdone, each summoning their full might to intercept the arrow storm with their formidable mystical energies. In an instant, the potent blood aura, accompanied by 10 multicolored halos of mystical energy, surged skyward. It formed a massive barrier along the arrow's trajectory. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dense hail of arrows struck as if hitting cotton, their momentum completely dissipated. Then, under the influence of the powerful mystical energy, they ignited into blazing flames mid-air and were utterly consumed. The enemy generals led by Wild on the opposite side stared in utter disbelief. They never imagined such a maneuver was possible. After all, the terrifying destructive force of tens of thousands of arrows was something even ordinary Xuanxuan realm experts dared not confront head-on. Unless one was willing to expend their domain power to forcibly enhance their strength, it was utterly impossible to withstand such an assault relying solely on one's own Shenling Qi. Yet these 11 individuals had achieved it with such effortless ease. It was utterly beyond their comprehension. Shall the general fire the remaining arrows? The general's mind was now in turmoil, instinctively retreating. Could such an enemy truly be their match? Even if the enemy numbered less than 100,000, while their own forces swelled to a full 300,000, they had assumed the advantage was theirs. Yet these were ordinary men. Yet they charged like savage beasts, ferocious and relentless. This was simply not the same level of existence. It was like comparing ants to elephants. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? If the general felt this way, what of the tens of thousands of soldiers behind him? Under such relentless assault, even a pack of savage beasts would be riddled with holes in the eyes of these ordinary soldiers. Yet the enemy stood like ghostly specters, with overwhelming strength, and they withstood it. How could they possibly stand a chance? Enough with the nonsense. What's with all this chatter? My previous orders mean nothing now, do they? Clear every last arrow from your quivers now. Immediately. Wild no longer possessed his earlier composure. His eyes were bloodshot, bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. He too was panicking. He knew deep down that in this battle, he was no match for the 10 great undead legions. But since he had already taken his stand, he feared neither life nor death. Yes. The general was startled by Wild's furious roar, nearly losing his footing. What followed was a relentless hail of arrows greeting Luo Xiu and his companions. Yet to them, this barrage felt like mere raindrops, barely effective as an attack, merely draining their internal mystical energy. Eventually, the divine archer corps exhausted their arrows. Luo Xiu and his companions had also expended considerable energy, but to them, it was insignificant. For the real show was about to begin with these undead soldiers. The soldiers of the Undead Legion understood their general's intentions. As they charged forward relentlessly, they witnessed their commander's actions. Since their generals had paved the way for them, it was now their turn to take the stage. They advanced in orderly formation, not charging recklessly. Leading the charge was the Burning Flames Legion, one of the 10 great undead legions. Standing side by side outside the city walls, they channeled their fiery bloodlines to condense countless balls of blazing energy. A torrent of flames erupted, sweeping away the first wave of defenders with devastating force. The massive city gate itself was shattered by their combined assault. Meanwhile, the 300,000-strong army led by Wild and his comrades had long been waiting behind the walls. The remaining undead legions wasted no time, rushing headlong into the city. Battle erupted instantly, filling the air with the clamor of combat and the wails of the fallen. Luo Xiu and his companions, however, sought out the enemy generals. These commanders possessed formidable strength, each capable of single-handedly holding off 1,000 foes. To avoid unnecessary casualties, the 11 of them had to eliminate these commanders. However, pinpointing a few hundred individuals amidst the chaos of hundreds of thousands clashing proved challenging. Yet none of this posed a significant problem for Luo Xiu, as his domain was potent enough to intimidate all. Moreover, the system had instructed him that wherever his domain extended, it could absorb blood-killing energy to enhance his own strength. Without hesitation, he soared into the air and slowly unfurled his Asura divine domain. Instantly, half the battlefield lay beneath its reach. As countless soldiers met their end, the vital energy surging within their bodies rose and merged into the domain. The Asura prompt in Luo Xiu's mind chimed incessantly at that moment. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had already gathered over 1 million units of vital energy. If converted into his own strength, it would allow him to break through another cultivation level. However, advancing his cultivation level wasn't urgent. The system had informed him that breaking through from the Imperial Mystic Realm to the revered Mystic Realm allowed for cultivation compression. The more mystic energy compressed, the greater his strength and ability to defeat opponents of higher tiers after the breakthrough. If one's talent was strong enough to compress to the peak of the Imperial Mystic Realm, the system would grant a special reward. As for what that reward entailed, the system had not informed him. Nevertheless, he was filled with anticipation. Such unique rewards were rare, at least. He had never received one since gaining the system. As the battle raged fiercer by the hour, after 3 days and nights of relentless combat, the 10 great undead generals crushed their enemies with overwhelming force, slaughtering every last one of the 300,000 foes. On the battlefield, they took no prisoners. Betrayal was betrayal. Once they took up arms against them, there could be no mercy. For surrender after defeat? They would not accept it. Finally, only the savage remained on the battlefield. With his formidable strength, he had even wounded the soul flames of the 10 undead generals. Yet, he himself was now gravely injured by soul flames, utterly unable to fight on. Covered in wounds, he propped himself up with a spear thrust into the ground, his body swaying precariously. His gaze seemed to have lost all focus. After a shaky glance around, his entire body collapsed like a deflated balloon, slumping to the ground. Luo Xiu approached him slowly, his voice low and measured. "You were once a soldier of the Empire. In this moment, do you regret it?" Wild slowly raised his head, gazing up at Luo Xiu, whose entire body was clad in the Asura battle armor. He felt overwhelmed by the sheer power radiating from him, the formidable aura making it impossible to look up. All he could see was the lower half of Luo Xiu's torso. He tried to strain his eyes, but all his strength had long since drained away. He couldn't see clearly. He gave up struggling, his voice muffled as he replied, "Regret? General, are you asking me?" Kuang Yi suddenly let out a cold laugh, as if the question itself were laughable in his eyes. Luo Xiu nodded. This Kuang Yi was indeed a soldier. Whether he was a loyal general, however, remained unknown. To call him a traitor was only because he had betrayed the Empire. To call him loyal, in this moment, he had never betrayed the Prince of the North. Yet the murderous aura emanating from this man was strikingly similar to his own. He was indeed a perfect general. "I'll see you off on your final journey. You are a true soldier." Luo Xiu didn't wish to press him further, nor did he seek any information from him. Thanks." Wildly resigned spoke with a sigh of relief. In this moment, he felt an unprecedented lightness. Reflecting on his military career spanning over a decade, today might just be the most relaxed and liberating day of his life. Luo Xiu nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. A surge of powerful divine soul energy instantly shattered Wild's consciousness. The process was painless and instant that became eternity. The 10 undead generals couldn't help but feel regret at Kuang Yi's demise. He possessed formidable strength and astonishing willpower. Even with the Soul Flame's formidable fire control and its world-devouring inferno, this general refused to surrender. Truly admirable, but that was all. An enemy is an enemy. Mercy shown to them is cruelty inflicted upon oneself. Afterward, the group cleaned up the aftermath. The 900,000 troops behind them slowly entered the pass, preparing for the next wave of attacks. Guys, it's not that I'm not updating anymore. It's just that the readership was low, so I started a new book. Honestly, writing books is about making money. My family is really struggling, and I need to earn my own tuition. This was truly unavoidable. Today's 2 chapters are combined into one because I was too lazy to come up with separate slogans. Updates will continue regularly, and of course, the new book will also progress. Thank you all for your support. New book, Xuanhuan, starting out digging up my divine bones? But my name is Huang. Chapter 100, Billions of Qi and Blood Entwine, breaking through to the Zhuanchuan realm. After capturing the mountain forest pass, Luo Xiu discovered his accumulated vital energy had reached 8 million. Moreover, following this battle, the Xianling Qi and blood slaughter Qi within his body had been compressed to their absolute limit. It was time to break through. Within the main army tent, hundreds of commanders stood in perfect formation before Luo Xiu, awaiting his next battle plan. Generals, Luo Xiu declared, clad in his commanding officer's uniform, his voice measured and deliberate, all but the 10 undead legions that have just fought shall advance again in 3 days, precisely as I previously ordered. The earlier battle arrangements had been finalized. While the 10 undead legions would remain stationed within the 3 forests pass, the rest of the forces would press forward. This served 2 purposes, to prevent surrounding alien tribes from launching flanking ambushes and to allow the troops to rest and recuperate here. After this battle, he had fully recognized the terrifying combat prowess of the Burial Heaven Legion. With less than 100,000 troops, they had captured a fortress defended by 300,000 soldiers. Ordinary soldiers could never have achieved this feat, however. For the Burial Heaven Legion soldiers, who possessed special bloodlines, this was nothing extraordinary. The 10 great undead legions, in particular, possessed combat strength several times greater than other legions. He intended to let them rest here, while also preparing them as his final trump card. He was confident in securing victory in the upcoming battles. After all the generals had received their orders and departed, he summoned the 4 heavenly envoys. At this moment, he had one crucial task remaining, to break through his own limits. Preparing for the battles ahead. Soon, 4 dark figures glided into his tent, kneeling single knee before him. They were none other than the 4 heavenly envoys. Young master. The 4 greeted him in perfect unison. Luo Xiu waved his hand, motioning for them to rise and speak. Without hesitation, they swiftly stood up. Simultaneously, the world cast peculiar glances toward Luo Xiu. If they had previously believed him to be powerless, their foremost duty had been to protect him, ensuring his safety. But after witnessing the battle, they had come to recognize a completely new young master. They also came to recognize a terrifying presence. Recalling Luo Zhangtian's final instructions before his departure, they now understood completely. Indeed, the saying like father, like son held no falsehood. My cultivation has reached a point where I can no longer suppress it. I intend to seize this opportunity to break through. Are you willing to guard me during this process? Luo Xiu looked at them and asked calmly. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the 4 snapped out of their daze, their eyes widening in astonishment. Breakthrough. Young master, what level of power do you possess now? Why couldn't they sense it? Were it not for the overwhelming aura he displayed before battle, they would never have believed Luo Xiu harbored such cultivation. Young master, forgive my boldness, but to what realm have you now ascended? Right Minister stepped forward slightly and bowed respectfully. He voiced the question burning in the minds of the other 3, whose eyes now fixed intently on Luo Xiu, awaiting his response. Luo Xiu smiled. Truthfully, he had long since stopped hiding his abilities from these subordinates. But actively revealing his strength felt a bit too showy, so he chose to let things take their natural course. However, since they had asked today, telling them wouldn't hurt. The Imperial Mystic Realm, Luo Xiu stated calmly. Yet the 4 before him wore expressions of utter astonishment. To them, this cultivation level wasn't particularly high, but how old could this young master be? Barely 18? His strength was already on par with theirs. No, it had likely surpassed theirs long ago. After all, the same cultivation realm didn't necessarily equate to equal strength. Some peerless prodigies could effortlessly defeat opponents of higher ranks. As the descendant of their master, how could Luo Xiu not possess such transcendent combat prowess? Moreover, they had already felt Luo Xiu's imposing aura earlier. Even the 3 who had broken through to the Zhuanchuan realm found it impossible to withstand. It was clear that this young master's strength had already surpassed theirs. What astonished them most wasn't Luo Xiu's cultivation level, but his mention of the extreme realm. Ordinary cultivators could at most break through to the 10th layer before advancing to the next realm. Yet, having served Luo Zhangtian for so long, they had heard whispers of the extreme realm and witnessed its terrifying power firsthand. That terror was embodied by Luo Xiu's elder brother, Luo Tian. None knew this better than the right envoy, for he had suffered defeat at Luo Tian's hands. Even then, Luo Tian's power was already overwhelming, far beyond the envoy's ability to match. Yet Luo Tian had effortlessly crushed him with his physical extreme realm alone, leaving him utterly defenseless. Only later did he realize Luo Tian hadn't even drawn upon a shred of mystical energy to defeat him. From that moment on, the right minister became utterly devoted to Luo Tian. Truth be told, none of the four were particularly old. Even the eldest, the right and left envoys, were only around 40 years old. Yet they had already achieved such heights, standing as peerless prodigies across the entire Tianqi continent. Yet compared to peerless prodigies like Luo Tian and Luo Xiu, their own brilliance paled into insignificance. We pledge to protect the young master, the four declared solemnly. They were gradually coming to realize the terrifying potential of this family. If they could remain by their side, perhaps one day they too might reach that once unattainable realm. Follow me. Luo Xiu remained unaware of their inner thoughts. His immediate priority was to break through his cultivation barrier as quickly as possible, swiftly eliminate the Prince of the North, and return home to be with his wife. Soon, the five arrived at a desolate, lifeless wasteland. Not a single living soul remained here, resembling a deserted desert. System, what should we do now? After selecting the location, Luo Xiu asked the system. Host, please activate your domain to separate the other four, the system instructed. You four just guard from a distance. There's no need to stay so close to me. Yes. After dismissing the four, Luo Xiu compressed his Asura divine domain to its absolute limit, covering only himself. The cultivation within his body felt like a taut string, ready to snap at any moment. System, I've compressed the Asura divine domain to its absolute limit. The cultivation within me is nearly beyond containment. Luo Xiu managed to say with difficulty. It felt as though countless boulders weighed down every inch of his body, making even breathing a luxury. Host, the special gift promised to you earlier has been prepared. As the system spoke, the clear, scorching sky beneath them abruptly shifted. Dark, oppressive clouds now gathered overhead, converging toward Luo Xiu. Within Luo Xiu, the Asura totem erupted into fury. The long dormant symbol reappeared on his skin, now resembling a raging inferno that scorched every inch of his flesh. Yet beneath the sky, the dark clouds churned even more violently. Bolts of thunder, each crackling with the power of lightning, slowly descended toward Luo Xiu. He was utterly speechless. His mind was filled with endless complaints. He couldn't fathom what the system was thinking, activating his Asura totem again after he'd managed to suppress it. What's more, the thunderbolts from the sky seemed to be targeting the totem itself. System, is this the great gift you promised? Luo Xiu muttered under his breath, utterly speechless. Beads of sweat the size of raindrops formed on his forehead. Each strike of heavenly thunder sent waves of agony coursing through his body, stirring the Asura demon totem within him. Every inch of his being, inside and out, was being cruelly tested. Host, rest assured. Endure this moment, and you'll see my worth, the system declared with solemn conviction. What if I can't endure it? Can't endure? You think you can't endure? Care to try? Luo Xiu said nothing more. Under the relentless hammering of thunderbolts, the Asura blood within him coalesced naturally, slowly feeding into the surging Asura demon. His cultivation surged relentlessly, breaking through to the revered mystic realm without pause, and it showed no signs of stopping. The vital energy within his body now reached countless billions, as if every meridian held boundless power. His jade-like skin gradually turned a deep crimson. Were it not for the protection of the Asura divine armor, the dozens of thunderbolts raining down from the heavens would have long since reduced him to a skeleton. Unbeknownst to him, he had already withstood 99 heavenly thunderbolts, his cultivation soaring to the second tier of the revered mystic realm. He had thought the thunderclouds above would finally disperse, but they seemed determined not to relent. Instead, they coalesced into a single mass, shifting into a kaleidoscope of 9 colors. They then began to gather power frantically, the surrounding thunder energy slowly converging above Luo Xiu's head, as if preparing to strike and obliterate him in one blow. Host, hurry! The grand gift is here. The system, sensing the moment was ripe, urgently alerted Luo Xiu. What the hell kind of grand gift is this? You're trying to kill me. Luo Xiu cursed. Having just dealt with the Asura demon dragon within his body, he looked up and froze in shock. Rest assured, it's absolutely a grand gift. Don't activate any defenses. Retract your domain and withdraw the Asura divine armor, the system instructed. Luo Xiu. You're trying to take me down with you, aren't you? Trust me, you won't die. The thunderbolt was already stirring, poised to strike at any moment. The system couldn't afford to explain further. Luo Xiu took a deep breath and chose to trust the system once more. He withdrew all defenses from his body. In that instant, the 9-colored divine thunder slowly descended from the heavens. The terrifying multicolored lightning seemed to drain every ounce of thunderous energy from the continent. All or nothing. Luo Xiu roared. The 9-colored divine thunder above him was now less than 100 feet away. Luo Xiu's eyes slowly turned a blood-red hue as the blood in his veins surged. Millions of Asura energies erupted, shooting straight toward the heavens. Facing life or death peril, the Asura divine core within him slowly awakened. A godlike apparition emerged from his body, wielding the Asura divine sword as it charged straight toward the 9 divine thunderbolts. Asura divine essence. Asura divine essence. It's done. It's done. Master. He's returned. The system shouted excitedly within Luo Xiu's mind. The 4 great guardians watching from the sidelines trembled in awe at this spectacle. A divine shadow, a sight beyond their wildest dreams, something they never imagined witnessing in their lifetimes. How dare you defy me with mere heavenly thunderbolts? The Asura Phantom swung the Asura divine sword, striking directly at the 9-colored divine lightning. And that wine-colored lightning, as if sensing its terror, transformed into 9 vividly colored spheres of light and fled. Escape? You shall remain here to serve my disciple. The Asura's phantom instantly split into 9 afterimages, charging toward the 9 vibrant thunder orbs. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original position. Only now, 9 differently colored thunder orbs circled his palm. 9 colored thunder pearls. Their grade is a bit weak, but they'll suffice for that brat, the Asura's phantom murmured in a distant voice. He then turned to look at Luo Xiu, who had fallen unconscious. Yet within Luo Xiu's mind, the system had transformed into a small cat-like form, emerging from his thoughts to bow before the Asura's phantom. Greetings, master. The Asura's shadow responded indifferently. Take good care of him. I've already spoken with his father, he won't cause you trouble. Yes, master. The kitten-like system's eyes sparkled. Enough. My phantom form's time is running out. Let me secure one last opportunity for this boy. The Asura god sighed. Then, he flung the 9-colored divine thunder into the air. His phantom form dissolved into swirling blood energy that coiled around the thunder pearls, forcibly subduing their consciousness. The 9 pearls spontaneously formed a bracelet and silently settled onto Luo Xiu's wrist. I'm leaving. The Asura god's voice abruptly ceased at that moment, and his figure vanished without a trace. The kitten-like system's eyes flickered with a trace of loneliness before it flew resolutely into Luo Xiu's mind, as if nothing had ever happened. Luo Xiu slowly awoke at that moment, finding himself unharmed despite the attack. He felt quite surprised. That 9-colored divine thunderbolt had been incredibly powerful. How come he wasn't hurt at all? Just as Luo Xiu was puzzling over this, he suddenly felt something in his hand. Picking it up, he saw an exquisite bracelet resting in his palm. 9 exquisitely crafted beads shimmered with distinct thunderous hues. System, what is this? Luo Xiu asked suspiciously, staring at the bracelet in his hand. Host, rest assured. This is a great opportunity bestowed upon you, a bracelet formed from the 9-colored thunder beads. With it, you need fear no evil spirits in this world. Once you break through to the Emperor Xian realm, you will even master the laws of thunder and lightning, punishing all manner of evil spirits, the system explained. Which 9-colored divine thunder created this thing? Luo Xiu nearly shouted. This was truly a treasure. Alright. You've completed your breakthrough. You can wrap things up now. The system seemed reluctant to dwell on the Asura phantom, skillfully steering the conversation away. Luo Xiu didn't press further. Turning to the 4 guardian protectors, he found them standing motionless like wooden statues. What's wrong with them? Don't worry. They'll recover in less than a quarter of an hour. Probably just scared out of their wits. Host, don't get too excited just yet. Your Asura divine realm still lacks a condensed divine soul. You'd better start thinking about what kind of divine soul to condense, the system reminded him once more. Breaking through to the revered mystic realm without condensing a divine soul would severely weaken one's power. Luo Xiu understood this principle well. But given today's circumstances, let alone condensing a divine soul, even walking was a struggle. Better to try another day. 2 chapters combined into one, folks. Chapter 101, 10,000 Paths Converge as One, Divine Soul Manifests All Phenomena. Now, with his Zhuanchuan realm tier 3 strength, he still had a chance to slay foes 2 or 3 realms above him. If he could condense his domain soul, he was confident he would be unrivaled within the Zhuanchuan realm. At that point, even if he encountered the Northern Guardian King, he would have the confidence to suppress him. Luo Xiu's mood was now exceptionally high. However, it was a different story for the 4 envoys guarding him, who remained frozen in place like wooden statues encircling him. Why hasn't it been long enough for them to recover yet? Luo Xiu asked in confusion after waiting for a considerable time. The agreed-upon quarter hour had long passed, yet the 4 remained utterly still. Don't worry. It might be because their cultivation is too weak, so it takes longer. Are you kidding me? Their master was none other than the lofty, eternal Asura god. Even the exalted celestial gods couldn't meet his gaze for more than a moment. If these 4 hadn't been scared into idiocy, they'd be lucky. How could recovery be so simple? But he could only vent this frustration silently in his heart, for his master didn't want his host to discover the truth so soon. Hearing this, Luo Xiu nodded silently. Though he didn't know what the 4 had endured, judging by the terrifying pressure of that 9-colored divine thunder earlier, such an impact was entirely justified. The mere thought of that terrifying 9-colored heavenly thunder pressure made Luo Xiu involuntarily glance at the 9-colored bracelet in his hand. Could the source of the 9 heavenly thunder's laws have truly fallen into his hands so easily? What exactly had transpired just now? And who had intervened to aid him? Luo Xiu desperately wanted to ask the system, but that thing remained tight-lipped. No matter how he tempted it, it wouldn't utter a single word, leaving him utterly helpless. Another half-quarter of an hour passed before the 4 envoys finally recovered. Yet their vacant gazes suggested they had already forgotten everything they had witnessed moments before. All 4 stared blankly around them, their eyes seeming to ask, "Who am I? Where am I?" Only when their gazes fell upon Luo Xiu did they snap back to reality. They vaguely recalled being there to protect him, then witnessing a 9-colored divine thunderbolt plummeting from the sky, after which their consciousness had gradually faded. Yet, seeing Luo Xiu standing here unscathed, it was clear he had weathered the thunder tribulation. "Young master, we deeply apologize. We truly had no idea what happened just now. The moment that 9-colored divine thunder poured down, we lost consciousness. Are you all right?" The left envoy stepped forward, his face filled with remorse as he addressed Luo Xiu. The others bowed their heads in shame. Had Luo Xiu truly met with misfortune, they would have been utterly unforgivable. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred. Seeing they had recovered, Luo Xiu waved his hand, signaling he was fine. "Return to your posts. The main force won't launch the final assault for another 2 days. Use this time to gather intelligence, monitor whether the Prince of the North has any next moves planned, or if any mysterious masters are backing him." "Yes, sir." Though he had achieved a resounding victory in this battle, it all felt too effortless. The northern frontier king hadn't even attempted to reinforce his troops. Such a crucial stronghold, simply handed over? This wasn't a decision a military commander wielding such power would make. Either he was truly powerless to resist, or he had ulterior motives. But for the Prince of the North, commanding millions of troops, was it truly so difficult to muster a few 100,000 reinforcements? The answer was no. Leaving only one possibility, he deliberately handed over Sanlin Pass, and what he sought was undoubtedly far more valuable than the pass itself. What exactly was he after? Luo Xiu exhaled deeply. He couldn't fully relax. Leading troops into battle was something he was doing for the very first time. Difficult, truly difficult. Host, don't overthink it. With this system by your side, we'll absolutely make the Prince of Zhenbei fall into line. The system, looking gloomy, said with a forced smile. Since his master had already instructed him to assist this host diligently, then this system could finally get down to business. You? Luo Xiu's tone carried a hint of distaste, doubting this system could offer him any real benefit. His cultivation base relied entirely on accumulated vital energy blood and chi earned through bloody battles. At best, the system was merely an intermediary. Apart from a few special rewards, it was basically useless. Host, are you questioning me? The system grew displeased upon hearing his dismissive tone. It's not just me. Countless eyes and minds in the shadows are condemning you, because you really are pretty useless. But little one, I have my own struggles. Do you really think just because you're a transmigrated being, you can do anything? Host, do you know the risks I take every time I grant permissions? Do you know how many threats I've faced from headquarters just to get this far? Why? In an instant, the system felt utterly wronged. These people's demands were too high, too unfair to the system. Ugh. Luo Xiu was speechless. How did this thing manage to get so upset? All right. Fine, I believe you. Now tell me, what can you do to help me win? Remember, the Prince of Zhenbei is incredibly powerful. With our current forces barely a fifth of his, what do you expect us to do against him? I said I can make you win, so just win. Don't worry about the rest. You'll see when the time comes. Fine then. Just don't screw up when the time comes, or we'll both be toast. Ugh. All right. This system says you'll win, so you'll win. Just wait and see. But your top priority now is to recover your strength and quickly consolidate your divine soul. Otherwise, even if I let you win, it won't mean much. Luo Xiu nodded, then headed toward his own tent. His recovery was swift. A single night was enough to restore him to peak condition. Condensing the divine soul wasn't inherently difficult. The challenge lay in whether one could grasp its essence during the process and how deep one's faith truly ran. Luo Xiu continued to unleash his domain within his tent. After the breakthrough, he felt his power had surged 100-fold. His post-breakthrough domain now extended over 10,000 meters. Had this been before the great battle, he could have absorbed the vital energy of everyone present and harnessed it for himself. Yet amidst his elation, he grappled with a new dilemma. What essence should he condense? Can I really condense any spirit essence I want? Luo Xiu asked. Of course it can. However, the more powerful the divine soul, the greater the difficulty in condensing it. The dragon soul you mentioned earlier is an exceptionally potent existence. Successfully condensing it is no simple feat. However, even if you were to condense a dragon soul, it still wouldn't be the most powerful divine soul. The system explained. Then what is the most powerful divine soul? 10,000 paths converge as one, divine soul embodies all phenomena. All paths converge as one, divine soul manifests myriad forms? Hearing the system's words, Luo Xiu scrutinized them carefully. Chapter 102, Host, you don't seriously want to condense the omniscient divine soul, do you? Why is it called the strongest divine soul? Because the myriad forms are the origin of all things. Everything in the world traces its roots back to them. Those who awaken to it can control it at will with their thoughts, manifesting any divine soul imaginable. Even something as powerful as a dragon soul can be conjured. Even those ancient beasts long extinct can be brought forth through the host's intent. Not only that. The reason the omniscient divine soul is called omniscient is that it is not as simple as ordinary divine souls. It will condense multiple divine souls as the awakened one grows stronger. If the awakened one breaks through to the legendary realm, they can master all phenomena in the world, bring all paths of the world back to themselves, and rule over the rise and fall of myriad things. The system explained each point to Luo Xiu. Unify all paths, command the tides of fate. Luo Xiu's heart pounded wildly. He never imagined such a formidable divine soul could exist in this world. Even the dragon soul he had imagined and crafted seemed like a mere speck of dust in its presence. This only strengthened his resolve to awaken his divine soul. If he could awaken this omniscient divine soul, both his power and domain would undergo a qualitative leap. He might even be able to fight a Saint Realm cultivator at his current revered Xian Realm, 3rd heaven level. Then, no matter how powerful the Prince of the North was, he would have nothing to fear. Luo Xiu couldn't conceal his inner excitement. Deeply moved, he hurriedly asked the system, "What must I do to awaken this omniscient divine soul?" The system materialized into the same ink-black kitten, standing before Luo Xiu and shaking its head. The 10,000 phenomena soul awakening it is no simple matter. Even this system, having followed the Asura god for countless millennia, had never witnessed anyone awaken the 10,000 phenomena divine soul. Among the countless prodigies across the vast multiverse, none dared claim the confidence to awaken it. For Luo Xiu, residing in this weak, low-tier plane, awakening it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. The chance was practically zero. Though the odds of assisting him in awakening were practically non-existent, he could still transmit the key principles for awakening the soul of all phenomena to Luo Xiu. While such knowledge was a secret in this low-tier plane, it had long ceased to be a secret within the vast multiverse. What's this supposed to mean? Are you just teasing me? Luo Xiu immediately grabbed him by the throat. Whoa, 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 whoa. Host, what are you doing? I worked so hard to manifest this form, don't crush me. This was no easy feat. So tell me, were you just toying with me? Not exactly. I could reveal the secret technique to awaken that legendary omniscient divine soul. But your chances of succeeding are practically zero. Still want to try? Then stop playing all mysterious, just spit it out. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. The system eyed Luo Xiu's confident expression, reluctant to dampen his spirits. But this guy was utterly stubborn. The system had no choice but to give in. Fine. Just let me go first. Luo Xiu released his grip. The system, which had taken the form of a kitten, shook its head before transforming into an attribute panel that materialized before Luo Xiu. Omniscient divine soul, the awakened one must reach the extreme realm when breaking through from the imperial mystic realm to the revered mystic realm. Failure to do so will prevent completion. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up upon seeing the first requirement. His strength had already reached the legendary extreme realm during his breakthrough. So, he had met this first condition, right? He continued reading. His expression darkened. The omniscient divine soul is the progenitor of all things in heaven and earth, the very essence of cosmic laws, the crucible that forges all existence. The awakener must possess the purest bloodline of heaven and earth, with a bloodline concentration of 100%, and it must be a legendary divine-grade bloodline. Legendary god-tier bloodline? And the bloodline concentration must reach 100%. What the hell kind of joke is this? Forget whether his Asura bloodline could even reach god tier. The mere requirement of 100% purity was practically an impossible task. Luo Xiu's expression darkened further, while the system kitten gloated from the sidelines. It had provided the method, the choice was entirely his. Yet seeing Luo Xiu's grim expression, the system felt a genuine sense of delight. Luo Xiu steadied his emotions and continued reading, nearly coughing up a mouthful of blood. The awakened one must comprehend one cosmic law within the Zhuanshuan realm. If the previous two requirements were already impossibly difficult, this one was downright terrifying. Grasping a cosmic law? How the hell was he supposed to comprehend that? Even the legendary Emperor Xian realm struggled to grasp a single one. Demanding this at the revered Xian realm? That's just bullying. But that wasn't even the most outrageous part, because there were two more requirements below. The awakened one must engrave at least 10,000 divine souls during the revered mystic realm stage. The awakened one must comprehend one profound truth of the laws at the Zhuanshuan realm stage, imbue this truth into their domain, and establish it as the domain's governing principle to command all 10,000 divine souls. After reading these 5 conditions, Luo Xiu was utterly dumbfounded. Words failed him to describe his current state of mind. It was utterly disastrous. He recognized every character in these 5 conditions, yet when he tried to piece them together for comprehension, they felt utterly foreign. Observing his dazed expression, the system sighed helplessly, retracted the attribute panel, and floated onto his shoulder. It patted his shoulder consolingly. "Ah, young man, your path is still long. Don't bite off more than you can chew." Yet Luo Xiu remained unmoved, standing there blankly, his blood-red eyes seemingly hollow. After an unknown length of time, he finally snapped out of it and turned to the system. "System, is my bloodline now God tier? What's the concentration?" The system was startled by his sudden question. You wouldn't be planning to answer me. The Asura bloodline is a God tier bloodline. Your current bloodline concentration has reached 98%. Very well. Then is this 9-colored thunder pearl in my hand the embodiment of the thunder law? Yes. Then can I comprehend the profound essence of this 9-colored thunder pearl's law? I suppose so. Ha 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 ha. Luo Xiu suddenly burst into laughter, leaving the system beside him utterly bewildered. Has this host gone mad? Is the shock that intense? While it's true that many prodigies across the vast cosmos have driven themselves mad trying to awaken the omniscient divine soul, they went mad because they were on the verge of success only to fail for some reason, right? This guy hasn't even tried yet and he's already gone mad? Host, are you okay? The system cautiously nudged his shoulder. I'm fine. And I'm confident I can awaken the omniscient divine soul. Luo Xiu replied with unwavering confidence. It seemed as though awakening the omniscient divine soul was already a foregone conclusion in his mind. Confirmed. This host has truly lost his mind. You don't believe me? Yeah, I believe you. You can totally do it. Let's not talk about this for now. Get lost. I'm not crazy. With 98% God tier bloodline concentration, is there any chance to reach 100%? The system observed Luo Xiu's expression madness on the surface, yet not quite. Host, are you serious? Smack. Ouch. Host, why are you hitting me? The kitten system covered its face and wailed. Luo Xiu stared at the kitten-like system, finding it utterly infuriating. He slapped it hard, sending it flying into the corner. I'm not joking around, you'd better take this seriously. Oh. The system climbed up from the floor, looking aggrieved. It then analyzed for Luo Xiu. Enhancing a god-tier bloodline is extremely difficult. With your current 98% concentration, the remaining 2% is arguably the hardest part to improve, though not impossible. If you could absorb the vital energy from the millions of people the Northern King will command next, then purify it and integrate it into your own bloodline, there might be a chance to advance. Excellent. Doesn't that fulfill the second condition? Luo Xiu smiled. The system nodded in agreement. Luo Xiu raised his arm, shaking the multicolored thunder pearl on it. As for the cosmic laws, I think this multicolored thunder pearl in my hand is quite suitable. If I can fully quantify it, I'll master a cosmic law, the law of thunder. Now that the 9-colored thunder bead had acknowledged him as its master, fully refining it was merely a matter of time. Thus, the second condition posed little difficulty for him. As for the third requirement, imprinting at least 10,000 divine souls within the Zhuanshuan realm stage, that is indeed challenging. Each imprint consumes resources. It's impossible to accomplish in a short time. But it's not hopeless. My cultivation and strength are built on accumulating vital energy through combat. If I dedicate all that time to this task, I can achieve it. Listening to Luo Xiu's analysis, the system widened its cat-like eyes, staring intently at him. As for the fourth requirement, grasping the profound truths of cosmic laws, it does pose a challenge. But isn't that where you come in? With your vast experience, helping me master the essence of the cosmic thunder law is merely a matter of time. Luo Xiu looked at the system, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Though he still didn't know where the system came from or what its purpose was, after spending so much time together, he trusted it deeply. Moreover, this entity seemed omnipotent within this realm, suggesting it originated from a far more powerful plane of existence. It must have been created by an immensely formidable being. Therefore, it undoubtedly possessed profound knowledge of the essence of cosmic laws. When the time came for him to comprehend it, having the system guide him from the sidelines would undoubtedly make the task twice as effective with half the effort. Thus, grasping this so-called profound truth of cosmic laws was not beyond reach. The system stared back at Luo Xiu's terrifying eyes, fixed intently upon it, its back arched and cold sweat pouring down. WH, why are you staring at me like that? It stammered, trembling. Luo Xiu ignored its question, continuing his analysis. As for the fifth principle, since no one has ever achieved it before, I shall be the one to create it. Host, you're not seriously considering condensing the omniscient divine soul, are you? Who do you think I am, joking? Luo Xiu shot him a withering glance. As if to say, does my expression look like I'm joking? Alright. You make a valid point. If all the conditions you analyzed can be fulfilled, you do stand a chance. But isn't the immediate priority to deal with that prince of the north first? Let's just say if you can't even handle a minor northern frontier king, forget about condensing the omniscient divine soul. Tonzi makes a good point. Let's use that old geezer to test our blade first. Chapter 103, Mu Qingxue's letter, Xiu I miss you. After 3 days of reorganization, Luo Xiu led his army forward once more. News of the northern frontier king losing his most crucial stronghold spread throughout the various tribal clans, plunging them into panic. Samo, is this the prince of the northern frontier you led us to pledge allegiance to? Some greenhorn with less than 100,000 troops crushed his vaunted 300,000 strong legion into dust. Don't you owe me an explanation? That's right. If you hadn't deceived us back then, we could have claimed fertile lands had the northern frontier king seized the throne. We never would have followed you in this treasonous act. And look at these letters on the table. See, clearly the emperor of the Tianqi Empire doesn't regard the prince of the northern frontier as anything special. He's entrusted a mere 1,000,000 troops to some wet behind the ears, spoiled brat to deal with him. This clearly shows he doesn't care about him at all. Now, these surrender letters piled on this table, how utterly ironic. If that so-called northern frontier prince truly fails, our descendants will never find peace. They'll be branded as traitors for all eternity. A dozen tribal chieftains, seething with indignation, thrust surrender letters into the hands of their alliance leader, ranting incessantly. News of their rebellion alongside the Prince of the North had already reached the Tianqi Empire. Their fate, life or death, now hinged entirely on the decisions they made at this critical juncture. Their alliance leader sat in the seat of honor, deep in thought. He too had received a surrender letter. From the current strategic landscape, the Northern Guardian King's advantage was steadily diminishing. Crucially, the Mountain Pass stronghold had already fallen to the Tianqi Empire's forces. For the 1,000,000-strong army to advance further, they must retake this vital strategic point. Yet the Prince of the Northern Frontier remained silent, offering no word for an agonizingly long time. This eerie stillness had the effect of eroding the tribal chieftain's confidence in supporting him. Of course, he understood that the Prince of the Northern Frontier had been manipulating them all along. The facade of benevolence he presented was merely a ploy to deceive the villagers at best. Deep down, he knew this all too well. But once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. Even if he led these tribes to surrender now, they would only find themselves caught between two opposing forces. On one side loomed the Northern Frontier King, his gaze sharp and predatory. On the other, the Tianqi Empire maintained an attitude that remained utterly inscrutable. Therefore, at this moment, he preferred to trust the Northern Frontier King. Enough talk. Now that the cat's out of the bag, do you think we have any way back? Even if we surrendered, our future treatment would be far worse than before. Satsuma slammed his hand hard on the table. The dozen or so tribal chiefs, who had been chattering away, fell instantly silent. Think carefully. Why did we follow the Prince of the North in rebellion? Because we're caught between the great empires, and our people can barely survive. They care nothing for us minorities, indulging only in pleasure within the imperial palace. If we could endure, why would we rebel? Think it through yourselves. I have no path to retreat. As the leader of this entire alliance, surrender means execution. Rebelling against the Prince of the North brings the same fate not just for me, but for all of you as well. After his impassioned speech, Samijin firmly revealed his true intentions, firmly grasping the desires of these commanders. For who wouldn't want more fertile lands? Who wouldn't want their tribes to live in peace and prosperity? Yet the heavenly awakening empire could not grant them these things. Therefore, they had no choice but to switch allegiance. The tribal chieftains once again fell into deep contemplation. Samo's words held undeniable logic. Having already participated in rebellion, someone must bear the blame. As leaders of their respective tribes, they could not escape responsibility. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu and his forces had captured several more passes. The northern frontier king's territory was being steadily carved away, while the scattered remnants of his defeated army could only cling to a precarious existence. Despite this, the northern frontier king showed no signs of major action. His eerie calm was unsettling. He neither sent reinforcements to the besieged passes nor mounted any countermeasures. This left Luo Xiu baffled by his intentions. Night. Back in the commander's tent, Luo Xiu summoned the major heavenly gate protectors once more. His mood these past days had been vaguely unsettled. Even after so many victories, he felt not a shred of joy. Young master. The four guardians knelt on one knee before him, greeting him with utmost respect. Luo Xiu waved his hand helplessly. Their master-servant mentality was deeply ingrained. Dismantling it overnight was simply impossible. He decided against further explanation and cut straight to the point. The army's advance these past days seems almost too smooth, so smooth it feels unstoppable. But this is merely superficial. The true depth of the Northern Guardian's strength remains entirely unknown. This gives me an ominous foreboding. Luo Xiu's brows furrowed, a hint of confusion flickering in his clear eyes. The four guardian elders sensed his thoughts. The left guardian stepped forward and said, "Young master, if anything troubles you, just give us your orders." The other three protectors nodded in agreement. Luo Xiu patted one on the shoulder and chuckled, "Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, this prince of the northern frontier would be quite a challenge. Then trouble yourselves once more. Penetrate deep into the northern protector's territory and uncover his true intentions. I sense he's brewing a massive conspiracy, waiting for me to walk right into it. The four guardians nodded and slipped out silently. Report. An urgent report came from outside just as Luo Xiu was about to sit down and rest, causing him to raise an eyebrow in slight confusion. Enter. A messenger, drenched in sweat, entered the tent, holding a letter in his hand. Reporting to the marshal, a letter from the princess consort. The messenger respectfully presented the envelope, hands clasped before him, to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu paused, then a warm smile spread across his face upon hearing it was from his wife. He took the envelope. You may withdraw. Yes. Only after the soldier departed did he slowly sit down, envelope in hand, and begin reading carefully. Xiu, how are the battles over there? Are you holding up well? All is well at the prince's residence, please do not worry. Securing the nation is indeed a noble cause, but please do not venture into danger alone, for there are those waiting for you at home, waiting for you to return. Ah Xiu, I miss you. After reading the letter, an indescribable emotion welled up within Luo Xiu. This feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. Especially when he was far from home, his eyes inexplicably stung with warmth. The final line moved him deeply. It turned out this silly wife had long since accepted him and loved him so profoundly. He could feel her heart brimming with anticipation for his return, longing for the moment they'd embrace. Silly girl, I miss you too. Wait for me. Wait for me to come home, and we'll have a big, healthy baby boy. Chapter 104, Rescue. Luo Xiu knew he had to end this war as soon as possible. By nature, he never relished such conflicts. Given the chance, he'd still choose to laze around at home, continuing to enjoy carefree days with his silly wife. Why take on this dirty, grueling task? Thus, over the next few days, he reorganized his deployments once more. They had now penetrated deep into the territory of the Prince of Zhenbei. Yet the prince himself seemed to hold him in little regard, deploying only a handful of commanders with any real authority. Under the crushing might of the Burial Heaven Legion, the opposing forces crumbled like straw chickens and clay dogs. He still couldn't fathom the northern frontier king's true intentions, a matter that gave him considerable headaches. It was also a cardinal sin in military campaigns. Without knowing both oneself and the enemy, one was doomed to defeat in 100 battles. The third night. The Tianqi squad he had dispatched finally relayed news back. Within the camp, the right envoy knelt slowly on one knee before Luo Xiu, a letter clutched in his hand. His face was slightly pale as he spoke. My lord. Luo Xiu turned to meet the pale face, his brows furrowing slightly. Yet without hesitation, he immediately helped the man rise. What happened? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Luo Xiu asked with concern. He could clearly sense the right minister's injuries were severe, and a particularly overbearing Xian energy lingered within him. If not purged promptly, it could prove life-threatening. Seeing Luo Xiu's worried expression, the right minister felt a flicker of emotion. Nevertheless, he retrieved the intelligence they had been guarding and handed it to Luo Xiu. We uncovered crucial intelligence, the right minister said, his eyes filled with worry. But we ventured too deep into enemy territory and were discovered by their elite forces. The others sacrificed themselves to cover my escape and are now trapped inside. This intelligence had been guarded with their lives by several brothers. He absolutely could not allow it to be lost. Moreover, during his escape, he had been severely wounded by a formidable opponent under the Northern Prince's command. That man was exceptionally treacherous, wielding Xian power that was both overbearing and vicious. Had it not been for the imperative to deliver this letter, he doubted he could have endured. Luo Xiu stared at the blood-stained envelope in his hand. Instead of opening it immediately, he gathered supreme mystical energy and forcibly channeled it into the right minister's faltering body. My lord! The right minister's faltering form suddenly trembled. To his horror, he realized Luo Xiu was healing him. Don't speak! Luo Xiu warned him. The mystical energy flowed steadily from his hands. Empowered by his formidable bloodline, the right minister's internal injuries were quickly stabilized. However, full recovery would take at least 2 to 3 years. The entire healing process lasted 2 hours. Only as the sky began to lighten did Luo Xiu withdraw his hand. Go rest and recuperate. I'll send men to rescue them immediately. Yes. Luo Xiu still hadn't glanced at the letter in his hand. He immediately summoned the commanders of all major military camps, and the 10 undead generals also appeared before him. The heavenly fortress was the last bastion of strength his father had left him. Now that it was in his hands, he would absolutely take responsibility for it. He would rescue them. However, a large-scale operation was ill-advised at present. Moreover, given their capabilities, they could hold out without the intervention of powerful experts. Marshal, what brings us here? One general stepped forward to ask. Gathered here were over a dozen Imperial Mystic Realm powerhouses, all commanders capable of leading entire armies. Rescue! Luo Xiu's gaze was terrifyingly cold. He wasted no words. Today's operation must be discreet. Generals, follow me deep into the enemy camp to rescue them. But, General, who are we rescuing? The others looked puzzled. It seemed none of their men had gone missing. Enough talk. Depart immediately. I'll explain the details en route. Luo Xiu issued his command without further explanation. Every moment delayed meant another minute of danger for his men. The generals dared not defy military orders and followed Luo Xiu in single file. This was the first time they'd seen Luo Xiu so cold and stern. They'd witnessed this familiar demeanor before in Luo Zhangtian. The young commander was increasingly embodying his father's formidable presence. Amidst their astonishment, they listened intently to Luo Xiu's instructions. Hearing that they were to penetrate deep into enemy territory, they were utterly shocked. General, isn't this overly risky? All the generals of our burial heaven legion are present here. If the Prince of the North discovers us and traps us here, the entire army could collapse in an instant. Zhang Ling asked calmly. With all the main generals of an army present, if they were truly wiped out by the enemy in one fell swoop, the consequences would be unimaginable. An army without commanders was like a nest of ants without a queen. Utter chaos would ensue. Luo Xiu had considered these risks too. He knew this mission was extremely dangerous, but this man, he simply had to be saved. You're absolutely right. However, I didn't ask you to join me in this peril. As the main forces of your respective armies, you shouldn't be taking such risks. Stay at the outskirts of the hinterland to provide backup. I'm confident I can rescue him. Luo Xiu paused briefly before speaking calmly. The Celestial Guard could be considered his personal forces. Though they now serve the Empire, one cannot risk them in battle. Nor could he risk the lives of these generals. Though they feared death not, the legions they commanded depended on them. The Burial Heaven Legion could endure without Luo Xiu, but not without these generals. This is unthinkable, young general. How could we stand by and watch you venture into danger alone? If anyone must go to rescue them, it should be us. General, you cannot gamble with your life. If anything happens to you, how could we ever face the old general? Exactly. We will rescue that person for you. We'll go and you hold back. The men were overcome with emotion. They would never allow Luo Xiu to face this peril alone. If Luo Xiu met with misfortune, they'd have no way to account for it to Luo Zhangtian. Every one of them had been trained by Luo Zhangtian to become the generals revered by thousands. They might defy the Heavenly Awakening Empire's orders, but Luo Zhangtian's commands were absolute. In their youth, who among them hadn't received his kindness? Who hadn't had their lives saved by him? I am now a marshal of the army, not some child's play within a family. I understand your concerns for my safety, uncles, but this is war. You are the marshals commanding various armies. Your safety is far more crucial than mine. Luo Xiu shook his head. Moreover, these words are orders. Generals, you must carry them out without question. Before the others could respond, Luo Xiu charged ahead, flying deep into enemy territory. This. Chapter 105, Found. Luo Xiu moved with astonishing speed and agility. The soldiers guarding the outer perimeter didn't even catch a glimpse of him as he slipped silently into the heart of the territory. Only after penetrating deep did he realize the area was now heavily fortified. Patrols were far more frequent than usual, and numerous powerful figures were conducting extensive searches. Seeing their relentless search, Luo Xiu's heart finally settled. Their continued efforts proved that the Tianqi people were still alive and hadn't been captured. He didn't linger long. Relying on the mental map of the terrain, he scouted several potential hiding spots, but still found nothing. Only then did Luo Xiu recall the command tokens he had issued to each member earlier. He could communicate with them through these tokens. Luo Xiu immediately retrieved the token and infused it with the thread of his mystical energy. Sure enough, he instantly saw the locations where his subordinates were hiding. Amidst his relief, a sense of unease crept in. He had sent out 7 men, yet only 4 points were flashing now. That meant 2 had already fallen. Luo Xiu's heart sank. Yet this was no time for grief. He must reunite with them swiftly and break through the encirclement. Otherwise, once the powerful warriors under the Northern Prince formed an encircling formation, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. His figure vanished once more into the darkness, streaking at breakneck speed toward the location where his companions lay concealed. About half an hour later, atop a snow-capped mountain peak, the remaining 3 envoys and a gravely wounded member sat cross-legged on the summit. Leader, Little Dragon is fading fast, the lower envoy said anxiously to the left envoy. He cradled the barely conscious member he called Little Dragon in his arms. Blood continuously spilled from Little Dragon's mouth. Were it not for the extreme cold of this place, which tended to slow the flow of blood within the body, Little Dragon would likely have succumbed already. The left envoy's expression was equally grim. The recent breakout battle had drained him of immense mystical energy. Yet, he forced himself to endure the discomfort within his body, stepping forward to the 2. He concentrated the mystical energy in his hands, desperately attempting to heal Little Dragon. Boss, what are you doing? You can't overexert yourself again. Otherwise, none of us will make it out alive. Seeing this, the right envoy immediately stepped forward and grabbed the left envoy's hand. Left envoy helplessly shook off his hand and continued channeling. I can't stand by and watch a brother who's fought alongside us through thick and thin die before my eyes. We've already lost 2 brothers. We truly can't. His words trailed off as a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. His hands paused momentarily, but he snapped back into focus, immediately resuming his efforts without hesitation. The senior envoy's face was filled with concern, yet he understood his leader's actions all too well. Yet now he was no different from a cripple, unable to draw even a shred of mystical energy from within. The junior envoy was in the same predicament. They could only watch with tears in their eyes, utterly powerless. The little dragon in his arms seized a moment of respite, weakly raising an arm to grasp the left envoy. A faint smile touched its lips as it spoke. Boss, we've followed you for years. Had the master not taken us in, I'd have perished long ago. Now, to serve the young master in this way, I'd die with purpose. Stop fighting. I know my condition better than any of you. Save your strength for breaking out. Before Luo Xiu took them in, they were all desperate fugitives, hunted relentlessly by enemies. To have survived this long was already a blessing. Enough talk. Though the left envoy's expression remained composed, his voice carried a hint of choking emotion. He continued to drain his remaining mystical energy, only to be interrupted once more. The one who interrupted him was none other than Luo Xiu, who had come to rescue them. The others recognized the figure and their expressions turned astonished. Young master. Luo Xiu nodded. A powerful surge of mystical energy erupted from within him, coalescing in his palm. He took over the energy output from the left envoy, continuing to heal the little dragon. Young master. Little dragon felt both honored and overwhelmed, though he lacked the strength to say much more. Luo Xiu offered him a faint smile. Don't speak. I'll take you home. Half an hour later, the injuries within Xiaolong's body were finally stabilized. The others, their bodies heavy with exhaustion, gathered around Luo Xiu. They felt a touch of gratitude, but their hearts were filled with far greater worry. Their fears weren't for their own safety, but for Luo Xiu's arrival. The Prince of the North commanded countless powerful warriors. Their own deaths mattered little, but the young master absolutely couldn't come to harm. Seeing them exchange glances, Luo Xiu sighed. I know what you're thinking. Young master, you shouldn't have taken such a risk, said the left envoy, his heart stirred yet filled with shame as he bowed his head. The other 3 nodded in agreement. They did not wish Luo Xiu to risk himself for them. Now is not the time for this. I'll give you half an hour to prepare. After half an hour, I'll lead you out. Yes. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, the group stopped hesitating. They immediately began circulating their energy to regulate their breathing, preparing themselves to be in peak condition. Even if they couldn't escape themselves, they had to get the young master out. During this interval, Luo Xiu did not sit idly by. While the others remained on the mountaintop to meditate, he slipped down the mountain to scout the situation. The far north endured perpetual cold. The forest below could scarcely be called a forest, though it contained many towering trees. They were too sparse and uneven. Even walking through the thicket, the view remained remarkably open. Luo Xiu found a towering tree and perched on its sturdy branch, observing the movements below. A group of powerful individuals was approaching his position. Through his reconnaissance, Luo Xiu determined this small force was not formidable. Their leader possessed only the strength of the Qingxue realm, a mere trifle he could crush with a flick of his wrist. Yet he chose not to act, instead observing silently. Boss, we don't need to push for glory. Let's head deeper into the frigid mountains. This freezing cold is killing us. One of the heavenly Xian realm experts, unable to endure the bone-piercing chill of the frigid mountains, couldn't help but complain. Yeah, boss, even if those guys had 3 heads and 6 arms, you couldn't withstand the cold of this frozen wasteland. This is just cruel. The others chimed in with their own complaints. What do you know? The most dangerous place is often the safest. The leader turned, his voice tinged with exasperation. His team hadn't come here aimlessly. During their patrol, he'd spotted several fleeting figures. Under normal circumstances, he would never have ventured here. But he'd heard that several powerful fighters had already beaten those thieves into a state of near helplessness, barely able to resist. That's why he'd followed the trail. Had those bandits not been so badly beaten, not even 10 times the courage would have made him come looking here. Moreover, the prince had issued an edict: whoever uncovered the bandits' whereabouts would be granted a princely title once he ascended the throne. That temptation was simply too great to resist. Chapter 106. You're not playing fair. Boss, this godforsaken place is a dump no one wants to stay in. You really think they'd come here? The underlings remained skeptical, mainly because they didn't want to linger either. Even with their mystical energy shielding them, the bitter cold was unbearable. Cut the ing nonsense. When I tell you to search, you search. You still want to be part of my crew? If we find those bastards first, I could become a prince someday. You think you won't get your share of the spoils? The man they called boss refused to give up. The chance for unimaginable wealth was within reach. How could a little cold weather deter him? The others glanced at their leader, their anger simmering but silenced. They steeled themselves and scanned the surroundings. From his perch high in the treetops, Luo Xiu observed their every move with crystal clarity. Before long, they reached the base of the cliff. Gazing up at the snow-capped mountain, the group couldn't help but shiver. If anyone could hide on that summit, they'd never believe it, not even if you killed them. Boss, that peak ahead is the highest in the frozen wastes. If we push further, the brothers won't last. Yeah, boss, look at us, we're all in perfect shape, and even we can't stay long in this freezing wasteland. What about those guys who got badly hurt? Even if they did make it here, they're probably already frozen stiff. Should we turn back? Many of the subordinates now had limbs numbed from the cold and were unwilling to press on. The leader looked up at the towering peak. The sheer cliffs above seemed impassable, even a master at the Imperial Mystic Realm would struggle to reach the summit. His resolve wavered. This place seemed inaccessible to anyone. You're all cowards. Can't even seize an opportunity right in front of you. He could only vent his frustration with a bitter curse. Advancing further was impossible. Turn back. Keep your eyes peeled. Those bastards might be hiding somewhere along the path we came. Especially those hidden caves, don't miss a single one. Got it. His men danced excitedly. Escaping this hellhole was pure luck. Just as they turned to leave, Luo Xiu stood alone before them. Clad in a black robe and wearing a demon mask, he stood out starkly in the bright moonlight. The group was startled into a collective stumble, tumbling backward into the snowdrifts behind them. Ghost! Before they could scream, Luo Xiu slit their throats. Of the entire squad of 5 or 6, only the leader remained. Bright red blood flowed from the severed throats, splattering across the pristine white snow. After the initial terror, the leader dared not even breathe, his body crawling backward inch by inch. Who are you? Luo Xiu advanced toward him step by step. You'd better not scream like them. I can't guarantee you'll end up the same. Luo Xiu's voice was colder than the bitter frost, his body radiating a bloodthirsty aura that sent shivers down the spine. The man understood the warning, his body frozen rigid, unable to move an inch. Answer my questions. Whether your answers are truthful or not will determine whether you live or die. Think carefully. Luo Xiu's voice remained bone-chilling. The man seemed to have been scared into stupidity, lying there nodding frantically. Faced with life and death, he dared not be careless. Any notion of loyalty or righteousness had been cast aside. The sole thought in his mind was survival. And the only way to survive was to tell the truth. Very good. Luo Xiu was satisfied. How many men did the Prince of the North send to investigate these individuals? The man stammered, unable to answer. Luo Xiu grabbed him by the collar and yanked him upright. 3 breaths. If you can't tell me, you die. The threat worked instantly. The man couldn't withstand such a life or death demand. The prince dispatched 20 squads like ours, plus the 100,000 soldiers stationed at the barracks. As for the hidden masters lurking in the shadows, I don't know. Luo Xiu fixed his gaze upon the man's eyes, his own crimson orbs unblinking. Never had the man witnessed such terrifying eyes. His own gaze darted nervously, yet his body remained utterly immobilized, held fast by Luo Xiu's grip. After staring into his eyes for a long moment, seemingly satisfied he wasn't lying, Luo Xiu posed the next question: which masters intervened to stop those men tonight? Having been threatened earlier, this time the man cooperated fully and revealed they were the revered masters supported by His Royal Highness. About 10 of them, each having reached the revered mystic realm. Hearing this, Luo Xiu frowned slightly. He knew the Prince of Zhenbei possessed deep reserves of power, but he hadn't expected him to command such a formidable group of cultivators. Over a dozen Zhuanshuan realm experts, such a force could sweep away all the top-tier powers in the entire Tianqi Empire. No wonder he dared to rebel. The thought of such a terrifying force gave Luo Xiu a headache. If these cultivators were deployed in battle, they would pose an immense threat to ordinary soldiers, their destructive reach truly terrifying. But there was no point dwelling on that now. His immediate priority was rescuing the hostages before formulating a strategy for what came next. Third question: where is the Prince of the North now? This was the information he most desperately needed. After fighting for so long, he still hadn't pinpointed the Prince of the North's exact location, which was a major headache. Your Highness. Senior, I truly don't know. I'm merely the captain of a patrol squad. I simply don't have the authority to meet the prince. Please, spare me. At his rank and standing, he had no access whatsoever to the Prince of the Northern Frontier. He genuinely couldn't answer Luo Xiu's question. But his inability to answer posed little consequence to Luo Xiu. For him, however, it meant risking his very life. His very life was now in Luo Xiu's hands. His fate hung on Luo Xiu's whim, and he was truly terrified. Was it the bitter cold of this place, or the fear trembling deep within his soul? Suspended by Luo Xiu, his entire body shook uncontrollably. The 3 questions had been asked. A colossal killing intent instantly coalesced in Luo Xiu's hand. Feeling that overwhelming killing intent, he panicked instantly. Senior, I've answered your questions. You said you'd spare me? I'm not satisfied with your answers. Therefore, you won't live. Without further words, Luo Xiu unleashed a torrent of dense, blood-red energy that instantly engulfed the man. In an instant, he was enveloped by a cloud of blood mist. Within moments, his entire body was corroded away, reduced to nothing but a cloud of blood mist himself. You're breaking the rules of combat," were the dying words uttered by the man as he faced death. P.S. Folks, if you enjoyed this, toss in a few cents for free. Help a brother eat a proper meal. Thanks, everyone. I wouldn't dare ask for more generous gifts.